In a student dormitory at a university in Tianhai City, Lu Xiaochuan was lying on his bed, holding a pen and doodling on a job application form. Since he was about to graduate and needed to find a job, he felt very anxious. It wasn't just because choosing a company was difficult, but also because he was relatively young. This was due to him skipping grades in school, 2 grades in elementary school and 1 in middle school. Now, at 19, he was about to graduate. Normally, with his academic talent, finding a job shouldn't be a problem. But Lu Xiaochuan was still worried, mainly because he wanted to give his family a better life as soon as possible. Just when he didn't know what to do, his old-fashioned phone suddenly rang. Lu Xiaochuan took out his colorful, worn-out phone with peeling keys and pressed the answer button. A smoky voice came from the phone. "Hello, is this Xiaochuan? I'm your village chief's grandpa." Hearing this, Lu Xiaochuan quickly responded, "Oh, it's Grandpa Village Chief. Is there something you need?" The village chief's voice replied, "Xiaochuan, you need to come back quickly. Your grandpa is not doing well." Hearing this, Lu Xiaochuan felt like thunder was crashing in his mind, and he became dizzy. Since he was a child, Lu Xiaochuan had lost his parents. His grandfather raised him, and later, he adopted a girl abandoned by others, who became Lu Xiaochuan's younger sister. Although having an extra person made life harder financially, the family became lively because of the new child. Of course, Lu Xiaochuan's grandfather had to work harder to support both children's schooling, saving money carefully so that Lu Xiaochuan and his sister could go to school. After hanging up, Lu Xiaochuan hurriedly packed his belongings. A chubby boy in the dormitory asked, "Xiaochuan, what's going on? Do you need help?" Lu Xiaochuan fought back tears and said, "It's nothing, Wang Lei. I have to go home quickly for something." He quickly packed up, carried his backpack, and rushed out of the dorm. As soon as he stepped outside, tears finally spilled from his eyes. Lu Xiaochuan took a taxi to the bus station and boarded a bus heading to his hometown's county. During the journey, Yi Huan's tears never stopped. His bond with his grandfather was very deep. Watching the trees and tall buildings flash past quickly, Yi Huan felt anxious and worried. 1 hour later, the car arrived in the county town. Lu Xiaochuan asked a nearby motorcycle taxi driver, "Sir, are you going to Tianhe Village?" The driver looked at Lu Xiaochuan and said, 30 yuan to Tianhe Village. Lu Xiaochuan quickly replied, "Then let's go." Hurry up, in small towns like this, there are no official taxis. People usually travel by motorcycle taxis or their own vehicles. Normally, this trip costs about 10 yuan, but Lu Xiaochuan didn't have time to worry about that now. He needed to visit his grandfather quickly. Because he earned 30 yuan, the driver drove very fast, reaching the entrance of Tianhe Village in 20 minutes. Lu Xiaochuan paid the driver and ran home with his backpack. The village was small, with only about 20 households and fewer than 100 people, many of whom worked outside. Lu Xiaochuan's house was at the back of the village, near the mountains. On the way, he saw a few villagers but didn't stop to talk. When he arrived, he saw the village chief and some neighbors in the yard. The village chief saw Lu Xiaochuan and hurriedly said, "Xiaochuan, you're back. Go inside quickly and see your grandfather. He has something to tell you." Lu Xiaochuan dropped his backpack and rushed into the house. Seeing his thin and weak grandfather lying on the bed, tears flooded his eyes. A month ago, when Lu Xiaochuan visited home, his grandfather was full of energy. Now, he looked very different. Lu Xiaochuan knelt by the bed and took his grandfather's hand. "Grandpa, it's me, Xiaochuan. I'm back to see you." His grandfather slowly opened his eyes, turned his head slightly, and moved his lips. "Xiaochuan, you're back. Grandpa might not have much time left. I can't take care of you anymore." Hearing his grandfather's words, Lu Xiaochuan burst into tears. It was so heartbreaking. Grandpa tried to lift his hand to wipe Lu Xiaochuan's tears, but was too weak. His arm couldn't move. Lu Xiaochuan leaned forward and held his grandfather's hand. "Grandpa, don't worry. You'll get better. I just got a job, and I can make your life better." Lu Zheng smiled slightly and took out an old, worn box, saying, "This contains some old things I've collected. I don't know if they're worth anything, so I want you to keep them. If they're valuable, Sell them to improve your and your sister's lives. If not, just keep them as memories. Lu Xiaochuan took the old box tightly in his arms and said to Lu Zheng, Grandpa, don't worry. I will take good care of these things. At this moment, Lu Zheng added, also, after I leave, you must take care of your sister. Don't let anyone bully her. You're not really siblings, so if your sister wants to, you should. You should marry her. Do you understand? Lu Xiaochuan nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, Grandpa. I will take good care of my sister. But as soon as Lu Xiaochuan finished speaking, Lu Zheng's hand slipped from his, and he stopped breathing altogether. Seeing his grandfather close his eyes, Lu Xiaochuan shouted loudly, Grandpa, Grandpa, open your eyes and look at me. At this moment, crying loudly, Lu Xiaochuan remembered the old doctor outside. He immediately rushed out of the house, grabbed the village doctor's arm, and said, Dr. Zhang, save my grandpa. He's not dead yet. Please save him, Dr. Zhang said. Xiaochuan, I know you're upset, but everyone has to go someday. Be strong. At this time, the village chief also came over and said, Xiaochuan, be strong. We should quickly discuss your grandpa's funeral. It's very hot now. We can't delay. Lu Xiaochuan gradually calmed down a bit, his voice hoarse as he said, Village chief, I don't know much about this. I still need your help, the old village chief said. Don't worry, Xiaochuan. I will arrange for people soon and prepare for your grandpa's funeral. Then Lu Xiaochuan tremblingly took out his phone and called his sister, Lu Xiaoqing. After a few rings, Lu Xiaoqing answered. Brother, is there something you call me about? Lu Xiaochuan fought back tears and said calmly, Mimi, Jia li yoden shi, ni qingger jia hui jia yi tongba. Lu Xiaoqing asked, Guga, Jia li chula shima shima? Lu Xiaochuan replied, Deng ni hui lai zai so. Soon after, the old village chief gathered more than 10 people from the village and came to Lu Xiaochuan's house. The village chief said, Xiaochuan, your grandpa was very helpful to everyone in the village. Now that he's gone, only Xiaochuan and Xiaoqing are left. Let's help handle the arrangements for his funeral. Because Tianhe village has a small population, everyone helps each other when someone has a problem. So, under the old village chief's arrangement, everyone started to act. Some went to the county town with tricycles to buy coffins and paper offerings, while others prepared things for the burial. An hour later, Lu Xiaoqing returned home. When she saw her grandfather had passed away, she threw herself onto his body and cried loudly. Lu Xiaochuan, with red eyes, came forward to comfort her. Xiaoqing, don't be sad. Grandpa left peacefully. Let's hurry to bury him. At this moment, the people returning from the county town, the old village chief said to Lu Chuan, Xiaochuan, take Xiaoqing outside first. We will change Grandpa into clean clothes and then prepare for the burial. Lu Chuan nodded, letting Xiaoqing go out first. Then he and the old village chief dressed Grandpa in clean clothes. Lu Chuan also wiped his grandfather's face with tears in his eyes. Soon, some villagers arrived, both men and women, to help place Grandpa's body into the coffin. Lu Chuan and Xiaoqing wore mourning clothes. Then an elder in the village blew a horn, and people carried the coffin to the village graveyard. After the burial, the village chief spoke to a young man. Lu Deong, watch over Xiaochuan and Xiaoqing, understand? The young man named Lu Deong replied, Don't worry, village chief. I will look after Xiaochuan and Xiaoqing. The village chief then led everyone away. The ceremony was simple, which was not ideal. At least they should have shared a meal. But over the years, fewer people stayed in Tianhe village. Most moved to the city. Also, everyone knew Lu Chuan's family was not well off, so after helping, they left. At this moment, Lu Chuan and Xiaoqing were burning paper offerings at their grandfather's grave. Xiaoqing's tears kept falling. Nearby, Lu Deong stepped forward carefully and said, Xiaochuan, don't be sad. Let's go back now. Xiaoqing still has to go to school. This Lu Deong is the best friend of Lu Xiaochuan in Tianhe village and also admires him the most. When they were kids, Lu Deong fought with 2 older boys. No one helped him. Instead, they just watched and cheered loudly. Only Lu Xiaochuan stepped in with a stick and beat the 2 boys. After that, no one dared to bother Lu Deong again. From then on, Lu Daong became Lu Xiaochuan's little follower. Lu Xiaochuan heard Lu Daong's words and said in a hoarse voice, "Sister, let's go home now. You have school tomorrow." After convincing Xiaoqing to go home, Lu Xiaochuan probably, because she was too emotional, fell asleep right on the bed, tears still on her eyelashes. Seeing Lu Daong following him, Lu Xiaochuan said, "Daong, you should go back too. Your dad isn't feeling well and needs care." "I'm fine here," Lu Daong replied. "If you need anything, just call me little brother." After Lu Daong left, Lu Xiaochuan went into the house. He saw the old, worn box his grandfather had given him last. He wiped off the dust and slowly opened it. Inside, he saw money on top, hundreds, 50s, and 10 yuan bills, along with many small coins. The total was over 3,000 yuan. Lu Xiaochuan touched the money, knowing it was saved with his grandfather's hard work. He carefully folded each bill. Then he saw an old smoking pipe, which looked very old, and a palm-sized jade pendant. Although the carving wasn't very good, the jade felt smooth and delicate to the touch. He also found a ring inside the box. Lu Xiaochuan knew that this ring was given by an old Taoist priest more than 10 years ago. The priest came to their house hungry and asked for food. Lu Xiaochuan was still young then. Lu Zeng made a bowl of scally noodles and baked a big pancake for him. After eating, the Taoist priest said to Lu Xiaochuan's grandfather, "I have nothing else to thank you with, so I'll give you this treasure from my sect." Lu Xiaochuan's grandfather didn't want it at first, but the priest quickly ran away. Lu Xiaochuan didn't think much of it at the time, but later he found it hard to believe. How could an old man run so fast? Lu Xiaochuan never saw the ring again. It turned out his grandfather had kept it here. Lu Xiaochuan looked at the ring. It seemed like jade, but maybe not. He wanted to put the ring back, but accidentally, it slipped from his hand. He hurried to catch it. He caught the ring, but his hand was cut and bleeding. Lu Xiaochuan didn't mind the bleeding hand. He was just relieved to see the ring was okay. Suddenly, a frightening scene happened. The blood on his hand started to be absorbed by the ring. The ring then emitted a white glow and disappeared in the blink of an eye. He was shocked and quickly looked around. Then he saw a tattoo of the ring on his finger, exactly the same as the one that disappeared. He rubbed his finger, but the tattoo wouldn't come off. Just then, his body disappeared from the room. Luckily, no one saw it, or they might think it was a ghost. Lu Xiaochuan opened his eyes and found himself next to a simple bamboo house. He looked around and saw a large open space like a football field. Not far away, there was a spring with water flowing out, surrounded by many plants that looked like herbs, but he didn't know what they were.
He was very surprised.
Wasn't he in his room at home? How did he get here? Where was this place? His heart was pounding fast because he felt confused and scared. He walked into the bamboo house nearby. Inside, he saw a table with some books, a jade pendant, and a few small jade bottles. He picked up the jade pendant and looked at it from all sides. Suddenly, it glowed with a gentle white light and entered his mind.
He was startled.
Then he felt his mind expand, filled with many new things. After organizing his thoughts, he was amazed. It turned out that the ring was accidentally obtained by a cultivator who ascended to a higher realm thousands of years ago. Later, it was left behind. The jade pendant recorded the secrets of cultivation, including methods and techniques. The books contain knowledge about alchemy, formations, medicine, and martial arts. The small jade bottles held elixirs for those destined to find them, used for cultivation. This made Lu Xiaochuan very happy. Such an adventure is usually only found in novels, especially involving the inheritance of a cultivator. Meeting such a thing was like a blessing from heaven. Then Lu Xiaochuan found a jade bottle as recorded on the jade token, took out a pill, and swallowed it. He began practicing cultivation according to the instructions on the jade token. After taking the pill, Lu Xiaochuan started practicing as described in his mind, repeatedly trying to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. At this moment, the pill began to melt. Suddenly, Lu Xiaochuan felt a stream of energy inside his body. He knew this was the spiritual energy mentioned in his mind, so he focused and controlled this energy to circulate within his body. At first, Lu Xiaochuan found it very difficult to control the energy and make it circulate once. Gradually, it became easier and faster. Meanwhile, the spiritual energy around him also started gathering toward him. He didn't know how much time had passed, but suddenly, there was a cracking sound inside his body. Lu Xiaochuan was unaware of this and continued to control the energy circulating within him. Soon after, Lu Xiaochuan stopped practicing and stood up. Suddenly, he smelled a very bad odor. Looking down, he saw his body covered in dark, greasy stuff. Lu Xiaochuan thought, this must be the cleansing process mentioned in the jade token. He quickly took off his ring and found himself back in his original room. Without hesitation, he grabbed water and started washing himself. After cleaning himself thoroughly, Lu Xiaochuan suddenly felt nervous. Oh no, I don't know how long I've been practicing. Will my sister find me missing? He hurried to his sister Lu Xiaoqing's door and peeked inside. To his surprise, she was still sleeping, with no change in her position. Then, Lu Xiaochuan remembered something exciting. The space inside his ring was like an independent universe. Time inside it was dozens of times slower than outside. So, spending dozens of days inside meant only a day had passed outside. Lu Xiaochuan was thrilled. This was like a cheat device for cultivation. Seeing his sister sleeping peacefully, Lu Xiaochuan checked his internal strength. According to the memory in his mind, he was now at the middle stage of condensing qi. He was very grateful for that pill. The levels of cultivation are divided into gathering qi, condensing qi, refining qi, foundation establishment, and qi divergence stages. These correspond to modern martial arts levels: strength training, postnatal, innate, grandmaster, and great grandmaster. As for the higher levels, they're sealed in Lu Xiaochuan's mind, and he cannot see them now. Because of the pill, Lu Xiaochuan skipped the gathering qi stage and directly reached the condensing qi stage, saving several years of hard practice. Lu Xiaochuan looked at his old, broken yard and muttered, "Grandpa, I had this lucky chance. I will take care of myself and my sister in the future. Don't worry from heaven." The next day, Lu Xiaochuan borrowed a motorcycle from the village chief to take Lu Xiaoqing to school. At first, she didn't want to go, saying she wanted to visit her grandfather's grave, but Lu Xiaochuan scolded her and she obediently followed him. At the school gate, Lu Xiaochuan took out 500 yuan and handed it to Lu Xiaoqing, saying, "Sister, keep this money for meals. If you run out, call me and I will bring more." Lu Xiaoqing said, "Brother, I still have some money. You should keep this for yourself." Lu Xiaochuan replied, "If I give it to you, just take it. Look, your clothes are torn. You can buy yourself a new one." Watching his sister walk into school, Lu Xiaochuan rode his motorcycle home, returned the bike to the village chief, and then gave him 2,000 yuan, saying, "Village chief, this money is for you. It covers the cost of your coffin and paper offerings." The old village chief said, "Xiaochuan, keep this money for now. Luo Qing needs money for school, and you don't have a job. When you have money later, just pay me back." Lu Xiaochuan gratefully said, "Thank you, village chief. When I earn some money, I will pay you back." Back home, Lu Xiaochuan entered his ring and carefully examined everything inside. To his delight, he found something exciting. It was the plants near the spring. After Yi Huan studied them carefully and compared them with his memories, he realized they were spiritual herbs. Not only are they rare in the mortal world, but they would also be highly sought after in the cultivation world. There was also a place with dozens of ginseng roots looking quite old. Then Lu Xiaochuan began practicing cultivation inside the ring and took time to study some books. The martial techniques attracted him because they recorded various methods and skills used by cultivators. Besides that, Lu Xiaochuan also researched medicine and formations. So, Lu Xiaochuan stayed inside the ring for more than half a year. During this time, he practiced and reached the perfect stage of qi condensation, just one step away from breaking through to the qi training stage. His medical skills also improved greatly. If he were in the secular world, he would be considered a top expert. In terms of formations, Lu Xiaochuan learned a spirit-gathering array. After understanding its wonderful use, he thought of a way to use this array to quickly grow crops. After coming out of the ring, only 2 days had passed outside. Lu Xiaochuan took out his phone and saw missed calls from his sister. He called her back immediately. When the call connected, Lu Xiaochuan's sister, Lu Xiaoqing, asked, "Brother, why didn't you answer my call?" Lu Xiaochuan replied, "I was busy and didn't hear it." "Are you doing okay at school?" Lu Xiaoqing said, "Brother, I want to talk to Grandpa," and she started crying. Lu Xiaochuan quickly comforted her. "Don't cry. In a few days, when you have a holiday, I will come to pick you up, okay?" Sniffling, Lu Xiaoqing said, "Yes, I will go back to see Grandpa when I have a holiday." After hanging up with his sister, Lu Xiaochuan began to think about how to make money. The 3,000 yuan his grandfather left, plus a few hundred yuan he had, wouldn't be enough once he paid his sister's tuition next semester, let alone for food. Then he remembered the few acres of land behind his house, where his grandfather grew many vegetables. When he looked at the dying vegetables in the yard, he shook his head in disappointment. No one in the county would want such vegetables. Although he now had medical skills, who would believe a young man from the countryside could treat their illnesses? A few days passed, and Lu Xiaochuan gradually moved past his sadness. One day, he thought about the spirit-gathering array, but lacked the materials to set it up. Suddenly, he remembered the water from the spring inside his ring. Lu Xiaochuan took out a small bucket of spring water from his ring and poured a little onto a tomato plant. Then, an astonishing scene happened. The tomato plant visibly turned green at a rapid speed. The tomatoes on it also started turning red and growing larger. Soon, they fully ripened. Lu Xiaochuan, surprised, took a ripe tomato and took a bite. The sweet and slightly sour juice splashed all over his face. After eating the tomato, Lu Xiaochuan happily said, "I'm rich now. I'm going to get rich." Later, Lu Xiaochuan studied the spring water and thought it was moving too fast. He mixed in a lot of tap water and then watered all the vegetables. The next morning, Lu Xiaochuan got up early and went to check on the vegetables in the backyard. He was very happy because all the vegetables looked lively and fresh. You could even smell their nice, fresh scent from a distance. Lu Xiaochuan borrowed a tricycle and an electronic scale from Lu Daong. He also took some big bamboo baskets and plastic bags he had saved. Then he started picking vegetables, 1 basket of tomatoes, 1 of peppers, and 1 of cucumbers. But he had to stop because the tricycle was small and couldn't hold everything. He then drove the tricycle toward the town. Since the road was bumpy, he drove slowly to avoid damaging the vegetables. After about 40 minutes, he arrived at the town and found a busy spot to sell his vegetables. He set up his vegetables, and soon many people came to ask about the prices. His vegetables looked very fresh and had a nice smell, which attracted many customers. A group of elderly men and women asked, "Young man, how much are your vegetables?" Lu Xiaochuan replied, "Cucumbers are 5 yuan per jin, and tomatoes and peppers are 8 yuan per jin." The elders said, "Young man, your vegetables are more expensive than in the supermarket." Lu Xiaochuan explained, "Aunties and uncles, these vegetables are grown at my home. No pesticides or chemical fertilizers are used. They are healthy green foods. If you don't believe me, you can try one." He then picked a cucumber, snapped it into 5 or 6 pieces, and handed some to the elders. After tasting the cucumber, they were all surprised. One auntie said, "Young man, your cucumbers are so delicious. I'll take 5 jin. Oh, and I also want 5 jin each of tomatoes and peppers." While packing the vegetables for the aunties, Lu Xiaochuan couldn't help but smile happily. Soon, the 3 big baskets of vegetables were sold out. Lu Xiaochuan counted that he made over 1,800 yuan today. Feeling very happy, he rode his tricycle home. He planned to go back early the next day to sell more. In less than 2 hours, Lu Xiaochuan returned home and then went straight to Lu Daong's house. When Lu Daong saw him, he asked, "Xiaochuan, weren't you going to sell vegetables? Why are you back so soon?" Lu Xiaochuan smiled and said, "I've finished selling the goods and came back. By the way, I need to use your tricycle tomorrow." Lu Daong replied, "Brother Xiaochuan, I don't need the tricycle right now. You can use it. Suddenly, Lu Xiaochuan remembered that Lu Daiyong's father had fallen from a height while working and became paralyzed in the lower body. Since Lu Xiaochuan had learned some medical skills, he thought he could see if he could help treat Lu Daiyong's father. Because Lu Daiyong's father was paralyzed, his mother had run away with someone else. To take care of his father, Lu Daiyong dropped out of school after finishing high school and had been caring for him ever since. Their family was only slightly better off than Lu Xiaochuan's. Lu Xiaochuan asked Lu Daiyong, "How is your father now?" Lu Daiyong sighed and said, "He's still the same. I took him to the county town recently, and the doctor said there's no way to recover." Lu Xiaochuan said, "I also know some medical skills. I can take a look at your father." Lu Daiyong asked suspiciously, "Brother Xiaochuan, when did you learn medicine?" Lu Xiaochuan chuckled and said, "I learned from an old traditional Chinese medicine doctor when I was in school." Lu Daiyong took Lu Xiaochuan to the room, where they saw Lu Daiyong's father lying on the bed. When he saw Lu Xiaochuan come in, he quickly said, "Xiaochuan is here. Dad, hurry and pour some water for Brother Xiaochuan." Lu Xiaochuan quickly said, "Uncle, I'm not thirsty. I just want to check your condition. I've learned some medical skills from an old Chinese medicine doctor, and I want to see if I can help your legs." Lu Daiyong's father looked a bit sad and said, "I'm used to it. Since you're willing to help, Xiaochuan, you can try whatever you want." Lu Xiaochuan held his father's hand and pretended to feel his pulse. In fact, he was using spiritual energy to examine his father's body. After a while, Lu Xiaochuan understood that the cause of his father's paralysis was a displaced spine pressing on the nerves in his legs, which caused the legs to lose movement. Lu Daiyong then asked, "Brother Xiaochuan, how is it? Can my father's legs be cured?" Actually, Lu Xiaochuan was confident he could treat it after knowing the cause, but to avoid making them too excited, he said, "Tomorrow, when I come back from selling vegetables, I will buy a set of silver needles and try acupuncture. But I'm not sure yet." Lu Daiyong's father then said, "Xiaochuan, don't trouble yourself. I know my condition. Don't waste money. You still need to take care of your sister. You shouldn't spend money unnecessarily." Lu Xiaochuan smiled without speaking. After a few words with Daiyong, he returned home. Once home, Lu Xiaochuan entered his ring and began practicing martial arts. He moved quickly, sometimes throwing punches, sometimes palm strikes. They looked powerful. Now Lu Xiaochuan felt he could punch a cow to death. That's how much his strength had improved. Then Lu Xiaochuan started studying medicine. He stayed inside his ring for a long time before coming out. He went to the backyard and picked some tomatoes and cucumbers for meal. While Yi Huan was eating a tomato, the old village chief's voice came from outside the door. "Xiaochuan, are you home?" Lu Xiaochuan quickly stood up, opened the door, and saw the old village chief standing there. He said, "Grandpa Village Chief, do you need something?
Come inside and talk."
Inside, the old village chief saw the tomatoes and cucumbers on the table and said, "Xiaochuan, you're not just eating this, right? That won't do. Young guys need to eat proper food to stay strong." Lu Xiaochuan smiled and said, "I'm just lazy to cook, so I'm eating these. Grandpa Village Chief, you should try some. These tomatoes are really tasty." The old village chief didn't mind and took a tomato from Lu Xiaochuan. He took a bite and froze in surprise. He ate a few more bites and finished a big tomato. Wiping his mouth, he said, "Xiaochuan, where did these tomatoes come from? Why are they so delicious?" Lu Xiaochuan smiled and said, "Grandpa Village Chief, don't you remember? My grandpa planted a lot of vegetables in our backyard. These tomatoes were picked from there." The old village chief looked puzzled and asked, "I also grow tomatoes at my place. Why are yours so much better?" Lu Xiaochuan chuckled and said, "Maybe I've been watering them more these days." The old village chief ate Lu Xiaochuan's tomatoes and sighed. "They're really delicious. I heard you went to sell vegetables today. Were you selling these?" Lu Xiaochuan replied, "Yes, I plan to buy all the vegetables from the backyard, save some money, and expand the garden next year." The old village chief said, "Xiaochuan, your grandpa worked hard to send you to college. He did that so you could have a bright future. How can you just go back to farming? I think you should go to the big city, find a good job, and work hard. It's better than staying in this poor, remote place." Lu Xiaochuan said, I used to want to find a good job in the big city, earn some money, and let my grandfather enjoy a peaceful life. But now that he's gone, I don't feel like it anymore. Besides, even if I farm here, I can do well. Old village chief replied, Sigh, I still think it's better for you to develop in the city. I came today to ask if you'd like to try working at a place in the county town. Lu Xiaochuan said, Thank you, Grandpa Village Chief. I think I'll wait before I go. I'll look for a job only if I really can't manage here. The old village chief sighed. That's fine. Your grandfather just passed away, so take some time to rest. I'll be leaving now, Yihuan said. Grandpa Village Chief, wait for me. She ran to the vegetable garden behind the yard. Soon, she returned with 2 baskets of tomatoes and cucumbers, handing them to the old village chief. The old village chief said, Xiao Chuan, you should keep these to sell for money. Lu Xiaochuan replied, There are still many vegetables in the back garden. That should be enough for a while. Take these back and let my grandma try them. The old village chief had no choice but to say, All right, I won't be rude. And I must say, your tomatoes are really delicious. The next morning, Lu Xiaochuan woke up early and started picking vegetables. When he reached the garden, he was happy to see new vegetables growing on the branches. This meant he could sell more and make good money. He spent half an hour harvesting 3 big baskets of vegetables. Then he rode his tricycle to the county town. He arrived at the same place as yesterday to sell vegetables. As soon as he arranged his produce, a large group of elderly men and women gathered around. One elderly woman said, Young man, why are you so late? Did you bring tomatoes today? Yesterday I bought some. But before I could cook, my grandson and daughter-in-law ate them all. Please weigh more for me today, Lu Xiaochuan said. Okay, today will be the same as yesterday, tomatoes, cucumbers, and peppers. In less than half an hour, the 3 big baskets of vegetables were sold out faster than yesterday. After selling the vegetables, Lu Xiaochuan checked his earnings. He made over 200 yuan more than yesterday, totaling more than 2,000 yuan. He carefully stored the money, then rode his tricycle toward a nearby traditional Chinese medicine shop. At the shop, a female clerk approached and asked, Hello, are you here to buy medicine? I want to buy a set of silver needles. The female clerk smiled and said, Sorry, we don't sell silver needles here. At this moment, an elderly man with white hair walked over and asked, Young man, have you studied traditional Chinese medicine? Lu Xiaochuan replied, I've studied it for a while. The old man's eyes lit up and said, Not many young people are learning Chinese medicine nowadays. Coincidentally, I have a set of silver needles here. If you don't mind, I'll give them to you. Lu Xiaochuan hesitated and said, That's too kind. I should pay you. The old man chuckled and said, No need. I have several sets. Just take this one. Lu Xiaochuan gratefully accepted the silver needles from the old man. After leaving the herbal shop, Lu Xiaochuan was about to ride away when he suddenly saw an elderly man nearby holding a cardboard box with 2 small dogs inside. Yi Huan's eyes lit up and she approached asking, Sir, are you selling these 2 little dogs? The old man replied, Yes, one costs 100 yuan. If you want both, I'll give them to you for 150. Lu Xiaochuan looked at the clever little dogs and said, Okay, I'll take these 2 dogs. He then took out 150 yuan and handed it to the old man, then placed the box on the back of his tricycle and headed home. When he arrived, Lu Xiaochuan took the dogs out of the box and offered them a steamed bun soaked in water, but to his frustration, the dogs sniffed it but refused to eat. This puzzled Lu Xiaochuan. Suddenly, he remembered the ring. Could he put the dogs inside the ring? Thinking this, he waved his hand, and the dogs disappeared. Using his mental power, Lu Xiaochuan looked inside the ring and saw the dogs happily playing, seeming to love the environment. He then took the bowl of soaked bun into the ring and rinsed it with spring water. This time, the dogs seemed to really enjoy eating and finished the bun quickly, their bellies round and full. So adorable. After eating, the 2 little dogs started to cuddle at Lu Xiaochuan's feet, as if they recognized him as their owner. Seeing that the dogs were full and happy, Lu Xiaochuan felt relieved and headed to Lu Daiyong's house with the silver needles. When he arrived, he saw Lu Daiyong in the yard washing his father's clothes, and Lu Xiaochuan said, Daiyong, I'm here to check on Uncle's leg. Lu Deong saw Lu Xiaochuan and stood up, saying, Xiaochuan, you go inside. I need to finish washing my dad's clothes first. Lu Xiaochuan entered the room. Dayong's father saw him and said, Xiaochuan, you're here. Where's Dayong? Dayong, come quickly and pour water for your brother. Lu Xiaochuan replied, Uncle, there's no need to be so polite. I'm here to check your leg. Later, I will do some acupuncture. It might feel itchy, so please bear with it. Dayong's father said, Xiaochuan, you're underestimating me. Just do what you need to. Lu Xiaochuan smiled, took out silver needles, and began acupuncture on Dayong's father. After inserting all the needles, Lu Xiaochuan started massaging his father's legs with both hands, while using his spiritual energy to nourish the muscles and tendons that had become atrophied. At that moment, Dayong's father felt as if thousands of ants were crawling on his legs, making him itch terribly. He clenched the quilt tightly and gritted his teeth to endure. Half an hour later, Yihuan removed the needles and asked Dayong's father, Uncle, do you feel any change in your legs? His father was pleasantly surprised and said, I can feel my legs now. I really can. Just then Lu Dayong came in. His father happily exclaimed, Dayong, I can feel my legs. I can feel my legs. He then started to cry tears of joy. Hearing his father's words, Lu Dayong was surprised and asked, Dad, is that true? Do your legs really have sensation? His father nodded firmly. At this moment, Lu Xiaochuan said, Uncle, your legs just started to feel again. Try to stay calm and not get too excited. Hearing Lu Xiaochuan, Lu Dayong calmed himself and said, Yes, Dad. Your legs just started to feel. Don't get too excited. His father managed to control his emotions and asked, Xiaochuan, can my legs really get better? Lu Xiaochuan smiled and said, It should be fine. I'll come back tomorrow to treat you again. It should be enough. After that, you'll need to take care of your legs yourself. Regular massage is important because they haven't moved for a long time and the muscles are a bit atrophied. In about a week, you can try to get out of bed. Hearing this, both Lu Dayong and his father were overjoyed. They had endured so much over the years. Now, seeing hope, they felt a happiness that most people couldn't understand. At this moment, Lu Xiaochuan said, Uncle, Daxiong, I will head back now. I'll come again tomorrow to treat you. Please rest well for now. Daxiong's father quickly responded when he heard Lu Xiaochuan was leaving. Xiaochuan, it's almost noon. You should eat first before you go. Daxiong, go make some good food so your brother can eat at home. Lu Xiaochuan stopped Daxiong and said, I won't eat now. I have some things at home. Daxiong, if you have free time, give your dad's leg a massage. That will help him heal faster. After leaving Daxiong's house, Lu Xiaochuan hurried home. He saw the two puppies running around inside the ring, accidentally stepping on many spiritual herbs, which made him very anxious. When he arrived home, Lu Xiaochuan quickly released the two puppies from the ring. Then he went inside and carefully picked up the fallen herbs. Luckily, none were broken, or he would have lost a lot. After coming out of the ring, the two puppies immediately jumped onto his feet and rolled around. Lu Xiaochuan noticed they had grown a bit taller, which was related to the time flow inside the ring. To prevent the puppies from damaging the herbs again, Lu Xiaochuan made a large pile of wooden sticks, entered the ring, and used the sticks to surround the herbs, creating a fence. Now, he felt more at ease. After eating a little, Lu Xiaochuan added a long board to the tricycle because he thought he was transporting too few vegetables daily, and he hadn't even harvested the eggplants. With this change, he could carry more vegetables and sell more to earn extra money. Once everything was ready, Lu Xiaochuan took the two puppies into the ring. He used spring water to soak some steamed buns for them, and the puppies seemed to really enjoy eating soaked food. After the puppies finished eating, Yuan said to them, Come here and sit. Lu Xiaochuan decided to try, and surprisingly, the two puppies really ran over and sat in front of him, wagging their tails happily. This made Lu Xiaochuan very excited. Then he threw a stick and said to the puppies, Bring back the stick. The puppies quickly ran over, grabbed the stick, and brought it back to Lu Xiaochuan's feet, placing it at his feet. Lu Xiaochuan was very happy and said, Good. I didn't expect these puppies to be so clever. Maybe it's related to the spring water. From today, I'll call you Da Hu and your Xiao Hu. Thus, Lu Xiaochuan played with the two puppies inside the ring for a while. Then, he let the puppies play on their own while he began practicing his cultivation. Lu Xiaochuan planned his time well and practiced until the next morning. After removing the ring, he started picking vegetables. Since he could gather more vegetables today, he took a long time to finish. Then he loaded them onto his tricycle and headed toward the town. Half an hour later, Lu Xiaochuan arrived at the vegetable stand again. The situation was similar to yesterday. In less than half an hour, all the vegetables were sold. Lu Xiaochuan happily calculated his earnings. At that moment, a chubby man approached Yi Huan and said, "Brother, your business looks good.
How much money did you make?"
Lu Xiaochuan looked at the man but didn't pay much attention. He simply said, "Not bad. I can make a few thousand yuan a day." The chubby man's eyes showed a hint of greed, and he asked, "Do you set up your stall here every day?" Lu Xiaochuan nodded, packed up his things, and rode away on his tricycle. The chubby man watched him leave, lost in thought. Lu Xiaochuan quickly returned home on his tricycle. After parking it, he took a silver needle and headed to Lu Deyong's house. He walked about 30 meters and arrived at Deyong's home. When Deyong saw Lu Xiaochuan, he was happy and said, "Xiaochuan, you're here? After you finish treating my dad today, come eat at my place. I've almost got everything ready. Let's also have a drink together." Lu Xiaochuan replied, "Deyong, you don't need to be so polite.
Both our families are not doing well right now.
Once we improve our situation, we can get together properly." Deyong said, "Xiaochuan, you're a college student. Now you're back to farming. It's not very honorable, but as a childhood friend, I just want to support you." Lu Xiaochuan sighed and said, "All right, I can't argue with you. Later, you can also let uncle have a drink. It will help with blood circulation." After that, he went inside to start treating his uncle. Half an hour later, Lu Xiaochuan removed the silver needles and said, "Uncle, I'll help you to the wheelchair. We'll eat together soon. De Yong has already prepared the food." Lu Deyong's father also smiled and said, "Good. Today I'll have a few drinks. It's been many years since I last drank alcohol. Now that I can feel my legs again, I'm very happy." Because De Yong had taken care of his father over the years, he was quite skilled at cooking. He made a flavorful chicken dish, some peanuts, and some greens. It was a simple meal with just 3 dishes, but the portions were generous. After pouring a glass of wine for his father, De Yong also poured drinks for Lu Xiaochuan and himself. Lu Deyong raised his glass and said to Lu Xiaochuan, "Brother Xiao, thank you. If it weren't for you, my dad's leg wouldn't have healed. This drink is for you." He finished the drink in one gulp. His father quickly helped him with some food. Lu Xiaochuan saw Deyong finish his drink and also drank a little, but he had only ever had a bit of beer before and never touched strong liquor. He choked and coughed several times, his face turning red. His father hurriedly said, "Xiaochuan, are you okay? If you can't handle it, take it slow." Lu Xiaochuan used his internal energy to feel better after a moment. He then said, "Thank you, uncle. I'm fine. I just choked a little," his father replied. "That's good. Come on, eat more. Deyong is a good cook." Lu Xiaochuan stayed at Lu Deyong's house until around 1 p.m., and by then, Deyong was a bit tipsy. Lu Xiaochuan was still fine. Deyong's father looked surprised and asked, "Xiaochuan, how can you drink so much?" Lu Xiaochuan smiled and said, "Uncle, I don't know. Maybe I was born with a strong stomach." At this moment, Deyong said, "Come on, Brother Xiao. I want to keep drinking." Seeing Deyong like this, Lu Xiaochuan knew he wanted to take care of his father. He secretly took some spring water from his ring and added a little to the cup. Then he let Deyong drink it. Soon after, Deyong became alert again. His father was confused. He had already drunk a lot, but suddenly he seemed fine. He kept examining the bottle and muttered, "Could this wine be fake? No, it can't be." Lu Xiaochuan didn't pay attention and just reminded Deyong to massage his father's legs more. Then he went home. Back home, Lu Xiaochuan played with De Hu and Air, who inside his ring for a while, fed them, and then started practicing. By the time he reached the 98th big cycle of his cultivation, Lu Xiaochuan began learning martial arts techniques. He had read some books that described various martial arts and even some magic-like skills. But those required at least the qi refining stage to try, so Lu Xiaochuan didn't attempt them. After practicing inside his ring for a while, Lu Xiaochuan came out, checked the time, and decided he should go pick up his sister tomorrow since they would be on holiday soon. Lu Xiaochuan, who had lost his ring, took Da Hu and Er Hu to the vegetable field behind the yard. The two dogs ran back and forth in the field. Lu Xiaochuan said to them, "Don't damage the vegetables. Go play on the other side." The dogs seemed to understand and obediently sat at Lu Xiaochuan's feet after coming out of the field. Lu Xiaochuan looked at the remaining vegetables and estimated that he could harvest 3 more times. Since the planting was not extensive and the water from the spring helped the vegetables grow well, the yield was high. At this moment, Lu Xiaochuan thought that once these vegetables were sold, he could rent the village land. Near his home, there were dozens of acres of land that the young people in the village didn't take care of much. The villagers might be willing to rent it to him. The next morning, Lu Xiaochuan picked 4 baskets of vegetables as usual and rode his tricycle toward the county town. Half an hour later, he arrived at the usual spot. Everyone knew his vegetables were delicious. Moving to a new place might make the prices less attractive, so it was better to stay here where sales were easier. He unloaded the 4 baskets and arranged them. Soon, the older men and women who didn't work during the day gathered around to buy vegetables. At this moment, the chubby man who had talked to Lu Xiaochuan yesterday led 2 men who looked untrustworthy toward him. They approached Lu Xiaochuan. The chubby man looked at the elderly buyers but said nothing. Instead, he watched the money in Lu Xiaochuan's hands grow, and his eyes showed a greedy look. Half an hour passed. Lu Xiaochuan had sold most of his vegetables, leaving only some tomatoes. Today, he had harvested a lot of tomatoes, about 10 jin, around 5 kilograms. He decided not to sell the rest. He had earned nearly 4,000 yuan today. Now, he planned to pick up his sister, Lu Xiaoqing, from school and go home. But before Lu Xiaochuan could load his baskets onto the car, the 3 men suddenly approached and said, "Brother, have you paid a stall fee for setting up here?" Lu Xiaochuan paused his work, looked up at the 3 men and said, "I don't know anything about a stall fee. I only know this is a public place. I haven't caused any trouble here." The chubby man smiled and said, "Don't say I didn't warn you. On this land, no matter what you're doing, you have to pay us. Otherwise, you can't leave today." Lu Xiaochuan angrily looked at the fat man and said, "I'm leaving today. Let's see if you can stop me." As he finished speaking, Lu Xiaochuan moved the basket onto the tricycle and prepared to leave. The 3 fat men saw that Lu Xiaochuan really dared to leave. They shouted and immediately rushed toward him. Lu Xiaochuan was worried they might damage the tricycle, which belonged to De Yang's family, so he charged forward. He kicked 3 times and knocked down the 3 men. The whole process was very fast because Lu Xiaochuan was now at a high level of energy concentration, comparable to a skilled martial artist. Fighting 3 ordinary people was easy for him. The 3 fat men, enduring their pain, got up and grabbed a wooden stick over a meter long from the roadside, swinging it toward Lu Xiaochuan's head. Lu Xiaochuan dodged quickly, punched the man in the jaw, and then kicked the remaining 2 men down. After a while, the 3 men managed to get up and said to Lu Xiaochuan, "You're quite the fighter. Today's matter isn't over." They stumbled away in the distance. Lu Xiaochuan didn't use much force because if he had used his internal energy, at least some of them would have been seriously injured. Watching them run away, Lu Xiaochuan felt like laughing out loud because this was his first time fighting after practicing, and it made him feel invincible. Lu Xiaochuan rode his tricycle happily toward his sister's school. Just then, his phone rang. It was Lu Xiaoqing calling. "Hey, brother, when will you come pick me up?" "School's out." Lu Xiaochuan replied, "I'm almost at the school gate. Wait for me there." About 10 minutes later, Lu Xiaochuan arrived at the school gate on his tricycle. From afar, he saw Lu Xiaoqing looking around nervously. He stopped his tricycle in front of his sister and said, "Get in, Xiaoqing. We're going to buy some meat, and I'll cook something tasty for you tonight." After getting on the tricycle, Lu Xiaoqing smiled and said, "Brother, is this De Yang's family's tricycle? Why are you riding it?" Lu Xiaochuan started the tricycle and said as he drove forward, "I've been selling vegetables in the county town recently, so I borrowed a Yang's tricycle." Lu Xiaoqing was surprised and asked, "You're selling vegetables? Where did you get them? Aren't you supposed to find a job?" Lu Xiaochuan smiled and replied, "Let's not talk about that now. I'll tell you when we get home. Remember to remind me to buy a bottle of wine later." Lu Xiaochuan bought some meat and a bottle of wine, then rode his tricycle home. When they arrived home, Lu Xiaochuan cooked his grandfather's favorite dish, green pepper stir-fried meat. He then took the bottle of wine they bought and went with his sister, Lu Xiaoqing, to his grandfather's grave. At the grave, Lu Xiaochuan arranged the dish and poured some white wine on the grave. Lu Xiaoqing was already crying and kept talking about childhood memories, which were quite sad. Lu Xiaochuan didn't mind, thinking that crying was better for her. After a while, Lu Xiaochuan said to the grave, "Grandpa, I've started selling the vegetables you grew. I've made some money, and I believe things will get better. Don't worry, I'll make sure my sister finishes college happily." They stayed at the grave for about an hour, talking to Grandpa Lu. Then Lu Xiaochuan took his tearful sister home. When they got back, Lu Xiaochuan told his sister to wash her face while he started cooking. Today, he only bought some meat because they already had vegetables at home. Half an hour later, Lu Xiaoqing came to the kitchen. Seeing her less sad, Lu Xiaochuan said, "Dinner will be ready soon.
You can go outside now."
Lu Xiaoqing didn't listen and started helping in the kitchen. Soon, the meal was ready. They carried the food into the room. Lu Xiaoqing then said, "Brother, Grandpa worked hard to save money, so we could study. He wanted us to have a bright future. But now that you've graduated from college, you're not thinking about finding a job. How can you just stay at home and farm?" Lu Xiaochuan sighed and replied, "I used to want to find a job in the big city, get ahead, and bring Grandpa to enjoy life in the city. But now that Grandpa is gone, I don't have that heart anymore. I just want to take care of the land Grandpa left us." Originally, Lu Xiaochuan wanted to tell his sister about the ring, but he held back. He understood the saying, "Innocent people are not guilty. Possessing something valuable can bring trouble." Lu Xiaochuan knew he wasn't strong enough yet. Until he was powerful, he had to keep everything to himself. He didn't know how deep the water was in this world, and he had to be very careful before he became strong. Lu Xiaoqing listened to Lu Xiaochuan and, with red eyes, said, "Brother, I know you're sad about Grandpa, but Grandpa's hope was for you to go to a big city." Lu Xiaochuan replied, "I understand, sister, but even in a big city, the most I could earn is 4,000 or 5,000 yuan a month, and during the internship, it's even less. I've only been selling vegetables for a few days and already made over 10,000 yuan. Once I sell the remaining vegetables, I plan to rent a bit more of the village land. That way, my income will be much better than working elsewhere. Besides, being at home closer to Grandpa is better, isn't it?" Lu Xiaoqing was surprised to hear that her brother was making so much money from selling vegetables and said, "Is selling vegetables really that profitable now? You only sold for a few days and made over 10,000 yuan. For Lu Xiaoqing, more than 10,000 yuan was a lot of money, especially since in their county, workers usually earn just over 1,000 or 2,000 yuan. Lu Xiaochuan smiled and said, "All right, let's eat first. The food will get cold later." Lu Xiaoqing picked up her chopsticks and said, "I don't know how you're selling vegetables, but I give you 1 year. If you face any setbacks or losses within that year, you should go to the big city to find a job." Lu Xiaochuan helplessly replied, "Okay, my good sister, I understand. Let's eat quickly." The two then started eating. There were 4 dishes on the table: braised pork, stir-fried pork with green peppers, cold cucumber salad, and tomato with sugar. Although the dishes were simple, Lu Xiaoqing felt like a little child because eating at home felt completely different from outside. Especially the tomatoes and cucumbers, Lu Xiaoqing ate while asking, "Brother, are these our family's vegetables? Why are they so delicious?" Lu Xiaochuan smiled and said, "Maybe it's because I've been taking good care of them lately, weeding every day and watering them. That's why they taste so good." Half an hour later, they finished eating. Lu Xiaoqing lay directly on the chair, touching her stomach and saying, "Oh no, brother, I ate too much. Only you can clear the bowls." Lu Xiaochuan looked very helpless and said, "Aren't you afraid of getting fat?" What if you can't get married later? Lu Xiaoqing glared at Lu Xiaochuan and said, If I can't get married, it's because of you, brother. I'm not afraid. Hearing this, Lu Xiaochuan paused for a moment while tidying up the dishes. He remembered what Grandpa had told him before he passed away about marrying Lu Xiaoqing. Lu Xiaochuan shook his head, pushing these thoughts aside. To distract himself, he left the kitchen and went to his room. He released Dahu and Eru, which made it easier to explain things. Because of the time ratio inside the ring, Dahu and Eru had grown into large dogs, much bigger than normal, with strong limbs and a fierce look. Lu Xiaochuan brought Dahu and Eru in front of Lu Xiaoqing and said, Xiaoqing, these are the 2 dogs I bought, Dahu and Eru. You've eaten too much. It's a good time to take them for a walk. At first, Lu Xiaoqing was startled by the size of the dogs and hid behind Lu Xiaochuan, asking, Brother, they won't bite me, right? Lu Xiaochuan replied, Don't worry, Dahu and Eru are very well behaved. You can tell them to do anything. Then Lu Xiaochuan turned to Dahu and Eru and said, Sit down. From now on, they're your owners. You must protect her, understand? Hearing Lu Xiaochuan's words, Dahu and Eru immediately sat on the ground and barked at him. Lu Xiaoqing watched the scene with surprise and said happily, They really understand what you say. That's amazing. After that, she played with Dahu and Eru. Lu Xiaochuan went to clean up the dishes. When he finished, he told Lu Xiaoqing to stay at home and then headed to Lu Dayong's house. Lu Dayong saw Lu Xiaochuan arrive and said happily, Brother Xiaochuan, my dad's leg can move now. I think he'll be able to walk soon. Lu Xiaochuan patted Lu Dayong's shoulder and said, Today, I'll treat uncle again. He'll recover faster that way. At this moment, Lu Dayong's father's voice came from inside the house. Is Xiaochuan here? Lu Dayong, pour a glass of water for Brother Xiaochuan. Has he eaten? Lu Dayong, make some food for Brother Xiaochuan. Lu Xiaochuan smiled and walked into the house, saying to Lu Dayong's father, Uncle, don't be so polite. I'll treat your leg again today. You'll be able to walk in a few days. Then Lu Xiaochuan grabbed his father's leg and used his spiritual energy to nourish the muscles and nerves in his father's leg and waist. Lu Xiaochuan spent 20 minutes treating Lu Dayong's father with his spiritual energy. By this time, he was sweating heavily because he had just exhausted his own spiritual energy. Dayong's father looked at Lu Xiaochuan, who was sweating heavily, and said to Lu Dayong nearby, Dayong, quickly go get a basin of water to wash your brother Xiaochuan's face and pour him a glass of water. Lu Xiaochuan stopped Dayong and said, No need, my sister is back for the holiday. She's home alone, so I need to go back quickly. Uncle, rest well. You don't need further treatment now. Take good care of yourself and you'll be able to walk in a few days. After speaking, he headed outside. Lu Dayong accompanied Lu Xiaochuan to the gate of the yard. At that moment, Lu Xiaochuan said to Lu Dayong, Dayong, I want to rent some land in the village to grow vegetables. I want you to help me with it. Lu Dayong looked surprised and asked, Are you really thinking of becoming a farmer? Didn't you go to college for nothing? Lu Xiaochuan smiled and replied, What's wrong with being a farmer? Besides, I plan to talk to the village chief about this soon. Lu Dayong saw that Lu Xiaochuan was serious, so he said, My dad's leg will heal soon. I don't have much to do, so just tell me when you need help. I can come anytime. Lu Xiaochuan patted Dayong's shoulder, waved goodbye, and went home. At home, Lu Xiaochuan saw Lu Xiaoqing playing with Dahu and Eru in the yard. When they saw Lu Xiaochuan, Dahu and Eru quickly ran over, wagging their tails happily. Lu Xiaochuan knew they wanted to drink water from his ring, so he said to Lu Xiaoqing, Little sister, go get some steamed buns. Dahu and Eru might be hungry. Okay, brother, Lu Xiaoqing replied as she walked inside. Seeing her go in, Lu Xiaochuan quickly took out a large basin of spring water from his ring, divided it into 2 parts, and gave some to Dahu and Eru. After drinking the water, Dahu and Eru ate 2 more steamed buns, then lazily lay down at the door and took a nap. Early the next morning, just after dawn, Lu Xiaochuan was sleeping when suddenly the door opened, and Lu Xiaoqing entered the room. Brother, get up quickly. You said you wanted to sell vegetables today. I'll go with you. Let's pick some vegetables now, Lu Xiaochuan, still sleepy, said. It's too early now. Let me sleep for half an hour. No, if you don't get up, I'll pull off your blanket, Lu Xiaoqing said with a pout, looking annoyed. Lu Xiaochuan ignored her, but what happened next made him lose all his sleepiness. Originally, Lu Xiaoqing really lifted the blanket of Lu Xiaochuan. But the awkward part was that Lu Xiaochuan was only wearing underwear, and he had a physiological reaction early in the morning. This scene made Lu Xiaoqing scream and run out covering her face. Lu Xiaochuan, now fully awake, shook his head, got up, dressed, and went out. He saw Lu Xiaoqing in the distance, blushing and looking confused. All right, aren't you here to help your brother? Hurry up and get the basket. Let's go pick vegetables, Lu Xiaochuan said loudly to Lu Xiaoqing. They went to the vegetable field behind the house and started picking vegetables. After 20 minutes, 4 big baskets of vegetables were loaded onto the tricycle. Xiaoqing, you don't need to go. Stay at home and play with Da Hu and Er Hu. Then, review your homework quickly. I'll take you to school this afternoon. There's only a month before the exams, and you're going to college. Don't fail the entrance exam, Lu Xiaochuan told her. Lu Xiaoqing insisted. No, I want to go with you. She sat directly on the tricycle. Lu Xiaochuan shook his head helplessly, then told Da Hu and Er Hu a few words, and drove the tricycle towards the county town. Half an hour later, Lu Xiaochuan arrived at his usual vegetable selling spot. He unloaded the 4 baskets and waited for customers. Soon, some elderly men and women came to the stall, choosing the vegetables they wanted to buy. Lu Xiaochuan was busy weighing the vegetables, while Lu Xiaoqing handled the money. Before long, more than half of the vegetables were sold. Lu Xiaoqing smiled so much her eyes looked like crescent moons. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a big belly came to the stall and looked at Lu Xiaochuan's vegetables. These vegetables look fresh. Did you grow them yourself? He asked. Lu Xiaochuan smiled and said, all grown by myself. No pesticides or chemical fertilizers, just pure green food. You'll taste it and see. He took a tomato from the basket. The middle-aged man didn't mind and wiped the tomato with his hand before taking a bite. Suddenly, his eyes widened. He ate a large tomato in a few bites, licked his lips, and said, I'll take all your vegetables. Save them for me. I'll send someone to pick them up right away. Lu Xiaochuan said, these vegetables are more expensive than at the market. The middle-aged man waved his hand casually and said, no problem. I want it all. Just then, more than 10 people came from afar, including the 3 men who had come yesterday to collect the stall fee from Lu Xiaochuan. Lu Xiaochuan protected Lu Xiaoqing behind him. At this moment, the middle-aged man nearby also sensed something was wrong and said to Lu Xiaochuan, are they here to cause trouble for you? Do you need help? I can call someone. Lu Xiaochuan smiled and replied, thanks, no need. I can handle these people myself. At this time, more than 10 people had already come to Lu Xiaochuan's stall, and he went directly to meet them. Then the fat man from yesterday spoke. Brother Fei, it's this kid. He didn't pay the stall fee and even hit us. The man called Brother Fei was about 1.80 meters tall, looking strong and tough, with a cigarette in his mouth. He asked, was it you who hit my people yesterday? Lu Xiaochuan nodded and said, yes, they tried to make me pay a stall fee, so I fought back. What do you think? Brother Fei smiled and said, well, you have 2 choices today. One is to pay my 2 brothers 20,000 yuan. The other is for me to break one of your legs. Pick one. Then Lu Xiaoqing ran over, holding Lu Xiaochuan's arm, and said, you guys are extorting us. I will call the police and have you arrested. Brother Fei looked at Lu Xiaoqing up and down with a bad smile and said, there's a pretty girl here. Are you feeling sorry for her? Fine, if you agree to spend a night with me, this will be settled. Lu Xiaoqing's face turned red with anger. Just as she was about to speak, Lu Xiaochuan said to her, go to the back first. He pushed Lu Xiaoqing to the side of the tricycle. Then Lu Xiaochuan stepped in front of Brother Fei and said, if you're just here to cause trouble, I can tolerate it. But if you disrespect my sister, don't blame me. As soon as Lu Xiaochuan finished speaking, he kicked Brother Fei more than 5 meters away. This scene shocked not only the remaining dozen or so thugs but also Lu Xiaoqing and the middle-aged man nearby. Brother Fei weighed at least 180 jin, about 90 kilograms, and just one kick sent him flying over 5 meters. Truly shocking. Brother Fei tried to get up but failed. He gritted his teeth and told his men, "Break him. Break him for me." More than 10 thugs rushed toward Lu Xiaochuan, some even pulling out knives from their pockets. Lu Xiaochuan dodged into the crowd. Using the martial arts he learned in his ring, within half a minute, more than 10 thugs were lying on the ground groaning, unable to get up. Lu Xiaochuan walked up to the man called Brother Fei, squatted down and said to him, "Your name is Brother Fei, right? Today I want to tell you, I just want to sell my vegetables. If you don't bother me, I won't bother you. But if you want to mess with me, I'll stand my ground." After saying that, Lu Xiaochuan went over to his sister, patted Lu Xiaoqing's head, and asked, "Are you scared?" Lu Xiaoqing shook her head excitedly and asked, "Big brother, when did you become so powerful?" Seeing how fearless Lu Xiaoqing was, Lu Xiaochuan couldn't help but feel annoyed. "All right, we'll talk about this later when we go back." At that moment, more than 10 troublemakers got up, went over to Brother Fei, and helped him to his feet. The chubby one said to Brother Fei, "Brother Fei, we can't just let this go. Next time, we'll gather more people and teach this kid a lesson." Hearing this, Brother Fei slapped the back of the chubby man's head and scolded, "You little brat, today's trouble started because of you. Do you still want revenge? Can't you see this kid is skilled?" Judging by his moves just now, even the owner of Hao Tian Martial Arts School might not be his match. The nearby troublemakers looked shocked, because the owner of Hao Tian Martial Arts School once challenged a gang of over 30 members alone, and came out unscathed after a conflict with the underworld. Since then, no group dared to bother Hao Tian Martial Arts School. This vegetable seller was even more powerful than the owner of Hao Tian Martial Arts School. That was impressive. The chubby man cursed loudly. "Damn, if you're so capable, why bother selling vegetables? You're crazy." Suddenly, there was a smack sound as the chubby man received another slap on the back of his head. Brother Fei said, "Stop talking nonsense here. Take me to the hospital quickly. I think I've broken a rib." At this moment, a middle-aged man with a big belly hurried over to Lu Xiaochuan and said, "Brother, I didn't expect you to be so capable. You must have trained in martial arts, right? With this skill, you could run your own martial arts school." Lu Xiaochuan smiled and replied, "I've only trained for 2 years with others. I'm not that good." "Oh, by the way, do you still want these vegetables?" The middle-aged man said, "Yes, I definitely want them. Someone will come to pick them up soon. By the way, brother, how's your vegetable yield? Why don't you supply vegetables directly to my hotel?" Lu Xiaochuan's eyes brightened as he happily said, "Now there aren't many vegetables left. If you want, I can give you all of them. Later, my harvest will increase, and I can supply more." The middle-aged man happily took out a business card and handed it to Lu Xiaochuan, saying, "This is my card. When your vegetables are ready, just call me." "Oh, tomorrow I'll send someone to pick up the remaining vegetables from your house. Just tell me the address." Lu Xiaochuan looked at the card, which read, "Chairman Wang Fu of Fulian Building, with a phone number below." He was surprised and said, "Are you really the owner of the 2 biggest restaurants in our county, Fulian Building?" Wang Fu smiled and replied, "Please don't call me that. If you don't mind, just call me old brother from now on." Lu Xiaochuan knew he had met an important person, so he smiled and said, "All right, I'll call you Brother Wang. Just call me Xiaochuan. This is my sister, Lu Xiaoqing." While they were happily chatting, the vegetable delivery truck arrived. 2 men got out and approached Wang Fu, saying, "Boss, we're here to deliver the vegetables as the manager sent us." Wang Fu pointed to the half-leftover vegetables on the ground and said, "These are the vegetables. Tell the manager to leave them be for now. I need them." "Got it." The 2 men nodded, loaded the vegetables onto the truck, and left. Wang Fu took out 3,000 yuan from his bag and handed it to Lu Xiaochuan. Lu looked at the money and said, "Brother Wang, this is a bit too much." The total vegetable cost was 1,980 yuan. Wang Fu smiled and said, "Just keep it. Tomorrow I'll come to pick up more vegetables from your house. Consider it a deposit. Come on, my home is in this neighborhood. Let's go upstairs and have some water. Lu shook his head and said, No, Brother Wang. I still want to take my sister around. We'll talk more when we have time. Wang Fu watched Lu Xiaochuan riding away on his tricycle, muttering to himself, Lu Xiaochuan is really a special person. Judging by his skills just now, he's definitely not an ordinary man. Sitting on the tricycle, Lu Xiaoqing happily said to Lu Xiaochuan, Brother, guess how much money I earned today? Probably around 2,006 or 700 yuan. Lu Xiaochuan replied without hesitation. Lu Xiaoqing was surprised and asked, How do you know? Did you secretly count my money? Lu Xiaochuan looked up and said, I'm now a vegetable seller. I know exactly how much I sell. Next to him, Lu Xiaoqing rolled her eyes and happily mumbled, 2,680 yuan, plus your 3,000 yuan, makes 5,680 yuan. Wow, brother, we earned over 5,000 today. Lu Xiaochuan said, What do you want to eat for lunch? I'll treat you to something tasty. Lu Xiaoqing pouted and said, Never mind, we still need to save money. You're also taking over the village land, so let's spend less. Lu Xiaoqing then added, I still want to eat the dishes you made yesterday. They were so delicious. Let's buy some food to take home. Lu Xiaochuan nodded and said, Okay, today we'll bring home some ribs and meat to cook. Let's also invite Daxiong and his father to eat with us. Daxiong always uses his family's tricycle, so I should thank him, Lu Xiaoqing happily said. Great. More people eating makes it more lively. Let's go buy some meat. Lu Xiaochuan and Lu Xiaoqing went to the market, bought some meat, ribs, 2 bottles of alcohol, and some beer. Then they rode the tricycle home. When Lu Xiaochuan arrived home on the tricycle, he told Lu Xiaoqing to wash the vegetables first. Then he left to visit the village chief's house. At the village chief's house, Lu Xiaochuan saw the chief sitting at the door smoking. He walked up and asked, Grandpa Village Chief, what are you doing? The old village chief looked up, saw Lu Xiaochuan, and smiled. Not much, just thinking about a few things. Is there something you want to talk to me about, Xiaochuan? Grandpa Village Chief, I came to discuss something with you and also invite you to eat at my house, Lu Xiaochuan said happily. The old village chief nodded and said, Okay, I'll come over in a little while. Then Lu Xiaochuan went to Daxiong's house. Daxiong's father heard that Lu Xiaochuan was inviting them to dinner and refused, saying they should be the ones treating Lu Xiaochuan because he was their benefactor. Later, Lu Xiaochuan said he wanted to contract some land in the village and asked Daxiong to help him. They agreed, and Lu Xiaochuan also said he was good at farming, even if he wasn't good at other things. After finishing the arrangements, Lu Xiaochuan went home to start cooking. 20 minutes later, the village chief and Daxiong came together into Lu Xiaochuan's yard. Daxiong pushed his father, who still couldn't walk well because his legs had lost sensation but was feeling better. Lu Xiaochuan asked Lu Xiaoqing to pour water for the 3 of them, saying the food would be ready soon. At this moment, De Yong saw the big tiger and second tiger lying nearby and said in surprise, Brother Xiaochuan, when did you get these dogs? Lu Xiaochuan, who was preparing vegetables, heard De Yong and said loudly, A few days ago when I was selling vegetables I met them, and I decided to bring them home. Old village head and De Yong's father nodded and said, These 2 dogs are really good. Looks like they can grow bigger. Xiaochuan, you've found some treasures. Then, inside the house, Lu Xiaochuan called out, Xiaoqing, come here and bring the dishes. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoqing quickly ran to the kitchen, and De Yong also hurried over to help. Soon, there were 6 dishes on the table. Because the vegetables from the countryside are large in portion, they were served in bowls, making the small table look even more crowded. Lu Xiaochuan washed his hands, poured wine for the old village head and De Yong's father, and then invited everyone to start eating. When they picked up their chopsticks, everyone was surprised. They didn't expect Lu Xiaochuan's cooking to be so good, especially the cucumbers, tomatoes, and eggplants. The old village head ate and asked, Xiaochuan, your cooking is really impressive. When did you learn this skill? Lu Xiaoqing, smiling happily, said, Grandpa village head, it's not that I am good at cooking, but that the vegetables are naturally delicious. At this moment, The old village head remembered the tomatoes he had eaten at Lu Xiaochuan's house last time and said in surprise, "I almost forgot. Your vegetables are really tasty." It's strange how vegetables grown in the same village can be so different. Lu Xiaochuan smiled and said, "Don't think about it too much. Come, Grandpa Village Head, De Yong, and Uncle, I toast you. Today's meal is partly to thank you and partly to discuss something with you. I need your advice." After everyone took a sip of wine, the old village head said, "Xiaochuan, just tell me what's on your mind. I've watched you grow up. Whatever it is, this old man will help you." Lu Xiaochuan spoke. "I want to lease some land, not too much, about 8 or 10 acres. More than that, I can't afford. Ideally, it would be right behind my house." The village head sighed after hearing this. "It seems you still want to stay in the countryside. Well, I have over 8 acres of land right behind your house, next to yours. If you want to farm it, go ahead. I'm too old to farm myself, and leaving the land unused is a waste." Li Xiaochuan listened happily and said, "Okay, village chief, I will give you 600 yuan per year for 1 acre of land." The old village chief quickly replied, "Xiaochuan, that won't do. The land is unused anyway, so you can farm it. Besides, others who rent land outside only pay 500 yuan. Are you silly?" De Yong's father nearby also said, "Yes, Xiaochuan, your sister is still in school and you have no job. It's a time when you need money. You should save some." Li Xiaochuan thought for a while and said to the old village chief, "How about this, Grandpa Village Chief? I'll give you 500 yuan for 1 acre. You must keep this money. Otherwise, I won't farm the land." The old village chief helplessly said, "All right, then let's consider it 8 acres. You don't need to rush to pay me. Just give me the money when you have it." Li Xiaochuan took a thick stack of money from his pocket, counted it, and handed it to the old village chief, saying, "Grandpa Village Chief, this is 6,000 yuan. It covers 1 year's land rent and the money spent on Grandpa's funeral last time. I'm giving it all to you." At first, the old village chief didn't want to accept it, but Li Xiaochuan kept persuading him until he finally took it. Everyone then started drinking and chatting. At this moment, Li Xiaochuan said to De Yong, "When your father's leg gets better, come help me. I'll pay you 3,000 yuan a month. If things go well, there will be bonuses. How about it?" This surprised everyone. The old village chief heard the part about De Yong's father's leg getting better. Knowing that his leg had been examined at a big hospital and was considered incurable, he wondered how it could be getting better now. Meanwhile, De Yong and his father were stunned by the 3,000 yuan salary. Usually, De Yong's father worked hard at the construction site, earning about 2,300 or 2,400 yuan a month without overtime. But that was in the city. In the countryside, such high wages surprised them. De Yong's father quickly said, "Xiaochuan, isn't the salary too high? You might lose money. Let's stick to the wages standard of the county town." Li Xiaochuan smiled and replied, "Don't worry, uncle. I won't lose money. My vegetables are selling well now. I just worry about not having enough vegetables." Hearing this, De Yong and his father felt a bit more at ease. Meanwhile, the old village chief kept staring at De Yong's father's leg. Li Xiaochuan asked curiously, "Grandpa Village Chief, what are you looking at?" The old village chief asked, "Just now, you said De Yong's father's leg can get better. What's going on?" At this moment, De Yong happily said, "Village chief, you don't know. My dad's leg has feeling again. Soon he'll be completely fine. It's all thanks to brother Xiaochuan. He helped treat my dad." The old village chief looked at Lu Xiaochuan in shock and asked, "Xiaochuan, you know medicine? How come we didn't know?" Lu Xiaochuan smiled and replied, "I learned from an old traditional doctor while I was in school. When I came back, I just helped Dayong's father try a treatment. I didn't expect it to work so well." The old village chief was drinking and sighed, "Xiaochuan, you're really talented. You have a good education and are very smart. It's a shame you're stuck in this mountain village." Lu Xiaochuan forced a smile and said, "It's not about talent or not. Every job needs someone to do it, and some people will succeed. There's no point in talking about it. Cheers." The 4 of them drank 2 bottles of white liquor and some beer. Because it was hot, beer made them feel more comfortable. By the end, everyone was a little tipsy. Lu Xiaochuan took everyone home, then tidied up a bit. He told Lu Xiaoqing he wanted to rest for a while and asked not to be disturbed. Lu Xiaoqing thought her brother was drunk, so she didn't pay much attention. Instead, she played with Dahu and Arrow in the yard. Lu Xiaochuan locked the door, entered his ring, and felt the rich spiritual energy inside. He began practicing cultivation. He practiced inside the ring for a long time and felt he was close to breaking through to the qi refining stage. But he was just a little short. He wasn't worried because he believed that with this ring, he would soon succeed. When he did, he could learn magic from other cultivators. The innate realm of warriors could release internal power outward, which made Lu Xiaochuan excited just thinking about it. By 4 p.m., Lu Xiaochuan came out of the ring and told Lu Xiaoqing, "Hurry up and pack your things. I'm taking you to school now." Lu Xiaoqing looked at her brother sadly and said, "Brother, can I skip school? I want to stay home and be with you." Lu Xiaochuan looked serious and said, "You don't have to go to school. Maybe tomorrow, someone will marry you off so you won't need to go anymore." Hearing this, Lu Xiaoqing quickly said, "Okay, then I'll go to school." After sending her to school, Lu Xiaochuan quickly returned home. It was already 5 p.m. He ate a quick meal, then took Dahu and Arrow into his ring. Lu Xiaochuan fed the big tiger and the second tiger some food and gave them some spring water. Then he told them to go play and started practicing again. Now, whenever he had free time, Lu Xiaochuan would practice. He wanted to reach a stronger level soon so he could protect his secrets. The next morning, Lu Xiaochuan took the big tiger and the second tiger out of the ring. Today, Wang Fu was sending people to pick vegetables, so Lu Xiaochuan wanted to wake up early and harvest all the vegetables. When the workers arrived, they could load the vegetables directly, saving time and effort. Lu Xiaochuan spent over 40 minutes collecting all the vegetables from the field. He packed the peppers and eggplants into woven bags and the tomatoes and cucumbers into baskets. He neatly placed everything on the ground, then pulled out all the plant roots. After the vegetables were taken away, Lu Xiaochuan planned to turn over the land and plant new vegetables there. Just then, the big tiger and the second tiger started to bark. Lu Xiaochuan stopped them, and when he reached the front yard, he saw the old village chief leading 2 young men standing at the gate. Seeing Lu Xiaochuan, the old village chief said, "Xiaochuan, these 2 people say they came to see you. I brought them here." Lu Xiaochuan replied, "Thank you, Grandpa Village Chief." The 2 young men smiled and said, "Are you Mr. Lu Xiaochuan? We are here on behalf of Mr. Wang to pick the vegetables." Lu Xiaochuan said, "No need to be so formal. I'm just a small farmer. Come on, start your truck. I've already harvested the vegetables. You can weigh them directly and then load the truck." The 2 drove a small truck past Lu Xiaochuan's yard and headed to the back of the vegetable field. Lu Xiaochuan used a scale to weigh each batch of vegetables. The 2 men took notes. After finishing, they calculated the total as 8,300 yuan. They didn't say much and simply took out the money to give to Lu Xiaochuan. Maybe Wang Fu had told them what to do when they arrived. Lu Xiaochuan looked at the money in his hand, then handed back 1,000 yuan and said, "This is a deposit from your boss last time. I'm returning it to him today." The 2 men didn't say anything and started packing the vegetables into the truck. Lu Xiaochuan helped them, quickly loading everything. Afterward, they politely said goodbye to Lu Xiaochuan and drove away. Then Lu Xiaochuan went to find the village chief. He wanted the village chief to arrange for a tractor to plow all the fields, then assign some people to plant vegetable seedlings. The village chief made a call and called over a tractor from the neighboring village. For 10 acres of land, it cost 600 yuan, but because of respect for the old village chief, it was a bit cheaper. It's worth noting that plowing this land also costs a lot in fuel. Once everything was arranged, only half an hour passed before the tractor arrived at Tianhe village. Lu Xiaochuan took it to his own land, explained what to do, and the tractor started running around the field. It took almost a whole day to plow about 10 acres. By around 5 p.m., the work was finished. Lu Xiaochuan paid the driver and also gave him 2 packs of cigarettes. The driver happily said a few words to Lu Xiaochuan and then drove the tractor back home. The land was prepared, and the old village chief had already found people to help. Tomorrow, they just needed to buy vegetable seedlings and plant them. Early the next morning, Lu Xiaochuan rode his tricycle toward the county town. Half an hour later, he arrived and visited several shops that sell vegetable seedlings. All of them said it was a bit late in the season now. Even if he planted, he wouldn't harvest much before the cold weather. So, there were no seedlings left. Lu Xiaochuan started to worry. Without seedlings, the land would just stay unused. Just then, a seedling seller told him, "Go to the second road on the north side of the county town. There's a shop that has seedlings all year round because they grow their plants in greenhouses." Hearing this, Lu Xiaochuan was very happy. He thanked the seller several times and then rode his tricycle toward the second road in the north. When he arrived, Lu Xiaochuan entered the shop. Inside, a middle-aged man wearing a white vest saw him and quickly said, "Hello. You're here for seedlings, right? I have all kinds. Feel free to look around." Lu Xiaochuan smiled and asked, "I have about 10 acres of land and want to buy some vegetable seedlings. How many plants do you think I should get?" The shopkeeper asked, "Are you going to plant only vegetables on those 10 acres? Or are you also planning to grow some fruit or other crops?" Lu Xiaochuan's eyes lit up. He looked at the shopkeeper and asked, "Besides vegetable seedlings, do you also sell anything else?" The shopkeeper smiled and said, "Not to brag, but I have the most complete selection in this county. Not only do I sell various vegetable seedlings, but I also have watermelon, melon, and other seeds. How about it? Would you like to buy some?" Finally, under the boss's recommendation, Lu Xiaochuan bought tomato seedlings, chili seedlings, cucumber seedlings, eggplant seedlings, and 2 packets each of watermelon and melon seeds. The total cost was over 800 yuan, which wasn't too expensive. Lu Xiaochuan hurried home and saw the village elder with 12 villagers, men and women, standing at his door from afar. He pointed to the seedlings and seeds in the tricycle and said, "These are some vegetable seedlings and watermelon and melon seeds. Today, you all plant these seedlings, and the same goes for the watermelon." At that moment, a middle-aged woman spoke, "Don't worry, Xiaochuan. We're all from the same village. Just tell us where to plant what, and don't worry about the rest. We've been farming all our lives, so you can trust us." Lu Xiaochuan led everyone to the land behind the yard, explained what to plant there, roughly divided the area, and told everyone that each person would earn 80 yuan a day. At first, Lu Xiaochuan thought this was a small amount, but the village elder said, "It's enough. Other villages pay only 60 yuan a day for farm work. 80 isn't low." Lu Xiaochuan had to listen to the elder. Everything was going smoothly. Seeing that he had nothing else to do, and it was already noon, he returned to the yard to prepare some food, as he hadn't eaten anything since early morning. Just then, Lu Xiaochuan's phone rang. He answered, and his sister, Xiaoqing, sounded scared. "Brother, come pick me up. I'm really afraid." Lu Xiaochuan immediately stood up and asked on the phone, "What's wrong, Xiaoqing? Tell me slowly." With a crying voice, Xiaoqing said, "Brother, I just went out to eat, and some men kept bothering me. I was so scared I hid in the bathroom, but they're still outside knocking on the door. I'm so scared." Lu Xiaochuan's anger flared up instantly. After confirming the location, he told Xiaoqing to stay in the bathroom and quickly rushed over. He was anxious and rode his tricycle straight to the county town. He arrived in just 19 minutes, moving as fast as lightning. Once there, Lu Xiaochuan rushed into a small restaurant. Inside, he looked around and saw 3 young men with dyed blonde hair pounding hard on the bathroom door. Lu Xiaochuan knew it was here. He took a few steps forward and pushed aside 3 yellow-haired boys, then said to the door, "Xiaoqing, are you inside? Big brother is here. Don't be afraid." At this moment, the bathroom door opened and Xiaoqing came out. Seeing Lu Xiaochuan, she immediately threw herself into his arms and started crying. Then, one of the yellow-haired boys stepped forward and said, "Hey, buddy, isn't there an order of who gets here first?" "What? You want to cut in line?" Lu Xiaochuan's eyes flashed with coldness. He slapped the boy, knocking him to the ground. The slap caused the boy to lose 2 teeth, and blood was at the corner of his mouth. Looking at his missing teeth, the boy told the other two, "Kill him for me." The two nearby immediately rushed toward Lu Xiaochuan. Lu Xiaochuan held Xiaoqing without moving and kicked out twice. The two boys flew backwards and crashed into several tables. Seeing this, the leading yellow-haired boy realized his group was no match for Lu Xiaochuan. He took out his phone and said to Lu Xiaochuan, "Be careful. I'll call someone over." Xiaoqing then said to Lu Xiaochuan, "Brother, maybe we should leave now. If he calls people over later, we'll be in danger." Lu Xiaochuan replied, "I have to settle this today. Otherwise, I can't feel at ease knowing you're here at school alone." Xiaoqing was touched and said, "Thank you, brother. You're so good to me." About 10 minutes later, more than 10 people entered the restaurant. The yellow-haired boy's eyes lit up, and he immediately ran up to a man at the front and started talking to him. Lu Xiaochuan smiled because he recognized someone. Yes, these people were the ones who caused trouble for Lu Xiaochuan last time, called Fij. Fij also saw Lu Xiaochuan and quickly walked over, saying, "Brother, what are you doing here? Are those yellow-haired guys bothering you?" Lu Xiaochuan looked at Fij and said coldly, "What do you think? I should have just beaten you up last time and sent you to the hospital." Fij shivered at Lu Xiaochuan's words and hurriedly said, "Don't worry, I'll handle this right away." After speaking, Fij turned and went to the three yellow-haired boys, coldly saying, "Teach them a lesson and show them who's boss." The three yellow-haired boys sensed something was wrong from the moment Fij talked to Lu Xiaochuan. Now, they had no time to run. They were immediately surrounded and beaten up by more than 10 people, and in no time, they were all bruised and bloody. At this moment, Lu Xiaochuan said, "I don't want my sister to be bullied near the school in the future." Fij immediately understood what Lu Xiaochuan meant and quickly said, "Don't worry, big brother. I'll take care of your sister's safety. I promise no one will dare to lay a finger on her." Just then, 6 police officers entered the restaurant. Seeing the messy place, one officer loudly asked, "Someone called the police about a fight here. Who was fighting? Step forward if it's you." Fij could step forward and say, "It was me who fought." The police looked at Fij and said, "Defei, don't think that just because you have a few followers, you can do whatever you want. I advise you to be honest." Just as Defei was about to speak again, Lu Xiaochuan said, "It was me who fought. It has nothing to do with him." The police looked at Lu Xiaochuan and then at the 3 injured yellow-haired men and said, "Take them all away." At this moment, Lu Xiaoqing loudly said, "You can't take my brother. He only fought to protect me. They are the real wrongdoers." Lu Xiaochuan patted Lu Xiaoqing's head and said, "Hurry back to school. I'll give my statement at the police station and then go straight home. Call me anytime if something happens." Lu Xiaochuan and the 3 injured men were taken to the police station. After some questioning and making statements, Lu Xiaochuan was judged to have acted in self-defense, protecting himself and his family, so he was released. The 3 yellow-haired men were fined 500 yuan and detained for 5 days for provoking trouble, which they deserved. After leaving the police station, Lu Xiaochuan called Lu Xiaoqing to tell her he was fine and to be careful. While talking on the phone, he walked to where the tricycle was parked, got on, and headed home. Back home, Lu Xiaochuan saw that the villagers had almost finished planting vegetables and melons, which made him very happy and lifted his previous gloom. Soon, the old village chief came to Lu Xiaochuan's house and said, "Xiaochuan, most of the work is done. You should go check it out." Lu Xiaochuan smiled and replied, "It's all our fellow villagers. I trust them. I'll go get the money and settle their wages." Soon after, Lu Xiaochuan finished paying everyone. Each person happily received 80 yuan and said to him, "Xiaochuan, remember to call us if you need help in the future. We may not be good at much, but when it comes to farming, we're thorough." Lu Xiaochuan smiled and agreed. After watching the villagers leave, he took out a large bucket of spring water from his ring. Then he diluted it with several iron pipes and carried a spray bottle. He began spraying the diluted spring water onto the land, one patch at a time. Lu Xiaochuan was really afraid to let others do this work, because if someone with bad intentions found out and tested the water, it could cause trouble. No one knew what astonishing things might be discovered. He worked until it was dark. Finally, he had sprayed all the seedlings and seeds with the spring water. Back at home, Lu Xiaochuan fed some food to Da Hu and Er Hu, then he entered his ring. Now, Da Hu and Er Hu no longer damaged the spiritual herbs because Lu Xiaochuan said they could understand him well. So, he wasn't worried about the herbs being harmed by them. Lu Xiaochuan sat cross-legged and started practicing diligently. Spiritual energy circulated around his body. He kept practicing until the next morning. He felt confident that he could break through to the qi refining stage soon. After coming out of the ring, Lu Xiaochuan did a few sets of martial arts and leg techniques he learned from books. He also practiced lightness skills. With a kick, he easily jumped onto a small house. If others saw this, they might think he was a martial arts master. He practiced for a long time, then ate a little. Just as he was about to check on the vegetables in the backyard, his phone suddenly rang. Lu Xiaochuan answered, and Wang Fu's anxious voice came through. "Brother Lu, do you still have vegetables at home? Hurry, and send me some for an emergency." Lu Xiaochuan asked suspiciously. "I already sold them all to you last time. There are none left. But I've planted new ones, and they'll be ready in a while." Wang Fu hurriedly said, "Brother, it takes about 2 months to grow good vegetables. The yellow flowers are already withered." Lu Xiaochuan asked, "Brother Wang, what's going on?" Wang Fu sighed and replied, "I made a branded vegetable from your last batch. It's a bit more expensive than usual, but the rich people love it. They come every day to buy, and even take some home. In just a few days, all the vegetables were gone. Now, they keep calling me to buy more. I really don't know what to do." Lu Xiaochuan forced a helpless smile and said, "Brother Wang, I really can't do anything about it. My vegetables grow a bit faster than others, so in about a month, I should have new vegetables ready to harvest. When that time comes, I'll call you, and you can send someone to pick them up." Wang Fu sighed and replied, "That's the best we can do. Old Lu, if you have time, come to Fulian Building and stay. Let me treat you well." Lu Xiaochuan smiled and said, "Thanks, Brother Wang. I'll definitely come when I have time." After hanging up, Lu Xiaochuan went to the vegetable garden behind the yard. To his happiness, all the seedlings looked healthy with no signs of dying. The watermelons and cantaloupes already had tender sprouts emerging from the soil. Feeling happy, Lu Xiaochuan thought, "This spring water is definitely a treasure. With such effects, my life will get better and better in the future." He circled around the garden, with Da Hu and Eru following behind him. Seeing how smart the dogs were, Lu Xiaochuan said, "From now on, you two need to come here every day to check the garden, but don't damage anything, understand?" As he spoke, he gestured with his hands. Da Hu and Eru seemed to understand and immediately ran around the garden. After a moment, they returned to Lu Xiaochuan's side, wagging their tails as if showing off their work. Lu Xiaochuan patted their heads and fed them some spring water, then headed home. At that moment, his phone rang again. Lu Xiaochuan answered hesitantly, and a voice came through. "Xiaochuan, have you finished your family's chores? When will you come back? I found a job, and I told our boss that if you come, there will definitely be a place for you." Lu Xiaochuan felt warm inside. The caller was Wang Lei, a chubby guy who had asked about him when Lu Xiaochuan first returned. They had been college roommates for 4 years, and during that time, only with Wang Lei could Lu Xiaochuan really have fun, and they had a good relationship. Lu Xiaochuan said into the phone, "Thanks, Wang Lei. I don't plan to work in the city anymore. I'm farming at home now. From now on, I'll be a farmer. If you have time, come visit me. Our place has beautiful scenery." Wang Lei's voice immediately rose loudly. "What? Farming? Are you crazy? After 4 years of college, you come out and start farming? Are you out of your mind?" Lu Xiaochuan smiled and said, "Farming isn't a bad thing. Right now, my income from farming isn't low. If you knew, you'd be jealous." Wang Lei sighed and replied, "It seems you're really determined to farm." "Sigh, I don't know what to say. All right, when I have time, I'll come to visit you. Remember to kill a sheep for me, and a few chickens too. Bring good wine and delicious food, or I won't forgive you." Lu Xiaochuan chuckled and said, "Don't worry, I won't let you go hungry." After hanging up the phone, Lu Xiaochuan felt completely relaxed. Now, he truly felt a wave of lightness in his mind. Putting aside all distractions, Lu Xiaochuan entered his ring and sat cross-legged to practice. Soon, a large cloud of white mist-like energy gathered around him. If a martial artist saw this, they would probably be scared to death because it was all spiritual energy. This was because Lu Xiaochuan was practicing a cultivation method. A martial artist wouldn't be able to gather so much spiritual energy. At this moment, Lu Xiaochuan felt the spiritual energy inside him start to move around, gradually rushing towards some unblocked meridians. Lu Xiaochuan felt the spiritual energy inside him begin to move everywhere, signaling that he was about to break through a barrier and advance his cultivation. He quickly calmed his mind and controlled the spiritual energy to attack his heaven and earth bridge. Seconds passed, but the heaven and earth bridge still hadn't broken through. Lu Xiaochuan started to feel anxious because the pain in his meridians during this attempt was unbearable. He clenched his teeth, endured the pain, and carefully guided the spiritual energy through his meridians. Suddenly, he surged fiercely toward the heaven and earth bridge. Lu Xiaochuan felt a loud bang in his head, and he collapsed onto the ground, overwhelmed by pain, with intense headache. But gradually, Lu Xiaochuan felt the pain begin to fade, replaced by a pleasant sensation. He got up, sat cross-legged again, and checked himself. He felt his spiritual platform was unusually clear, and everything within 30 meters around him appeared vividly in his mind without him needing to look. He also felt his spiritual energy had transformed from a small stream into a mighty river. This feeling was incredibly comfortable. Lu Xiaochuan stood up, adjusted to his suddenly enhanced strength, then moved his foot and appeared over 10 meters away at a speed too fast for ordinary people to see. Then Lu Xiaochuan turned his palm and struck the ground nearby, leaving a handprint several centimeters deep in the dirt. Lu Xiaochuan stared blankly at the large handprint, then burst into laughter. "I've become a great hero now. I also have unmatched martial skills." After calming his excitement, Lu Xiaochuan began to carefully study the benefits of this breakthrough. For martial cultivators, reaching the innate stage means being able to release internal energy outward, hurt others from a distance, and even kill by flicking leaves or petals. But true cultivators do more than just release higher-level spiritual energy. They also have divine awareness. Now, Lu Xiaochuan can clearly sense any movement within 30 meters, and more importantly, he can learn the techniques recorded in those books. So Lu Xiaochuan started to carefully read the book filled with various techniques. However, by the second page, he couldn't continue because the content made his head spin and eyes blur. Lu Xiaochuan thought his cultivation was not enough and that he couldn't understand the rest, so he focused only on the first 2 pages. The first page described how to make talismans, but only basic ones. The second page explained the beginner-level palm thunder. After studying carefully for a while, Lu Xiaochuan began practicing the palm thunder because learning talismans was useless for now. He didn't have the necessary materials. He practiced the palm thunder until it was nearly dark in the afternoon. According to the ring's internal time, over a month had passed, and Lu Xiaochuan had fully mastered the basic technique. Stepping out of the ring, Lu Xiaochuan wanted to test his palm thunder's power, but he couldn't do it in his own yard. So, with a quick movement, he leaped into the air and flew toward a nearby mountain. In the mountain, he found a place with no trees, only rocks, because he was worried about starting a fire. It was safer to practice there. Once everything was ready, Lu Xiaochuan activated his spiritual energy and struck a large rock about the size of a TV with his palm. With a crack, a flash of purple lightning struck the rock, instantly turning it into broken stones. Lu Xiaochuan looked at his palm with great excitement because the book said that the palm thunder is a weapon against ghosts. Although Lu Xiaochuan had never seen a ghost since he discovered the secret of the ring, he knew ghosts definitely exist in the world, just rarely seen. Now that Lu Xiaochuan had the palm thunder with such great power, he felt much more confident. While feeling happy, Lu Xiaochuan suddenly heard fighting sounds from the distant woods. He was surprised because the mountains around Tiana village are usually quiet and rarely visited. Why would there be fighting sounds? He quickly moved toward the sound and ran 100 meters in no time. When he arrived, Lu Xiaochuan climbed onto a big tree and looked into the woods. He saw 3 people in black fighting a man in his late 20s. The man was a martial artist at the mid-stage of his training. The 3 in black included 1 at the mid-stage and 2 at the early stage. The man in his late 20s fought while saying, "If you don't leave the items here, you won't be able to leave. I suggest you give up the items peacefully." One of the black-clad people replied, "You're ungrateful. You're dead meat." Lu Xiaochuan frowned, feeling surprised. What are ninjas doing here? Why would ninjas come to this place? What is this middle-aged man's purpose? Just then, the middle-aged man said, "Our support from the dragon group is coming soon. You won't leave today." Lu Xiaochuan, listening from the tree, was shocked. The dragon group? Isn't that an organization from stories? Does it really exist in real life? Suddenly, the man was attacked by the 3 ninjas, and a sword cut his arm. Blood flowed heavily, and he lost the use of 1 hand. It looked like he was about to be defeated. At that moment, Lu Xiaochuan plucked 3 leaves, infused them with spiritual energy, and threw them quickly. The 3 ninjas were about to kill the man, but the leaves flew out and struck their legs, piercing through them. The ninjas dropped their knives and fell to the ground, clutching their bleeding legs and crying out in pain. At this moment, Lu Xiaochuan sensed 2 auras approaching quickly. He quickly hid his figure. Sure enough, within a few breaths, 2 men in their 30s appeared beside the middle-aged man. One of them looked at the 3 ninjas lying on the ground and said loudly, "Wow, you managed to take down all 3 by yourself. Impressive." The other man approached and tapped the ninjas a few times. The 3 of them then stopped moving. Lu Xiaochuan saw that the middle-aged man was no longer in danger and was afraid of being discovered, so he swiftly and quietly left without making a sound. The 2 men who had just arrived shouted loudly, "What are you talking about? You didn't hurt these 3 ninjas? Then who did?" The middle-aged man replied, "I don't know. When I was about to be attacked by these 3, they suddenly collapsed to the ground. I don't know what happened, but looking at their bleeding legs, someone must have helped them." Hearing the middle-aged man's words, the 2 men carefully examined the injuries of the 3 ninjas. They became more and more surprised. One of them shouted loudly, "Come and look at this." Hearing the shout, the 2 hurried over and saw it was a common leaf. But what was unusual was that the leaf was stuck in a stone on the ground. Seeing this, the most skilled man among the 3 said seriously, "We keep records of all powerful cultivators. As far as I know, there are no strong martial artists here. But look at this leaf piercing through the ninja's thigh and still stuck in the stone. The leaf isn't damaged at all. This person's cultivation level is at least at the innate stage." The other 2 gasped. Innate stage? That's a very powerful martial artist. When you encounter someone at this level, even many cultivators in the later stages are no match. The leading man took out his phone, snapped a few photos of the leaf, and then said, "We should quickly take these 3 away from here to avoid any accidents." Meanwhile, Lu Xiaochuan had returned home. Just as he was about to put his hand into his ring, he heard Lu Daiyong's voice outside the yard. "Xiaochuan, are you home?" Lu Xiaochuan hurriedly walked out of his room and saw Lu Daiyong outside the yard. He asked, "Daiyong, what do you want to see me about?" Seeing Lu Xiaochuan, Lu Daiyong's eyes lit up and he happily said, "Brother Xiaochuan, my dad can get out of bed and walk now. I wanted to come over and check if there's anything to watch out for." After hearing this, Lu Xiaochuan also happily replied, "Great, let's go quickly." The 2 left Lu Xiaochuan's house, walking a few dozen meters to Daiyong's home. When they reached the door, they saw Daiyong's father supporting himself against the wall while walking. Although he moved slowly, his face showed satisfaction and excitement that couldn't be hidden. Lu Xiaochuan stepped forward and helped Daiyong's father sit in a chair, then said, "Uncle, I see you're recovering well. Now I'll check on you, and also help strengthen your health." Daiyong's father smiled and said, "I don't even know what to say. Xiaochuan, you are truly my benefactor." Lu Xiaochuan replied, "Uncle, you shouldn't say that. Our 2 families are close, So don't be so formal. While checking on Dayong's father, Lu Xiaochuan found his recovery was quite good. He used his spiritual energy to help him improve further. He estimated that in 3 days, Dayong's father would be able to walk normally again. After leaving Dayong's house, Lu Xiaochuan returned home. He checked the time and thought Xiaoqing should be free now, so he took out his phone and called Lu Xiaoqing. When the call connected, Xiaoqing happily said, "Brother, is there something you want to talk about?" Lu Xiaochuan smiled and replied, "Why can't I call you just to chat?" Xiaoqing teased, "I didn't mean it that way. By the way, brother, I have an exam in about 10 days. After the exam, I'll have a holiday. You'll come to pick me up then, right?" Lu Xiaochuan said. "Okay, I got it." "Has anyone been bothering or bullying you at school lately?" Xiaoqing smiled and said, "Actually, no one's bothering me now. That guy Fij, he's been wandering around the school every few days. The troublemakers around the school have disappeared," Lu Xiaochuan said. "That's good. Be careful and call me if you run out of money. We've saved up a bit at home now, so don't worry about food or clothes, okay?" "Got it, brother. When you earn money, I'll spend it, ha." Meanwhile, at a secret base somewhere, the man Lu Xiaochuan saved and 2 other men handed over 3 ninjas to their subordinates, then headed toward an office. They reached the door, knocked, and a stern voice came from inside. "Come in." After the 3 of them entered, the room was very simply decorated. In front of a table sat a man in his 50s. When he saw the 3 come in together, he asked, "Is there something important?" The leader of the 3 replied, "Team leader, today during our mission, we found a master, but we didn't see the person." The man in his 50s looked surprised and asked, "Where was this? How strong is his skill?" Then the 3 explained everything from start to finish and showed him a photo. The team leader looked at the photo for a while and suddenly said, "This person is definitely a master, someone who can compare with those at headquarters. You should secretly investigate the surrounding area. Remember, don't be too obvious. Since he doesn't want to be seen, he must be a reclusive expert. It would be best if he joins the dragon group, but don't force him if he refuses." Over 10 days passed. Every day, Lu Xiaochuan trained and also checked the vegetable seedlings in the backyard garden. During these days, Lu Xiaochuan watered all the seedlings with diluted spring water. The vegetables started to grow small fruits, and the watermelons began to blossom and bear fruit. Lu Xiaochuan estimated that in about 10 days, the first batch of vegetables would be ready to harvest. Once the first batch was picked, new vegetables would keep ripening, creating a continuous cycle. When Lu Xiaochuan returned from the garden, Dahu and Hu followed behind. They had grown quite large now, looking like tigers. Lu Xiaochuan was afraid to let them drink spring water anymore because they had grown too big, and he was worried someone might notice. At that moment, Lu Xiaochuan's phone rang. He answered and found it was his sister, Lu Xiaoqing. "Xiaoqing, is it time for a holiday?" Lu Xiaochuan asked on the phone. Xiaoqing excitedly replied, "Yes, brother. Remember to come pick me up tomorrow morning." Lu Xiaochuan smiled and said, "Okay, I'll come to get you first thing tomorrow morning." After hanging up, Lu Xiaochuan headed to Lu Dayong's house. When Lu Dayong saw Lu Xiaochuan, he happily said, "Xiaochuan, come in and sit. I'll make some tea for you." Lu Xiaochuan waved his hand and said, "No need. I just want to borrow the tricycle. Xiaoqing has a holiday tomorrow, so I'll go pick her up." Lu Dayong then said, "Let's go together tomorrow. It's been a long time since I went to the county, and it would be good to take a look around." At this moment, Lu Dayong's father returned. After more than 10 days, he could now walk normally like a regular person. Seeing Lu Xiaochuan, he happily said, "Xiaochuan, it's so good to see you. Do you have any plans this afternoon? If not, I can cook a few dishes and we can have some drinks." Suddenly, Lu Xiaochuan remembered something and said to Dayong's father, "Uncle, now that you mention it, I just remembered I want to build a large greenhouse. My vegetables will be ready for harvest in about 10 days, and it will take over a month to finish harvesting. When the weather gets cooler, without a greenhouse, I'd waste the whole winter." Dayong's father listened and replied, "That's a good idea, but building a large greenhouse costs quite a bit of money. You also need to plan the timing well, so it's ready when the weather turns cold." Lu Xiaochuan thought about his current funds. He wouldn't have enough money until the vegetables were harvested and sold. He estimated the time and said to Dayong's father, "Uncle, I plan to build the greenhouse in 20 days. You know more about this, so I'd like you to help me keep an eye on it. I'll pay you 120 yuan a day." Dayong's father quickly said, "Xiaochuan, that's not necessary. If it weren't for you, I'd still be lying in bed. I can't take your money to watch over the greenhouse construction. Oh, by the way, have you chosen the land for the greenhouse?" Lu Xiaochuan replied, "I'll go to the village chief's house later and talk to him about it. I want a bigger piece of land." Dayong's father immediately said, "No need to go to the village chief. I have a large piece of land not far from your place, enough for the greenhouse. Would that work?" Lu Xiaochuan's eyes lit up and said, "Sure, as long as the land is big enough. I'll pay the village's rental price, 500 yuan per acre per year. What do you think, uncle?" At first, Dayong's father refused. But when Lu Xiaochuan insisted, he finally agreed, saying he wouldn't build the greenhouse elsewhere. The next day, early in the morning, Lu Xiaochuan went to Dayong's house. Seeing that Dayong was ready, the two rode a tricycle toward the county town. Half an hour later, after arriving in the county, Dayong got off the vehicle and said he would go to pick up his sister. He was going to buy some things for his father while Lu Xiaochuan stayed behind. After parting from Dayong, Lu Xiaochuan went to the entrance of Lu Xiaoqing's school. Soon, he saw Lu Xiaoqing carrying a suitcase as she came out of the school gate. Lu Xiaochuan quickly went over, took the suitcase, and placed it in the car. After Lu Xiaoqing got on the tricycle, Lu Xiaochuan rode the tricycle forward. They arrived at the busiest street in the county town and stopped the tricycle to wait for Dayong. At this moment, Lu Xiaochuan saw a nearby lottery shop. His eyes lit up, and he took Lu Xiaoqing inside. Inside the lottery shop, there were only 2 or 3 people studying the tickets. Lu Xiaochuan approached the shop owner and asked, "Can we choose our own scratch cards here?" The owner nodded, took out a box filled with various types of scratch cards. Lu Xiaochuan used his spiritual awareness to scan the cards. Soon, he found that none of these scratch cards had big prizes, but many of them had prizes worth thousands. Lu Xiaochuan selected a few winning scratch cards, choosing them carefully, then picked some non-winning ones to keep up appearances. The owner counted the cards Lu Xiaochuan picked and said, "That will be 160 yuan. Lu Xiaoqing, anxious, said to Lu Xiaochuan, "Brother, these things are all fake. Don't spend this money. Save it instead." Lu Xiaochuan smiled and replied, "It's okay, just for fun." After paying, Lu Xiaochuan sat down nearby, handed Lu Xiaoqing 5 scratch cards, and started scratching his own. Soon, Lu Xiaoqing let out a loud scream, startling everyone in the shop. Lu Xiaochuan asked deliberately, "What's wrong, Xiaoqing?" Excitedly, Lu Xiaoqing said, "I won, brother. I won." 3,000 yuan. The shop owner and some other customers looked at Lu Xiaoqing with envy because winning money so easily was impressive. But moments later, both Lu Xiaoqing and Lu Xiaochuan kept winning, shocking everyone in the shop. In just a short time, they had won a total of 18,000 yuan. After claiming their prizes, the two happily left the shop and headed toward the tricycle. Meanwhile, the 3 other customers in the shop were going crazy. One of them bought dozens of scratch cards but only won a few tens of yuan, with nothing else. They were almost in tears, feeling utterly hopeless. After about 10 minutes, Lu Dayong returned carrying a bag. When Lu Xiaoqing saw him, she happily shouted, "Brother Dayong, long time no see." Lu Dayong also smiled and said, "Xiaoqing, you are getting more and more beautiful." Next to them, Lu Xiaochuan quickly said, "Can you two stop complimenting each other? You're giving me a headache. Hurry up and get in the car. We're going home." Back at home, Lu Xiaochuan parked the tricycle at Dayong's house, then took Lu Xiaoqing to their own door. They saw 2 big dogs run out, jumping at their feet and wagging their tails happily. Lu Xiaoqing was surprised to see Dahu and Eru and asked, "Brother, it's only been a short time. How did Dahu and Eru grow so big?" Lu Xiaochuan smiled and said, "Maybe because I feed them well. From now on, Dahu and Eru will be our gatekeepers." They entered the yard. Lu Xiaochuan told Lu Xiaoqing, "Play for a while. I'll go get you something to eat. You didn't eat this morning, so you must be hungry." While Lu Xiaochuan was in the kitchen cooking, a man appeared at the gate. Dahu and Eru started barking loudly at him and formed a two-sided blockade around him. Lu Xiaochuan, inside the kitchen, had already noticed the man. But he didn't come out because he recognized him. It was the man Lu Xiaochuan had saved from the pirates a few days ago. Lu Xiaochuan knew this man might be here to find him, so he decided not to show himself to avoid revealing anything. At this moment, Lu Xiaoqing stopped Dahu and Eru from rushing forward and asked the man, "Who are you? What do you want from our house?" The man looked surprised at Dahu and Eru, then politely said to Lu Xiaoqing, "Hello, I'm here visiting from outside. I also want to ask you about something." Lu Xiaoqing said, "Oh, go ahead and ask." The man asked, "Are there any powerful people here, like martial artists or strong fighters?" Lu Xiaoqing immediately said, "My brother knows martial arts, and he's very strong. More than 10 people couldn't compare to him." He proudly lifted his head, acting as if he himself was very impressive. At this moment, Lu Xiaochuan, in the kitchen, helplessly came out and gave Lu Xiaoqing a sharp look. He said to her, "Go cook. I have something to deal with." Lu Xiaoqing saw Lu Xiaochuan's expression, lowered her head, and ran straight into the kitchen. Lu Xiaochuan waved his hand again. Dahu and who also arrived at the door of the kitchen and quietly lay down. Lu Xiaochuan ignored the bright-eyed man and said, "Are you here for sightseeing? Well, you're in the right place. Although our economy isn't developed, the scenery is top-notch because we have no pollution, with green mountains and clear waters." The man kept looking at Lu Xiaochuan and said, "I heard your sister say you're very capable. I wonder if I can see for myself." Lu Xiaochuan frowned and replied, "It's nothing special. I just learned some farming skills from an old man a while ago. There's nothing to show off." Suddenly, the man said to Lu Xiaochuan, "I know you're the person who saved me in the mountains some time ago." Lu Xiaochuan was surprised and asked, "How do you know?" But before he finished, he saw the man smiling at him, and Lu Xiaochuan realized he had been tricked. The man had used a sudden approach to deceive him. Lu Xiaochuan's social experience was too shallow. Feeling a murderous intent, Lu Xiaochuan's expression turned cold, and he locked onto the man tightly. Then he asked, "What do you want from me?" The man was so frightened by Lu Xiaochuan's killing aura that his clothes were soaked through. He felt that any move he made could cost him his life. He struggled to take out a small red notebook from his pocket and handed it to Lu Xiaochuan. Lu Xiaochuan opened it and saw that it listed Long Group Member Zhou Bin, 4th Division Member, Major. There was also a steel seal and a gold dragon pattern. After reading, Lu Xiaochuan retracted his killing intent, returned the red notebook to the man, and said, "Are you Zhou Bin? Honestly, I saved you by coincidence last time. I don't want to be disturbed. Please don't bother me in the future. I just want to be a peaceful farmer." Zhou Bin said, "I think I should call you Senior. Senior, with your great skills, why not contribute to the country? You're wasting your talent here. I hope you'll consider joining the Long Group." Lu Xiaochuan replied calmly, "I dislike being disturbed and prefer peace. You can leave now." After speaking, he entered the house. Zhou Bin wanted to follow, but at that moment, Dahu and who had already come in front of him, baring their teeth and approaching him. Feeling helpless, Zhou Bin had no choice but to leave and go back to explain the situation to the team leader. After Lu Xiaoqing finished cooking, she was eating with Lu Xiaochuan. Lu Xiaoqing asked, "Brother, what was that man here for just now?" Lu Xiaochuan, eating, replied, "He was just a tourist here, looking for someone skilled in martial arts to learn from." Lu Xiaoqing nodded and said, "Brother, can you teach me martial arts too? Then I can protect myself in the future." Lu Xiaochuan said, "Sure. Starting tomorrow morning at 6, get up early and practice the basics with me. Once you master the basics, I'll teach you real martial arts." The next morning, Lu Xiaochuan pulled Lu Xiaoqing out of bed and began teaching her how to stand firm and kick. At first, Lu Xiaoqing felt a bit regretful. Why wake up early and learn martial arts instead of sleeping in? Initially, she found it very painful, but after several days, she gradually got used to it. Now, she no longer needed Lu Xiaochuan to wake her up, and her basic movements looked more natural. That day, after practicing and having breakfast, Lu Xiaochuan noticed a car approaching the gate. When he sensed who was inside, he sighed because what was supposed to happen was happening. Soon, Zhou arrived with a man in his 50s at the gate. Just as he was about to knock, Lu Xiaochuan said, "Come in, the door isn't locked." Zhou and the man in his 50s entered. Lu Xiaochuan told Lu Shaoqing to take Da Hu and Air Hu to see the vegetable fields behind. Zhou then approached Lu Xiaochuan, pointing at the man and saying, "Hello, senior. Sorry to bother you. This is my superior, Qian Chongsheng." Qian Chongsheng stepped forward, shook hands with Lu Xiaochuan, and said, "Hello, my name is Qian Chongsheng. May I ask your name?" Lu Xiaochuan replied, "My name is Lu Xiaochuan. You can call me Xiaochuan." Qian Chongsheng chuckled and said, "Then I'll just call you Xiaochuan. Today, I mainly want to discuss something with you." Lu Xiaochuan directly said, "I understand your purpose, but I prefer peace and quiet, so please don't come looking for me. I am just a lawful farmer." Qian Chongsheng smiled and said, "Xiaochuan, you have such strong martial skills. If you just hide here as a farmer, it would be a waste. I can agree to this. If you join the dragon group, everything will be free for you. Unless there is a mission, no one will bother your life. And think about it, once you join the dragon group, you will have an identity. It will be much easier for you to do anything in the future. I hope you will consider this carefully, Xiaochuan." Lu Xiaochuan listened to him but still refused. "I told you, I don't like being disturbed, and I don't want to be involved with any forces. You guys can leave now, I won't see you off." However, Qian Chongsheng didn't leave. Instead, he continued, "You just graduated from Tianhai University and haven't entered society yet. Some things can't be avoided just because you want to. Remember, with your current skills, you'll be discovered sooner or later. In the martial world, people can't always do what they want. I'm telling you this for your own good. Think about it." Under Qian Chongsheng's persistent persuasion, Lu Xiaochuan started to think. He thought for a long time and realized that if what Qian Chongsheng said was true, that without missions he could be free, then joining the group might not be a bad idea. At least it would protect him and Lu Shaoqing. After thinking for a while, Lu Xiaochuan sighed, "Okay, I'll join, but I don't want anyone to bother me when I have no missions. Also, don't give me ordinary missions because I have too many and won't have time to manage my land. I still need to farm." Hearing this, Qian Chongsheng and Zhou both looked at each other with surprised expressions. Without hesitation, Qian Chongsheng said, "No problem with these conditions." He then took out a form from his bag, filled it out completely, and wrote, "Early innate stage," in the cultivation level section. After everything was done, Qian Chongsheng said, "First, welcome to the Dragon Group family. Your information still needs to be approved. It will take about 10 days for your documents to be ready. When they are, I'll have someone deliver them to you. We'll be leaving now." Lu Xiaochuan nodded, saw the two off, and watched their car drive away. He shook his head and muttered, "I originally wanted to quietly farm and practice, but I didn't expect my peaceful life to be broken so quickly. I wonder if joining the dragon group was the right choice." A week passed quietly. Lu Xiaochuan stood by his vegetable field, feeling very excited as he saw the vegetables ready for harvest. He took out his phone and called Wang Fu. When the call connected, Wang Fu laughed loudly and said, "Brother Lu, why are you calling me today?" Lu Xiaochuan replied, "Old Wang, my vegetables are ready for harvest. You can send someone to pick them up." After saying this, he heard a sound of something dropping on the ground from the phone. Wang Fu then loudly said, "What did you say? The vegetables are ready? Really? It's only been a little over a month." Lu Xiaochuan smiled and said, "If you don't want them, I can sell to someone else." Wang Fu quickly responded, "Brother Lu, please don't. I'll send someone right away. Keep all the vegetables for me. I want as much as you have." After hanging up, Lu Xiaochuan called De Yong and his father. The three started picking vegetables. Soon, Lu Xiaochuan's sister, Lu Shaoqing, joined them. In half an hour, they collected 6 baskets of tomatoes and cucumbers, plus 6 woven bags of peppers and eggplants. Lu Xiaochuan thought they had enough and stopped. Just then, he sensed the vegetable transport truck arriving. He asked Lu Shaoqing to lead the truck forward. As Lu Shaoqing walked ahead, she muttered, "Why can't I hear the truck coming?" The vegetable transport was still operated by the same two people as before. When they arrived, they began weighing the vegetables. After weighing, they loaded the vegetables onto the truck and started billing. When the bill was settled, both De Yong and his father were shocked. The total was 13,800 yuan. After the transport left, De Yong's father asked Lu Xiaochuan, "Brother Lu, why are your vegetables so expensive? We've only harvested less than a third, and this is just the first batch. The later vegetables will be more. How much will they sell for?" Lu Xiaochuan smiled and said, "Uncle, now you see that I can make money from these vegetables. In a few days, you can help me build a greenhouse, and De Yong can help me harvest vegetables. Next year, we can both build new houses together." De Yong's father also happily said, "Good, Xiaochuan, you really are promising." Then he said to De Yong, "Follow brother Xiaochuan well. Next year, you'll build a new house and get married." De Yong is a brave and manly man. When he heard his father's words, his face instantly turned red. This scene made Lu Xiaoqing laugh happily nearby. Then Lu Xiaoqing looked at the watermelons and cantaloupes in the field. They are not ripe yet and probably need about 10 more days. Once they are ready, the money from selling them will come steadily. Next year, they can use the money to build roads and houses. In the afternoon, Wang Fu called. Lu Xiaoqing thought something was wrong and asked immediately, "What's the matter, Brother Wang? Is there something going on?" Wang Fu happily replied, "Little brother, I need more vegetables tomorrow. Better than today. I'll have someone come early in the morning to pick them up." Lu Xiaoqing said happily, "Okay, just have them come directly to pick up tomorrow." Then Lu Xiaoqing found Dayong and told him, "Find a few honest and hardworking people in the village. Lead them. From now on, whenever there's vegetable picking or farm work, let them do it. Pay each of them 100 yuan a day." Dayong asked, "Brother Xiaoqing, is 100 yuan too much? That's even higher than the wages in the county town." Lu Xiaoqing said, "No problem. Since we're all from the same village, give them a little more. Oh, and your pay can't be lower than theirs. You'll get 150 yuan a day." Hearing this, Dayong was happy and said, "Don't worry, Brother Xiaoqing. I will do my best to do the job well." So, Dayong found 4 reliable and hardworking people in the village, 2 men and 2 women. As long as Lu Xiaoqing arranged for vegetable picking, everyone would arrive early the next morning to harvest all the vegetables in advance. Over the next 7 or 8 days, they harvested vegetables 4 times. Now Lu Xiaoqing's savings reached 100,000 yuan, which was a very good start. Today, Lu Xiaoqing planned to go to the county town because the watermelons and cantaloupes were ripe. He tasted them and found them incredibly delicious, better than anything he had ever eaten before. Lu Xiaoqing told Lu Xiaoqing to stay at home and took a woven bag with 2 watermelons and 4 or 5 cantaloupes. He rode his tricycle toward the county town. Since he didn't know anyone in the county, Lu Xiaoqing went straight to Fumin Building. He wanted to find Wang Fu to see if he could sell the watermelons and cantaloupes. When he arrived at Fumin Building, Lu Xiaoqing parked his tricycle and carried the woven bag inside. But as soon as he entered the lobby, a waiter stopped him. The waiter looked at Lu Xiaochuan with a disdainful expression and said, "Hey, what are you here for?" Lu Xiaochuan smiled and replied, "I'm here to see your boss. I have something to discuss with him." The waiter looked Lu Xiaochuan up and down, rolled his eyes, and said, "Still looking for the boss? I think you're just here to beg for food. Hurry up and leave. If other customers see you, they'll complain again." A flicker of displeasure crossed Lu Xiaochuan's eyes. He coldly said, "I'm here to see your boss. Please speak more respectfully." At this moment, a middle-aged man approached loudly and asked, "What's going on here?" The waiter immediately changed his attitude and said to the middle-aged man, "Manager Wu. This person says he's here to see the boss and has something to tell him." Manager Wu looked at Lu Xiaochuan and told the waiter, "What? Looking for the boss? Call security quickly and have him thrown out. If you can't handle this, do you not want to work here anymore?" The waiter quickly bent down and said submissively, "Yes, manager. I'll call security right away to remove him." Then he took out a walkie-talkie and shouted, "Security! Security! Someone is causing trouble in the lobby. Come quickly and remove him." After calling, the waiter looked at Lu Xiaochuan coldly and said, "If you refuse to leave, I will throw you out myself." Less than a minute after the call, four security guards arrived. The waiter pointed at Lu Xiaochuan and said, "That's him. Get him out." The four security guards looked at Lu Xiaochuan, then approached him. One of them said, "Sir, please leave," and made a polite gesture. Lu Xiaochuan replied coldly, "Don't rush. Maybe soon, it won't be me leaving." While speaking, Lu Xiaochuan took out his old-fashioned phone and called Wang Fu. Lu Xiaochuan held his phone and called Wang Fu. The nearby waiter looked at him with a sneer and said sarcastically, "Stop pretending. If you don't leave now, do you believe I'll have you hospitalized?" The call connected and Wang Fu happily said, "Brother, why are you calling me?" Lu Xiaochuan said, "Brother Wang, I'm right here in the lobby of Human Building. Someone's trying to throw me out. If you don't come soon, I'll really be kicked out by them." After Lu Xiaochuan finished speaking, he hung up the phone. At that moment, the lobby manager came over loudly scolding, "Why are you still here? You've lost your bonus for this month, and you can't even handle such simple things." He lifted his foot to kick Lu Xiaochuan. Lu Xiaochuan moved quickly, and everyone around couldn't see what happened, but the lobby manager was suddenly thrown backward. Just then, Wang Fu came down from upstairs. Seeing the scene, he quickly walked over to Lu Xiaochuan and smiled. "Brother, why didn't you tell me you were coming?" Lu Xiaochuan smiled and replied, "I was in a hurry to see Brother Wang, so I forgot to say." At this moment, the waiter and the stunned lobby manager, who had just gotten up, were completely speechless. "What's going on?" "You know Boss Wang, so why are you dressed like that? And what's with the torn bag on your back? Is this some kind of joke?" Wang Fu led Lu Xiaochuan upstairs, saying as they walked, "You two don't need to come back tomorrow. This Human Building can't hold people who look down on others." The lobby manager and the waiter looked pale because finding a good job at Human Building wasn't easy, high pay and good benefits. Now it was all over. As Wang Fu walked, he said, "You came just in time today. I'm going to introduce you to some important people." Lu Xiaochuan didn't mind. He had already met the Dragon Group people, so ordinary occasions wouldn't scare him. Soon, they reached a private room on the third floor. When they pushed the door open, they saw two people inside, both appearing to be in their 30s. Wang Fu entered and smiled. "Secretary Li, Director Zheng, let me introduce you. This is Lu Xiaochuan, my supplier of quality vegetables. Brother, this is our county's Secretary Li Wei, and this is our County Public Security Bureau Director Zheng Gang." Lu Xiaochuan stepped forward and shook hands with both, smiling. "Hello, Secretary Li. Hello, Director Zheng." Then the four sat down. Secretary Li said, "Lu Xiaochuan, I'll just call you Brother Lu, like Wang always does. Your vegetables really caused me trouble. Ever since my family ate them, they don't want to eat meat anymore. They only want to eat your vegetables. But there's just not enough, so they can't eat them every day." Zheng Gang, sitting nearby, also said, "Yes, our family is the same." At this point, Lu Xiaochuan said, "Isn't it true that we're not supposed to indulge in big feasts anymore? You guys still dare to come to such an upscale place to eat?" Lu Xiaochuan's words instantly made the entire private room go quiet. After a moment, Li Wei smiled and said, "Brother Lu, you're really funny. We're not here to eat and drink extravagantly. Zheng and I are paying for ourselves. Besides, look, we only ordered 2 dishes. We're worried about wasting food if we can't finish it. We're not the kind of people who eat excessively." At this moment, Wang Fu suddenly asked, "By the way, brother, you said earlier that you came to see me about something. What is it?" Lu Xiaochuan took the woven bag on the floor and placed it on the table, took out some fragrant melons and 2 big watermelons, and said to Wang Fu, "Big brother Wang, these are the watermelons and melons I just grew. Try some. I mainly want to find someone to sell them. I thought of you." Wang Fu's eyes lit up when he saw the watermelons and melons. He immediately called the waiter over to bring a watermelon knife and cut open a large watermelon. As soon as the watermelon was cut open, the room was filled with the fresh scent of watermelon, making the 3 of them feel like they were drooling. Soon, Wang Fu finished cutting the watermelon, and the others couldn't help but start eating. The room was silent except for the sound of eating watermelon. In less than a minute, the three of them finished the entire large watermelon. Lu Xiaochuan watched quietly, a confident smile on his face. After finishing the watermelon, Wang Fu excitedly grabbed Lu Xiaochuan's hand and said, "Brother, I'll buy all your watermelons." 8 yuan per gene? No, 10 yuan per gene. Li Wei, standing nearby, suddenly said, "Brother Lu, can you promote planting these watermelons across the whole county?" "Don't worry, as long as you're willing. I'll take charge and support the promotion fully so that all the villagers can get rich." Lu Xiaochuan smiled bitterly and said, "Sorry, Li Secretary, I can only grow these watermelons myself. I can't promote them widely. Otherwise, they would have been everywhere long ago." "That's a pity," Li Wei sighed. Then they all tasted the fragrant melons. Suddenly, they felt that their previous lives had been wasted, as they had never tasted such delicious fruit before. Finally, Wang Fu excitedly agreed to buy the watermelons and melons from Lu Xiaochuan. The watermelons would be sold at 10 yuan per gene and the melons at 15 yuan per gene. After the deal was settled, Wang Fu kept saying he was getting a great bargain. After everything was decided, they started chatting casually. At that moment, Lu Xiaochuan looked at Zheng Gang and said, "I think Director Zheng seems to have some health issues." Zheng Gang looked at Lu Xiaochuan in surprise and asked, "Oh, Brother Lu, can you see what's wrong with my body?" Li Wei nearby was also quite shocked because few people knew about Zheng Gang's health issues, and it was even less likely that Lu Xiaochuan could know unless he truly had special skills. "Director Zheng, is your left shoulder injured? And has it been a long time?" Lu Xiaochuan confidently asked. Zheng Gang looked at Lu Xiaochuan in astonishment and said, "That's right. I was injured during a mission when a criminal shot me with a homemade gun. Since then, whenever my shoulder gets cold, it hurts deeply, very uncomfortable." Wang Fu asked in surprise, "Brother Lu, how did you figure that out?" Lu Xiaochuan smiled and replied, "Because I am a doctor, so I can see it." Everyone in the room was shocked by Lu Xiaochuan, especially Wang Fu, who asked, "Brother, aren't you a farmer? How did you become a doctor? Who says farmers can't be doctors?" "I am a living example," Lu Xiaochuan said with a smile. After hearing Lu Xiaochuan, Zheng Gang started to believe a little and asked cautiously, "Brother Lu, do you think my illness can be cured?" Lu Xiaochuan smiled and said, "Since I can see it, I can also treat it. How about I start the treatment now?" Zheng Gang nodded happily. Yes, yes. Please go ahead." Zheng Gang had suffered a lot from this injury over the years. The hospital couldn't treat it, only using medication to suppress the pain, but eventually the medicine stopped working. Now he saw a glimmer of hope and was very excited. Lu Xiaochuan walked in front of Zheng Gang, reaching into his coat pocket, actually to hide the silver needle he was taking out from his ring. He used spiritual energy to cleanse the silver needle, killing any bacteria on it, then began inserting the needles into Zheng Gang. Soon, his shoulder was covered with silver needles. Because each needle carried a trace of spiritual energy, once inside Zheng Gang's body, the needles not only stimulated the acupoints, but also used the spiritual energy to eliminate the root cause of the illness, the cold air attached to the bones. At this moment, Zheng Gang only felt a warm sensation in his shoulder, followed by a slight chill. After a moment, Lu Xiaochuan removed the needles. Li Wei, standing nearby, was surprised and asked, "Is it finished already?" Li Xiaochuan smiled and said, "That's right. Everything is fine now. Just make sure your shoulders don't get cold or catch a chill in the coming days." At this moment, Zheng Gang felt his shoulders were very relaxed. The long-lost comfort returned to him, and he happily said, "Brother Lu, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. If it weren't for you, I don't know how much trouble I'd have to go through in my life." Li Xiaochuan waved his hand and said, "You are Brother Wang's friends, which makes you my friends too."
No need to worry about this.
Li Wei and Zheng Gang also said together, "Exactly. Today we are friends. If you need help in the future, just ask. But remember, no breaking the rules, okay?" Then Wang Fu laughed loudly and said, "Don't worry, I know Brother Lu well. He's a good person." The group exchanged phone numbers. Because Li Wei and Zheng Gang had many things to handle, they left early. Li Xiaochuan smiled and said to Wang Fu, "When do you plan to go pick watermelons and melons? The first batch should be smaller, but later there will be more. I'm worried you won't be able to handle so many alone, Brother Wang." Wang Fu smiled and said, "Don't worry, little brother. The big hotel in the city is about to open soon. When that happens, we might not be able to supply enough vegetables, watermelons, and melons. I plan to set a limit on how many each person can buy, so the wealthy will be eager to get them." Li Xiaochuan was surprised and said, "Brother Wang, you're really impressive. The big hotel in the city is already open. That's amazing." Wang Fu sighed and said, "If I had other choices, I'd rather be like you, farming peacefully in the countryside. It's much more comfortable. We can't envy that anymore." Then Wang Fu took out a gold card and handed it to Li Xiaochuan, saying, "This is my Fumanlu gold card. From now on, whenever you go to any Fumanlu restaurant, you can get free meals with this card." After some insistence from both sides, Li Xiaochuan had no choice but to accept the gold card. He then said farewell and left, because early the next morning, Wang Fu would send people to pick watermelons and vegetables. Li Xiaochuan needed to go home quickly and arrange the workers. Back home, Li Xiaochuan found De Yong and told him to prepare early for tomorrow's vegetable and melon harvest. He asked him to split the workers into 2 groups and work quickly, because picking watermelons early in the morning when it's cool makes them taste better. After organizing everything, Li Xiaochuan took Da Hu and Er Hu toward the fields. Li Xiaoqing followed behind like a little shadow, sticking close to Li Xiaochuan. Soon, Lu Xiaochuan arrived at the construction site of the greenhouse. The villagers working there greeted him, and he responded politely. At this moment, Daxiong's father came over and said to Lu Xiaochuan, "Xiaochuan, at this speed, the project will be finished in about 10 days. Once the walls are dry, we can start planting. Uncle, there's no rush to plant now. The vegetables and fruits on the land are enough for now. When the crops are nearing the end of their growing cycle, we can plant about 25 days in advance." After chatting with Daxiong's father for a while, Lu Xiaochuan took Lu Xiaoqing along, followed by Dahu and Eru, and they walked to an open space at the foot of the mountain. Lu Xiaoqing looked at Lu Xiaochuan, who was observing the surroundings, and asked curiously, "Brother, what are you looking at? Is there something interesting here?" Lu Xiaochuan replied, "I want to plant peach trees here." "Xiaoqing, what do you think?" Lu Xiaoqing looked at him in surprise and said, "Brother, this place is so big. If we plant only peaches, how much money would that cost? You can't just do whatever you want." Lu Xiaochuan smiled and said, "Relax, it's just a thought for now. We're far from starting. Let's go back. It's almost dark, and we should rest early. Tomorrow, we need to get up early to pick watermelons." Hearing about watermelons, Lu Xiaoqing's eyes lit up. She hurried to catch up with Lu Xiaochuan, hugging his arm, and said, "Brother, I want to pick watermelons tomorrow too, okay?" Lu Xiaochuan affectionately patted her head and replied, "Sure, tomorrow our little princess will get up early to pick watermelons." Back home, Lu Xiaochuan and Lu Xiaoqing prepared a simple meal. Since Lu Xiaoqing had eaten a melon earlier and wasn't hungry, they only ate a few bites and felt full. Then, Lu Xiaochuan told Lu Xiaoqing to rest while he entered his ring. Inside the ring, Lu Xiaochuan began practicing. Soon, a lot of spiritual energy gathered around him. He absorbed the energy into his body and started circulating it. As he did, some tiny, blocked meridians in his body gradually opened. With more meridians opening, Lu Xiaochuan's strength slowly increased. Because of the time flow inside the ring, by the next morning, Lu Xiaochuan successfully broke through to the mid-stage of the Qi training realm. According to martial arts standards, this is the middle stage of the innate realm. However, since Lu Xiaochuan is a cultivator, he is much stronger than a martial artist at the same level. After successfully breaking through, Lu Xiaochuan felt refreshed and much stronger. He was in a good mood. He took off his ring and saw that the sun was rising on the distant horizon and the sky was getting brighter. At this moment, Lu Deong had brought 12 people, both men and women, to Lu Xiaochuan's house. Lu Xiaochuan went outside directly and said to everyone, "Good morning, everyone. Thanks for your hard work. In a little while, for people will pick vegetables, and the rest will pick watermelons and melons. Remember, pick only the ripe watermelons, leave the unripe ones. Okay, let's get started quickly and finish before 8:30. More than 10 villagers, along with the restless Lu Xiaoqing, finished harvesting all the vegetables and fruits by 8 o'clock. Just then, the truck sent by Wang Fu arrived at Lu Xiaochuan's house. There were 3 trucks this time because watermelons and melons are hard to carry, so they couldn't load too many. Lu Xiaochuan arranged for someone to weigh the vegetables and watermelons. A man who came along said to Lu Xiaochuan, "Mr. Lu, our boss said he will transfer the money directly to you this time. Please give me your bank card number and I will send it to him." Lu Xiaochuan nodded and said, "Okay, that's pretty convenient. When I was in college, I did part-time jobs and the wages were paid by card. It's very easy." Everyone loaded the vegetables and watermelons onto the trucks. Just then, Lu Xiaochuan's phone received a message, a bank deposit notification. The total was 40,000 yuan. It should have been 38,900 yuan, but maybe Wang Fu rounded it up. Lu Xiaochuan smiled wryly, but didn't mind. After the trucks left, Lu Xiaochuan settled everyone's wages. The villagers looked at him with envy. One villager said, "Xiaochuan, I didn't expect your vegetables and watermelons to be so valuable. The ones we grow only sell for a few cents or a yuan. We can't earn much in a year. Your one day's work is like 2 or 3 years of our income." Lu Xiaochuan smiled and said, "This is just the beginning. When my scale gets bigger, I'll need more people to help. I hope you uncles and aunts can lend a hand then." The villagers all said, "Xiaochuan, don't worry. Just tell us if you need help. We'll come. And you're paying such high wages. We really appreciate you." Lu Xiaochuan looked at the simple villagers and felt warm inside because, although their family conditions were not good, they did not envy Lu Xiaochuan for making a lot of money. The next day, all the villagers in Tianhe village knew that Lu Xiaochuan's vegetables, watermelons, and other produce sold for high prices. More job opportunities would come, and the wages offered were much higher than outside. Everyone in Tianhe village was very happy because Lu Xiaochuan was doing well. They also had work to do and believed things would get better for them too. Over time, Lu Xiaochuan's vegetables, watermelons, and melons produced more and more. At the same time, Wang Fu's big hotel in the city was also doing well. With Lu Xiaochuan's produce, more people came, and the place quickly gained popularity. Business was good, so Lu Xiaochuan's vegetables and fruits could be sold steadily, avoiding delays in harvesting. After some time, Lu Xiaochuan saved up 480,000 yuan. For him, this was a huge amount, but now it wasn't enough. He needed to build a new house, buy a car, and plant peach trees. One noon, Zhou Bin came to visit. Lu Xiaochuan guessed that his official documents had been approved. Sure enough, Zhou Bin brought out a bulging folder and handed it to Lu Xiaochuan, saying, "Senior, inside are your documents, your salary card, and the gun issued to you." Lu Xiaochuan smiled and said, "Don't call me senior anymore. You are older than me. Just call me Xiao Chuan from now on." Zhou Bin immediately shook his head and said, "No, that's not right. Your rank is higher than mine. Maybe I should call you commander?" Lu Xiaochuan helplessly shook his head and said, "All right, just call me senior." Then Lu Xiaochuan opened the folder. Inside, he saw a gun, a bank card, a small red booklet, and a satellite phone. He looked at the gun for a long time, feeling very curious, as boys are usually interested in such things. Then he opened the red booklet and found his name and photo inside. To his surprise, his rank was colonel, which was a high position. But what mattered most wasn't just the rank itself, but the fact that this document carried authority and the power that came with it, power that most people could not imagine. At this moment, Zhou Bin, standing nearby, said, "This bank card is your salary card. Based on your rank, you earn 80,000 yuan a year. If you complete special tasks, there are bonuses too." Lu Xiaochuan was surprised and asked, "Is the salary really that high?" Zhou Bin smiled bitterly and replied, "Joining the dragon team is like signing a life-or-death agreement. You know, we deal with non-human entities and life can be lost at any moment. Do you think this salary is high?" Lu Xiaochuan sighed and said, "Yes, Without your efforts, ordinary people wouldn't have stable lives. By the way, is there money in this card now? Yes, all your first year's salary of 80,000 yuan is in there. Every year at the start of the year, your salary will be transferred to your card in advance. Lu Xiaochuan put his pistol, phone, and ID into his ring to avoid others seeing and asking questions. However, this scene startled Zhou Bin, who asked in surprise, "Senior, how did you do that? Where did your pistol go?" Lu Xiaochuan suddenly realized he had been careless. How could he reveal the secret of his ring in front of others? He chuckled and said, "That's called speed. You can't see it. It's part of my personal ability." After sending Zhou Bin away, Lu Xiaochuan was just about to relax when Lu Shaoqing returned from outside, bringing Da Hu and Air Hu. Since Lu Shaoqing had a holiday, besides practicing martial arts with Lu Xiaochuan every day, she spent the rest of her time studying and running around the village with Da Hu and Air Hu. Lu Xiaochuan called Lu Shaoqing over and said, "Go wash your face. We're going to the county town to buy a car." Lu Shaoqing looked happily at Lu Xiaochuan and then asked, "Are we buying a tricycle or a motorcycle?" Lu Xiaochuan rolled his eyes and said, "Do you look down on your brother that much? Honestly, I want to buy a car. That way, I won't have to worry about getting soaked when I take you to school or pick you up." Lu Shaoqing exclaimed happily, "Really? Are we really going to buy a car?" But just after asking, she added, "Brother, maybe we shouldn't buy one right now. You're in a hurry to spend money and a car isn't cheap. Don't worry, little sister. Your brother is now somewhat wealthy. Buying a car is no problem." So Lu Xiaochuan called De Yong, and they rode a tricycle toward the county town with Lu Shaoqing. On the way, Lu Shaoqing was especially excited, chattering nonstop. Lu Xiaochuan watched her and secretly vowed to give his sister the best life in the future. After the three of them arrived in the county town, they found a car dealership. Since Lu Xiaochuan didn't know much about cars and wasn't set on buying anything specific, he just wanted a car around 200,000 yuan. When they entered, a group of women inside looked at them. No one moved, except for a girl in her early 20s who approached and asked politely, "Hello, are you here to buy a car?" Lu Xiaochuan, noticing her politeness, smiled and replied, "Yes, please tell me about cars around 200,000 yuan, preferably an off-road type." The girl happily led them to an off-road vehicle and started explaining. But before she finished, Lu Xiaochuan interrupted, "That's enough. You don't need to explain. Just tell me the price of this car." The girls smiled awkwardly and said, "Sorry, after all the paperwork, it will be 226,000 yuan. Lu Xiaochuan looked at the car and then said, "Okay, this one then. Let's proceed with the paperwork." However, the girl just stood there without moving. At this moment, Lu Shaoqing nudged her and said, "Miss, it's time to collect the money." Only then did the girl realize what was happening. She had never seen someone so straightforward about buying a car. No negotiations, no discounts, just one look and a purchase. She was momentarily stunned. After Lu Xiaochuan finished all the paperwork and was about to drive away, a voice called out, "Hey, little beauty, why are you hanging out with these two country bumpkins?
Such a shame.
Come with me, I'll make sure you eat well every day." What do you say? It turned out that just as they were about to get into the car, a young man in his 20s, accompanied by two men, saw Lu Xiaoqing's pretty face. That's when the scene unfolded. Lu Xiaoqing's face turned red with anger as she snapped, "Go away. I don't know you. It's simple. Just have dinner with me, and we'll get to know each other," said the young man with a smug look. At this, Lu Dajuan stepped forward and pushed the young man away, angry. "What are you trying to do? Speak with some respect." The young man, pushed back, immediately coldly ordered his two companions, "Break his hands." The two men, hearing the command, rushed toward Lu Dajuan. But they arrived quickly and left just as fast. After flying backward and falling to the ground, they couldn't get up. At this moment, Lu Xiaochuan walked up to the young man and said, "If you dare to say one more disrespectful word to my sister, I promise you won't be able to speak for the rest of your life." The young man was frightened by Lu Xiaochuan's intimidating presence and stumbled back several steps. Lu Xiaochuan ignored him and called Lu Shaoqing and Lu Deong to get into the car. He drove away, heading toward the vehicle registration office to get the license plates. The young man glared fiercely at Lu Xiaochuan as he watched him drive away, then took out his phone and made a call. Meanwhile, everyone at the car dealership was envious of the girl because they saw the clothes Lu Xiaochuan and his companions wore, assuming they had no money, so no one approached them for service. This was a kind of irony. Lu Xiaochuan drove the car with Lu Xiaoqing inside, while Lu Deong rode ahead on a tricycle to lead the way. But after about 10 minutes, they were stopped by 3 cars. 10 or more people got out of the cars, and a man in his 50s stepped out of a luxury car, walking toward Lu Xiaochuan's vehicle. Lu Xiaochuan told Lu Xiaoqing to stay in the car while he got out to meet the man. The man looked at Lu Xiaochuan and said, "Did you just bully my son? If you don't give me an explanation today, none of you will leave." Lu Xiaochuan smiled and asked, "Oh, what kind of explanation do you want?" The man in his 50s said, "I want each of you to give me a hand." "Isn't that reasonable?" Lu Xiaochuan turned to Lu Deong and said, "De Yong, go back to the car first." Lu Deong took a step forward and said, "Brother Xiao, we can handle this together. It's just a fight. Who's afraid?" Lu Xiaochuan slapped him on the back of the head and said, "Forget fighting. Hurry back to the car. I'll handle this." Lu Deong rubbed his head and said, "Be careful, Brother Xiao. If anything happens, I'll come out to help you." Seeing Lu Deong get into the car, Lu Xiaochuan looked at the man in his 50s and said, "I've made up my mind. I won't give you any explanation. What do you plan to do?" Hearing this, the man realized Lu Xiaochuan was teasing him. He waved his hand, and over 10 people rushed toward Lu Xiaochuan. From the car, Lu Deong saw them charging at Lu Xiaochuan and immediately wanted to get out and help. But before he could, what happened next completely stunned him. Originally, Lu Xiaochuan rushed directly in front of more than 10 people. In less than 20 seconds, those 10 or so individuals were already lying on the ground. At this moment, traffic around the road was blocked, and a crowd had gathered from afar to watch the commotion. Lu Xiaochuan took a few steps to the man and slowly said, "How about now? Do you still want me to explain myself?" The man's face had turned pale with fear because he had never seen anyone so powerful. Among those 10 or so people, some were former soldiers, yet in just a few moves, they were all subdued. Suddenly, an alarm sounded. It was unclear who had called the police, but the siren grew closer. Soon, 2 police cars stopped nearby, and 8 police officers quickly arrived at the scene. A man in his 50s turned to a police officer and said, "Captain Zhao, you arrived just in time. My men were beaten and I've also been threatened." The police officer called Captain Zhao looked at the man and smiled. "This is Wei Yun, the general manager of Shenghui Real Estate. Who dares to threaten you like this?" Wei Yun pointed at Lu Xiaochuan and said, "It's him. Not only did he hit my people, but he also threatened me. I want to file a complaint against him. There are also 2 accomplices in the car." Captain Zhao approached Lu Xiaochuan and asked, "Are these people the ones you hit?" Lu Xiaochuan nodded indifferently and replied, "Yes, I did hit them, but please investigate the cause properly." Captain Zhao snorted coldly and said, "All right, since you admit it, take him away. Also, take the 2 accomplices in the car." Hearing Captain Zhao's words, the police nearby moved toward Lu Xiaochuan. At this moment, Lu Xiaochuan realized that Captain Zhao must know Wei Yun well and that their relationship was quite unusual. Lu Xiaochuan knew that if he didn't take action now, not only would he be taken away today, but his sister and Dayong would also be in danger. So Lu Xiaochuan stopped the police from making a move, took out his phone, and called Zheng Gang. When the call connected, Zheng Gang laughed loudly and said, "Brother Lu, why did you suddenly call me today?" Lu Xiaochuan carefully explained what had happened. After hearing this, Zheng Gang was furious and said, "Don't worry, Brother Lu. As long as you're innocent, I'll make sure you get justice. Wait a moment, I'll call Captain Zhao." Lu Xiaochuan hung up the phone and said to Captain Zhao, "Wait a moment, someone is looking for you." Just as Captain Zhao was puzzled, his phone rang. Seeing the familiar number on the screen, he had a bad feeling but quickly answered the call. Sure enough, as soon as he answered, he heard a loud roar. "Zhao Kai, do you not want to do this anymore? As a police officer, you are abusing your power. From now on, your captain position is revoked, and all related personnel, including Wei Yun, are to be brought back. Oh, and let someone named Lu Xiaochuan go first. If there's anything else, ask him later. Zhao Kai was filled with regret. He had thought helping Mr. Wei from Shenghui Real Estate would be good for him, but it turned out the other side was the real boss. Though he regretted it, he still had to follow orders. With a command, more than 10 people, including Wei Yun, were all arrested and backup vehicles were called in. At this moment, Wei Yun saw Lu Xiaochuan drive away while he was being detained. He shouted loudly, "Zhao Kai, how dare you treat me like this?" Letting the attacker go, "This isn't the end of it." Zhao Kai quickly explained the situation to Wei Yun. Then Wei Yun took out his phone and made a call. Lu Xiaochuan finished dealing with the license plates, then took Lu Shaoqing and Daxiong rode a tricycle toward home. When they arrived, the villagers were excited because Lu Xiaochuan was the first person in the village to buy a car. Many villagers set off firecrackers to celebrate him. As it got dark, Lu Xiaochuan's phone rang. It was Zheng Gang calling. On the phone, Zheng Gang said, "Since there's no solid evidence against Wei Yun, we had to let him go." The matter even alarmed the county head because Shenghui Real Estate has an important project here, so we could only release him. Lu Xiaochuan didn't mind and chatted briefly with Zheng Gang before hanging up. When he turned around, he saw Lu Shaoqing struggling to hold a big watermelon. Lu Xiaochuan looked at her with a tired expression and asked, "Shaoqing, what are you doing?" Lu Shaoqing put down the big watermelon and smiled at Lu Xiaochuan. "Brother, I don't want to eat dinner tonight." "I want to eat watermelon," Lu Xiaochuan helplessly said. "You don't eat dinner every day. Only eating watermelon isn't good for you. Your body can't handle it."
Who said I only eat watermelon?
"I want to eat honeydew too," Lu Shaoqing pouted. Hearing Lu Xiaoqing's words, Lu Xiaochuan almost lost his balance. Helpless, he steadied himself and shook his head, saying, "I really don't know what to do with you. It looks like I need to find you something to do." As he spoke, Lu Xiaochuan picked up the watermelon, placed it on the chopping board, and with a flash of his knife, the watermelon was cut into 2 halves. Lu Shaoqing happily hugged the watermelon and started eating with a spoon. The fresh aroma of the watermelon made Da Hu and Er Hu, who were lying nearby, quickly come over and sit at Lu Xiaoqing's feet, staring fixedly at the half watermelon she was holding. At night, Lu Xiaochuan entered the ring as usual. After practicing for a while, he went to the medicine garden because he needed to prepare a special soup for Lu Shaoqing to help her become a late-stage martial artist, according to the book's instructions. Since Lu Xiaochuan couldn't refine pills right now, he carefully selected the medicinal herbs he needed. Fearing the effects might be too strong, he only took a few leaves and carefully dug out a ginseng root. Although Yi Huan didn't know exactly how old this ginseng was, based on its size and shape, it was at least several thousand or even 10,000 years old. Lu Xiaochuan measured out a small amount of the herbs, using only a tiny piece of the ginseng root. Then he left the ring, took a clay pot from his home, and began to carefully boil the medicine. According to the book, he simmered it over low heat for 2 hours. In the end, only a small bowl of golden yellow liquid remained, emitting a strong aroma of medicinal herbs. By this time, dawn had broken. Lu Shaoqing, who had just gotten up, smelled the fragrant scent and ran out quickly dressed. Just then, Lu Xiaochuan finished pouring out the medicine. Seeing Lu Shaoqing approach, he handed her the bowl and said, "Drink this medicine, then follow the breathing method I taught you. Remember, you must endure any pain or itching." Although Lu Shaoqing was a bit confused, she drank the medicine without hesitation because she knew Lu Xiaochuan was the person she trusted most in this world. Soon after drinking the medicine, Lu Shaoqing felt a huge surge of internal energy within her body, which began to move chaotically inside her. She was so frightened that she quickly sat cross-legged and started practicing the breathing technique Lu Xiaochuan had taught her. Lu Xiaochuan stood nervously nearby, ready to help at any moment, because this was his first time preparing such a potion to increase cultivation, and he was a little worried. As Lu Shaoqing sat cross-legged, the powerful medicinal energy erupted inside her, causing her muscles and veins to feel like they might tear. The sensation of tearing made her frown tightly, and her clothes gradually became soaked with sweat. Seeing this, Lu Xiaochuan nearby felt worried that Lu Xiaoqing might experience her first internal energy breakthrough. Not wanting to be harsh or impatient, Lu Xiaochuan gently placed his hand on Lu Xiaoqing's back and used his spiritual energy to help her improve her body by activating the large amount of medicinal power inside her. With Lu Xiaochuan's help, Lu Xiaoqing's pain significantly lessened, and her brow gradually relaxed. Over time, her body finally broke through the initial stage of training, and a faint internal energy began to form inside her. Now Lu Xiaoqing had fully entered the early stage of the postnatal realm. By noon, all the medicinal power inside Lu Xiaoqing had been absorbed, and her internal energy reached the peak of the early postnatal stage. If martial artists saw this, they would be amazed because it usually takes many years of hard training to cross the initial training barrier. Yet Lu Xiaoqing, after less than a month of practicing with Lu Xiaochuan, had reached this level, almost like cheating. When Lu Xiaoqing woke up, she felt as if she had entered a new world filled with strength. Just as she was happily celebrating her breakthrough, Lu Xiaochuan said, "All right, be happy later. First, go take a shower. You smell terrible." When Lu Xiaoqing heard Lu Xiaochuan tell her to take a shower, she looked down in confusion and saw a dark, greasy substance on her arm. She screamed and quickly ran inside the house. A little while later, after washing off the dirt and with her wet hair, Lu Xiaoqing shyly said to Lu Xiaochuan, "Big brother, I had so much dirt on my body just now. Do you think I'm disgusting?" Then she looked at him with big, watery eyes, full of hope. Lu Xiaochuan patted her head and said, "That was the toxin your body expelled during your breakthrough. Everyone has it as they grow older. Now, go dry your hair, so you don't catch a cold." Lu Xiaoqing happily ran into her room, bouncing like a little child. At that moment, Lu Xiaochuan's phone rang. When he answered, he found out it was the school teacher calling. It turned out that Lu Xiaochuan had returned early, but the graduation certificates hadn't been handed out yet. The school called to ask him to come pick up his diploma. At first, Lu Xiaochuan didn't want to go, but then he thought about how his grandfather had worked hard to send him to college. Bringing back the diploma would be a way to fulfill his grandfather's last wishes. Lu Xiaochuan told Lu Xiaoqing he needed to go out for a while and asked who to protect her. Then he drove toward the school. After more than an hour, Lu Xiaochuan arrived at the school gate. Looking at the place where he had spent nearly 4 years, he couldn't help but feel emotional. He took a walk around the school before going to get his diploma from the teacher. Sitting in the car, Lu Xiaochuan looked at his diploma with mixed feelings. Because of this diploma, he missed out on the precious last moments with his grandfather. 20 minutes later, Lu Xiaochuan calmed his mind and took out his phone to call Wang Lei, a good friend. The call connected, and Wang Lei's voice came through. "Hey, Xiaochuan. Why are you calling me? Nothing special. I came to pick up my diploma. I'm right outside the university now, just thought we could meet up." "Where are you?" Lu Xiaochuan asked. Wang Lei happily replied. "You're in the city? Great, I'm free today too. Let's meet at Fuminlu. It's a new hotel with really good food. I want to take you there today. Don't wait too long, see you soon." "Okay, I'll be there soon." "Don't keep me waiting," Lu Xiaochuan said with a small smile and hung up. He didn't expect it to be Fuminlu. Maybe it was fate. 10 minutes later, Lu Xiaochuan arrived at Fuminlu, parked his car, and looked up at the tall, multi-story hotel. He thought to himself that Wang Fu was quite capable. While he was staring at the restaurant in a daze, a mocking voice suddenly sounded. "Hey, isn't that Lu Xiaochuan? What's wrong? Want to eat inside but afraid to go in? No money? Want me to treat you?" The voice burst into laughter. Lu Xiaochuan turned slightly to see that it was Feng Jipeng, a former classmate from university, along with a few other students from the same class, all giving him sarcastic looks. Feng Jipeng was the son of a government official, relying on his father, who was a vice mayor. During school, he often bullied others, and Lu Xiaochuan was one of his targets. Back then, Lu Xiaochuan had no money or power, so he could only endure silently. Lu Xiaochuan glanced at them briefly and turned away, ignoring them. To him now, they were no longer on the same level, so he didn't bother to respond. Seeing that Lu Xiaochuan ignored him, Feng Jipeng felt his pride was hurt. He stepped forward and pushed Lu Xiaochuan, saying, "Poor guy, I'm talking to you. Can't you hear me?" But instead of pushing Lu Xiaochuan back, Feng Jipeng was pushed several steps away himself. A cold glint flashed in Lu Xiaochuan's eyes as he coldly said to Feng Jipeng, "Better not provoke me, or you'll learn what it means to beg for life but find none, and wish for death but can't have it." Feng Jipeng was frightened by Lu Xiaochuan's icy stare. He snorted and let a few people into Fulman Lu. Lu Xiaochuan waited at the door for a few minutes until Wang Lei, the chubby guy, arrived. They hugged, and Lu Xiaochuan teased him. "You've gained weight again. You should lose some. Otherwise, how will you find a wife?" "Xiaochuan, are you cursing me as soon as we meet? Besides, who says being fat means I can't find a wife? I have many girls approaching me at work," Wang Lei said proudly. They walked into Fulman Lu together. At that moment, a female waitress came over warmly and asked, "Do you have a reservation?" Lu Xiaochuan shook his head and said, "No, we don't." The waitress then said, "Sorry, starting last week, reservations are required to dine here. Without one, there's no seat available." Wang Lei looked disappointed and asked, "What should we do, Xiaochuan? Maybe we should find another place?" Lu Xiaochuan also considered giving up and changing venues, but seeing Wang Lei's disappointed look, he took out a gold card given by Wang Fu. The waitress saw the gold card and looked surprised. It was clear she recognized it. She took the card to the front desk and made a call. Soon, a man in his 30s, wearing glasses, came downstairs. He took the gold card and respectfully said to Lu Xiaochuan, "Hello, sir. Welcome to Fulman Lu. Please follow me." Lu Xiaochuan and Wang Lei followed the glasses-wearing man to a private room on the third floor. After opening the door, the man said, "This is our VIP private room. It's usually not used, only reserved for distinguished guests. I hope today's arrangements meet your expectations." Lu Xiaochuan nodded and said, "All right, let's order food quickly. We're both a bit hungry." Meanwhile, in a private room on the second floor, a man beside Feng Jipeng said, "Pengji, I saw Lu Xiaochuan and Wang Lei going to the third floor private room with the manager just now." Feng Jipeng frowned and asked, "Lu Xiaochuan and Wang Lei don't have any background. Why did the manager take them to the third floor?" A man nearby said, "Who cares about their background? Just find someone to deal with them." At this moment, Lu Xiaochuan, who was ordering food, frowned slightly. Then he casually ordered the dishes and told the waiter to serve quickly. After the manager left, the chubby man couldn't hold back any longer and asked, "Xiaochuan, what kind of card do you have? Why can we dine in the VIP private room at Fumanlu?" Because the chubby man knew Lu Xiaochuan's family situation, he had many questions in his mind. Hearing Wang Lei's words, Lu Xiaochuan smiled and said, "It's nothing special. I know the owner of Fumanlu. He gave me this card." "Xiaochuan, you know the owner of Fumanlu?" Wang Lei asked in surprise. "Yes, you know I'm now a farmer. The vegetables and fruits I grow are supplied to Fumanlu, so I got to know the owner," Lu Xiaochuan replied calmly. Wang Lei looked at Lu Xiaochuan with envy and said, "I didn't expect you to become quite successful in farming. Do you know that Fumanlu is very famous in Tianhai City now? The owner is also a big figure." Lu Xiaochuan chuckled and asked, "Enough about that. How is your job going?" Wang Lei sighed and said, "Starting out, I earn about 2,007 or 800 yuan a month. It's just enough to get by. After my internship, my salary will increase to 3,000 or 4,000. After chatting for a while, the dishes arrived. Wang Lei ate as if he hadn't eaten in days, devouring most of the food. After they finished eating, the manager of Fumanlu came over and said to Lu Xiaochuan, "Hello, you have our hotel's gold card. Today, all your expenses are free. If you're not satisfied with anything, please let us know." Lu Xiaochuan smiled and replied, "I'm quite satisfied. Please thank Boss Wang for me." Hearing this, the manager thought to himself, as expected, this person knows the owner. Luckily, there were no issues. After leaving the hotel, Lu Xiaochuan drove Wang Lei back to his place. In the car, Wang Lei looked around and said, I never thought you even bought a car. It seems your decision to go back and farm was right. If you had chosen to work elsewhere, you wouldn't have been able to buy this car in 3 years. Lu Xiaochuan smiled and said, All right, when you get married, I'll give you a car. Wang Lei excitedly said, Really? If you say that, I'll find someone to marry tomorrow. He then chuckled happily, looking very pleased. After arriving at the place, Wang Lei wanted Lu Xiaochuan to go up and sit for a while. Lu Xiaochuan refused, saying, It's still over an hour to get home. Let's meet properly next time. Lu Xiaochuan drove towards home. Just as he left the city, 3 cars stopped him. Lu Xiaochuan smiled and said, Feng Jiping, I didn't expect you to really take action. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being rude. Lu Xiaochuan got out of the car and saw more than 10 men with steel pipes and knives coming down from the 3 cars. These didn't look like good people. Lu Xiaochuan didn't hold back and attacked first. In less than 30 seconds, over 10 men were rolling on the ground. Lu Xiaochuan went to the leader and grabbed his neck, saying, Call Feng Jiping. The man opened his mouth and said, I don't know any Feng Jiping. Hearing this, Lu Xiaochuan tightened his grip. Soon, the man couldn't bear the pain and quickly said, Don't squeeze. I'll talk. The phone rang and Feng Jiping's voice came through. How did it go? Before the man could speak, Lu Xiaochuan took the phone and said, Feng Jiping, your people are no good. Since you want to play, I'll play with you. Hope you can still keep your pride with your dad's influence. After saying that, he hung up and took out his satellite phone, calling Zhou Bin. Zhou Bin was surprised when he received Lu Xiaochuan's call, but after hearing what happened, he immediately said, Rest assured, senior. I'll handle this right away. After the call, Lu Xiaochuan drove towards home. It was getting dark, and he was worried that Lu Xiaoqing might be scared alone at home, so he wanted to get there quickly. About an hour later, Lu Xiaochuan arrived home. Lu Xiaoqing ran over and threw herself into his arms, tears in her eyes, saying, Big brother, it's already dark. I thought you wouldn't come back. I was scared alone at home. Lu Xiaochuan patted her head and smiled, saying, All right, now you're a late-stage martial artist. Don't be so timid. Besides, we have Da Hu and Air Hu. They're very strong and can protect you for sure. I feel uneasy without you. From now on, you have to take me everywhere, okay? Lu Xiaoqing looked at Lu Xiaochuan pitifully. Lu Xiaochuan nodded and asked, You haven't eaten yet, right? I'll go make you something to eat. Lu Xiaoqing shook her head and said, I'm not hungry. This afternoon, I ate 2 sweet melons. Brother, why do the vegetables and fruits you grow taste so good? That's because you should ask the land god, Lu Xiaochuan replied, then burst into laughter. Lu Xiaoqing grabbed Lu Xiaochuan's arm and playfully said, You're so naughty, brother, teasing me. Watch me beat you today. Then a fight broke out in the yard. Lu Xiaoqing used the martial arts she learned from Lu Xiaochuan to attack him, but Lu Xiaochuan didn't even move his feet and easily blocked all her attacks with one hand. The next morning, a cart for vegetables arrived. Lu Deong led more than 10 villagers to pick vegetables and fruits, while Lu Xiaochuan and Lu Xiaoqing practiced martial arts in the yard. Since Lu Xiaoqing improved her skills and gained internal strength, she became very eager to train because she realized she not only had self-defense ability, but also her skin looked much better than before. After about half an hour, Lu Deong came to Lu Xiaochuan and said that all the vegetables and fruits had been harvested. He asked Lu Xiaochuan to come and check the weight. Lu Xiaochuan shook his head and said, Deong, from now on, you handle all these matters. Keep a record of everything in a notebook and also record who participates in the work. Wages will be paid once a month. Lu Deong knew Lu Xiaochuan trusted him and said gratefully, Don't worry, brother Xiaochuan. I will do my best. At this moment, Lu Xiaochuan's phone rang. It was Wang Lei calling. As soon as he answered, Wang Lei said anxiously, Xiaochuan, did you see the news? Feng Jipeng's father has been investigated. Lu Xiaochuan replied calmly, No, and if he's being investigated, there must be a reason. It just means the investigation is thorough. Wang Lei looked puzzled and asked, "Your tone sounds like you're not very interested in this." Lu Xiaochuan joked, "You know, right now I'm just a farmer. I'm busy and don't have time to pay attention to these things. All right, now you're a successful farmer. Ordinary folks like us can only look up to you," Wang Lei said sourly. The hot sun shone down on the earth. At this moment, Lu Xiaochuan was lying in the shade of the yard, taking a nap. In recent days, Lu Xiaochuan has been mainly guiding Lu Shaoqing in practicing martial arts and taking Dahu and Era for walks across the mountains. The mountains here are rolling and covered with dense forests, home to various animals, some of which can be a bit dangerous. However, for Lu Xiaochuan, these dangers are no big deal. With nothing much to do these days, he decided to gather some information about building a house. Lu Xiaochuan plans to build a 2-story villa. The first floor will have a large living room, kitchen, bathroom, and 2 guest rooms. The second floor will have 4 rooms, 2 bathrooms, and a big balcony. In front of the villa, he wants to build a large yard where he can plant a big tree, so in summer, he can relax under its shade. After finding out the details, Lu Xiaochuan estimated the total cost to be around 50 to 60,000 yuan, including finishing touches. This price was within his expectations because he already has over 1 million yuan saved. For a small town or village, that's a lot of money. Lu Xiaochuan decided to start construction next spring, aiming to finish everything in 2 or 3 months so they can move in. When Lu Shaoqing heard about the plan, she was very happy. The old house was quite worn out, and her grandfather had always wanted to fix it up properly. But because of their studies, they never managed to do it. Now, finally, it's happening. Just as Lu Xiaochuan was relaxing comfortably, his phone suddenly rang. He answered and asked, "Who is this?" Zhou Bin's voice came from the other end. "Senior, it's Zhou Bin. There's an urgent matter that needs your help." Lu Xiaochuan's eyes narrowed as he calmly asked, "What's the problem? Can't you handle it yourselves?" Zhou Bin replied, "Recently, at the city hospital, there have been several cases of people jumping from buildings or dying under unclear circumstances. It's the work of Japanese ninjas. They want us to release the Japanese suspects we recently caught. We don't know how many of them have come this time. Our team has been at the hospital for days, but found nothing. The team leader refuses to ask for help from headquarters. That's why we thought of you." Lu Xiaochuan knew this was a serious matter. He immediately said, "All right, I understand. I'll head to the city right away." After hanging up, Lu Xiaochuan told Lu Shaoqing he needed to go out. If he wouldn't be back tonight, he asked her to lock the door and have Dahu and Era stay with her. After more than an hour, Lu Xiaochuan arrived at the gate of the city center hospital. The area was already under strict security. As Lu Xiaochuan tried to enter, he was immediately stopped. A man in military uniform blocked him and said, "This area is under strict control. Please leave." Lu Xiaochuan didn't waste time and showed his official badge from the Dragon Group. The man took the badge, looked at it with surprise, then respectfully returned it and saluted, saying, "Commander, please come in." After entering the hospital, Lu Xiaochuan used his mental power to sense the surroundings. He headed to a ward on the 3rd floor, where several doctors were examining a person. Qi Chongsheng was also there, along with Zhou Bin and 3 other men standing nearby. Seeing Lu Xiaochuan come in, Qi Chongsheng happily said, "Xiaochuan, you're here. Just in time. Think of a way to handle this. For people have already died. If we can't control it, we will have to report it." Besides Zhou Bin, the other 3 men looked suspicious. They believed that a person around 20 years old wouldn't have high martial arts skills. Lu Xiaochuan listened to Qi Chongsheng, nodded, then walked to the bedside. He looked at the man there, who had white eyes and seemed to be controlled by something. After observing, Lu Xiaochuan told the doctor, "No need to bother anymore. He's not sick. Step aside." Hearing this, the room fell silent. Everyone looked at Lu Xiaochuan. The hospital director then asked, "May I ask what this young man just said?" Qi Chongsheng quickly stepped forward and explained, "Director Han, he's our colleague and came to handle this matter." Then he introduced Lu Xiaochuan. "Xiaochuan, this is Director Han from the hospital."
The two shook hands.
Lu Xiaochuan said, "Everyone, step back a little. I need to deal with this person's situation. Hearing this, everyone took a few steps back, looking at Lu Xiaochuan with confusion, unsure of what he planned to do. At that moment, Lu Xiaochuan began drawing symbols in the air with one hand. After a moment, a golden light appeared and struck the man on the bed. The man let out a painful cry, and then a black substance seemed to detach from him and rush toward the door. Lu Xiaochuan casually grabbed the black object with one hand, and it was immediately held in his palm. Then, small purple lightning bolts began to flicker from his hand. The black object was instantly turned to ash by the lightning. Everyone around stared in shock at the scene. It took them a long moment to recover, as what they had just seen was too shocking and almost unbelievable. Such a scene is usually only seen in TV shows or movies, but now it was happening right before their eyes. Anyone would be stunned. Even Chang Changsheng and the other martial artists at the late stage of cultivation were amazed by Lu Xiaochuan's skills, especially the purple lightning, which emitted a chilling aura that made their spines tingle. After finishing all this, Lu Xiaochuan closed his eyes and used his spiritual sense to search every corner of the hospital. After a moment, he opened his eyes and said with a smile, "Turns out it was quite well hidden. Director Han, take me to the hospital's morgue." Although Director Han was a bit scared now, he felt more confident after witnessing Lu Xiaochuan's incredible ability just now. The group took 3 minutes to reach the morgue downstairs. Lu Xiaochuan told everyone to step back a little, then walked to the door and opened it. At that moment, a glowing dart shot out from inside. Lu Xiaochuan dodged to the side. Then, Lu Xiaochuan's body disappeared, and a few popping sounds came from inside. After a mournful cry, everything fell silent. At this point, Chang Changsheng and the others outside grew worried because the dart was coated with poison. It was very dangerous for Lu Xiaochuan to go in alone. Just as everyone was anxious, Lu Xiaochuan's voice came from inside. "Come in, everyone." After entering the morgue, Chang Changsheng and the others saw Lu Xiaochuan standing with his hands behind his back. For bodies lay on the ground. Chang Changsheng hurried over and asked, "Xiaochuan, are you okay?" Lu Xiaochuan smiled and said, "I'm fine. Just some stronger rats." They looked at the 4 bodies on the ground. 3 of them were dressed in black ninja outfits, and the other was an old man in gray, very thin-looking. Seeing the gray-clad old man, Chang Changsheng was surprised and said, "No wonder. So, it's an yin-yang master. I didn't expect they would send a yin-yang master just for a few people." Lu Xiaochuan asked with confusion, "What yin-yang master?" Qian Changxing said, "It's a small evil sect from the country of Japan. They usually absorb people's death energy and the yin energy from the world to strengthen themselves. It's a troublesome group." Lu Xiaochuan nodded, glanced at the yin-yang master on the ground, and then said, "Now that everything is over, I will go home." Qian Changxing immediately replied, "Xiaochuan, don't rush to leave. Let's go have a meal together today, and also meet the leaders of Tianhai City." Lu Xiaochuan could only nod, as so far, he only knew Qian Changxing and Zhou Bin from the Dragon Group. As everyone was about to leave, Qian Changxing spoke to Dean Han beside him. "Dean Han, forget everything you saw today. Don't tell anyone. You should understand the importance of this." Dean Han sweat profusely and hurriedly nodded. "Don't worry, old Qian. I know what to do." A few people exited the hospital. Not far away, some people approached and asked Qian Changsheng, "Old Qian, how did it go?" "Don't worry, everything is settled. Let the others withdraw. You can handle the follow-up work," Qian Changsheng said. The man who spoke then said, "All right, I haven't slept properly for several days because of this. Today, I invite you all to dinner. Thank you for stopping this in time. Otherwise, who knows what chaos could have happened. If it caused panic among the people, it would be a big problem." Qian Changsheng quickly replied, "Mayor Zhou, there's no need. I'll treat today. First, to end this matter, and second, for my brother here. If it weren't for him, this would have been hard to handle." Hearing Qian Changsheng, Mayor Zhou and Jiang Tianhua, the director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, looked at Lu Xiaochuan with surprise. They didn't expect that this young man was the one who solved a problem even old Qian couldn't fix. Qian Changsheng then said, "Let's go." Find a simple place to eat. He then signaled everyone to get into the car. The group got into the car. Lu Xiaochuan drove his own vehicle to a restaurant. After everyone got out and went inside, the place wasn't luxurious, but was very clean and tidy. Old Qian then said, "Let's just have a simple meal here." "I can't afford a fancy place," he said, laughing heartily. Mayor Zhou and Director Zheng quickly said, "Old Qian, you are too kind. Usually, we just eat simple home-cooked meals. Sometimes, when we're busy, we don't even get to eat properly. Today, since you're hosting, we'll enjoy some good food." Then, under the waiter's service, everyone went to a large private room, ordered a few dishes, and because someone was driving, they didn't drink alcohol but asked for tea instead. At this moment, Qian Chongxing pointed at Lu Xiaochuan and introduced him. "This is Lu Xiaochuan. He's a very capable person." Everyone knew what Qian Chongxing meant and understood that Lu Xiaochuan's background was special. They all stood up and greeted him one by one. After the introductions, everyone chatted for a while. Mayor Zhou raised his teacup and said to Lu Xiaochuan, "Let me call you Brother Lu. I toast you with tea instead of wine." Lu Xiaochuan smiled and replied, "Mayor Zhou, you're too polite. I'm just a small farmer at home. If you have time, you can visit my place. The scenery is quite nice." Then Director Jiang and Dean Han also talked with Lu Xiaochuan for a while. They exchanged phone numbers, and just as the dishes arrived, everyone started eating and chatting. After the meal, Mayor Zhou and Director Jiang left early because they had a lot of work to do. Dean Han also thanked Old Qian and Lu Xiaochuan again before leaving. Qian Chongxing looked at Lu Xiaochuan and said, "Xiaochuan, you worked hard today. You made a great contribution.
I'll report this when I get back."
There will probably be a good bonus for you. Thank you very much, Brother Qian. I should head back now. Call me if you need anything in the future." Lu Xiaochuan drove home and found that Lu Xiaoqing was not at home. De Hu and Air, who were also absent. So he went out towards the vegetable garden behind the yard. When he reached the back of the yard, Lu Xiaochuan saw Lu Xiaoqing with De Hu and Air, who chasing something. He quickly went over to check. When he arrived, Lu Xiaochuan saw that each of De Hu and Air who was holding a wild rabbit in their mouths. Lu Xiaoqing, seeing Lu Xiaochuan, happily said, "Brother, you're back. Look, I took De Hu and Air who here to play and found some rabbits in the vegetable garden." De Hu and Air who caught two. Lu Xiaochuan looked at the proud De Hu and Air who and smiled. "Good job. Tonight, we'll have rabbit meat." Lu Xiaoqing, hearing this, sadly said, "Brother, isn't that too cruel? Rabbits are so cute. How can you eat them?" Lu Xiaochuan knew what his sister was thinking and said, "Then you take care of them. I won't eat any more." Lu Xiaoqing looked frightened and said, "I definitely won't raise them. These wild rabbits are fierce, and they don't look cute at all. If I raise any, it will be a small white rabbit." Lu Xiaochuan smiled and shook his head, saying, "Sometimes you say they're cute, sometimes you say they're not. What should I believe? How about this? Go call Grandpa Village Head, your uncle, and Brother Daong. They can come over for dinner tonight." Lu Xiaoqing nodded and headed toward the village. Lu Xiaochuan took the wild rabbits from Da Hu and Air Hu and said, "Follow me and protect my sister." Da Hu and Air Hu looked at Lu Xiaochuan, then ran after Lu Xiaoqing. Lu Xiaochuan watched the two dogs run quickly and muttered, "Sure enough, they are a good pair of dogs I raised." Since Lu Xiaochuan is now a cultivator, handling the wild rabbits was very easy for him. After dealing with them, he put them into a pot to stew. He then picked a large watermelon and some fragrant melons from the field, put them in ice water, and planned to serve chilled watermelon at dinner. Very refreshing. Soon Lu Xiaoqing returned and told Lu Xiaochuan, "Brother, I told Grandpa Village Head, Uncle Lu, and Brother Daong. They said they'll come on time tonight." By dinner time, the rabbits in the pot had been simmering for 2 hours. Lu Xiaochuan checked and thought it was ready. He seasoned the stew, reduced the broth, and took it off the stove. Then he stir-fried some green pepper with shredded pork and made braised eggplant. He prepared 2 cold dishes. Just then, the old village head and Brother Daong's father arrived. They all sat together. Because it was hot, everyone drank chilled beer. While eating and chatting, Brother Dayong's father took a sip of beer and said, Xiaochuan, the greenhouse is almost finished. When it's done, what do you want to plant? Lu Xiaochuan replied, I'll keep planting these vegetables. We've already supplied them to people. Switching to other crops wouldn't be good for them. The village head nearby said, Xiaochuan is right. People are helping us get rich, so we should be grateful. Oh, by the way, Grandpa Village Head, I want to rent the land at the foot of Beishan Mountain. Do you think that's okay? Lu Xiaochuan asked the old village head. The old village chief looked at Lu Xiaochuan with confusion and said, Xiaochuan, that land has been abandoned for many years. It's overgrown with weeds and hard to manage. Lu Xiaochuan smiled and replied, No problem, Grandpa Village Chief. I plan to find some people in the village. I'll pay 100 yuan a day to clean up that land before it gets cold. Next spring, I'll plant peach trees there. Hearing that Lu Xiaochuan wanted to plant peaches, the old village chief said, Planting peaches is fine. That land was originally taken back by the village as collective land. If you want to plant, just sign a contract. Then go ahead. The land is idle anyway. But there's one condition. You must hire people from Tianhe village to work, and you can't owe the villagers any wages. If you do, I won't forgive you. Lu Xiaochuan picked up a beer and said to the old village chief, Don't worry, Grandpa Village Chief. I grew up in Tianhe village. Don't you know me? An hour later, each person had drunk about 4 bottles of beer. The old village chief, probably because of his age, couldn't drink anymore. He sat nearby eating and said, Xiaochuan, your cooking skills are amazing. This food tastes much better than in restaurants. After eating, everyone sat together and chatted. Lu Xiaochuan said, Next spring, I'll start building a house. When I have enough money, I'll repair the village roads. It's really hard to walk when it rains. The old village chief happily said, Xiaochuan, that's a good idea. Over the years, our village's population has been decreasing, and we have no economic support. Luckily, you appeared. The villagers can still do some work and earn money. Now you want to repair the roads. I thank you on behalf of the whole village. Lu Xiaochuan said seriously, Grandpa Village Chief, I'm upset if you think that way. I am also a member of this village. I've received a lot of help from the village since I was young. Now that I have a chance, I should do something for the village. At this moment, Lu Xiaoqing came over holding sliced watermelon. Everyone knew how delicious the watermelon was, so they didn't hold back and started eating eagerly. The cool watermelon completely chased away the heat. The next day, early in the morning, the old village chief notified the capable villagers to gather at the open space near the village committee. Lu Xiaochuan was also called by the village chief to the village children. When he arrived at the village committee, he saw that besides the 12 people building a large greenhouse, all the other capable workers had come. There were 20 people in total. There were also more than 10 children and a group of elderly people who couldn't work, all gathered around to watch. The old village chief spoke. Everyone knows that in recent years, our village's population has been decreasing, and there are no strong sources of income. Luckily, we have Xiaochuan. He plans to plant peach trees on the land at the foot of Beishan Mountain. This will require people to prepare the land, and later, we might need to manage weeds and pests. I've talked to Xiaochuan. He can use the land, but he will ask you to work for him. He will pay each person 100 yuan per day. If everyone agrees, I will sign a contract with him on behalf of the village committee. If anyone disagrees, you can also give your opinions. All the villagers said, We agree. The land has been unused for many years. Letting Xiaochuan plan on it is a good way to use the land, and it also gives us work opportunities. We definitely support it. Seeing everyone agree, the old village chief happily said to Lu Xiaochuan, Xiaochuan, you also say a few words. Lu Xiaochuan stepped forward and said, Right now, my planting scale is still small. When it grows bigger and more people are needed, everyone can come work with me. But I hope everyone works seriously and doesn't slack off. From now on, wages will be paid once a month. I just want to let you all know. Then Lu Xiaochuan signed a contract with the village committee. From now on, the land at the foot of Beishan Mountain officially belongs to him, but the contract is only for 20 years. After signing the contract, Lu Xiaochuan took everyone to the land at the foot of Beishan Mountain. He told Lu Deong that everyone must register when they come to work each day, and at the end, the pay will be based on the days worked. Lu Xiaochuan shared his plans with the villagers and explained how to do the work. After finishing, he looked at the large piece of land and felt an indescribable happiness. After arranging everything, Lu Xiaochuan returned home. He saw Lu Xiaoqing practicing martial arts and didn't want to disturb her. Instead, he locked the door and entered his ring directly. It had been several days since he last entered, and Lu Xiaochuan felt that the spiritual energy inside the ring was much thicker than outside. He sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa in Tianhai City, a middle-aged man was lying on a sofa. Nearby, Director Han from the city hospital and several local medical experts were engaged in a heated discussion. A very beautiful girl in her 20s anxiously asked, "Is there really no way to cure my father?" An elderly man with white hair replied, "We are truly unable to diagnose what illness he has. As for why he shows these symptoms, we have no idea." When the girl heard the doctor's words, tears almost welled up in her eyes. She anxiously said, "You call yourselves the best doctors in the city, but I think you're just a bunch of boastful quacks." This remark made several people with deep connections in the local medical system blush with embarrassment, but they couldn't say anything because they truly couldn't find the cause of the girl's father's illness. At that moment, Director Han from the People's Hospital in the city center suddenly spoke. "I know someone who might help. If he is willing to come and try, I believe your father's illness can be clearly diagnosed." Hearing Director Han's words, the girl hurriedly asked, "Who is he? Where is he? Please bring him here quickly. Whatever it costs, just cure my father." Director Han nodded and said, "I can only tell you I will try. Whether he can come or not is beyond my control." After speaking, Director Han took out his phone and dialed a number, but it was unavailable. He understood the other person might be busy, so he didn't try again. Instead, he told the girl, "The call isn't going through right now. Let's try again later." Meanwhile, Lu Xiaochuan was practicing inside his ring and was at a critical moment. His body was wrapped in spiritual energy, making his form barely visible. After a moment, Lu Xiaochuan suddenly shivered, slowly opened his eyes, and looked happily at his hands. He had now reached the late stage of qi training, roughly equivalent to the early stage of martial arts mastery. Feeling the endless power within him, Lu Xiaochuan was very satisfied. The stronger he was, the more he could control everything. When he stepped out of the ring, he saw that his phone had a missed call. He didn't pay attention to it, and instead focused on learning from Lu Xiaoqing. Since Lu Xiaoqing had broken through to the postnatal stage, she learned very quickly, and her reaction speed had greatly improved. At this moment, Director Han couldn't resist the girl's urging and dialed Lu Xiaochuan's number again. Lu Xiaochuan answered the call and, hearing it was Director Han, quickly asked, "Director Han, why are you calling me? Is there something urgent?" Director Han awkwardly explained, "Mr. Lu, I have a patient who has seen many famous doctors, but no one can figure out what's wrong. Everyone is at a loss. I have no choice but to ask for your help." After hearing Dean Han's words, Lu Xiaochuan realized the situation might be complicated. Otherwise, with their medical equipment and skills, they wouldn't even be able to find the cause of the illness. So, Lu Xiaochuan asked for the address and drove toward the city. Following Dean Han's directions, Lu Xiaochuan arrived at a large villa. He muttered to himself, "Looks like a wealthy person." At that moment, Dean Han ran out of the villa and said to Lu Xiaochuan, "Mr. Lu, you're here. The person who is sick this time is Song Zhenjiang, the richest man in Tianhai City. His daughter might be a bit temperamental because of her father's issues. She also hopes you won't mind too much." Lu Xiaochuan nodded and said, "No problem. Let's go inside and take a look." Dean Han led Lu Xiaochuan into the villa and introduced Song Zhenjiang's daughter, Song Jiaqian, saying, "This is the expert I told you about, Lu Xiaochuan. And this is the patient's daughter, Song Jiaqian." Song Jiaqian looked at Lu Xiaochuan with some doubt and said to Dean Han, "Dean Han, I trust you, so I let you bring this expert to see my dad. But does this person seem a bit too young and inexperienced?" Dean Han understood that Song Jiaqian was not fully convinced by Lu Xiaochuan's appearance and age. So he explained, "Miss Song, I know very well what Mr. Lu is capable of. I called him because of your father. Otherwise, I wouldn't get involved." Realizing that her words might have embarrassed Dean Han, Song Jiaqian calmed herself and said, "Dean Han, I trust you. Today, I'll let this so-called Mr. Lu treat my father. But if anything goes wrong, the Song family will hold you responsible." Although these words came from a 20-year-old woman, everyone present, except Lu Xiaochuan, knew not to underestimate her. Instead, they were all worried for Lu Xiaochuan. Seeing Song Jiaqian's strong attitude, Lu Xiaochuan replied calmly, "Today, I'm here to give Dean Han face. Whatever her identity, it has nothing to do with me. If you want treatment, step aside. If not, I'll leave." Song Jiaqian bit her lip, glared fiercely at Lu Xiaochuan, then walked to the side of the bed, clearly intending for him to examine her father. Lu Xiaochuan took 2 steps forward and looked at Song Zhenjiang lying on the bed. He saw that Song Zhenjiang's face was pale, his lips were purple, and his eyes were unfocused. At this moment, Lu Xiaochuan realized that Song Zhenjiang had gotten involved with something he shouldn't have, which meant he was possessed by a ghostly spirit, causing his current state. Lu Xiaochuan turned to Director Han and said, "Take everyone outside, close the door, and do not let anyone in." Everyone then filed out one after another. At this time, Song Jiaqian also moved to leave. Lu Xiaochuan suddenly spoke, "You don't need to go out. I will need you soon." Once everything was ready, Lu Xiaochuan stood in front of the bed, made a hand seal, and then tapped 3 times on the top of Song Zhenjiang's head. Immediately, black mist began to seep out of Song Zhenjiang's body. This scene frightened Song Jiaqian, who was standing by the bed. Then Lu Xiaochuan made another hand seal. The black mist formed into a skull shape and lunged at Lu Xiaochuan. Lu Xiaochuan flicked his finger, and a purple lightning bolt shot out, striking the black skull. The skull was instantly shattered into energy and dispersed into the air. Next, Lu Xiaochuan grabbed Song Zhenjiang's hand and used his spiritual energy to circulate inside his body, clearing out the remaining ghostly aura and helping to straighten his body. At this moment, Song Jiaqian was completely stunned. She had just seen Lu Xiaochuan, without any weapons, release lightning and destroy the skull in one strike. Watching her still in shock, Lu Xiaochuan said, "Go get a damp towel and wipe your dad's face. That will help him wake up faster." Hearing this, Song Jiaqian snapped out of her surprise. She was afraid to speak to Lu Xiaochuan as before. She looked at him nervously and quickly went to get a towel. About 10 minutes later, Song Zhenjiang woke up. Seeing Lu Xiaochuan standing beside him, he looked confused and asked, "Who are you?" Song Jiaqian hurriedly said, "Dad, it's so good you're awake. You were sick earlier and he helped cure you." Song Zhenjiang looked at Lu Xiaochuan with gratitude and said, "Thank you, sir. Thank you so much." Lu Xiaochuan waved his hand and said, "No need to thank me. I just want to ask, before you got sick, did you visit any unusual places or come into contact with anything strange?" Hearing Lu Xiaochuan's words, Song Zhenjiang frowned and thought for a long time before saying, "I haven't been anywhere before I got sick, nor have I met many people." "Oh, right, I visited an abandoned factory some time ago. Since the factory was already deserted, I thought about buying it. When I went inside that day, I felt it was very cold and gloomy. I didn't pay much attention at the time, but the next day I felt unwell, and by the 3rd day, I couldn't get out of bed." After hearing Song Zhenjiang's story, Lu Xiaochuan realized that the abandoned factory must have had some problems, something unclean inside. It needed to be dealt with quickly, or more people might get hurt. He asked Song Zhenjiang about the location and then told him to rest well. He would recover in a few days. After that, he headed toward the villa. Outside the villa, Director Han and several senior doctors gathered around. Director Han respectfully asked, "Mr. Lu, how is it? Is there a way to treat him?" "Song Zhenjiang is already better. With a few days of rest, he will be fine," Lu Xiaochuan replied calmly. The senior doctors, including Director Han, looked at Lu Xiaochuan in shock. They couldn't believe it. Their medical skills were considered very good in the city and even nationwide, but they couldn't cure Song Junjiang's illness. This young man had cured him in less than half an hour. It was incredible. Lu Xiaochuan ignored their surprised looks and said softly, "Director Han, I need to leave now." He then walked toward his car outside the villa, while Director Han respectfully followed and continued talking to him. At that moment, Song Jiaqian ran out of the villa and approached Lu Xiaochuan. She said, "Thank you for saving my father. This is your reward. By the way, can I give you my phone number? No need for money. As I said, I only came today to show respect to Director Han. About the phone number, let's forget it. If you need anything, just ask Director Han to call me," Lu Xiaochuan replied. After speaking, he got into his car and sped off into the distance. Following the address Song Junjiang gave, Lu Xiaochuan arrived at the abandoned factory. It was located in a very desolate area on the outskirts of Tianhai City. It used to be part of an industrial park, but after the factories moved away, the area gradually emptied out. The factory had closed because of financial difficulties and had been left untouched for a long time. Lu Xiaochuan was about to go inside when he suddenly frowned and looked back at the path he came from. Using his spiritual sense, he shook his head and spoke to a broken wall nearby. "Are you a girl? Following me to such a place? Aren't you afraid something might happen?" As soon as he finished speaking, a figure stepped out from behind the wall. It's Song Jiaqian. Song Jiaqian walked slowly to Lu Xiaochuan, lowering her head and avoiding his gaze, probably feeling embarrassed for being caught following someone. Lu Xiaochuan looked at her and said, "Why are you following me? Your father needs someone to take care of him right now. You should go back quickly." Song Jiaqian raised her head, grabbed Lu Xiaochuan's arm, and said, "Are you here to deal with that thing that hurt my father? I want to go with you." Lu Xiaochuan looked at her with a helpless expression and shook his head. Then he said, "This place is very dangerous. If you're not afraid, you can follow me, but I don't have time to look after you." After saying that, Lu Xiaochuan entered the abandoned factory. Once inside, he clearly felt the temperature was very cold, making his skin crawl. People unfamiliar with the place might think it was always dark and chilly because the factory had no sunlight. But Lu Xiaochuan knew very well that there was a restless spirit here, and it was quite powerful. When Lu Xiaochuan reached the back of the factory, his spiritual sense detected the restless spirit. He guessed right, it's a female ghost with very strong resentment. Lu Xiaochuan made a hand sign, pushing his palm forward, and the female ghost appeared right in front of him. The ghost was dressed in a long white gown, with nails like iron hooks, emitting a faint cold glow. Her eyes were blood red, glaring directly at Lu Xiaochuan. She probably sensed that his spiritual energy was a threat, and she let out a piercing scream. Lu Xiaochuan ignored the scream, but Song Jiaqian covered her ears and looked uncomfortable. She was so scared that she sat down on the ground. Lu Xiaochuan looked at the ghost and said, "You must have been wronged or falsely accused before you died. Tell me, I can help you clear your name." The ghost spoke, "I've already taken revenge on my enemies, but I can't reincarnate. I can only stay here forever." Lu Xiaochuan frowned and said, "So, you can't reincarnate? That's okay. I can help you. Later, I will do my best to open the cycle of reincarnation, and you can take the chance to enter it." But suddenly, the female ghost lunged toward Lu Xiaochuan. Lu Xiaochuan was prepared and quickly moved to stand beside her, then asked, "Why did you attack me when I was trying to help you reincarnate?" The female ghost changed her face, revealing a terrifying expression, and said in a harsh voice, "I now know how to cultivate. When I become strong enough, I can get everything I want. I don't want to reincarnate anymore. You'd better stay out of it, or you'll become part of my training." A cold glint appeared in Lu Xiaochuan's eyes as he said, "So that's how you think. You should know that heaven and earth have different paths for humans and ghosts. They can't coexist. Since you have such rebellious thoughts against the natural order, I can't let you go today." As he finished speaking, Lu Xiaochuan rushed at the ghost. The two figures fought quickly like lightning. Suddenly, the ghost let out a mournful scream, and black mist radiated from her body. She asked, Who are you? Why can you suppress my ghostly energy? Lu Xiaochuan sighed and said, I gave you a chance before, but you didn't take it. Maybe this is fate. He then struck with his palm. Purple lightning flashed around, enveloping the ghost. She screamed painfully and was soon destroyed into nothingness. With her death, the temperature in the factory began to rise again. Song Jiaqian was now completely stunned. She only then realized that ghosts really exist and there are people like Lu Xiaochuan. This changed her view of the world completely. Lu Xiaochuan walked over to Song Jiaqian and asked, Are you okay? I'm fine, she stammered. Then leave here quickly. Don't tell anyone what you saw today. It's not good for you. After speaking, Lu Xiaochuan left the factory in his car and headed home. Song Jiaqian watched his car drive away, full of curiosity and reluctance. She clenched her teeth and said to the car's direction, Just wait. I will find your home and uncover all your secrets. Seeing the lush vegetables and fruits growing, Lu Xiaochuan picked a fragrant melon. He wiped it with his hand and started eating. The fresh aroma was so tempting that he couldn't stop. He turned around on the ground and then went to look at the land at the foot of Beishan Mountain. More than 10 villagers were working on the land, about 1/3 of it was already done. But after a while, he didn't see Lu Dayong's figure. So Lu Xiaochuan approached a villager and asked, Uncle, have you seen Dayong? The villager replied, Xiaochuan, yes. Dayong was here at noon. After noon, he left, and I haven't seen him since. Lu Xiaochuan nodded and said goodbye to the villager, then left. As he walked, he kept calling Dayong on the phone, but no one answered after several tries. Lu Xiaochuan knew Dayong wouldn't forget his phone, so something must be wrong. Soon, Lu Xiaochuan arrived at Dayong's house. Only Dayong's father was home. Lu Xiaochuan asked anxiously, Uncle, where is Dayong? Dayong's father saw Lu Xiaochuan and smiled. Xiaochuan, Dayong said he was going to the county town to buy some meat. He said he'd invite you over for dinner tonight. It's been about 2 hours since he left. Lu Xiaochuan nodded, said a few words to Dayong's father, and then went back home. But he had a strange feeling, so he took out his phone and called Dayong several times, but no one answered. At this point, Lu Xiaochuan realized that something probably happened to Dayong. He quickly drove his car toward the county town. The county town wasn't very big, but not small either. It had 2 large markets. One was farther away, on the other side of the town, so Dayong could only go to that market to buy things. Lu Xiaochuan drove to the market and looked around but didn't see Dayong. He then drove to a nearby liquor shop because Dayong often liked to buy drinks there. As Lu Xiaochuan was approaching, he suddenly saw a familiar tricycle on the roadside nearby. It was the one from Dayong's family. When he reached the tricycle, Lu Xiaochuan saw it was just parked on the side of the road, with the keys still in it. But he couldn't see Dayong anywhere around. At this moment, Lu Xiaochuan was sure that Lu Dayong had definitely gotten into trouble. He quickly took out his phone and dialed a number. When the call connected, Lu Xiaochuan said directly, Hello, Director Zheng, this is Lu Xiaochuan. I need to ask for your help. Then he explained Lu Dayong's situation to Zheng Gang. Zheng Gang immediately replied, Don't worry, Brother Lu. I'll have someone check right away. If he's in the town, we will find clues within half an hour. Lu Xiaochuan thanked him and then made another call. When the call connected, a respectful voice came from inside. Hello, big brother. What do you need from me? It turned out that Lu Xiaochuan was calling Fij, the troublemaker who had previously caused him problems. Lu Xiaochuan explained the situation and asked Fij to send his brothers to find the person. Suddenly, the streets of the town were filled with police and some troublemakers asking about one person. About 10 minutes later, Lu Xiaochuan received a call from Zheng Gang. Xiaochuan, the person you mentioned, Lu Dayong, is now at the police station. He was caught for stealing and fighting. Do you want to come and see him? Hearing Zheng Gang's words, Lu Xiaochuan's anger flared up. He said into the phone, Okay, I'll come right away. Just then Fij's call came through. Big brother, I found out. The person you mentioned, Lu Dayong, was beaten up by the biggest gang in town, the Giant Axe Gang, and it seems he was taken away by the police. Lu Xiaochuan felt terrible because Lu Dayong was his childhood friend, like a brother to him. Now, hearing this, he almost exploded with anger. Lu Xiaochuan went straight into the police station. When two officers saw him rushing in, they immediately stopped him and said, "What are you doing? Do you know outsiders are not allowed inside?" Lu Xiaochuan coldly replied, "I'm here to find someone. You've detained someone named Lu Deong, right? Release him." The officers listened and said, "This is the police station, not your home. If you want to release someone, fill out a form first." At this moment, Zheng Gang hurriedly ran in and said to Lu Xiaochuan, "Brother Lu, I'm a bit late." Then he turned to the police nearby and said, "Take us to see someone named Lu Deong, quickly." At this moment, the police officer almost wanted to cry. He had thought the person was just a reckless young man, but then he found out he was actually familiar with the police chief. Isn't that misleading? Hopefully, he won't hold a grudge. Soon, they arrived at an interrogation room. When the door opened, Lu Xiaochuan saw Lu Deong being questioned, handcuffed. Seeing this, Lu Xiaochuan got angry. He stepped forward and forcibly opened the handcuffs. Looking at Lu Deong, who was bruised and swollen, Lu Xiaochuan asked, "Deong, what exactly happened?" Lu Deong saw Lu Xiaochuan and smiled slightly, saying, "I'm fine, Brother Xiaochuan. It's about that young man Wei I met at the 4S dealership last time. He and his people beat me up and said I stole his money." Lu Xiaochuan understood now. Because of the incident at the 4S dealership, the other person's father later brought people to block Lu Xiaochuan. He was the boss of Shenghui Real Estate. Lu Xiaochuan turned to Zheng Gang and said, "Director Zheng, I have enough evidence to prove that your officers can't tell right from wrong." They arrested a victim, but the real culprit was not brought in. "What do you think about this, Director Zheng?" Zheng Gang felt a bit embarrassed in front of his benefactor and angrily said, "Who issued the order this time? Suspend the team leader and have him undergo all investigations." Then he added to Lu Xiaochuan, "Don't worry, Brother Lu. I will give you an explanation for this. I won't let the real criminal go free." Lu Xiaochuan waved his hand and said, "Director Zheng, thank you for today. As for the person who framed my brother, I won't trouble you anymore. I will handle it myself from now on." After greeting him, Lu Xiaochuan took Lu Deong out of the police station. Lu Xiaochuan and Lu Deong left the police station and drove to the tricycle. Lu Xiaochuan said, "Deong, why don't we buy this tricycle? I'll pay for a new car for you. That way, it'll be easier in the rain or wind." "No need, Brother Xiaochuan. I'd rather keep riding the tricycle. I've been through worse. This isn't a big deal," Lu Deong firmly replied. Lu Xiaochuan helplessly shook his head and said, "All right, then let's go home." Lu Deong looked at Lu Xiaochuan with doubt and asked, "Brother Xiaochuan, weren't we supposed to get revenge on Wei? Why aren't we going anymore?" Lu Xiaochuan looked at him with a headache and said, "Hurry home. I will handle this. I won't let the Wei family get away with it. Just trust me and go home quickly." Just as Lu Xiaochuan was about to leave in his car, he suddenly remembered something. He turned back and said to Lu Deong, "Your skin injuries won't heal quickly. When you get home, don't tell your dad about this. Just say you got into a fight with someone, understand?" Lu Deong nodded and replied, "Got it, Brother Xiaochuan. I'm going to buy some wine now. Tonight, I'm having dinner at my house. Bring Sister Xiaoqing along too." Lu Xiaochuan looked at Lu Deong with a helpless expression and said, "Deong, you really have a big heart. After all these things happening, you're still thinking about drinking tonight." Lu Deong raised his chin and said seriously, "So what? If something happens, I won't skip dinner. I want to eat and drink tonight." The two bought wine, some ribs, and vegetables, planning to make a rib hot pot for dinner. Lu Deong wanted to pay, but Lu Xiaochuan stopped him because he still needed to build a house and get married. Half an hour later, they arrived home. Lu Xiaochuan parked his car in his yard. At this moment, Da Hu and Erhu ran over and wagged their tails excitedly. Lu Xiaochuan patted their heads. Just then, Lu Xiaoqing came out of the house, saw Lu Xiaochuan, and happily threw herself into his arms. Lu Xiaochuan gently patted her head and said seriously, "You're all grown up now. Why are you still like a kid?" Lu Xiaoqing blushed and said, "I just want to stay like I was when I was little, never to be separated from my brother." Hearing this, Lu Xiaochuan remembered what his grandfather had said before he passed away. He quickly changed the subject, shouting, "Tonight Brother De Yong invited us to his house for dinner. We don't have anything urgent now, so let's go directly. We can help out too." He told De Hu and Heir Hu to stay home and watch the house. The two headed to Lu Dayong's house. When they arrived, they saw Lu Dayong busy preparing ribs. Lu Xiaochuan quickly went to help, and Lu Xiaoqing washed some vegetables nearby. Lu Dayong said to Lu Xiaochuan and Lu Xiaoqing, "Go rest now. I can handle these myself. It'll be ready soon." Lu Xiaochuan didn't pay much attention to De Yong and kept working while asking, "De Yong, I didn't see Uncle around. Where is he?" Lu Dayong replied, "I just called him. He went to check the greenhouse. He'll be back soon." Half an hour later, a big pot of ribs was ready. They washed some vegetables to dip into the hot pot. Just then, De Yong's father also returned. Everyone sat together and started eating happily. Lu Xiaoqing was eating because she didn't drink alcohol. De Yong's father, De Yong, and Lu Xiaochuan ate and drank happily together. At this moment, De Yong's father looked at De Yong and asked, "De Yong, what's the story with the injury on your face?" Lu De Yong was eating ribs and replied, "It's nothing. Today I went to the county town to buy some things, had a small disagreement with someone, and we ended up fighting. My injury was accidental, and the other person was hurt even more than I was." De Yong's father felt worried and said, "Be careful when you go out next time. Don't get into conflicts with others. Whatever happens, try to be more patient." De Yong nodded and said, "Don't worry, Dad. I will be more careful in the future." This meal lasted for 2 hours. Eventually, De Yong's father, a bit tipsy, decided to stop eating. They helped him to his room and made sure he was settled. Then, Lu Xiaochuan took Lu Xiaoqing home. Lu Xiaochuan told Lu Xiaoqing to go to bed early and went to his own room. He used his spiritual energy to clear all the alcohol scent from his body. An hour later, Lu Xiaochuan flew out of the window at high speed. Soon, he reached the county town because everyone knew about the ongoing construction project at the Wei family's place. It was easy for him to find the location. However, after searching around, Lu Xiaochuan couldn't find the Wei family father and son. Just then, he saw a house with lights on in the distance. He quickly moved to the door and overheard a conversation inside. Wei Yun really isn't a good person. He has so much money, but he's been delaying paying the workers for 2 months. If this keeps up, the family won't be able to pay the kids' school fees when school starts. Don't even think about it. Yesterday, I heard that Wei Yun and his son are going in and out of fancy hotels and driving luxury cars. Even if he has money, he wouldn't easily share it with us. Lu Xiaochuan was furious listening to this. After leaving, he thought about it and decided he couldn't find Wei Yun's address here, so he would ask someone else. He called Fij, who surprisingly knew the address of the Wei family. After learning the address, Lu Xiaochuan told De Fei to bring people to the territory of the Giant Axe Gate and wait for him. He wanted to see the boss of the Giant Axe Gate. When De Fei heard this, he realized Lu Xiaochuan was planning to attack the Giant Axe Gate. He was very excited. Once the Giant Axe Gate was destroyed, he could take its place. Lu Xiaochuan followed De Fei's instructions and arrived at Wei family's residence. In a flash, he slipped into the house. At this moment, Lu Xiaochuan could clearly sense through his spiritual awareness that the Wei father and son were drinking and chatting with several men and women. He carefully checked all corners of the room. Suddenly, Lu Xiaochuan discovered a hidden compartment behind a cabinet in one of the rooms. He knew this must contain something very important to the Wei family. Lu Xiaochuan took out the items from the hidden compartment. After a brief look, he found some records of financial transactions, evidence of bribery and corruption, and a USB flash drive. He left the house with these items and headed to the agreed meeting place with De Fei, where De Fei made several copies of everything. De Fei looked at Lu Xiaochuan and asked, "Brother, should I distribute these things?" Lu Xiaochuan coldly replied, "No need. I will handle it myself. Let's go. Take me to that gang called the Giant Axe Gate." Soon, De Fei took Lu Xiaochuan to a KTV. Pointing at the building, De Fei said, "This is the headquarters of the Giant Axe Gate. Today, their boss, Chen Jufeng, is inside." Lu Xiaochuan nodded and then told Fei, "From now on, do business here. Remember, no drugs on your territory, no forcing people into prostitution, no bullying ordinary citizens, and no gang activity. Do you understand? Also, once I go inside, call the police." "Got it." Feeling the powerful aura emanating from Lu Xiaochuan, Fei quickly nodded and said, "Don't worry, brother. I understand. I will do exactly as you say." Lu Xiaochuan entered the Giant Axe Gate headquarters. Inside, many people were singing. A waiter approached him with a smile and asked, "Sir, do you have a reservation for a private room? If not, I can help you." Lu Xiaochuan replied calmly, "I'm not here to sing." Without another word, he walked inside, already knowing through his spiritual awareness where the gang leader was. The waiter, realizing Lu Xiaochuan was looking for trouble, used the intercom to call for help. When Lu Xiaochuan reached the second floor, a group of 6 or 7 people surrounded him. Without hesitation, Lu Xiaochuan attacked, quickly knocking them all to the ground. There was a big commotion, and the leader of the Giant Axe Gate received a message from his subordinates. Over 10 people were already heading toward Lu Xiaochuan. When they arrived, Chen Jufeng looked at Lu Xiaochuan and said, "Brother, I don't think we have any enemies. Why are you here at my factory today? Who sent you?" Lu Xiaochuan replied coldly, "Today, your weakling from the Wei family beat my brother and then falsely accused him, getting him taken to the police station." "You really have some nerve." Hearing this, Chen Jufeng knew Lu Xiaochuan was here for revenge. He waved his hand, and the 10 or so people behind him rushed forward with steel pipes and knives. But what happened next completely shocked Chen Jufeng. In less than 30 seconds, all 10 or more people were knocked down by Lu Xiaochuan. Chen Jufeng had never seen someone so powerful. He stammered, Brother, today's fight was my fault. I can compensate you. What do you think?" Lu Xiaochuan picked up a steel pipe from the ground. With a flick, he snapped it in half, and one of Chen Jufeng's legs was broken. Chen Jufeng lay on the ground, crying out in pain. Lu Xiaochuan didn't stop. In a few more moves, both of Chen Jufeng's legs and arms were broken. Chen Jufeng fainted from the pain. Everyone nearby was stunned. They had never seen anyone so fierce. Just then, sirens sounded outside. The people lying on the ground felt the siren noise was the sweetest sound they'd ever heard. Some even cried, eager to leave quickly, away from this ruthless man. After a moment, about 15 or 16 police officers rushed in and shouted, "Put down what you're holding, hands on your head, and squat down." Lu Xiaochuan threw away the steel pipe and turned around. Several police officers recognized him and knew he was a formidable person. They immediately stepped forward and said, "Mr. Lu, what are you doing here? Did these people attack you?" Lu Xiaochuan smiled and said, "All the people here are involved in organized crime.
I was just helping you deal with them."
"Take everyone away, and I will explain the situation to your chief." The police officers looked at each other, unsure what to do. One of them took out his phone and called Zheng Gang. When the call connected, he explained what was happening at the scene. After hearing this, Zheng Gang told the police, "Bring all of them back first. I will handle the rest." At this moment, Lu Xiaochuan made a phone call to Qian Chongsheng, updating him on the current situation. Qian Chongsheng knew these people were basically parasites, but he lacked evidence until now. With solid proof, the authorities could arrest them. That night, the party secretary and the head of the Public Security Bureau received calls instructing them to crack down hard on criminal gangs. The orders were passed down through various levels, and many people realized something big was about to happen. Especially Zheng Gang, who suddenly felt that Lu Xiaochuan was not so simple, as he believed this matter was somehow connected to him. That evening, the county party secretary, disciplinary committee, and many other departments received a report, and even some media outlets got the information. The next day, the town was shaken. The county mayor was detained for improper dealings with Wei Yun from Shenghui Real Estate and for seeking personal gain for Wei's family. Wei and his son were also arrested. Charges were being filed one after another. Because the media reported it, this event became a major focus for the public. Many ordinary people cheered and supported. At noon, Lu Daong secretly approached Lu Xiaochuan. After looking around to make sure no one was listening, he whispered, "Brother Xiaochuan, Wei's family was arrested. Was that you?" Lu Xiaochuan looked at Lu Daong, who seemed nervous, and smiled. "I just provided some evidence of their crimes. As for their arrest, it's because of their own actions." Lu Daong expressed gratitude. "Thanks, Brother Xiaochuan. Don't mention it. We're brothers. Anyway, enough of that. How are the vegetables and fruits lately?" Lu Daong calmed down and asked, "The vegetables and fruits at your place are different from others. They're harvested every 2 or 3 days, but they never seem to run out. With this pace, they could probably be sold for another 2 months." Lu Xiaochuan smiled and said, "It's been about a month since we started. Gather everyone later and send out the wages for the month." Lu Daong happily ran off to gather the workers. Soon, everyone who was working arrived at Lu Xiaochuan's house. Lu Xiaochuan addressed everyone. "You've all worked hard this past month. Some of you worked fewer days, some more. I'll give you your wages for the month now. Don't get too excited if you earn more. Keep working hard, and don't be discouraged if you earned less. There will be more work coming in the future. I hope everyone will continue to support me." Soon, Lu Daong took a notebook and began calling out names, including how many days each person had worked and how much money they should receive. The villagers happily took their money and went home, continuing their work. At this moment, Lu Xiaochuan handed over 15,000 yuan to Daong and said, "Daong, this is your salary plus bonus." Lu Daong looked at the thick stack of money and quickly said, "Xiaochuan, this is too much. We agreed on 3,000 yuan plus a bonus." "This is too much. I can't accept it," Xiaochuan replied. "Just take it quickly. If you weren't watching over these things for me, I wouldn't have time to do other work. Next year, when we plant the peach trees, I'll need you to take care of them again. Just don't mind the work." Lu Daong had no choice but to accept the 15,000 yuan. He never dreamed he could earn that much in a month. With this income, plus his father's salary, next year they could afford to build a house or even buy a car. Now Lu Daong is in charge of the vegetable, watermelon, and land clearing at the foot of Beishan. His father is responsible for the greenhouse, but planting has not started yet. Recently, Lu Xiaochuan has finally calmed down and can practice in his ring every day for a long time. Because he has been practicing inside the ring for a while, Lu Xiaochuan feels his cultivation is about to break through again. Inside the ring, Lu Xiaochuan concentrates, holding his breath. The spiritual energy in his body flows like a great river, rushing through him. Following the instructions from the secret manual in his mind, he repeatedly guides the spiritual energy to open the meridians in his body. After about an incense stick's time, he finally breaks through the barrier and reaches the peak of Qi training, which is equivalent to the innate perfection stage in martial arts. Now, Lu Xiaochuan's strength is very powerful. Plus, he is a cultivator, so he has many more techniques than a martial artist. Even a martial artist at the innate perfection stage wouldn't be able to defeat him easily. As his cultivation improved, Lu Xiaochuan began studying talismans and other items inside the ring. He used prepared yellow paper and wolf hair brushes to make talismans. At first, he kept failing because his spiritual energy couldn't attach well to the yellow paper through the brush. He had to practice repeatedly. After wasting hundreds of sheets of yellow paper, Lu Xiaochuan finally succeeded in making his first talisman. Currently, Lu Xiaochuan can only create 5 types of talismans: protective charms, ghost binding charms, speed charms, fire charms, and evil dispelling charms. Lu Xiaochuan quickly made dozens of each type. After finishing, he felt his spiritual energy was almost gone. It was clear that even these simple talismans required a large amount of spiritual energy. He restored his spiritual energy inside his ring, then took it off because he wanted to find a place to test the power of these talismans. He went to the place where he previously tested the Palm Thunder. First, he used a protective charm. As soon as it was activated, a clear, white shield appeared around him. He carefully examined it and thought it could withstand a full-force attack from a martial artist at the perfect stage of cultivation. It was quite good. He couldn't test the ghost binding or evil dispelling charms, so he tested the speed charm and fire charm one after the other. When the speed charm was activated, he felt weightless, and his speed was extremely fast. He could run a few kilometers in just 3 minutes without using any energy.
This speed was terrifying.
However, for Lu Xiaochuan, this was not very useful because he was much faster than that. The fire charm was an attack talisman. When activated, flames shot forward repeatedly, filling the space ahead with fire, and the power was very strong. Lu Xiaochuan nodded with satisfaction. The power of this talisman was quite good. As his cultivation improved, the power of the later talismans would also grow. Just thinking about it made him excited. Back at home, he saw Lu Xiaoqing practicing in the yard. He said, "Xiaoqing, come here. I have something for you." Lu Xiaoqing looked puzzled and asked, "Brother, what are you giving me?" Lu Xiaochuan took out more than 10 talismans, including speed charms, fire charms, and protective charms, and handed them to her. He said, "Xiaoqing, these are the talismans I made. Each has a different effect. I'll teach you how to use them." After explaining each one clearly, Lu Xiaochuan looked at Lu Xiaoqing, who kept staring at him, and asked, "What are you looking at me for?" "Brother, how many secrets do you have that I don't know? Before, I thought practicing martial arts was just about the existence of martial skills in this world. But now you've come up with this talisman, and I'm a bit curious." Lu Xiaoqing looked eagerly at Lu Xiaochuan and said. Lu Xiaochuan patted Lu Xiaoqing's head and said, "I will tell you later. Remember, you must learn well what I teach you. Then you will understand how big this world really is." At that moment, Lu Daong hurried into Lu Xiaochuan's yard and said, "Xiaochuan, a very beautiful girl has come to the village looking for you. You should go out and see her." Lu Xiaochuan asked suspiciously, "A very pretty girl?
Who is she?"
He spoke as he headed toward the village entrance. There, he saw a red car and a beautiful woman standing beside it, Song Jiaqian. Song Jiaqian also saw Lu Xiaochuan and happily ran over, standing next to him and saying, "Big brother Lu, I came to visit you. Are you happy to see me?" Then Lu Xiaochuan's friend Lu Xiaoqing asked, "Brother, who is she?" Lu Xiaochuan replied, "I treated her father's illness, so I know her somewhat." Since she had already come, Lu Xiaochuan couldn't just send her away, so he said, "Let's go inside first." He then headed toward his house. Seeing Lu Xiaochuan walk away, Song Jiaqian pulled Lu Xiaoqing into her car and followed behind, driving after Lu Xiaochuan. When they arrived home, Song Jiaqian parked the car and looked at the old, broken houses in the yard, surprised and asked, "Big brother Lu, you live here?" To her, someone like Lu Xiaochuan, who seemed so talented, should be very rich. Lu Xiaochuan nodded and said, "Otherwise, where else could I live but in the sky?" At that moment, Lu Xiaoqing beside Song Jiaqian said, "Jieqi, my brother said that next spring he will rebuild the house, and it will be a big villa." It was just noon now, and Lu Xiaochuan told Lu Xiaoqing, "Xiaoqing, go pick some vegetables in the field, and also grab a watermelon. It's noon, time to cook." Song Jiaqian, anxious, said, "Xiaoqing, I'll go with you. I've never picked vegetables before." Lu Xiaochuan watched the two talking and laughing, feeling quite puzzled. These two just met, yet they seemed like old friends. Women really are mysterious creatures. Half an hour later, Lu Xiaochuan was getting a bit anxious. He asked Dahu and Eru to find Lu Xiaoqing. The two dogs obediently ran toward the vegetable garden behind the yard. Soon, Lu Xiaoqing and Song Jiaqian returned with Dahu and Eru. Lu Xiaoqing was holding a big watermelon, and Song Jiaqian was carrying several plastic bags filled with vegetables. Lu Xiaochuan took the vegetables and said to Lu Xiaoqing, "Please chat with the guests for a while. I'll go make dinner." Not long after, Lu Xiaochuan steamed a big pot of rice and cooked 4 dishes. He asked Lu Xiaoqing to bring the food over, and then the 3 of them started eating. As soon as they began, Song Jiaqian looked surprised and asked, "Why do your vegetables look so much like the ones from Fuminlu? And they taste so good too." Lu Xiaochuan, eating as he spoke, replied, "All the vegetables from Fuminlu are shipped from here." "How could they not be good?" Song Jiaqian was shocked and said, "So you're the mysterious vegetable supplier everyone talks about from Fuminlu?" Lu Xiaochuan shrugged and said, "Just a vegetable seller. What's so mysterious about that?" Soon, they finished all the food. Seeing that the two were reluctant to move, Lu Xiaochuan helplessly picked up the pots and bowls and headed to the sink. In this way, Song Jiaqian and Lu Xiaoqing stayed in the same room. The two big suitcases they brought from the car left Lu Xiaochuan speechless. They were quite large. 3 or 5 days passed, and Song Jiaqian treated this place like her home, showing no intention of leaving. Lu Xiaochuan felt helpless. He had even warned Song Jiaqian, but she ignored him and did whatever she wanted every day. She also played very well with Lu Xiaoqing. In the end, Lu Xiaochuan could only turn a blind eye. One day, Lu Xiaochuan found Lu Deong and told him to find some strong men to help pull the peach trees. Lu Xiaochuan planned to plant the peach trees first, hoping they might bear fruit next year. Lu Deong listened and quickly said, "Xiaochuan, it's not the right season to move peach trees now. If you plant them now, they might die easily. Let's wait. Daoyong, trust me. I have a plan. You don't need to worry about the rest. Just help me pull the peach trees back." Seeing Lu Xiaochuan so confident, Daoyong didn't argue further. Instead, he found 5 strong men, and they drove 5 tricycles from the village to the fruit seedling base. After arriving at the location, Lu Xiaochuan found the owner of the fruit seedling farm. After sharing his idea, the owner was very surprised. Because over the years, few people buy mature fruit trees directly. Most buy young seedlings for better growth. But the owner, being profit-minded, didn't want to refuse. He took Lu Xiaochuan and others to a grove of fruit seedlings. Lu Deyong and some villagers asked suspiciously, "Brother Xiaochuan, are you planning to buy mature trees? That's risky. You might lose money." Lu Xiaochuan didn't explain much. Instead, he said he had a plan and everyone need not worry. After agreeing on the price, the owner brought some people to dig up peach trees, along with some apple and pear trees. Lu Deyong and a few villagers used tricycles to carry the trees back. In the village, there were people arranged to plant them. Since the trees were large, only 1 or 2 could be transported at a time, which was slow. Large trucks couldn't get into the village. So, they transported about 70 to 80 trees each day, day after day. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaochuan secretly watered the planted trees every night with diluted spiritual spring water. After more than 10 days, the land at the foot of Beishan was full of trees, over 1,400 in total, mostly peach trees. Because Lu Xiaochuan secretly watered them with spiritual spring water, all the trees survived and grew even more vigorous than before. The villagers saw this and believed that Lu Xiaochuan was blessed by a divine being. Lu Xiaochuan estimated that by next spring, watering the trees again with spiritual spring water would make them fruit-bearing. Just thinking about it made him excited. During this half-month, Song Jiaqian stayed at Lu Xiaochuan's house. One day at dinner, Lu Xiaochuan said, "Xiaoqing, have you finished your homework? The new semester starts in a few days. You should go and tidy up your dorm early." Xiaoqing nodded and said, "I understand, brother. You'll take me there later." At this moment, Song Jiaqian also said, "I should go home now.
I've been out for a long time. My dad must be worried about me."
Lu Xiaochuan was about to say she should have gone home earlier, but Song Jiaqian continued, "Maybe I'll come back to visit later." Hearing this, Lu Xiaochuan almost choked on his rice. If that had happened, he might have been the first cultivator ever to be choked to death by rice. The next afternoon, Lu Xiaochuan took Lu Xiaoqing's luggage to the car. Since school was about to start, and she needed to focus on her studies, Lu Xiaochuan sent her to school early. Now Lu Xiaoqing was about to reach the mid-stage of her martial arts training, which made Lu Xiaochuan feel much more at ease. Lu Xiaoqing said goodbye to Dahu and Eru, then talked a lot with Song Jiaqian. Finally, Lu Xiaochuan drove the car with Lu Xiaoqing, while Song Jiaqian followed behind in her own car. When they reached the town entrance, the two cars parted ways. Song Jiaqian headed toward the city. Lu Xiaochuan dropped Lu Xiaoqing at the school gate and handed her a card, saying, "Xiaoqing, there's 50,000 yuan in this card. Use it to buy some clothes for yourself. Now that the family has money, you don't need to be so frugal about your clothes and food anymore." Lu Xiaoqing didn't really want the money because she thought her brother needed it more, but Lu Xiaochuan insisted and pushed the card into her hand before driving away. The next morning, Lu Deong and his team finished harvesting all the vegetables, watermelons, and melons. After loading the produce onto the truck, Lu Xiaochuan received a message from the bank. The payment was 67,000 yuan. Now, Lu Xiaochuan's bank account had over 1.5 million yuan in savings. Seeing this money, he decided to first repair the village road. The road was about 300 meters long, and with the section leading to the foot of Longhu Mountain, it totaled around 400 meters. Lu Xiaochuan decided to pave the entire stretch with cement so that villagers could travel more easily, especially during rainy days when mud made walking difficult. He immediately went to the old village head's house and shared his plan. The old village head was very excited because this was a big event for Tiana village. He called everyone together and announced the plan. The villagers were very grateful to Lu Xiaochuan for his efforts. At this moment, a middle-aged man in the village said, "Village head Xiaochuan, since many people here are now free, we don't need to ask others for help. Let's contact a cement truck to bring mortar, and we can fix the road ourselves. That way, we can save a lot of money." The old village head nodded in agreement. That's a good idea. Several villagers here have experience with this kind of work. Next, more than 20 villagers worked together to level the road surface. They built edges along the sides and spent over 10 days finishing everything. Once done, they contacted a large cement truck to deliver the mortar. To avoid affecting Lu Xiaochuan's vegetable and fruit harvesting, each delivery truck would park several hundred meters outside the village. Villagers would then push carts to load the goods onto the trucks. After 20 days, the village's cement road was passable for both pedestrians and vehicles. The old village chief held a simple ceremony to celebrate, with all villagers participating, marking the official opening of the road. Seeing the new cement road, Lu Xiaochuan felt proud. Just then, his phone rang. When he answered, a voice said, "Hello, Lu Xiaochuan. Where are you now?" Lu Xiaochuan recognized the voice as his high school classmate, Su Hua, who had been a good friend during high school. He smiled and replied, "Su Hua, I'm at home now. Why are you calling?" On the other end, Su Hua explained, "A few days ago, our high school classmate Yu Liang organized a reunion. He asked everyone to get in touch. I was worried you might not be here, so I called to ask if you're coming." Lu Xiaochuan was actually thinking of declining, but he decided to go since they had spent 3 years together in high school. He told Su Hua, "I'll go. Just tell me the time and place." On the third day at noon, Lu Xiaochuan received a call from Su Hua. The reunion was scheduled at Yipin Fresh Restaurant in the county town, starting at 5 p.m. Su Hua also reminded him not to be late. Around 4:20 p.m., Lu Xiaochuan drove to the restaurant. When he arrived, a waiter greeted him. "Hello, sir. How can I help you?" Lu Xiaochuan said, "I'm here for the reunion." The waiter responded immediately. "Ah, a class reunion. Please follow me. Your seats are on the second floor." On the second floor, the waiter led Lu Xiaochuan to a private room and said, "This is it." Lu Xiaochuan pushed open the door and saw 2 large tables with many people already there. Su Hua loudly called out from the table, "Xiaochuan, over here, sit here." Lu Xiaochuan smiled and walked over, saying, "Su Hua, long time no see. How have you been lately?" Su Hua smiled and replied, "I just graduated from university and came back to my hometown. I just found a job, so I'm now a working person. What about you, Xiaochuan? Where are you working now?" Lu Xiaochuan shook his head and said, "I don't have a job. I'm just farming at home now." Su Hua was surprised and said, "You're farming at home? Are you kidding? You just graduated from college and you're farming." At that moment, a man nearby mocked, "Oh, what's going on? The top student in our class graduated from college and is now farming? Can't find a job? Do you want me to help you find a good one?" He then chuckled a few times. Lu Xiaochuan looked at him but said nothing, because they didn't have much contact in high school, so their relationship wasn't good. Just then, another person entered. Everyone stood up and greeted him. It was Yu Liang. Yu Liang smiled and said to everyone, "Hello, old classmates. Long time no see. Please have a seat." When he saw Lu Xiaochuan sitting still without moving, a hint of displeasure appeared in his eyes. After everyone sat down, Su Hua whispered to Lu Xiaochuan. You should have stood up earlier. Yu Liang's family is quite wealthy now. His father was already rich back then. His company is growing bigger, and if you keep good relations with him, maybe you'll get a good job. Hearing this, Lu Xiaochuan finally understood why everyone had stood up when Yu Liang entered. Yu Liang then said, Today, many classmates are out of town and can't come, so we're just gathering here. I'll cover all the expenses today. Feel free to eat and drink. Soon, the food was served. Those who wanted to drink wine poured some, and those who didn't drink soda. Lu Xiaochuan definitely didn't drink alcohol because he was driving, so he poured a soda. At that moment, Yu Liang said to Lu Xiaochuan, why are you drinking soda? You're a grown man. Lu Xiaochuan smiled and replied, I'm not drinking alcohol. Just a soda is fine. Then, the man from earlier said to Yu Liang, Brother you probably don't know. Lu Xiaochuan, the top student in our class, is now farming at home after graduation. Everyone in the room heard this clearly, and many even looked at Lu Xiaochuan with disdain. Lu Xiaochuan ignored everyone because he had already noticed when Yu Liang came in that they weren't the innocent classmates they once were. Yu Liang then said to Lu Xiaochuan, why did you go back to farming after graduating from college? How about I find you a job? You could earn over 2,000 yuan a month, which is definitely better than farming at home, Yu Liang said. He thought Lu Xiaochuan would agree, but after taking a sip of his drink, Lu Xiaochuan replied, Thanks for the offer, but I don't need it. I prefer to be a small farmer. Yu Liang's face looked a bit unhappy. Next to him, Su Hua quickly said, All right, everyone, let's stop talking about this at our reunion. Come on, let's drink. Everyone chuckled and continued eating and drinking. But it was clear that everyone in the room kept their distance from Lu Xiaochuan. The reason was that Lu Xiaochuan was a farmer, and most people also realized that he had offended Yu Liang. They didn't want to cause trouble with Yu Liang, who could give them jobs, just because of a farmer. At this moment, Su Hua said to Lu Xiaochuan, Sorry, Xiaochuan, I shouldn't have brought you here today. Maybe we should leave. Lu Xiaochuan smiled and said, It's okay. Since I came, I'll wait until everyone is done, and then we can leave together. If you need anything in the future, just call me. I can handle some simple matters. Su Hua didn't pay much attention to Lu Xiaochuan's words. He didn't believe that a farmer could be very capable. They had been friends in school, and Su Hua knew well about Lu Xiaochuan's family situation. So he didn't say anything more. While everyone was toasting and drinking happily, a classmate who had gone to the bathroom earlier ran in and said, Something's wrong. Xiao Wei and Er Zhu are fighting with others. Everyone eating suddenly fell silent. Then Yu Liang loudly shouted, Let's go. Let's help. Today I want to see who dares to bully my classmates. A group of men and women rushed out of the restaurant after Yu Liang. Su Hua also said, Xiaochuan, let's go see what's happening. Lu Xiaochuan nodded and got up, heading outside with them. When they arrived outside, they saw 3 or 4 people attacking 2 others at the restaurant entrance. Those 2 were their classmates. Yu Liang led the others to help. With more people, the 4 attackers were quickly knocked to the ground. Yu Liang looked at his 2 classmates and loudly asked, Are you okay? These guys are really asking for trouble, even daring to attack my classmates. At this moment, Yu Liang looked like a proud peacock showing off his feathers in front of everyone. A group of people gathered around Yu Liang, constantly flattering him. Suddenly, several vans drove nearby, and more than 20 people got out and surrounded Yu Liang and his friends. At this moment, a man in his late 20s stepped forward and said, Who hit my brother? Step forward. Seeing the situation, Yu Liang knew that if they didn't handle it well today, everyone would get hurt. He nervously stepped forward and said, Hello, my father is Yu Lijun. This is a misunderstanding. Please let it go for my sake. The man smiled and said, I don't care who your father is. Whoever hit my brother must pay the price. If no one steps forward, then I will make you all fight until someone admits it. Meanwhile, the female classmates were already crying from fear. They'd never seen such a scene before. Just as the men were about to attack, Lu Xiaochuan spoke up, I advise you not to do this. The consequences will be more than you can handle. Lu Xiaochuan's voice was clear and loud, reaching everyone's ears. Su Hua, standing nearby, was sweating heavily. He tugged at Lu Xiaochuan's clothes and whispered, "Xiaochuan, are you crazy? These people are not good. You're just asking for trouble now." Lu Xiaochuan didn't have time to listen to Su Hua's warning. Instead, he walked step by step toward the man and said, "It's still not too late to leave. Otherwise, you might regret it today." The man laughed when he heard Lu Xiaochuan, and the 20 or so people beside him also started laughing. Even the students who were scared just moments ago looked at Lu Xiaochuan like he was an idiot. After laughing for a while, the man raised his hand and swung it toward Lu Xiaochuan. Lu Xiaochuan's eyes flashed with coldness. He kicked out and sent the man flying. The man crashed into the back of a van and fell to the ground, unable to get up. Everyone around was stunned. They couldn't believe how someone only about 1.70 meters tall like Lu Xiaochuan could be so strong. Seeing their boss being beaten, the 20 or so men reacted quickly and rushed toward Lu Xiaochuan. Yu Liang and the others were so scared they ran about 10 meters away. Only Su Hua grabbed a mop handle from the restaurant entrance, ready to rush over and help Lu Xiaochuan. What happened next shocked everyone even more. In less than 30 seconds, all 20 or so men were lying on the ground. Lu Xiaochuan looked completely calm, as if nothing had happened, not even breathing heavily. Just then, 5 or 6 cars screeched to a halt nearby. As soon as they stopped, over 30 people rushed out, led by Defei. Seeing so many people, Yu Liang and others were so scared they stepped back several meters. Only Su Hua, trembling, stood next to Lu Xiaochuan holding a stick. Defei and his group approached Lu Xiaochuan and bowed, saying, "Boss, we're late. Why didn't you tell me you were coming? I could have arranged something for you." Calling Lu Xiaochuan boss surprised everyone around, making them think Lu Xiaochuan was a gang leader. Lu Xiaochuan replied, "Don't call me boss. I'm just a farmer, not part of any gang. And I told you before, stay out of gangs, remember?" Defei quickly said, "I would never forget. These people are just security guards at some places we work at. I heard someone say you had a little trouble here, so I brought people to help." Lu Xiaochuan nodded and said, "All right, you can take your people and go. Do proper work in the future, so you can be proud of your brothers." Defei saluted Lu Xiaochuan and then drove away with his group. Just as they left, sirens blared, and 3 police cars arrived in front of the restaurant. Yu Liang's eyes lit up. He signaled to a nearby classmate, who immediately ran to the police and said, "Officers, there's a fight in front of the restaurant. It's really scary. Look, these 20 or so people are the ones fighting." He pointed at Lu Xiaochuan as he spoke. Su Hua, seeing this, angrily cursed, "Lu Wenhui, you beast. If Xiaochuan hadn't acted earlier, you'd already be on the ground. Now you're betraying him? You're so mean." A few classmates behind Yu Liang also felt sorry, but didn't speak up. The police looked at Lu Wenhui and then at Lu Xiaochuan, who was standing nearby. They smiled and approached Lu Xiaochuan. Seeing this, Yu Liang and Lu Wenhui both showed sneaky smiles. But what happened next made their faces change completely. The lead police officer stepped in front of Lu Xiaochuan and smiled, saying, "Mr. Lu, hello. Do you know what happened here?" This polite question showed respect and also aimed to understand the situation. Lu Xiaochuan said, "This person openly brought people to attack me and my friends. I had no choice but to fight back and teach them a lesson." At this moment, one of the police officers approached and said, "Captain, these people were detained not long ago for fighting and have only been released for half a month." The captain immediately responded, "All of them should be taken into custody and carefully questioned at the station. Since they love causing trouble, let's keep them inside for a while longer." Everyone lying on the ground was taken away. The captain nodded to Lu Xiaochuan and drove off in a police car. Seeing that everything was settled, Lu Xiaochuan decided to drive home. The recent events made him see clearly the true nature of these classmates, and he really didn't want to stay even a minute longer. Lu Xiaochuan said to Su Hua, "I'm going home now. Are you coming?" "Yes, I want to leave too. I don't want to stay here anymore." "I'll go with you," Su Hua replied firmly. Lu Xiaochuan took Su Hua into his car and drove away into the distance. At the restaurant entrance, Yu Liang's face was red because he felt he had been humiliated today. The other classmates looked regretful. They could clearly see how powerful Lu Xiaochuan was. It was really losing a lot for a little gain. But now it was too late to say anything. Lu Xiaochuan drove his car to his home, where Da Hu and Hu rushed over. These two dogs were now about the same size as a small cow. All the dogs in the village were so afraid of them that they didn't dare make a sound, not even humans. After playing with the dogs for a while, Lu Xiaochuan entered his ring and began practicing. He sat cross-legged, and spiritual energy started circulating in his body, running through the small cycle 72 times. Then he began the large cycle, which he ran 36 times. After that, Lu Xiaochuan started practicing his martial skills. Because the advanced version of Palm Thunder could only be cultivated after reaching the foundation establishment stage, Lu Xiaochuan set his sights on a powerful technique called Fierce Fire Divine Palm. This fiery divine palm is similar to the fire talisman, but the difference is that it allows you to directly emit hot flames from your palms without creating talismans or following complicated procedures. Its power is much stronger than the fire talisman. So, Lu Xiaochuan practiced this fiery divine palm inside his ring, constantly trying and gradually becoming more skilled. Over time, he began to master some techniques of this skill. Lu Xiaochuan practiced for quite a while inside his ring and finally learned how to use the fiery divine palm. When he struck with one palm, a sea of fire rolled forward, reaching about 10 meters. If he condensed the flames into a solid fireball, he could hit targets up to 20 meters away. The next stage of the skill is only possible during the foundation establishment stage, and it allows the user to produce a fire of the heart, which means Lu Xiaochuan could start refining pills. The power of this heart fire is said to be incredible, capable of melting steel instantly. Lu Xiaochuan is very eager to reach the foundation establishment stage soon because it's a crucial milestone and the first big hurdle for cultivators. He stepped out of his ring and saw that it was already past 6 in the morning. Lu Xiaochuan took Da Hu and Hu out of the yard and headed toward the foot of the North Mountain. Da Hu and Hu were very happy because Lu Xiaochuan rarely took them out. This morning, they were excited to be outside early and ran happily. When they arrived, Lu Xiaochuan whistled, and the two big dogs quickly ran over, wagging their tails and looking up at him. Lu Xiaochuan pointed to all the fruit trees at the foot of the North Mountain and said, "From now on, this will be your territory. You need to watch over it." Da Hu and Hu barked twice at Lu Xiaochuan and then started running quickly among the trees. The weather is getting cooler and winter is approaching. Lu Xiaochuan needs to contact Wang Fu soon to move the remaining vegetables, watermelons, and cantaloupes. If it gets too cold and they freeze, it will cause big losses. After running around the area with Da Hu and Hu, Lu Xiaochuan returned home and told Yang's father, "Uncle, please arrange for people to start planting vegetables in the greenhouse soon. Follow the plan we discussed earlier, planting some of each kind. We won't plant watermelons for now, just some cantaloupes." De Yang's father nodded and said, "It's getting colder now, so it's time to plant. We shouldn't wait any longer." At that moment, Lu Xiaochuan's phone rang. He answered, and Qian Chongqing's voice came through. "Xiaochuan, come to the city quickly. There have been several cases of people going missing recently, and something strange is going on. We've investigated for days but have no clues. Please come take a look." Lu Xiaochuan knew that Qian Chongqing was at the peak of the postnatal martial arts realm, with several subordinates also at that level. Usually, they could handle ordinary problems, so this time must be something serious. He replied, "Okay, I'll come over soon." After hanging up, Lu Xiaochuan said to Dayong's father, "Uncle, I need to go to the city for a bit. Please watch over Dayong and the house carefully these days." Dayong's father patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, I will take good care of everything at home." When Lu Xiaochuan returned home, he left some food for Da Hu and Hu. Since only Lu Xiaochuan and Lu Xiaoqing would feed them, they wouldn't eat from anyone else. He then told them to guard the house well. Lu Xiaochuan drove for over an hour to the place Qian Chongqing had mentioned. Seeing Lu Xiaochuan arrive, Qian Chongqing hurried over. "Xiaochuan, you're finally here. In the past few days, 5 people have gone missing and we have no clues. The surveillance cameras in different areas show nothing unusual, Lu Xiaochuan knew that this must be the work of someone with special abilities or a practitioner. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to leave no trace at all. He took the case investigation records from Qian Chongxing and examined them carefully. Suddenly, a detail caught his attention. All 5 missing persons were women, around 18 years old. Lu Xiaochuan then asked, "Old Qian, have there been any strange people in the city recently, or any evil practitioners nearby?" Qian Chongxing furrowed his brows and thought for a long time before shaking his head. "No strange people have come to Tinhai City recently. It might be a mistake on our part or something else." After hearing this, Lu Xiaochuan looked through the investigation records several times. Suddenly, a piece of information flashed in his mind, shocking him. He quickly checked the birth dates of these women. Sure enough, they matched exactly what he had suspected. Lu Xiaochuan then said to Qian Chongxing, "Did you notice that all these girls were born during a lunar year, lunar month, lunar day, and lunar hour?" Qian Chongxing was startled when he heard Lu Xiaochuan's words. He quickly looked at the information and immediately frowned, speaking seriously. This situation is definitely caused by an evil cultivator. However, in the past 10 years, no traces of such cultivators have been found in the country. After discovering the root of the problem, Lu Xiaochuan immediately said to Qian Chongxing, "Old Qian, go now and find people born on lunar years, months, days, and hours. You must find them before dark." Commands were issued one after another. The household registration office in Tianhai City began screening all residents' birth dates. Half an hour later, 9 people were identified. 5 were men, so they could be excluded. 1 was an elderly man in his 70s, also to be excluded. That left 3 people. After investigation, 1 was a college student, another a waiter at a restaurant, and the 3rd was out of the city. Both groups split up. Lu Xiaochuan went to watch the restaurant waiter, while Qian and his team went to the school to watch the student. As night fell, Tianhai City gradually quieted down. Only some street vendors still sold snacks and kept busy. Lu Xiaochuan arrived at a restaurant, ordered 2 dishes at the front desk, and deliberately asked about the cashier. At that moment, a girl about 18 or 19 came out from the kitchen. Lu Xiaochuan immediately focused on her because he could clearly sense that she was a pure Yin body. After confirming the target, Lu Xiaochuan found a quiet spot to eat slowly. Time passed quickly. Soon it was past 11 at night. The girl then approached Lu Xiaochuan and said, "Hello, sir. We are about to close." "Sorry." Lu Xiaochuan looked at her, paid the bill, and then stepped outside. He found a quiet place to wait for the girl to finish her shift. Suddenly, Lu Xiaochuan's phone rang. When he answered, Zhou Bin's anxious voice came through. "Senior Lu, the person is here with us. Come quickly." Then he heard the sound of wind rushing past, probably from fast movement. Knowing the evil cultivator's target, Lu Xiaochuan quickly flew in another direction. His figure flashed across the street. It was night and almost no one was around. During the day, many people might think it was a ghost. When they arrived at the place, Lu Xiaochuan found no one around, not even Qian Chongxing and his people. Lu Xiaochuan carefully sensed the air for any signs of activity and then quickly headed in one direction. At the same time, beside an abandoned building, a person dressed in black carried an 18 or 19-year-old girl wearing pajamas on his shoulder. Around him were 4 of Qian Chongxing's subordinates. Qian Chongxing said to the man in black, "You're quite brave, committing so many crimes and still daring to continue. I have to admire you. Now put down that girl and surrender." The man in black looked at Qian Chongxing and his men with a sinister smile, saying, "If you're so eager to die, don't blame me." After speaking, the man in black put the girl down and suddenly attacked Qian Chongxing with incredible speed. Qian Chongxing reached out his hand to block, but as soon as they touched, he realized they were not on the same level. A huge wave of energy hit him, and he spat out blood, flying backward. Seeing this, Zhou Bin and the others shouted loudly and rushed toward the man in black. However, their skills were far inferior, and they were easily knocked to the ground after just one move. The man in black approached Qian Chongxing and said coldly, Your dragon group isn't very strong. You couldn't even handle one of my moves. That's disappointing. He raised his hand to strike Qian Chongqing's head. Just then, a sharp sound of breaking the air was heard. The man in black quickly retreated. As he stepped back, a stone hit the ground where he had been standing, creating a deep hole. It turned out that Lu Xiaochuan, who had just arrived, saw the man in black attacking Qian Chongqing. He picked up a stone and threw it with spiritual energy. The man in black saw Lu Xiaochuan and seemed a little wary, asking in a cold voice, "Who are you?" Lu Xiaochuan smiled and said, "I'm just a simple farmer, usually taking care of things others can't handle." Hearing this, the man in black suddenly flew high into the air and struck toward Lu Xiaochuan with his palm. Lu Xiaochuan raised his hand to meet the attack. With a loud bang, the man in black was pushed back, flying several steps before landing steadily. Lu Xiaochuan landed steadily on the ground, but through the earlier palm strike, a cold, dark energy entered his body. Lu Xiaochuan felt like he was about to freeze. He quickly activated his spiritual energy, surrounding and dissolving the cold airflow in an instant. Lu Xiaochuan looked up at the man in black and said, "You are at the perfect innate stage. You're the strongest cultivator I've met so far. Today, I want to test my true strength." The man in black saw that Lu Xiaochuan was unfazed and knew he was not easy to deal with. He tried to pick up the woman and run away, but Lu Xiaochuan was already attacking him. The man in black could only raise his palm to fight back. What happened next was something he couldn't accept. When their palms touched, the man in black felt a burst of intense heat from Lu Xiaochuan's hand, which instantly entered his body. His muscles and veins were destroyed, and he was knocked back more than 10 meters, falling to the ground and struggling but unable to get up. Nearby, Qian Chongqing and Zhou Bin, who had already stood up, watched in shock. Initially, Lu Xiaochuan was recorded as being at the early innate stage. No one would believe that he was actually at that level back then. They thought he was hiding his true cultivation. Lu Xiaochuan approached the man in black, removed his mask, revealing a pale, thin face. The man in black then spoke coldly. "What kind of martial arts were you just using? How could it suppress my internal energy? And you even destroyed my meridians, ruining my cultivation. My master will definitely seek revenge. None of you will survive." After speaking, he bit his tongue and committed suicide. Lu Xiaochuan shook his head and sighed. Too little experience. He then took out a book from the man's arms. The cover had 4 large characters written in ancient script, "The Secret Record of the Ultimate Yin." Lu Xiaochuan looked inside, and his face grew worse as he read. The book detailed methods and secrets for cultivating the ultimate Yin technique, including cruel ways to accelerate cultivation using a body full of pure Yin energy. The methods were extremely brutal, requiring the practitioner to cultivate 9,999 pure Yin bodies to reach mastery. Thinking about it was terrifying. To prevent such things from remaining in the world, Lu Xiaochuan suddenly ignited a flame. The secret record of the ultimate Yin turned to ashes instantly. Qian Chongqing, Zhou Bin, and the others saw Lu Xiaochuan breathe fire, and their eyes were full of disbelief. However, they knew this was a secret of a martial artist, so they didn't ask, as it was a serious taboo. Qian Chongqing stepped forward and said to Lu Xiaochuan, "This person just before dying mentioned he still has a master. He's already so powerful, so his master must be very formidable. This is a big matter. I must report it quickly. Xiaochuan, be careful." Lu Xiaochuan nodded and replied, "This matter is indeed very serious. We need to act fast. I don't know how many evil cultivators there are. If we don't deal with this early, more people will be harmed." "Oh, by the way, your injuries are not serious, right?" Qian Chongqing asked. "They're not too bad. I think I'll recover in about 10 days of rest. We also need to send this woman back. It's late today."
"Xiaochuan, you don't need to go back. Stay here for the night.
"I'll arrange a place for you," he added. Lu Xiaochuan shook his head and said, "I won't go back tonight, but I don't want to trouble old Qian. I have something to discuss with someone. I'll go see him today." Lu Xiaochuan said farewell to everyone, then his figure flickered and disappeared. Watching Lu Xiaochuan vanish, Zhou asked, "Team leader, what do you think Lu's cultivation level is?" Qian Chongqing sighed and said, "It's hard to say. I guess he's at least at the peak of the innate stage because that evil cultivator was at the innate stage but couldn't handle more than 3 moves from him." Everyone looked at each other in amazement. One person exclaimed, "He's only 20 years old. Even if he was born with this cultivation, he couldn't have reached this level. He's truly a prodigy." After leaving, Lu Xiaochuan called Wang Fu. "Brother Wang, I'm in the city now. I can't go home today. Please arrange a place for me to stay. I also have something to discuss with you." Wang Fu chuckled and said, "I'm at Fumin Tower. Come over. We haven't seen each other in a long time. Let's have a good gathering." About 20 minutes later, Lu Xiaochuan arrived at Fumin Tower. As soon as he entered the hall, Wang Fu came over from afar with a smile and said, "Brother, your accommodation has been arranged. Since you're here, let's not hold back and celebrate properly." The two of them went upstairs to a private room. Lu Xiaochuan saw that several dishes were already on the table, and both white wine and beer were prepared. He joked, "Brother Wang, are you trying to get me drunk?" Wang Fu didn't hide it and said directly, "That's right. Today, I want to see if I can outdrink you. I tell you, I've never met my match in drinking." Lu Xiaochuan just smiled and said nothing. They ate and drank together. At this moment, Lu Xiaochuan said, "Brother Wang, now we need to finish harvesting the last 2 batches of vegetables and fruits. Since it's getting colder, I think we'll be done in 10 or 20 days. Wang Fu nodded and said, "Yes, it's almost cold now. Let's try to finish pulling in all the vegetables, watermelons, and melons within 15 days. Oh, by the way, how's the greenhouse over there? I'll be relying on it this winter." Lu Xiaochuan smiled and replied, "It's all set up now. The seedlings have started planting. Don't worry, Brother Wang, I won't delay your work." They drank for about 2 hours. Each person drank nearly 3 bottles of white wine and several bottles of beer. Now Lu Xiaochuan was sure that Wang Fu couldn't be matched in drinking. It's rare for an ordinary person to drink that much alcohol. Additionally, Lu Xiaochuan received some news. Wang Fu had opened another branch of Fuminlu in the city, expected to open in early spring next year. Learning this, Lu Xiaochuan decided to go back and talk to the old village chief about continuing to lease land to expand planting. Wang Fu, who was drunk, was taken to rest by staff from the hotel. Lu Xiaochuan also went to the room Wang Fu had prepared for him. He activated his spiritual energy, which evaporated all the alcohol from his body. He immediately felt much clearer. After timing himself, Lu Xiaochuan entered his ring to begin practicing. Recently, he planned to adjust his condition to the best and then find time to retreat and break through to the foundation establishment stage. Early the next morning, Lu Xiaochuan left his ring, washed his face briefly, and just as he stepped out, he met the manager he had seen at the restaurant some time ago with Wang Lei. The manager smiled and said, "Mr. Lu, would you like me to arrange for someone to bring you breakfast?" Lu Xiaochuan shook his head and asked, "Has your boss gotten up yet?" The manager replied, "Not yet. Probably drank too much last night." Lu Xiaochuan said, "Tell your boss I have something to do, and I'll leave first." Lu Xiaochuan was driving home when his phone rang just as he was nearing his house. "Brother, why did you leave alone?" Lu Xiaochuan smiled and replied, "I had something to do, so I came back first. Next time, I'll apologize to Brother Wang." Wang Fu sighed and said, "You young people are impressive. You drank so much wine and still got up early. I guess I can't beat getting old." Lu Xiaochuan talked briefly with Wang Fu and then hung up. When he arrived in the city and was driving along the main street, he saw a crowd gathered near the roadside, and he could faintly hear crying. Lu Xiaochuan pulled over and stepped out of his car to approach the crowd. He looked inside and saw an elderly person lying on the ground, with a woman crying beside him. He pushed through the crowd and loudly said, "Everyone, please step back and keep the air flowing." While many people liked to watch the scene, most wanted to help the elderly but lacked the professional knowledge. Lu Xiaochuan examined the elderly man and quickly identified the cause. The man had high blood pressure, and the hot weather made his weak body worse. He had fainted after walking too long. Lu Xiaochuan took out a silver needle and said to the crying girl, "I am a traditional Chinese doctor. I can treat him." "Who is this elderly man?" The girl looked at Lu Xiaochuan and asked, "This is my grandfather. Can you really treat him?" Lu Xiaochuan nodded. At that moment, a young man nearby said, "If you're not confident, wait for the ambulance. We already called for help. Don't let anything go wrong." Lu Xiaochuan smiled and said, "No worries. I trust my medical skills." As he finished speaking, Lu Xiaochuan began inserting the needles. His movements were very quick. In just a blink, his hands had filled the elderly man's head with silver needles, which looked quite frightening. Lu Xiaochuan stuck many silver needles into the elderly man's head, and the crowd watched nervously. After about 2 minutes, Lu Xiaochuan waved his hand, removed the needles, and in a moment, the old man woke up. He looked around confused and asked, "Where am I?" His granddaughter, excited, said, "Grandpa, you're awake. That's wonderful. You suddenly fainted just now. I didn't know what to do. It was this big brother who gave you the needles that woke you up." After getting up, he said to Lu Xiaochuan, "Young man, thank you. If it weren't for you, I might be in real trouble." Lu Xiaochuan smiled and replied, "No need to thank me, sir. It's just fate. I have to go now." As Lu Xiaochuan approached his car and was about to get in, suddenly a voice came from nearby. "Young man, I knew I was right about you. I didn't expect you to have such good medical skills." Hearing this, Lu Xiaochuan was startled because the person had already come close to him without him noticing. This made him very alert. He turned around cautiously and saw the person behind him. The man looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Suddenly, Lu Xiaochuan remembered who this old man with white beard and hair was. He was the same old man who had given him silver needles last time when he bought them at the herbal shop. The old man smiled and asked, "So, young man, do you remember who I am?" Lu Xiaochuan bowed slightly and said, "Thanks again, senior, for the silver needles last time." The old man waved his hand and said, "It's nothing. No need to thank me. But I am quite interested in your medical skills. May I ask who your master is?" Lu Xiaochuan chuckled and replied, "Sorry, senior, I can't reveal my master's background."
Please understand.
The old man said casually, "Sorry, I was rude." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man suddenly struck out with his palm at Lu Xiaochuan. Lu Xiaochuan was startled and responded with his own palm. When their palms met with a loud crack, the old man stood still, and Lu Xiaochuan remained unmoved. They were only about a meter apart, staring at each other fiercely. Then, suddenly, the old man burst into hearty laughter. Indeed, a hero emerges from youth. To have such high skill at a young age is truly astonishing. But I don't understand. Your strength is only between the peak of the innate stage and the early stage of a grandmaster, yet I can't see through you. It's strange. Lu Xiaochuan thought to himself, "You're a martial artist, and I'm a cultivator. If you could see through me, that would be strange." He smiled and said, "I never thought that in this small town there would be a master who keeps to himself."
I'm honored.
From that palm strike, Lu Xiaochuan could tell that the old man's cultivation was at least at the mid-grandmaster level, because if he were only at the beginner stage, Lu Xiaochuan would have been able to sense it clearly. At this moment, the old man said, "We seem to be destined to meet. If you need anything in the future, you can come find me. It gets pretty boring without someone to spar with after a while." Lu Xiaochuan cupped his fists and asked, "May I know your name, senior?" The old man walked forward and replied, "My name is Chu Yun. If you know where I live, come visit me sometime for a cup of tea." Lu Xiaochuan watched Chu Yun walk away and muttered, "I didn't expect such a respected expert to be hiding in this small town. It seems there are many strong people hidden across this land." Back at home, Lu Xiaochuan played with Dahu and Eru for a while, then carried a big watermelon and headed to the old village chief's house. When he arrived, he smiled and said, "Grandpa Village Chief, I came today to discuss something. I want to lease more land in the village because next year, the demand for vegetables will increase." The old village chief lit a cigarette and smiled. "You can pick any land you like in the village. All the villagers have already talked to me. As long as you want to lease land, You can do so anytime. Lu Xiaochuan listened and said happily, "That's perfect. Let's keep the original price. No need to choose new land this time. Just lease all the land behind my family's yard that I didn't lease last time." The old village chief took out an old, worn notebook, flipped through it for a while, and said, "The land there, combined with your family's land, totals a little over 18 acres. When the time comes, you give me the money, and I will distribute it to the villagers based on the land area." With the land settled, the work on the greenhouse was also completed under De Yong's father's leadership. Lu Xiaochuan took some time to water all the crops with diluted spiritual spring water. In the following days, Lu Xiaochuan either focused on practicing or took Dahu and Eru to wander around the village. Half a month later, Wang Fu had already sent people to transport all the vegetables, watermelons, and melons away. Lu Xiaochuan asked De Yong to arrange for people to remove all the seedlings, then brought a tractor to plow over the 10+ acres of land, and watered it thoroughly to ensure good growth for the next planting season. While Lu Xiaochuan was handling the farmland, his phone buzzed with a message. He took it out and saw it was from the bank, informing him that 30,000 yuan had been deposited into his bank account. Lu Xiaochuan saw that the card was his Dragon Group salary card and immediately knew it was the bonus from his last 2 missions. At that moment, Qian Chongqing's call came in. "Xiaochuan, did you receive the bonus? I tell you, this time you've successfully caught the attention of the higher-ups. They said to wait a while and then send you to the capital. I think you're about to become rich." Lu Xiaochuan frowned slightly and said seriously, "I've always said I'm just a small farmer. I can't go to the capital. If there's a difficult task, you can find me, but that's all." After saying that, Lu Xiaochuan hung up the phone. Now, Lu Xiaochuan's bank account had over 2.4 million yuan, making him one of the wealthiest people within 10 miles around. However, Lu Xiaochuan never cared about his clothes or appearance, so no one thought he was a millionaire. The work in the fields was almost done, and the remaining tasks were handed over to Daong. Lu Xiaochuan decided to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Once he did, he could start refining pills and truly change his strength. He left enough food for Dahu and Eru outside, then entered his ring and began practicing diligently inside. Time passed day by day inside the ring. Lu Xiaochuan sat still like a sculpture, motionless. Lu Xiaochuan practiced inside the ring for a long time. Just when he thought he might not be able to break through, the spiritual energy in his body suddenly became uncontrollable and started moving along a specific route. Lu Xiaochuan realized the spiritual energy was no longer under his control. His heart tightened, and he quickly tried to guide it according to the cultivation method in his mind. But no matter what he did, the spiritual energy still refused to obey him. As the spiritual energy spun faster and faster, Lu Xiaochuan felt his body swelling because there was too much spiritual energy gathered inside him. Just when he thought he might be overwhelmed and burst from the spiritual energy, a popping sound like a balloon bursting came from his body. Then Lu Xiaochuan felt a wave of lightness and a sensation of floating upward. Once the spiritual energy inside him stabilized, Lu Xiaochuan opened his eyes and carefully sensed his body. At this time, Lu Xiaochuan had reached the foundation establishment stage, marking the true beginning of his journey into cultivation. He could clearly sense that his divine awareness now extended within a 100-meter radius. In other words, anything happening within 100 meters of Lu Xiaochuan could not escape his divine perception. Lu Xiaochuan continued to stabilize his realm and then began practicing an advanced version of the Palm Thunder and Fire God Palm techniques. Meanwhile, De Yong came to find Lu Xiaochuan. The day before, he went to his house but found no one, only Da Hu and Er Hu. The next day, he came again but still saw no one. De Yong reported to his father that Lu Xiaochuan had disappeared. His father scolded him and gave him a beating. After the beating, his father said, "How can you say that about brother Xiaochuan? What do you mean by disappeared?" De Yong, still mumbling, replied, "He's still at home. The car is there, the dog is there, but he's not visible. If he's not missing, what else could it be? Hearing De Yong mumbling, his father tried to hit him again. Sensing trouble, De Yong quickly ran away and disappeared from sight. Meanwhile, inside the ring, Lu Xiaochuan had been practicing for a long time. He had fully mastered the advanced version of the Palm Thunder technique. Now, when he used Palm Thunder, it was no longer just a single lightning bolt. Instead, dozens of lightning bolts struck simultaneously, and their power was several times greater than before. The Fire God Palm was more difficult because its advanced version required him to produce a special fire within himself called Heart Fire. Only by creating this inner fire could he succeed in cultivation. Lu Xiaochuan repeatedly tried to produce the Heart Fire. After countless failures, he finally saw a tiny flame appear in his dantian. The flame was golden yellow and flickered constantly. Curious, Lu Xiaochuan continued practicing, aiming to grow this heart fire to a level suitable for alchemy. Time inside the ring seemed to pass endlessly. At this moment, Lu Xiaochuan was surrounded by golden flames. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. All the golden flames inside him entered his body in an instant. Lu Xiaochuan leapt high into the air and struck with his palm. Instantly, a blaze of golden flames appeared ahead. It felt cool and harmless, yet it could instantly turn trees into ashes. If this attack hit a person, they would be reduced to particles and scattered in the air within moments. At this moment, Lu Xiaochuan felt that his speed had reached its limit. He was moving so fast that the naked eye couldn't catch him. His strength had also increased greatly compared to before. It could be said that with his previous strength, Lu Xiaochuan could now easily defeat himself with a wave of his hand. Lu Xiaochuan was very satisfied with his recent cultivation. He looked at the spiritual spring and took it out of his ring. As soon as he took out the spring, the big dog and the second dog noticed and kept barking at the door. Lu Xiaochuan opened the door and saw the two dogs wagging their tails happily. He took a bowl of spiritual spring water from his ring and shared it with the two dogs. At this moment, Lu Deong pushed open the door and came in. He saw Lu Xiaochuan playing happily with the two dogs and asked in surprise, "Xiaochuan, where have you been these days? When did you come back? Why didn't you drive here?" Lu Xiaochuan chuckled and said, "I went to the city for a bit, to visit some old classmates from university. I just got back now." "What's the matter? Do you need something?" "Nothing big, just that recently, we don't need to pick vegetables anymore, so there's not much work." "I was thinking of going to the river to catch fish these days," Lu Deong said excitedly. Lu Xiaochuan replied, "Sounds good. I haven't gone fishing in the river for years. Let's catch some fish tonight. I'll invite Grandpa Village Head and your father, and I'll cook fish in hot water for everyone." They quickly decided and grabbed bamboo baskets, heading toward the river. It took about 20 minutes to reach the river. This river was a favorite place from their childhood. When they were young and poor, they would spend whole days catching fish there just to eat. Over time, their interest shifted from fishing to playing. They took off their clothes. At this moment, Lu Deong suggested, "Xiaochuan, let's have a contest today to see who catches more fish. The loser has to drink a glass of white wine tonight." Lu Xiaochuan smiled and said, "You said it. I was the best at catching fish in the village when I was young. If I lose, you can't change your mind. It's been over 4 years since you last caught fish, but I come here every year. Who wins is still uncertain," Lu Deong said proudly. However, after half an hour, Lu Deong realized he had been tricked. He worked hard for half an hour and only caught 3 fish. But Lu Xiaochuan just stood there, putting his hand into the water, catching fish one after another. By now, he had caught about 18 or 19 fish. Lu Deong looked discouraged and said, "Xiaochuan, I give up. Let's stop here today. There are too many fish. We can't eat them all." Lu Xiaochuan smiled and said, "Let's leave the smaller fish behind. Just keep a few big ones." The two of them happily carried 6 large fish home. When they arrived, De Yong's father saw the big fish and said happily, "You went to the river again to catch fish, right?" Lu Xiaochuan nodded and replied, "Uncle, how about I cook a spicy fish dish for you today? Later, I'll call the village chief over and everyone can have a drink together." So, De Yong was sent by his father to call the old village chief. Lu Xiaochuan and De Yong's father started preparing the fish. They found they had too many and couldn't finish them all, so they only cooked 3 fish and froze the remaining 3 in the fridge. An hour later, the old village chief, De Yong's father, Lu Xiaochuan, and De Yong sat around the table drinking. There were 2 big bowls of spicy fish in front of them, and the smell made everyone's mouth water. De Yong's father ate and said, "Xiaochuan, your cooking skills are amazing. You can make fish taste so good. I don't think there's anyone in the village who can do better." Lu Xiaochuan felt a bit shy and said, "Uncle, stop praising me. If you keep doing that, I might just hide under the table." While De Yong's father was praising Lu Xiaochuan, De Yong, sitting nearby, ate fish and said, "Dad, if I go to college, even if I can't match brother Xiaochuan, I definitely won't be far behind." Hearing this, De Yong's father looked guilty and said, "De Yong, it's all my fault. If it weren't for me, you would have gone to college too." Seeing the mood turn a bit sour, Lu Xiaochuan quickly changed the subject. "Uncle, let's not talk about that. Today, I was competing with De Yong to catch fish. Guess what? He lost and has to drink a glass of wine." De Yong also noticed his father's mood was a little low, so he chuckled and said, "Okay, I'll drink one myself." He then took a sip of wine. De Yong's father quickly served some food to De Yong, worried he might drink too quickly. They kept eating until after 7 in the evening. The old village chief, being older, ate a little and chatted with everyone for a while before heading home. Lu Xiaochuan looked at the still fairly sober De Yong and said, "De Yong, take good care of your dad. I'm going home now." De Yong replied, "Don't worry, brother Xiaochuan. I haven't had too much to drink yet." When Lu Xiaochuan returned home, he used his cultivation technique to dispel the alcohol in his body. Then he entered his ring to practice. Lu Xiaochuan knew that whether practicing cultivation or martial arts, it was like rowing upstream. If you don't progress, you fall behind. So he was very diligent in his training. The next morning, after coming out of his ring, Lu Xiaochuan ate a little, fed his 2 tigers, and then drove to the city. Now that he could refine pills, he wanted to find a suitable furnace. Since he didn't have one, he decided to visit the antique market to see if he could find an ancient alchemy furnace. Back in college, Lu Xiaochuan had heard Wang Lei mention that Tanghai City had a large antique market. Several times, Wang Lei invited him to visit, but he never went. Now that he had graduated, he was finally going to the antique market. After driving for over an hour, Lu Xiaochuan arrived at his destination, the antique market. As he entered the street, he could clearly feel a faint sense of gloom and some indescribable smells. He looked at each shop one by one. When he reached a large store, he asked the owner about alchemy furnaces. However, after visiting several shops, none had an ancient furnace. Just then, a faint wave of spiritual energy appeared within Lu Xiaochuan's awareness. Although subtle, he noticed it. This made him excited because few things could emit spiritual energy, such as spiritual tools used by cultivators, rare treasures, or spiritual stones. Lu Xiaochuan quickly moved toward the source of the spiritual energy. He saw an old man, about 60 or 70 years old, sitting against the wall at a street corner. In front of him was a tattered cloth, on which more than 10 ancient-looking objects were displayed. The spiritual energy was emanating from here. Lu Xiaochuan approached and pretended to casually observe the items on the stall. After sensing carefully, he confirmed that the spiritual energy was coming from the bottom of a small porcelain vase. He picked up the vase and scanned it with his divine sense. This made him very excited. He discovered that the bottom of the vase was hollow, with an irregular red stone embedded inside. This might not mean much to ordinary people, but for Lu Xiaochuan, it was like fuel for his cultivation. The red stone was a spiritual stone, the most needed item for cultivators. He controlled his excitement and asked the old man, "Sir, how much for this vase?" The old man looked up and spoke softly. 5,000 yuan, no bargaining. Lu Xiaochuan was straightforward, paid the 5,000 yuan directly, and took the bottle, then left. The old man behind him pocketed the money and muttered as he watched Lu Xiaochuan's figure. "It seems like it's less, but since he's in a hurry to sell, I guess I'll just go along with it." Lu Xiaochuan held the bottle, went to a corner, and used his ring to store the small spirit stone inside. Then he went to an antique shop and took out the vase. The shop owner examined the vase carefully with a magnifying glass and then asked Lu Xiaochuan, "Do you have a price in mind for this vase?" Lu Xiaochuan didn't know much about it, but he could clearly feel that the vase was old, so he said, "Just give me a price. If I think it's fair, I'll sell it to you today." The owner looked at Lu Xiaochuan as if he was passing the ball back, studied the vase for a while, and after some thought said, "All right, I'll give you a market price, 1.2 million yuan. If you agree, I'll keep the vase and transfer the money to you immediately. If not, I can introduce you to some collectors who like old items." The price shocked Lu Xiaochuan. He thought the vase was worth about 100,000 yuan, but it turned out to be worth 1.2 million. Without hesitation, Lu Xiaochuan agreed. Once the money was transferred to his account, he left the antique shop and continued wandering through the antique street, looking for a refining furnace. The shop owner asked someone to carefully store the vase. At that moment, a man nearby said, "Boss, should we follow him and see what he's up to?" The boss shook his head and replied, "No need. That vase probably isn't very old. It's recent. People like him tend to be ruthless and reckless. Better not to cause trouble." After another hour of asking around 10 shops, Lu Xiaochuan found no sign of a refining furnace. Frustrated, he gave up and left the antique street, driving home. Just then, Lu Xiaochuan's phone rang. When he answered, Song Jiaqian's voice came through. "Hey, Brother Lu. My dad wants to invite you over for dinner tonight to thank you for saving him last time." Lu Xiaochuan casually replied, "Just the dinner? Honestly, I only helped your dad to give face to Director Han last time. If you want to thank someone, thank Director Han." At this moment, Song Jiaqian spoke on the phone. "Brother Lu, if you don't come today, I will move into your house immediately, and I will stay for a long time." Lu Xiaochuan quickly replied, "No, miss, please don't. I'll come over soon, okay? You should forget about staying at my place for a long time." Since Lu Xiaochuan was alone at home now, and his sister Lu Xiaoqing was not there, it was inconvenient for a man and a woman to live together. Plus, he remembered what his grandfather had told him before he passed away, and he kept it in his heart. Lu Xiaochuan drove for half an hour and arrived at Song Jiaqian's house. Since he had visited before, he still remembered the way. At this moment, Song Jiaqian ran out happily and jumped over to Lu Xiaochuan, smiling. "Big brother Lu, come on, let's go inside. The food is almost ready, and my dad is waiting for you." Lu Xiaochuan followed Song Jiaqian into the villa. He saw Song Zhenjiang walking straight over from the opposite side. He shook hands with Lu Xiaochuan and said with a smile, "Last time Mr. Lu left so quickly that I didn't get a chance to thank you properly. Today, I asked my daughter to call you, because I want to invite you to dinner and also thank you for saving me last time." Lu Xiaochuan smiled and said, "You're too kind, Mr. Song." After everyone sat down, Song Zhenjiang took out a card and handed it to Lu Xiaochuan. "Mr. Lu, there is 5 million yuan inside. It's a small token of my appreciation. I hope you will accept it." Lu Xiaochuan waved his hand and said, "Mr. Song, please take the money back." "I can't accept it." Song Zhenjiang said, "Mr. Lu, this is just a small gesture from me, with no other meaning. I won't take it. If you keep insisting, I'll have to leave," Lu Xiaochuan said seriously. Although Lu Xiaochuan was not a wealthy man now, he had savings of over 2 million, nearly 3 million yuan, enough to cover all his current living needs. Seeing that Lu Xiaochuan was determined not to accept the money, Song Zhenjiang gave up. Suddenly, Song Jiaqian said, "Dad, next year after the new year, Brother Lu is going to build a house. Maybe you can find someone to help him build a house, as a way of thanking him." Song Zhenjiang's eyes lit up and he said, "Mr. Lu, you're planning to build a house next year? Perfect. I have real estate projects under my company. After the new year, I'll have Jia Qian show them to you. Just tell them your ideas and requirements." Lu Xiaochuan wanted to refuse, but in the end, he couldn't argue with Song Jiaqian, so he had to agree. Next, the three of them started eating. Just then, Lu Xiaochuan's eyes fixed on a spot, at a corner of a villa restaurant, where a shelf held many old-looking bronze objects. Song Junjiang saw Lu Xiaochuan's gaze and asked, "Mr. Lu, are you also interested in antiques?" Lu Xiaochuan snapped out of his thoughts and replied, "No, I just saw something that I really need." Song Junjiang's eyes lit up and he quickly said, "Since you like that item, I'll give it to you." Many of the things here were also gifts from friends. Lu Xiaochuan approached the shelf, took down an object that looked like a pill furnace, but this furnace was only as thick as a human arm and about 10 centimeters tall. Most people would think it was too small to be useful, but in Lu Xiaochuan's eyes, this was a treasure. He discovered that inside the furnace, there were carvings of formations, and it was a spiritual tool once used by a cultivator, a refining furnace used for alchemy. Seeing Lu Xiaochuan so interested in the incense burner-like object, Song Junjiang said, "Mr. Lu, since you like this so much, I'll give it to you. I hope you won't refuse this time." Lu Xiaochuan didn't hold back and said directly, "Mr. Song, I won't be polite either. This item is very useful to me. Thank you for giving it to me." Lu Xiaochuan never expected to find a refining furnace after hours in the antique market, but just by having dinner here, he stumbled upon one. Truly a stroke of fate. Feeling happy to have gotten what he wanted, Lu Xiaochuan finished eating with a smile and said to Song Junjiang before leaving, "Mr. Song, if you need anything in the future, just ask me. I can help you with everything. Also, thank you again for today's hospitality and gift." Song Jiaqian stood at the villa door, watching Lu Xiaochuan drive away, lost in thought. Behind her, Song Junjiang shook his head and turned back into the villa. Lu Xiaochuan hurried home, closed the door, and immediately put the pill furnace into his ring. Lu Xiaochuan studied for a long time, then began refining the pill furnace. He forced a drop of his blood essence out, and with a flick of his finger, the blood was instantly absorbed by the furnace. Next, Lu Xiaochuan made hand seals, and a fire appeared inside him, wrapping around the furnace and starting to burn.
Time passed second by second.
Lu Xiaochuan felt his connection with the furnace growing closer. Suddenly, the furnace emitted a bright red light, then returned to calm. Lu Xiaochuan smiled as he looked at the furnace in front of him, feeling very excited. Just now, while refining the furnace, a lot of information appeared in his mind. It turned out that this furnace was accidentally obtained by a cultivator from thousands of years ago. Later, because the spiritual energy in the world dried up, it became less suitable for cultivation. Instead, martial arts began to become more popular. Martial artists could grow stronger faster, so traditional cultivation gradually declined. The cultivation methods recorded inside this furnace were left by that cultivator. He hoped that someone with fate could inherit this legacy and pass on the cultivation path. Lu Xiaochuan muttered, "Senior, I appreciate your kindness, but I already have my own cultivation method. My cultivation line is not broken. Still, I thank you for this furnace." Then, Lu Xiaochuan thought to himself. The small furnace in front of him suddenly grew larger until it was suitable for refining pills. He eagerly found a beginner's pill recipe. The pill made from it could instantly restore all spiritual energy in someone at the qi condensation stage. This was relatively simple, and the ingredients weren't very rare. Lu Xiaochuan was afraid of wasting precious herbs if he failed, especially since these herbs were very hard to find outside. For his first attempt, Lu Xiaochuan carefully followed the steps in his mind, operating slowly. Maybe because he was nervous or couldn't control his fire well, the herbs he put in turned to ash in no time. Lu Xiaochuan didn't lose heart. He started again, but after several failures, he was getting frustrated. The herbs, though not very high level, were still valuable. Wasting them like this was unacceptable. Finally, Lu Xiaochuan focused on analyzing why he failed. He realized that his control over the fire was unstable. So, Lu Xiaochuan decided to practice controlling his fire first, then start refining the pill. For several nights in a row, Lu Xiaochuan practiced controlling his inner fire inside the ring. One morning, Lu Xiaochuan left the ring early and drove to the county town. After visiting the traditional medicine shop, he went straight to Chu Yun and asked to buy some herbs. Chu Yun was happy to see Lu Xiaochuan coming. He had hidden in this small county for decades, and Lu Xiaochuan was the only person who made him feel like he was still a martial artist. The last time they fought hand-to-hand was the only real fight he had in all those years. Chuyan looked at Lu Xiaochuan with curiosity and asked, "Young Lu, I feel like you're even harder to read than before."
Lu Xiaochuan chuckled and said, "Really? I don't feel that way."
"By the way, I want to buy some herbs from you today. Can you help me gather them?" Chuyan stroked his beard and replied, "Sure, but you have to fight me first. If you can last 30 moves without losing, I'll give you all the herbs today for free. How about that?" Lu Xiaochuan had never fought a real expert before and felt a spark of fighting spirit. He said to Chu Yun, "All right, since you're interested, I, as a junior, can't back down. Where shall we start?" Chu Yun waved his hand and then walked to the backyard. Lu Xiaochuan followed. In the backyard, they simply clasped fists and started fighting immediately without saying a word. At first, they exchanged various moves back and forth. But as time went on, their movements grew faster, and their bodies blurred into shadows, making it impossible to see where they were. The 30 moves had long passed, yet they kept fighting. After a while, they finally separated. Chuyan laughed loudly and said, "Good. You're a hero in the making. Your skills are much higher than I expected. Now, try to take my next move." After speaking, Chuyan made a single downward slash with one hand. A streak of blue internal energy shot out from his palm, like a sword, attacking Lu Xiaochuan. Lu Xiaochuan had no choice because he couldn't use his Thunder Palm or Fire God Palm. They were too powerful and couldn't be countered by ordinary martial arts. So, Lu Xiaochuan remembered a set of boxing techniques he learned inside the ring. Instantly, he struck out with his fist, channeling his spiritual energy through it. With a loud pop, the internal energy Chu Yun sent out was shattered by Lu Xiaochuan's punch. Due to the impact, Lu Xiaochuan's body shook slightly and he secretly thought, "Looks like Senior Chu's martial cultivation is at the late Grandmaster stage. If he reaches perfect Grandmaster level, I probably can't beat him." Seeing Lu Xiaochuan block his final attack, Chu Yun was full of disbelief but still laughed loudly. "Good, Lu. It's been a long time since I felt so excited. Let's stop here for today. Maybe we can fight again another time." Then he handed Lu Xiaochuan's medicinal ingredient list to someone to prepare the herbs. During this process, Chu Yun asked about Lu Xiaochuan's master. Lu Xiaochuan couldn't possibly tell him that his current strength came from obtaining a treasure of a cultivator. He simply said, "These were taught to me by a very sloppy old man when I was a child. To thank him, I brought him food. He taught me for 2 years, then disappeared without a trace. I haven't seen him since." Though he couldn't say more, Chu Yun nodded and said, "With your current cultivation, your martial skills must be very powerful. Remember, don't mention these things to outsiders in the future, and don't reveal too much of your true strength." Finally, Lu Xiaochuan carried a large bag of herbs, got into his car, and drove away into the distance. Chu Yun watched the car go, murmuring, "In this world, such a genius appears." Could it be that the cultivation world is about to face another storm? Less than a few hundred meters away, Lu Xiaochuan saw a crowd gathered on the road ahead. Using his divine sense, he realized there had been a car accident. He quickly stopped his car to the side, pushed through the crowd, and entered. Inside, he saw a little girl of about 3 or 4 years old being held by an old man. The old man's mouth was bleeding heavily. Lu Xiaochuan approached and checked, but the old man had already passed away. Even with his high medical skills, Lu Xiaochuan knew he couldn't save someone who had been dead for a while. Carefully, he gently took the little girl out of the old man's arms. Perhaps sensing someone was holding her, the girl tightly clung to Lu Xiaochuan's clothes. Lu Xiaochuan paid no mind and carefully examined her. He found that she was likely in the car accident and had been held by the old man when she hit her head on the ground, causing her to faint. Her life should not be in danger, but he wasn't sure if there would be any brain injury. Just then, the sirens of an ambulance and police cars sounded almost simultaneously. The onlookers quickly made way. Police arrived at the scene and took control. They saw the elderly person lying on the ground, and then saw Lu Xiaochuan holding a little girl nearby. The police officer quickly approached and said, "Isn't this Mr.
Lu?
What are you doing here?" Lu Xiaochuan replied calmly, "I'm just passing by. I saw a car accident and came to check." At this moment, a doctor approached the police officer and said, "The elderly person on the ground shows no signs of life. He is confirmed dead." The police officer frowned because any death is a serious matter. He loudly asked, "Who was driving the car?" Many bystanders pointed at a young man sitting on the ground and said, "It's him. He was driving the car that hit the elderly person and the child." When he got out, he smelled of alcohol. Several police officers quickly took the driver into custody and arranged for a traffic officer to test his blood alcohol level, confirming he was drunk. The police examined the scene, collected evidence, and investigated the victim. They found that only the elderly person and the little girl were part of the family. The girl's parents had passed away over 2 years ago, and there were no other relatives. After learning this, Lu Xiaochuan said, "What should we do with the child? Take her away. See if any kind-hearted people want to adopt her." The police nodded and said, "All right, we'll take her back. If no one adopts her soon, we'll send her to an orphanage." Lu Xiaochuan frowned and said, "Try not to send her to an orphanage. If no one adopts her soon, call me. I'll find someone to take care of her." The police nodded and reached out to pick up the child. But what happened next made Lu Xiaochuan feel very uncomfortable. Just as the police tried to take the child from Lu Xiaochuan's arms, the little girl tightly held onto his clothes and didn't let go. She gripped so hard that her hands turned red. Lu Xiaochuan stopped the police and held the girl close. At that moment, her grip loosened a little. After several attempts to free her, all failed. With no other options, Lu Xiaochuan looked at the police and said, "Let's do this. I'll register her and take her home first. Once she wakes up, I'll bring her back to you." Reluctantly, Lu Xiaochuan asked for her name, then drove home with the little girl. Dahu and Eru saw their owner holding a child and were very curious. They kept circling around Lu Xiaochuan, eager to get close to the girl. Lu Xiaochuan gently carried the little girl into the room, carefully placing her on the bed. Then he infused a small amount of spiritual energy into her. After a moment, the girl opened her eyes, looked around with confusion, then looked at Lu Xiaochuan and suddenly called out, "Dad." This surprised Lu Xiaochuan greatly. He was only 20 years old, had no wife, and was startled to be called dad by a child. The girl kept calling for her dad and sadly said she was hungry. Although Lu Xiaochuan had no experience with children, he guessed she needed some food. He cut a piece of meat and added some rice, planning to cook a simple meat porridge. After half an hour, Lu Xiaochuan started feeding the girl little by little and also checked if her mind had been affected. Through his questions, he found that the girl had no memory of her past at all, not even her grandfather, who had taken care of her. After finishing the meal, the girl happily said to Lu Xiaochuan, "Dad, take me to play." Lu Xiaochuan gently replied, "Mo Yuan, I am not your dad. You can call me brother from now on, okay?" Hearing this, Mo Yuan opened her eyes wide to look at him, then suddenly burst into tears. While crying, she said, "Papa doesn't want me anymore. Papa doesn't want me anymore." Lu Xiaochuan was caught off guard by her tears and didn't know what to do. He quickly said, "Mo Yuan, don't cry. Come on, I'll take you to play." He then picked her up and left the room. Mo Yuan stopped crying and looked around with big, tearful eyes, full of curiosity like a little baby. Soon, Dahu and who caught Mo Yuan's attention. She struggled to get down from Lu Xiaochuan's arms and reached out her hands to the dogs. Fearing the dogs might hurt her, Lu Xiaochuan warned, "Don't jump on people and don't scratch with your claws." The two dogs seemed to understand and stood still, letting Mo Yuan pull their fur and play. Since the dogs were large, Mo Yuan could easily crawl under them. After a while, Mo Yuan seemed tired from playing. She turned around, grabbed Lu Xiaochuan's pant leg, and looked up at him with a pitiful expression. Lu Xiaochuan had no choice but to pick up Mo Yuan and gently said, "Mo Yuan, I will take you somewhere fun. You can play there, okay?" When Mo Yuan heard fun, her eyes lit up and she cheerfully said, "Yay." Daddy is taking me to play, so Lu Xiaochuan drove the car with Mo Yuan and went straight to the county police station. They found the officer in charge that day, explained the situation, and wanted to leave the child there to follow proper procedures. However, whenever Lu Xiaochuan tried to leave, Mo Yuan burst into loud tears, even refusing to let him go to the bathroom. Because of this, everyone in the police station was called over. Seeing this very cute little girl, many wanted to go and play with her, but Mo Yuan buried her face in Lu Xiaochuan's arms, not giving anyone a chance. Just then, Zheng Gang came over. Everyone respectfully greeted him. "Good evening, Director." Zheng Gang nodded and walked straight to Lu Xiaochuan, saying, "Brother Lu, what are you doing here? You didn't tell me you came." Lu Xiaochuan smiled bitterly and replied, "I'm not here for a walk. I came because of something important." He then explained what had happened. After listening, Zheng Gang smiled and said, "This is a tricky situation. How about this, you adopt the child? She seems to be connected to you. I'll handle the paperwork for you." Lu Xiaochuan reluctantly said, "Director Zheng, I'm only 20. I haven't even married yet. How can I take care of a 3-year-old girl suddenly?" In the end, there was no other choice. Whenever Lu Xiaochuan tried to leave, Mo Yuan started crying, sometimes even gasping for breath. Lu Xiaochuan couldn't bear to see her upset. He asked about her grandfather and then had to leave with Mo Yuan. They went to the mortuary to handle some formalities and arrange for cremation. These tasks were handled by specialists or teams, and paying money made everything easy. After more than 3 hours of work, everything was done. It really shows that money can solve many problems. Finally, Lu Xiaochuan and Mo Yuan bowed a few times at her grandfather's grave. During this, Mo Yuan asked who her grandfather was. Lu Xiaochuan could only tell her, "That's your grandpa." Lu Xiaochuan didn't want to say too much because Mo Yuan, just over 3 years old, was already starting to remember things. Talking too much might affect her mental health later. It was too late to send Mo Yuan to kindergarten. They wouldn't accept her now. She would have to wait until after the new year to start. Lu Xiaochuan now feels like a dad, which suddenly makes his usually abundant free time much less. He took Mo Yuan shopping for clothes and bought many things for children. Then, Lu Xiaochuan drove home with Mo Yuan. As soon as they arrived, Mo Yuan fell asleep on Lu Xiaochuan's bed, probably because she was very tired today. Lu Xiaochuan looked at the sleeping Mo Yuan and felt uneasy. If he doesn't adopt her, what will her future be like? Could he unintentionally hurt her? After thinking for a while, Lu Xiaochuan shook his head, pushed aside these worries, and arranged for Da Hu and Air Hu to watch over Mo Yuan. He carefully timed himself and entered the ring. Inside the ring, Lu Xiaochuan continued practicing alchemy. This time, he didn't use precious spiritual herbs but ordinary medicinal materials bought from Chu Yun. Although these herbs wouldn't be effective even if made into pills, they helped Lu Xiaochuan learn the method of alchemy directly. Lu Xiaochuan stayed inside the ring for a long time. When he felt it was about time, he came out. As soon as he appeared, he saw Mo Yuan riding on Da Hu, spinning around in the yard. This startled Lu Xiaochuan. If Mo Yuan fell off, it would be bad. He quickly moved to Da Hu's side and gently took Mo Yuan down. Seeing Lu Xiaochuan, Mo Yuan happily hugged his neck and said, "Dad, where did you go just now? I woke up and couldn't see you. The 2 dogs were playing with me. They listened to me." Lu Xiaochuan smiled, patted her head, and said, "I brought you some food. Later, I'll cook a nice meal for you, okay?"
Mo Yuan happily replied, "Okay."
"Dad is the best. I want to eat the food you make, because my little tummy is hungry." Right now, Lu Xiaochuan still couldn't fully see himself as Mo Yuan's dad. Maybe it just takes some time. He steamed some rice and cooked 2 dishes, 1 meat and 1 vegetable. When he set the dishes on the table, Mo Yuan couldn't wait, but her arms were too short to reach the food on the table. Lu Xiaochuan chuckled, picked her up, and placed her beside him. Then, he set the dishes in front of her and handed her a spoon. They started eating. While eating, Mo Yuan cheerfully said, "Dad, your cooking is really delicious." At this moment, Lu Xiaochuan watched Mo Yuan eat little by little, feeling a strange and subtle emotion inside. Ever since Mo Yuan came into his family, Lu Xiaochuan had been living a full life. He always took little Yuan wherever he went. Of course, Yuan's presence brought Lu Xiaochuan happiness, but it also caused him some worries. The weather was getting cooler, and winter was approaching. The vegetables and fruits in the greenhouse were starting to be ready for harvest. One day, Lu Xiaochuan was playing with Yuan in the yard. Lu Deong entered, and Dahu and Eru looked up to see him, then went back to their naps. Lu Deong went over to Mo Yuan, picked her up, and said, "Little Yuan, do you miss Uncle Deong?" Yuan, in a soft voice, replied, "Yes, I want Uncle Deong to take me to the river to catch small fish." Hearing this, Lu Deong shrank back nervously and looked fearfully at Lu Xiaochuan. A few days earlier, he had taken Yuan to the river to catch fish and left her alone by the water while he went into the river himself. Lu Xiaochuan saw this and scolded Lu Deong harshly, making him obedient and trembling. Since then, Lu Deong had been very afraid of Lu Xiaochuan. Seeing that Lu Xiaochuan ignored them, Lu Deong quietly said, "Little Yuan, how about we don't go to the river? We can pick watermelons and cantaloupes in the greenhouse instead." Yuhan's eyes lit up, and she eagerly said, Okay, let's go pick watermelons." "Hurry, let's go." Then she ran to Lu Xiaochuan and said, "Dad, let's go pick watermelons." "Hurry, Dad." Lu Xiaochuan smiled and patted Yuhan's head, saying, "Yuhan, let Uncle Deong take you." "I won't go." He then turned to Lu Deong and warned, "Take good care of Yuhan. If I find out you take her to dangerous places again, you'll see what I do." Lu Deong nodded repeatedly and led Yuhan toward the greenhouse, with Lu Dahu and Eru following behind. Not long after they left, a police car arrived at Lu Xiaochuan's house. It was the county police chief, Zheng Gang. Lu Xiaochuan welcomed Zheng Gang inside, poured tea, and asked, "Chief Zheng, you're a busy man. What brings you here today?" Zheng Gang took a sip of tea and replied, "I brought the documents related to your guardianship. With these papers and certificates, Yuhan will officially be part of your family from now on." After speaking, he took out an ID and some documents and handed them to Lu Xiaochuan. Lu Xiaochuan looked at these items, but did not feel very excited. Instead, he felt an invisible pressure building inside him, which made him uncomfortable. Zheng Gang noticed Lu Xiaochuan's resistance and said calmly, "Brother Lu, I understand how you feel. It's hard for anyone who isn't married to suddenly have a child. But Xiao Yuan and you're very connected. She doesn't remember the past anymore. In her heart, you are her father. If we are firm, we could even consider giving her to another family to raise." Lu Xiaochuan took a deep breath and said, "No need. From now on, Mo Yuan is my daughter and part of my family. Thank you, Brother Zheng, for bringing these things to me personally." Seeing that Lu Xiaochuan had understood, Zheng Gang smiled and said, "Today I'm on leave, but I suddenly have to handle a case. After I finish, I'll come by to see Brother Lu. If it weren't for you, I'd still be suffering every day." When Lu Xiaochuan heard Zheng Gang was on leave, he immediately said, "Since you're on leave today, let's have a good drink. I'll cook some dishes later, and you don't need to go back today." Zheng Gang initially wanted to refuse, but he couldn't argue with Lu Xiaochuan's reasoning, so he finally agreed. He told the driver to go home and stayed at Lu Xiaochuan's house. Lu Xiaochuan called Lu Deong. When the call connected, Lu Xiaochuan said, "Bring Xiao Yuan back. There's something I need to handle. Also, call your dad and the village chief." Right after hanging up, the village chief entered the yard. Seeing Lu Xiaochuan and a middle-aged man there, the village chief asked, "Xiaochuan, I saw a police car come to your house just now. Did you do something bad?" Lu Xiaochuan couldn't help but laugh and said, "Don't worry, Grandpa Village Chief. I won't do anything illegal. Come, let me introduce you. This is Zheng Gang, the director of our county's public security bureau. And this is our village chief." Hearing that Zheng Gang was the county police chief, the village chief happily stepped forward and shook Zheng Gang's hand, saying, "Oh, so you're the director. Quickly, Xiaochuan, pour some tea for the director." Before Lu Xiaochuan could speak, Zheng Gang said, "Village chief, you're too polite. Brother Lu and I are like brothers. There's no need to be so formal. Let's keep it casual." While the three of them were chatting, Lu Deong and his son brought Mo Yuan into the yard. Lu Xiaochuan introduced everyone to them. When the father and son learned that Zheng Gang was the head of the county police bureau, they were so surprised they couldn't close their mouths. They didn't expect Lu Xiaochuan to know the police chief, let alone have such a good relationship with him. Lu Xiaochuan ignored their surprise and asked the old village chief and Lu Deong to take Mo Yuan to accompany Zheng Gang. He then pulled Lu Deong toward the riverbank, planning to catch 2 fish to make boiled fish. Half an hour later, Lu Xiaochuan and Lu Deong returned with 2 big fish. As soon as they set the fish down, Lu Deong went out again. The old village chief asked curiously, "Xiaochuan, what did Deong go to do now?" Lu Xiaochuan smiled and said, "It's nothing. He's going to pick some vegetables and fruits from the greenhouse. I'll clean these fish first." At this moment, Mo Yuan ran to Lu Xiaochuan's side, looking at the 2 big fish in his hands. She excitedly said, "Wow, Dad, you're amazing. You caught such big fish. Dad, can you teach me how to catch fish?" After saying that, she looked at Lu Xiaochuan pitifully. Lu Xiaochuan replied seriously, "Don't go to the riverbank. If you don't listen, I won't let you eat the fish I prepare later." Hearing this, Mo Yuan quickly said, "I will listen to Dad. Dad, please don't refuse to let me eat fish." As she spoke, tears almost welled up in her eyes. Lu Xiaochuan's heart softened, and he said gently, "Okay, as long as Yuan behaves, I'll make delicious food for you every day, okay?" Mo Yuan happily nodded, but in her excitement, she accidentally blew a snot bubble, which looked very funny and almost made Lu Xiaochuan laugh. Fortunately, Lu Deong nearby quickly took a tissue to wipe her nose. Because Lu Xiaochuan is a cultivator, he moved very quickly. Soon, the fish was cooked, along with ribs, shredded pork with green peppers, and stir-fried eggplant. Although there were only 4 dishes, the portions were definitely 2 or 3 times that of a restaurant. Everyone gathered around the table. Lu Xiaochuan took out 5 bottles of white wine, poured drinks for everyone, and started eating and drinking. Lu Xiaochuan was very busy because he had to serve Yuan and pick out the fish bones. At the table, Yuan was the most enthusiastic about eating, pointing and asking Lu Xiaochuan to serve her favorite dishes. After a while, the old village chief and Daxiong's father raised their glasses to Zheng Gang. Zheng Gang didn't dare to act proud because he considered Lu Xiaochuan as a brother, and both the old village chief and Daxiong's father were his elders. Everyone talked and laughed, making the atmosphere lively. Occasionally, Xiao Yuhan would say something funny, filling the room with joy and laughter. After finishing the meal and drinks, Lu Xiaochuan cut a watermelon to help everyone sober up. After eating the watermelon, their drunkenness lessened significantly. They chatted for a while, and Lu Xiaochuan arranged for Zheng Gang to sleep in his room, while he took Mo Yuan to Lu Xiaoqing's room. Once Lu Xiaochuan had put Mo Yuan to sleep, he went into his ring to continue studying alchemy. Because he bought herbs, he didn't feel guilty using them, which helped his alchemy skills improve quickly. As dawn approached outside, Lu Xiaochuan had almost mastered the secrets of alchemy. When he had free time, he decided to make his first batch of pills. Lu Xiaochuan came out of the ring and saw that Mo Yuan was still sleeping. He left the room and started preparing breakfast in the kitchen. His habit of making breakfast was thanks to Mo Yuan, because her arrival made him get up every morning to cook. Just as breakfast was almost ready, Zheng Gang also woke up. Lu Xiaochuan took out a new toothbrush and towel, asking Zheng Gang to wash his face and brush his teeth first, while he went to wake Xiao Yuhan. Lu Xiaochuan helped Xiao Yuhan get dressed, combed her hair, brushed her teeth, and washed her face. Then he brought up breakfast. The breakfast was noodles, tomato, and egg noodles. Lu Xiaochuan made it very tasty. Zheng Gang ate 2 large bowls, and even Mo Yuan ate more than half a bowl and wanted more. Lu Xiaochuan stopped her because a 3-year-old eating half a bowl was already impressive, and eating more could make her feel full. After breakfast, Lu Xiaochuan went to the greenhouse to pick some watermelons and cantaloupes, dividing them into 2 bags, one for Zhenggang to take home, and the other for himself to visit Lu Xiaoqing and tell her about Mo Yuan. Lu Xiaochuan entrusted the house to Dahu and Eru, then drove with Zhenggang and Xiao Yuhan toward the county town. On the way, Zhenggang asked enviously, "Brother Lu, where did you get those 2 dogs? I've never seen such big dogs. Tell me, I want to buy one too." Lu Xiaochuan smiled and said, "Old brother Zheng, I can't help you with this. These 2 dogs were bought from someone I didn't know. They were just puppies then, and I never expected them to grow so big." Zhenggang sighed and said, "You're really lucky. Such big dogs, and they look quite fierce. It's rare to see something like that in the world." Lu Xiaochuan took Zhenggang home and handed him the prepared watermelon and cantaloupe. Zhenggang didn't refuse because they had stayed at Lu Xiaochuan's house since yesterday, and their relationship had become very natural, like old friends. So, there was no need for formal politeness. At school, Lu Xiaoqing was happy to hear that Lu Xiaochuan was coming to see her. She ran straight to the school gate, told the security guard, and then rushed out of school. When she got close to Lu Xiaochuan, she saw him holding Mo Yuan. Lu Xiaoqing was first surprised, then nervously asked, "Brother, who is this kid?" Lu Xiaochuan smiled and said, "This child is my daughter, Mo Yuan. What do you think? Isn't she pretty and adorable?" Hearing Lu Xiaochuan's words, Lu Xiaoqing's face suddenly turned a little pale, and tears almost came out. Lu Xiaochuan noticed this and quickly explained everything. After listening, Lu Xiaoqing finally understood and happily took Mo Yuan in her arms, asking, "What's your name?" Mo Yuan, feeling a bit nervous being held by a stranger, turned to look at Lu Xiaochuan. Lu Xiaochuan smiled and said, "Xiao Yuhan, this is your aunt. Call her." Following Lu Xiaochuan's signal, Mo Yuan shyly said, "Hello, auntie. My name is Mo Yuan." Lu Xiaoqing happily hugged Xiao Yuhan and kept chatting with her about various things, feeling like they had endless things to talk about. Lu Xiaochuan couldn't stand it anymore and interrupted their conversation. He took out the watermelon and cantaloupe from the car and said, "This is for you. Take it back and share with your classmates. Xiao Yuhan and I are going home." Lu Xiaoqing reluctantly hugged Xiao Yuhan and said to Lu Xiaochuan, "Brother, why don't I go home with you? You're busy with Xiao Yuhan now, and the house must be overwhelmed. I can help take care of Yuhan at home. How about that?" Lu Xiaochuan glared at Lu Xiaoqing and said, "Don't even think about it. Just focus on your studies. Also, if the next time I come to see you, you haven't reached the middle stage of a late period, watch how I deal with you." Lu Xiaochuan was driving home with Xiao Yuhan. At the school gate, Lu Xiaoqing watched the car drive away and mumbled, "Now he's my dad, but I don't want to be Yuhan's aunt." In the car, little Yuhan asked in a soft voice, "Dad, why doesn't Annie come home with us?" Lu Xiaochuan smiled and said, "Because your aunt has to go to school. After the new year, I'll take you to school too, okay?" "I don't want to leave Dad. I want to stay with Dad," Yuhan said nervously. "It's okay. Dad just wants you to go to school. It doesn't mean we're apart. Besides, there are many children in kindergarten, and you can make lots of friends there," Lu Xiaochuan patiently explained. Yuhan thought for a moment and said, "Okay, I'll listen to Dad. After the new year, I'll go to school." Lu Xiaochuan drove all the way home. He looked up at the sky, which was full of dark clouds. His instinct as a cultivator told him it was going to snow. He hugged Mo Yuan and went to Lu Daiyong's house. He asked Daiyong to quickly take down the plastic cover on the vegetable shed, or the snow might damage the vegetables and the shed's plastic film. After finishing everything, Lu Daiyong said to Lu Xiaochuan, "Xiaochuan, today's snow is perfect for hot pot. I have some lamb meat my dad bought the other day. Let's come over and have hot pot later." Lu Xiaochuan nodded and said, "Okay, I'll go home first. I'll bring Xiao Yuhan over soon." Back home, Lu Xiaochuan fed Dahu and Eru, then took 2 bottles of wine from his room. He carried Xiao Yuhan and headed to Daiyong's house. When they arrived, Daiyong had already prepared the hot pot. There were 2 large plates of meat and some vegetables on the table. Seeing the meat, Yuhan happily said to Daiyong, "Uncle Daiyong, is this meat for me?" Daiyong smiled and said, "Yes, all this is for our little Yuhan. You must eat a lot later." Yuhan cheered happily. Uncle Daong is so nice. I want to eat meat, lots of meat. Just then, Daong's father came out of the room. Little Yuhan cheerfully called, Grandpa Lu, I'm here to eat meat. Grandpa Daong smiled and said, Come here, Yuhan. Grandpa will give you a hug. Holding Xiao Yuhan, Daong's father came to Lu Xiaochuan and saw the 2 bottles of wine on the table. He said seriously, Xiaochuan, what are you doing with the wine? We already have some at home. Next time, just come to eat without bringing anything. Uncle, since the wine is just sitting at home anyway, I brought 2 bottles for you to enjoy. Because of their family situation, Daong's father usually bought homemade village wine, which was cheap. He rarely drank bottled wine, because it was too expensive. Soon, with Lu Xiaochuan's help, Daong's father finished preparing everything. The table was full of food, and Xiao Yuhan ran around nearby, asking questions and adding fun to the room. Just as they sat down to eat, it started snowing outside, and the snow was falling harder and harder. Daong's father looked out the window and said, This snow is coming early this year. Next year should be a good year. Lu Xiaochuan nodded and said, Yes, I didn't expect the snow to come so early this year. He raised his glass and said, Uncle, this year, thanks to you and Daong, I was able to buy vegetables and fruit smoothly. Next year, I'll need your and Daong's help again. Daong's father raised his glass and took a sip, saying, Xiaochuan, you shouldn't say that. If you hadn't helped me fix my leg, I'd still be in bed. Also, the salary you send us is much higher than what people in the city get. If anything happens, just tell me directly. I still have some experience in farming. The 3 of them drank and talked, while Xiao Yuhan quietly ate the meat and vegetables Lu Xiaochuan gave her, her mouth covered in sesame paste, occasionally licking her lips. They had a very enjoyable meal. Imagine, snow outside, hot pot and drinks inside, and everyone feeling so comfortable. There's nothing better than this. After dinner, Daong's father had a bit too much to drink and went to sleep in his room. Lu Xiaochuan hugged Xiao Yuhan, wrapped her in his coat, and quickly ran back home. Xiao Yuhan was crying and insisting on going outside to play snowball fights, but Lu Xiaochuan stopped her because it was snowing heavily. He comforted her. Be good. When the snow stops tomorrow, Dad will play snowball fights with you, okay? Xiao Yuhan had to agree. If you promise, then you have to keep your word. Otherwise, I won't like Dad anymore. Later, Lu Xiaochuan watched cartoons with Xiao Yuhan all afternoon. When she was sleepy, he carried her into the house, covered her with a blanket, and tucked her in. After Lu Xiaochuan left, he told Hu and Hu to watch over Mo Yuan. Then he added some coal into the stove. In winter, the house relies on this stove for warmth. It has 2 pipes connected to the nearby room, which helps raise the temperature inside significantly. Next, Lu Xiaochuan entered the ring directly, prepared the spiritual herbs for alchemy, adjusted his state, and began refining the pills. He followed the steps carefully, focusing on both adding the herbs and controlling the fire in the furnace with his mind. After a while, Lu Xiaochuan made several hand signs. The furnace emitted a glow, then returned to normal. He carefully opened the furnace, and a fresh herbal aroma spread out. Lu Xiaochuan looked inside and saw 2 green pills quietly resting at the bottom of the furnace. He moved his hand, and the 2 pills appeared in his palm. After examining them for a moment, Lu Xiaochuan knew he had succeeded because everything matched exactly what was written in the book. He happily made a gesture of encouragement, then took out several beginner-level pill recipes from the book, including ones for healing and increasing cultivation. Lu Xiaochuan stayed inside the ring until the next morning. When dawn broke, he stepped out, looking at the sky, which had stopped snowing. He felt very happy. During the night inside the ring, Lu Xiaochuan had successfully made 3 types of pills, with more than 10 of each. This made him feel very accomplished. Just as Lu Xiaochuan was feeling proud, a small figure appeared in front of his door. When he looked closely, he saw it was Xiao Yuhan. Lu Xiaochuan knew that Xiao Yuhan had woken up so early probably to play snowball fights with him. Lu Xiaochuan smiled, walked over, and picked up Xiao Yuhan. As he headed inside, he said, "Little girl, why are you out of bed so early? What are you doing?" Mo Yuan hugged Lu Xiaochuan's neck and said, "Dad, don't you remember? Yesterday, you promised to play snowball fights with me, so I got up to find you." Lu Xiaochuan sighed with a smile. He felt that as long as children played and ate, they could change some old habits. He helped Mo Yuan wash her face, put on thick clothes, and then took her out of the room. As soon as they stepped out, Da Hu and Er Hu rushed over and wagged their tails excitedly. Mo Yuan saw Da Hu and Er Hu running happily towards her. She grabbed their fur and kept scratching them. Outside the yard, the ground was covered in white snow, like a blanket had suddenly been laid over it. Da Hu and Er Hu rushed out quickly, running far ahead. Little Yuan also wanted to follow, but she slipped and fell into the snow. Lu Xiaochuan picked up little Yuan, brushed the snow off her, and then played with her in the snow. They played for over half an hour. Fearing that little Yuan might catch a cold, Lu Xiaochuan decided to take her home. Although she was a bit reluctant, there was nothing he could do. Back at home, Lu Xiaochuan made 2 bowls of noodles. The hot steam was very tasty in the cold weather. Little Yuan didn't say a word, just ate happily, looking very adorable. After dinner, Lu Deong came to find Lu Xiaochuan and said, "Xiaochuan, nothing special today, right? How about we go to the city and buy some things?" Lu Xiaochuan had no plans, so he drove with Deong and little Yuan toward the city. When they arrived, they bought some daily necessities and a lot of meat. Since it was cold, they weren't worried about the meat spoiling in the fridge. They shopped for more than 2 hours and then headed home. But on the way, at a bend, a SUV suddenly sped out of control, crashing into a parked car and stopping by the roadside. Everyone thought it was a car accident, but 3 middle-aged men got out of the SUV, holding guns, and rushed into a nearby bank. This caused chaos around the area. People quickly spread out, and cars tried to leave, but because of pedestrians and some cars cutting in line, the whole street was blocked. Soon, several police cars arrived and stopped next to the SUV. More than 10 officers got out and surrounded the bank's entrance. Suddenly, gunfire erupted inside the bank. The police outside were startled because gunfire meant there could be hostages or injuries inside, which they wanted to avoid at all costs. At that moment, a woman appeared at the bank entrance. Behind her was a man holding a gun against her back. It was clear that her legs were trembling slightly, and her face was pale with fear. At that moment, the person behind the woman loudly said, "Listen up, I want a fully fueled car now. Also, you must leave immediately. You have 5 minutes. If you don't, we will kill a hostage." After speaking, he pulled the woman back inside the bank. At the same time, more than 10 cars arrived, and over 20 police officers and armed police officers came down from above, sealing off the entire area around the bank. Lu Xiaochuan saw a familiar face, Director Jiang Tianhua of the City Police Bureau. He was currently asking about the situation and planning the response. Lu Xiaochuan told Lu Deong to take good care of Xiao Yuan and stay in the car. Then, he walked straight toward Jiang Tianhua because he wanted to resolve this matter quickly to prevent innocent people from getting hurt. However, before Lu Xiaochuan could take a few steps, a police officer stopped him. Frustrated, Lu Xiaochuan said, "I know your director. I need to see him. Please move aside." The police officer ignored him and firmly said, "I don't care who you know. There is a very dangerous situation inside. No one is allowed in. If you have something to say, call directly." Just then, a very beautiful female police officer approached and asked, "What's going on?" The police officer pointed to her and said, "Captain Tang, this person insists on going in, claiming to know the director and needing to see him." The woman called Captain Tang looked at Lu Xiaochuan seriously and said, "If you have nothing urgent, leave quickly. If you have something, wait until this is over." Lu Xiaochuan looked at Captain Tang and asked, "What if I insist on going in today?" Captain Tang's eyes widened, and she was about to take action against him. But in the next second, a voice rang out, "Stop." Both Captain Tang and Lu Xiaochuan looked toward the source of the voice. They saw Jiang Tianhua rushing over quickly. It turned out Jiang Tianhua was making plans for the next steps. When he turned his head and saw Lu Xiaochuan, he immediately recognized that Lu was not an ordinary person. He knew his savior had arrived, which explained the earlier scene. Seeing Jiang Tianhua, Captain Tang opened her mouth and called out, "Director Jiang." Jiang Tianhua nodded and stepped past her, approaching Lu Xiaochuan. Politely, he said, "Mr. Lu, I feel much more at ease seeing you here. There are 3 drug traffickers inside, each armed. We can't attack directly because we don't know how many hostages there are or if you have any good ideas." Lu Xiaochuan replied calmly, "I'm here to solve this problem. Soon, I will make those 3 people unable to move, and then you can go in and arrest them." After speaking, Lu Xiaochuan headed toward the bank entrance. As he passed a small tree by the roadside, he casually picked 3 leaves and held them in his hand. At this moment, Jiang Tianhua, a female police officer called Tang Team, said, "Director, who is he? Why are we trusting him with this? Isn't that too careless? What if something goes wrong?" Jiang Tianhua said seriously, "Tang Ya, I have my own plans. If anything happens, I will take responsibility. Your job now is to stay alert at your post. After all, I am your director." Hearing Jiang Tianhua's confidence in Lu Xiaochuan, Tang Ya stomped her foot, snorted, and turned away toward the distance. Jiang Tianhua watched her back, sighed with a wry smile, and shook his head helplessly. Honestly, Tang Ya was someone who even he, as the director, had to show respect to. Tang Ya moved aside and watched Lu Xiaochuan walk toward the bank, cursing fiercely in her mind. "That brat. If I find out who you are, I'll show you just how tough I can be." Lu Xiaochuan, heading toward the bank, used his spiritual sense to scan everything inside. He noticed the 3 men inside were very coordinated, one near the bank door, another in the middle controlling 7 or 8 hostages, and the 3rd deep inside, observing the back door and the hall. In the hall, a man dressed as a security guard was shot in the thigh and was lying on the ground, bleeding heavily. If he didn't get help soon, he wouldn't last long. At the entrance, the man saw Lu Xiaochuan approaching and immediately aimed his gun at a hostage woman, shouting loudly, "Who are you? Have we finished our deal? Don't come any closer, or I'll kill the hostage." Lu Xiaochuan raised his hands and said loudly, "I'm here to negotiate. I have no weapons. Please don't worry." The man saw that Lu Xiaochuan's hands were empty but remained cautious, staying very calm. At this moment, Lu Xiaochuan had gradually moved to a position where he could see all 3 drug dealers. Without hesitation, he threw 3 leaves from his hand. Lu Xiaochuan could have easily teleported inside and taken down all 3 at once, but that would have been too shocking. The 3 leaves hit the heads of the 3 men instantly, but did not pierce through. Instead, they knocked the men out. If a martial artist saw this scene, they would be amazed because hitting someone with a leaf at this level of skill is possible with true energy, but knocking someone out without harming them using just a leaf is incredibly difficult. All of this happened in just a moment. Lu Xiaochuan nodded to Jiang Tianhua to signal everything was okay, then walked toward his car. Jiang Tianhua understood the signal immediately, waved his hand, and over 10 armed police rushed into the bank, controlling the unconscious 3 men and calming the hostages inside. They also bandaged and sent the bank security guard to the hospital. Tang Ya saw how quickly this tricky situation was resolved and felt puzzled. She entered the bank to find out what had happened. She questioned several hostages, but couldn't get any answers because they didn't know how the 3 drug dealers fainted. Then, Tang Ya found a leaf on the ground in the bank lobby and 2 more leaves at 2 other spots. The places with leaves were exactly where the drug dealers had fainted. Tang Ya suddenly remembered that Lu Xiaochuan had picked leaves from a tree while walking toward the bank. She ran to the tree and compared the leaves. They were identical. It was the same type of leaf. Although she was a bit skeptical, the evidence was right in front of her, and she couldn't deny it. She then thought of Lu Xiaochuan and hurriedly looked around, but she couldn't find him anywhere. Lu Xiaochuan was driving home. In the car, Lu Dajuan asked, "Brother Xiaochuan, what did you say to those police officers just now? Why did they rush in after you looked at the bank entrance?" Lu Xiaochuan replied, "Nothing much. I know their chief, just went over to say hello." As soon as he finished speaking, his phone rang. On answering, Jiang Tianhua's voice came through. "Mr. Lu, where have you been? I still need to thank you on behalf of Tianhai City for today's help. Lu Xiaochuan smiled and said, Director Jiang, you don't need to be polite. This is what I should do. I have something to do, so I'll go home first. When I have time, I'll find you for a good chat. After hanging up, Lu Deong didn't ask the previous question but said enviously, Brother Xiaochuan, I didn't expect you not only know the police chief of the county, but also be so familiar with the city police chief. I seriously doubt you're still my Xiaochuan. Lu Xiaochuan smiled and replied, I'm still your Xiaochuan, but I'm a bit different from before. At this moment, in Jiang Tianhua's office at the City Police Bureau, Tang Ye asked Jiang Tianhua, Are you going to tell me who that person is and where they live? Jiang Tianhua turned his head and said, I don't know. Don't ask me. Tang Ye, are you not working right now? If so, I'll find something for you to do. Tang Ye clenched her teeth and said, Forget it, I don't believe I can't find out who he is. After saying that, she left the office and headed toward the police officer's area nearby. In the office, Jiang Tianhua shook his head and said, Mr. Liu, I haven't said anything. If that Tyrannosaurus finds you, it's not my fault. Tang Ye reached the police area and started asking around. Some officers truly didn't know, but those who had information about Lu Xiaochuan were easily frightened by Tang Ye's intimidation and told her everything. Tang Ye learned the county where Lu Xiaochuan was and his name, then left the office feeling satisfied, acting as if nothing had happened. The officers saw her leave and all sighed in relief. Because Tang Ye not only came from a good family background but also trained in martial arts since she was young, making her very skilled. No one in the police station could match her, and she was quite violent. She would fight at the slightest provocation. So many people were afraid of her. Lu Xiaochuan returned home and let Da Hu and Er Hu play with Xiao Yuhan. With Da Hu and Er Hu around, Xiao Yuhan was very safe because they were very intelligent, sometimes even surprising Lu Xiaochuan. Lu Xiaochuan entered his ring and looked at the spiritual stone inside. He felt very eager but couldn't absorb the spiritual energy now to improve his cultivation. He had to find a suitable time later. Because absorbing spiritual energy from the stone to boost cultivation took a long time, Lu Xiaochuan could only wait now, especially since Xiao Yuhan was with him. Lu Xiaochuan practiced for a while and carefully read the books, especially the ones about alchemy. Since he had already mastered basic pill making, which only worked for those below the postnatal realm, he wanted to improve his skills to the intermediate level. The books clearly stated that intermediate alchemy techniques could produce mid-level pills. These pills are very helpful for cultivators in the qi refinement and foundation establishment stages, and they are especially effective for those in the innate and grandmaster levels. Lu Xiaochuan carefully studied the detailed steps and methods in the books, and also found recipes for several intermediate pills. Once he could make these pills, his strength would grow very quickly. Lu Xiaochuan spent a long time studying alchemy inside his ring. He memorized several recipes for intermediate pills, but had not yet tried to make them. Because he was not confident enough, he didn't want to rush into making the pills. The ingredients for these intermediate pills are very rare and valuable. Lu Xiaochuan put down the books, left his ring, and saw Da Hu and Er Hu playing around Xiao Yuhan, keeping her company. Suddenly, his phone rang. He answered, and Wang Fu's voice came through. Brother, today my hotel needs a large amount of vegetables. I've sent someone to your place. Can you help us get some? What's the matter? Why do you suddenly need so many vegetables? Today, a young master from the city booked the whole hotel. It seems he's celebrating his birthday tomorrow, so the hotel is short on vegetables and needs to prepare more, Wang Fu explained anxiously. Lu Xiaochuan smiled and said, Wang Deji's business is getting better and better. Don't worry, I'll go and arrange everything. I won't delay your plans. After hanging up, Lu Xiaochuan found Lu Deyong and told him what was happening. Lu Deyong didn't hesitate and gathered some villagers to start harvesting vegetables. Soon, they collected over 1,000 pounds of vegetables and several hundred pounds of watermelons and melons. When the truck arrived and was loaded, a BMW drove into the village and stopped about 50 meters from the greenhouse. Lu Xiaochuan used his spiritual sense to scan the car and saw 3 people inside, a young master, a driver, and a middle-aged man. Lu Xiaochuan didn't recognize any of them and had never seen them before, so he didn't pay much attention. He thought they might be tourists visiting the countryside. However, after the truck left, the three people from the BMW got out and headed straight toward the greenhouse. When they arrived at the greenhouse entrance, the three of them happened to meet Lu Deong coming out. The young gentleman smiled and said to Lu Deong, "Hello, is this the base supplying vegetables to Fuminlu?" Lu Deong looked at the three and asked, "What are you here for?" "Oh, we're here to see the boss. We have a cooperation project to discuss." Hearing that they wanted to talk about cooperation, Lu Deong was pleased and said, "Wait a moment, I'll call the boss over." He then ran to where Lu Xiaochuan was playing nearby with Xiao Yuhuan and happily said, "Xiaochuan, 3 people just arrived. They say they want to work with you on a project." Lu Xiaochuan frowned, feeling quite confused. He mostly just bought vegetables and fruits. Besides Wang Fu's Fuminlu, he didn't know about this matter. What could these people want to discuss with him? Not understanding and not bothering to think further, Lu Xiaochuan gently approached the three and said calmly, "What do you want from me?" The young gentleman smiled and said, "You're the boss of this vegetable base, right? My name is Wu Guoqiang. I came to talk to you about your vegetables. I want to take over all your future vegetable sales. I'll pay you 3 yuan per gene for vegetables and 4 yuan per gene for watermelons and cantaloupes. How does that sound?" Now Lu Xiaochuan understood their intention and replied expressionlessly, "Do you have anything else to say? If not, please leave. I'm busy here." The young man's eyes flashed with a hint of cruelty, but he quickly regained his smile. However, Lu Xiaochuan saw right through him in that brief moment. Think about it again. Remember, you're only supplying Fuminla now. If Fuminla stops buying your vegetables, or if your produce can't be sold due to quality issues, wouldn't that be a shame? Wu Guoqiang said with a full smile. Lu Xiaochuan frowned and said, "Oh, so you think you have enough power to make my vegetables unsellable?" "I really don't believe that." Hearing this, Wu Guoqiang was visibly stunned because he couldn't understand why this farmer wasn't afraid of his threats. Where did he get his courage? Wu Guoqiang said fiercely, "Good. I hope you can hold on. Don't come begging me later. Let's go." After saying that, he turned around and drove away with the others in a BMW from Tianhe village. Lu Xiaochuan watched the BMW leave and took out his phone to make a call. After the call connected, Zhang Tianhua's voice came through. "Mr. Lu, what can I do for you?" Lu Xiaochuan asked. "Director Jiang, I want to ask about someone." A young man, probably in his 20s, named Wu Guoqiang. On the other end, there was surprise. "Wu Guoqiang? Mr. Lu, is he causing you trouble?" Lu Xiaochuan directly asked. "Just tell me who he is." Zhang Tianhua replied, "Wu Guoqiang is the son of the director of the Tianhai City Industry and Commerce Bureau. He's used to being arrogant. I heard he's opened several restaurants in Tianhai City using his connections." Lu Xiaochuan said calmly, "Thanks, Director Zhang. I'll treat you to a meal sometime." After hanging up, Lu Xiaochuan muttered, "So, he's the son of the Industry and Commerce Bureau director. No wonder he's so arrogant. Looks like more trouble is coming." Although he knew trouble would come soon, besides informing Wang Fu, Lu Xiaochuan didn't worry much. He continued with his daily training or played with Xiaoyuan. But what was destined to happen, happened. Wang Fu's Fuminlu restaurant in the city was ordered to close for safety and fire inspections by the industry and fire departments. When Lu Xiaochuan heard the news, Wang Fu sighed. "Brother, this time it's really tough to get through. Several city officials are under pressure from above, and no one can handle this. They're powerless." Hearing this, Lu Xiaochuan understood that the issue was not just about the Industry and Commerce Bureau director, because one director alone couldn't have such influence over city officials. He knew that if this wasn't resolved, his vegetable sales would stop, and his income would disappear. Lu Xiaochuan then called Mayor Zhou and asked directly, "Mayor Zhou, do you know about Fuminlu? Can you tell me who is the biggest supporter behind it?" Mayor Zhou replied, "That's the vice-governor's son from the provincial government. No one can interfere in this matter." After thanking him, Lu Xiaochuan hung up and immediately called Qian Chongsheng. When the call connected, Lu Xiaochuan explained everything. After a moment of silence, Qian Chongsheng said, "Xiaochuan, don't worry. I'll report this to higher authorities right away. Just wait for my news. After hanging up, Lu Xiaochuan took Xiao Yuan, along with Da Hu and Air Hu, out to play. He was confident that with the dragon team involved, this small problem would be easily solved, so he wasn't worried at all. Lu Xiaochuan still lives his usual relaxed life, playing with Xiao Yuhuan every day. However, a big earthquake has struck the entire Tianhai city and even Beihai province. A storm is brewing, but at this moment, Wu Guoqiang, a wealthy young man, comes to Tianhe village with a few people to find Lu Xiaochuan. Seeing Wu Guoqiang, Lu Xiaochuan ignores him and continues playing with Xiao Yuhuan. Wu Guoqiang, noticing this, angrily says, "Well, have you made up your mind? Just so you know clearly, Fumanlu will no longer want your vegetables and fruits. It's better for you to choose a wide and easy path early." Lu Xiaochuan turns around calmly and says, "Oh, really? Then let's see who ends up in trouble in the end, you or me." At that moment, Wu Guoqiang feels like he's facing an ancient beast. He shakes his head, trying to dismiss the thought, and opens his mouth to curse loudly. But before he can speak, he sees Lu Xiaochuan holding Xiao Yuhuan and walking away 50 or 60 meters. Watching Lu Xiaochuan's figure, Wu Guoqiang grits his teeth and says, "Fine, I'll show you how helpless an ordinary person is when they oppose me." Wu Guoqiang takes out his phone, makes a call, and after some conversation, hangs up. He then sneers in Lu Xiaochuan's direction. Wu Guoqiang leaves Tianhe village. Lu Xiaochuan doesn't pay much attention. But just before noon, 2 police cars arrive at Tianhe village, led by a deputy director to arrest someone. After asking around about Lu Xiaochuan's home, the deputy director and his team rush directly into Lu Xiaochuan's yard. At this moment, Lu Xiaochuan is preparing food for Xiao Yuhuan when suddenly a group of police rushes in. However, Lu Xiaochuan ignores them because Da Hu and Air, who are already blocking the front. The police have never seen such big dogs before and are too scared to move. They're afraid that any sudden move might cause the dogs to attack. While the police are unsure what to do, Lu Xiaochuan walks out of the kitchen, holding Xiao Yuhuan. He waves his hand, and Da Hu and Air Hu run to the side and lie down. Seeing this, the police finally breathe a sigh of relief. The deputy director then steadies himself and says, "Are you Lu Xiaochuan? We have a case involving you. Please come with us to assist in the investigation." Lu Xiaochuan smiles and replies, "It was Wu Guoqiang who sent you here, right? I advise you not to get involved in this mess." The deputy director was surprised when he heard Lu Xiaochuan's words, but he quickly changed his expression and said, "I don't know what you're talking about. Now, please cooperate with our investigation." Actually, the deputy director hesitated a moment earlier, but when he saw the shabby house Lu Xiaochuan lived in and realized he was a farmer, he immediately dismissed the possibility that Lu had a powerful background. So, he decided to use this situation to flatter the Wu family. Lu Xiaochuan frowned and said, "Fine, I'll let your director talk to you." He took out his phone, ready to call Jiang Tianhua, but the deputy director nonchalantly said, "There's no need to bother. Today you have to come with us. Even if Jiang Tianhua shows up, it won't change anything. So, don't waste your effort." Hearing this, Lu Xiaochuan's brows furrowed deeply. It was clear that the person speaking had significant influence, so much that Jiang Tianhua couldn't interfere. At this moment, Lu Xiaochuan realized he had 2 choices, either call Changsheng with money or reveal his dragon group identity. Just as the deputy director was about to handcuff Lu Xiaochuan, Lu took out his dragon group badge from his ring and showed it directly to the other person. The deputy director was visibly stunned when he saw the badge, then took it and opened it. The badge had a bright red seal that stood out, and the details on it made the deputy director's eyes go wide in shock. His hands trembled a little. He had only heard of the dragon group after being promoted to deputy director and had never seen it before, but he knew the organization wielded unimaginable power. He tremblingly returned the badge to Lu Xiaochuan and respectfully said, "Mr. Lu, I'm sorry. This was a complete misunderstanding. Sorry for the trouble." Lu Xiaochuan's face was grim as he said, "Now I ask you, who told you to come and arrest me?" This is your only chance to tell the truth. The deputy director's face changed several times in an instant. Then he gritted his teeth and said, Wu Guoqiang ordered us to come. But this matter involves Vice Governor Sun, so you understand that we are powerless. We hope you will be understanding and not hold this against us. Hearing this, Lu Xiaochuan realized that someone with great influence was speaking. He then told everyone, Everyone go now. Remember what you wear and what it represents. Don't become tools for personal gain. Everyone nodded and drove away quickly from Tianhe village. At this moment, another car arrived at Lu Xiaochuan's house. Wang Fu got out of the car, wearing a somewhat forced smile, and said, Brother, your place really has beautiful scenery. Living here is truly wonderful. Big brother Wang, why are you here? You didn't call me. Come inside and sit, Lu Xiaochuan said with a smile. Inside the house, Wang Fu took a sip of tea and said, Brother, I can't open my Fu Man Lu now. If this keeps going, it will really be the end. Big brother Wang, I told you not to worry. I believe there will be a result in a few days. When that happens, your Fu Man Lu will still be the most popular hotel in Tianhe City. Wang Fu felt much more relaxed after Lu Xiaochuan's reassurance. They chatted for another half-hour before Wang Fu left in his car. The next day, a big earthquake hit Jinan province. Vice Governor Sun was taken away for investigation. Before noon, Tianhe City also experienced an earthquake. Wu Guoqiang and his father, the police chief, were also taken away, accused of abusing their power for personal gain. Some might see it as a violation of rules, but for those who knew the truth, it was shocking. People like Mayor Zhou, Director Jiang Tianhua, Secretary Li of the County Committee, and Director Zheng Gang all knew that Lu Xiaochuan was the cause of this. But what surprised them even more was that even the vice governor was taken away because of this. How powerful was Lu Xiaochuan's background? Initially, Mayor Zhou and Director Jiang thought Lu Xiaochuan was just a simple member of the Dragon Group. But from this incident, they realized Lu Xiaochuan was much more than that, possibly backed by powerful forces or highly valued by the top leaders of the Dragon Group. This matter quickly came to an end, and Tianhe City experienced some noticeable changes because of it. Lu Xiaochuan continued his usual routine, training in the ring at night and taking Xiao Yuan out to play during the day. Otherwise, Xiao Yuan would cry and Lu Xiaochuan couldn't stand it. Because of the vegetable incident, Wang Fu also looked at Lu Xiaochuan with new respect. His restaurant reopened and was busier than before. Many people had heard some inside information that there was a powerful figure backing this restaurant. Wang Fu even came to Lu Xiaochuan's house with a big gift basket. Not only did he bring gifts for Lu Shaoqing, but also many for Xiao Yuan. It was clear that Wang Fu put a lot of thought into it. Because the hotel has reopened, vegetable supplies have also started again. This is why Lu Xiaochuan watered the spiritual spring water. Otherwise, the vegetables would have already grown. That day, Lu Xiaochuan picked some melons and watermelons to give to Lu Shaoqing and to see her. But before he could leave, a car stopped in front of his house. Tang Yi got out of the car. The first thing Lu Xiaochuan thought was that he had seen this woman somewhere before. Then he noticed she looked unwell, possibly with a health issue. While Lu Xiaochuan was looking at Tang Yi, she came over with a serious face and asked, Are you Lu Xiaochuan? Yes. What's the matter? Lu Xiaochuan replied calmly. Tang Yi stared blankly and asked, On that day in the city, how did you manage to stop those 3 drug dealers? Lu Xiaochuan frowned and said, I don't know what you're talking about. I have things to do. Please move aside. But Tang Yi kept pressing and said, I already know. You used leaves to knock out those 3 drug dealers. Are you a martial artist? Lu Xiaochuan looked at Tang Yi and said, Whatever you say is fine. Do you have something else to ask? Yes, I want to learn martial arts from you. I have some foundation because my family has an ancient martial art passed down, but I lack the mental techniques, so I can only practice external skills. I hope you can teach me.
Tang Yi said seriously.
Lu Xiaochuan listened to her and sighed with a smile. I don't take disciples, and I don't have anything to teach you. Just go back. After stubbornly insisting, Lu Xiaochuan drove away and headed to the county town. Tanya watched him leave, then looked back at the big tiger and second tiger staring at her intently. Feeling helpless, she had to leave by car. Lu Xiaochuan took Xiao Yuhuan to the school gate of Lu Xiaoqing. Soon after, Lu Xiaoqing came with 3 very pretty girls to meet him. Lu Xiaoqing pointed to the 3 girls and said, "Brother, these are my roommates. We are good friends." Lu Xiaochuan greeted the 3 girls. "Hello, I'm Lu Xiaochuan, Lu Xiaoqing's brother. Thank you for taking care of her at school." Hearing this, Lu Xiaoqing, standing nearby, was annoyed and said to Lu Xiaochuan, "Brother, I was the one taking care of them, okay? I always solve their problems." Lu Xiaochuan ignored Lu Xiaoqing's anger and instead walked to the trunk of the car, took out a bag containing 3 large watermelons and more than 10 fragrant melons, which was full of fruit. Lu Xiaoqing and her 3 roommates were playing with Xiao Yuhan when they saw the bag Lu Xiaochuan brought out. Their eyes lit up because they knew it contained delicious watermelons and fragrant melons. Even though it was winter, they couldn't resist the tempting smell. They went to grab some, but found the bag was heavy and hard to lift. This gave Lu Xiaoqing a chance to show off. She walked over to her 3 roommates and said, "You're usually so capable. How come now you can't even lift a bag of fruit?" One of her roommates replied to Lu Xiaoqing, "If it weren't for how tasty your brother's watermelons and fragrant melons are, we wouldn't help you carry them. It's so cold outside, it's much more comfortable in bed," Lu Xiaoqing said fiercely. "Fine, don't eat my watermelons and fragrant melons later." After saying that, she picked up the bag and headed into the school. Her 3 roommates quickly grabbed her, smiling and saying, "Luoxiaking, you're the leader of our dorm. You can't keep everything to yourself. Good things should be shared with everyone." Lu Xiaochuan watched the scene happily, feeling that seeing Lu Xiaoqing happy was enough. Thinking of this, he said to Lu Xiaoqing, "All right, Xiaoqing, you and your friends can carry the stuff back yourselves. I have something to do now. I'll come back to see you when I have time later." After speaking, he drove away. Lu Xiaoqing's roommates looked at the car and said, "Xiaoqing, didn't you say before that your family was poor? I think your brother's car is worth more than 20,000. Lu Xiaoqing proudly replied, "Our family was very poor before, but since my brother came back, we've been living a good life and have money now." Her roommates envied and said, "Is your brother so impressive? Does he have a girlfriend? Maybe you should talk to him and see if he likes any of us." Lu Xiaoqing heard their words and immediately said, "No, my brother already has someone he likes. You guys must not have bad intentions." After saying that, she looked a bit embarrassed and blushed. Lu Xiaochuan drove the car with Xiao Yuhan to Chu Yun's traditional Chinese medicine shop. When he saw Chu Yun, he frowned and asked, "Senior, are you hurt?" Chu Yun sighed and said, I've been living in seclusion here for many years. Besides a few old friends from back then, no one knows. But yesterday, an evil cultivator came looking for me, saying he wanted to avenge his junior brother. Since he couldn't find the culprit, he searched for martial artists everywhere. We ended up fighting, and both of us were injured. He escaped, and I was hurt too." Lu Xiaochuan frowned and asked, "Does the evil cultivator's inner strength feel cold and dark? When it enters the body, it makes the person feel frozen, as if they are about to be turned to ice." Chuyan looked at Lu Xiaochuan in surprise and asked, "How do you know that? Did you also meet him?" Lu Xiaochuan shook his head and said, "I haven't met him, but the junior brother he mentioned is someone I killed. He must be coming to find me." Chuyan nodded and said, "No wonder. This person will need about 10 or 15 days to recover from his injuries. When he's better, he'll definitely come back to find me. We need to think of a way to keep him here. He's very powerful, and leaving him alive could cause big trouble later." Lu Xiaochuan then said, "Yes, and we should capture him alive because he might have someone above him. The person I killed said his master and senior brother would seek revenge. Now, the one coming is his senior brother, which means there's an even stronger master above him." When Chu Yun heard Lu Xiaochuan's words, his face showed shock, and he exclaimed, "This person is already at the late stage of the Grand Master level. If he still has a master, his strength must be beyond measure." Lu Xiaochuan smiled and said, "Don't worry, Senior Chu. First, let's capture this person. If his master dares to come later, we might be able to fight him together. Actually, Lu Xiaochuan was thinking that he still had a treasure ring and a spiritual stone unused. He planned to find a good opportunity in the next few days to practice carefully. Using the spiritual stone, he believed his cultivation could reach the late stage or even perfection of the Grand Master level. At that point, he might be able to fight against someone at the early stage of the Grand Master level. Chu Yun, knowing Lu Xiaochuan was very strong, nodded and said, "That's all we can do now. I also need a few days to recover from my injuries. I haven't stepped into the martial world for decades. When I'm better, I want to see how powerful the current martial experts are." Lu Xiaochuan pretended to put his hand in his pocket but actually took out a small bottle from his ring. He poured out a pill and handed it to Chu Yun, saying, "Senior, this pill will help your injuries. Take it and you'll recover quickly." After receiving the pill, Chu Yun looked at it for a moment, a hint of surprise in his eyes. He then asked Lu Xiaochuan, "Where did you get this pill? I can tell it's a very high-level, top-quality pill." Lu Xiaochuan thought to himself that this was something used by cultivators. Although it was a basic item, it was still very advanced for martial artists. He smiled and said, "I accidentally obtained it. It works wonders for healing wounds and can also increase your inner strength. I won't bother you anymore, Senior. I'm going back now. In a few days, I'll come back to discuss capturing that evil cultivator." Lu Xiaochuan drove home with Xiao Yuhan. Once there, he called Qian Chongxing to tell him about the evil cultivator. When Qian Chongxing heard that the opponent was a late-stage master, he became very nervous. Such a powerful person could cause unimaginable destruction if they wanted to do something. After hanging up, Qian Chongxing made another call. When the call connected, a deep voice answered. "What's the matter?" Qian Chongxing respectfully replied, "Leader Long, a late-stage master from the evil cultivator group, has come to Tianhai City. He's here to take revenge for the evil cultivator we killed last time. I'm worried it might cause big trouble." The voice on the phone asked, "Is it the same evil cultivator that Lu Xiaochuan killed last time?" Qian Chongxing confirmed, "Yes." Then Leader Long said, "Don't act rashly. I'll send someone over immediately. They should arrive tomorrow." After hanging up, Qian Chongxing felt his back was almost sweating because Leader Long was the head of the entire dragon group. He was directly under Order 1 and had authority over all abnormal incidents. His cultivation was extremely high, no one knew exactly how high. Many master-level cultivators in the dragon group couldn't even think about fighting him. After finishing the call, Lu Xiaochuan took Xiao Yuhan to Lu Daiyong's house. Seeing Daiyong's father, Lu Xiaochuan said, "Uncle, can you help me take care of Xiao Yuhan for a couple of days? I have something to do." Daiyong's father smiled and said, "Don't worry, leave the kid with me. I'll take good care of her." Lu Xiaochuan warned Xiao Yuhan, "Stay at Grandpa Lu's house and behave. Dad will come to pick you up after he's done. You have to listen, okay?" Xiao Yuhan nodded obediently. "I will listen. But Dad, you need to come back quickly, or I'll start crying." Lu Xiaochuan gently patted Xiao Yuhan's head and said, "Don't cry, or you'll stop being cute and no one will like you anymore." Then he spoke a few words to Daiyong's father before returning home. He went straight into his ring and began closed-door training to break through to a higher level. Lu Xiaochuan sat cross-legged and started practicing a special energy technique. He didn't use spiritual stones at first because he was already at the peak of the foundation establishment early stage and was close to advancing to the middle stage. So, he decided to wait until he reached the middle stage before using a spiritual stone to make its effect as strong as possible. He focused on absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy, and even the spiritual spring nearby started to become misty, like a fairyland. Time inside the ring passed quickly. After a long period of training, Lu Xiaochuan finally advanced from the early to the middle stage of foundation establishment, and his realm became stable. Feeling his increased strength, Lu Xiaochuan took out the spiritual stone he had accidentally found, his only one now. He adjusted his mindset, held the spiritual stone, and continued to meditate. As he trained, the stone began to emit pure spiritual energy, which Lu Xiaochuan absorbed directly into his body. Once the energy entered his body, Lu Xiaochuan felt different because it didn't need to be transformed. He could use it directly. No wonder spiritual stones are so coveted by cultivators. However, such stones are very rare in this world, and even if they exist, they are hard to find. Time inside the ring passed day after day. Lu Xiaochuan remained still like a sculpture, only the surrounding spiritual energy flowing into him. Suddenly, his body trembled, and a powerful aura spread outward, dispersing the spiritual energy around him. This meant Lu Xiaochuan had broken through to the late stage of foundation establishment. But the spiritual energy inside the stone hadn't been fully absorbed. Lu Xiaochuan didn't feel happy. He kept training. He wondered if he could use the remaining energy in the stone to quickly reach the perfect stage of foundation establishment. While practicing, he focused on stabilizing his recent breakthrough. Meanwhile, outside, a day had passed. Xiao Yuhan was playing around happily with Dayong's father and was well-behaved, not causing trouble. At the airport in Tianhai City, Qian Chongxing stood quietly with Zhou Bin and another subordinate, waiting for someone. At this moment, a man dressed in black walked out of the airport. He looked to be in his 30s or early 40s. He went straight to Qian Chongxing and said, "Captain Qian, sorry to keep you waiting." Qian Chongxing respectfully replied, "Director Guang, you're too polite. I didn't expect you to come in person this time. According to your words, this person has high cultivation. This time, the leader of the Dragon Head is worried something might go wrong, so he sent me to handle this matter," Director Guang said calmly. Then, the group got into the car and headed toward Qian Chongxing's office. Right now, Tianhai City has many skilled fighters, but most of them don't know each other. If any martial artist knew that a big battle was about to happen in Tianhai City, the whole martial world would probably be in chaos again. True master-level fights are very rare. At this moment, Lu Xiaochuan was at a critical point. The spirit stone he had was now just a dull gray stone with no spiritual energy left inside. Lu Xiaochuan was stuck near the late stage of the foundation establishment, just one step away from reaching the perfect foundation establishment stage. He kept running his cultivation technique, and spiritual energy around him kept flowing into his body, pushing against what seemed like an invisible barrier. Suddenly, there was a popping sound from inside Lu Xiaochuan, as if something had burst. In that instant, Lu Xiaochuan felt his body's endurance had strengthened, and he became much stronger. He felt a lightness all over, an indescribable sensation. Lu Xiaochuan stood up, stretched, and, feeling his newfound strength, he sighed with satisfaction. It's been about 5 months inside the ring, and more than a day outside. This ring is really a treasure. Without it, I'd be stuck for months or even half a year just to close a small gap. And that's only the foundation establishment stage. Later, it might take years. By then, the people around me would have changed completely. Truly, cultivation has no aging. Lu Xiaochuan stepped out of the ring. As he reached the yard, Dahu and Eru immediately ran over, wagging their tails excitedly. Lu Xiaochuan patted their heads, fed them a little, then headed to Dayong's house. He was really worried that Xiao Yuan might be upset. Sure enough, as Lu Xiaochuan arrived at Dayong's door, he heard Xiao Yuan crying, "I want Dad. I want Dad. Why isn't Dad back yet?" Lu Xiaochuan reluctantly went inside and picked up Xiao Yuan from behind, saying, "Whose little girl is this? She's so grown up but still crying." Not cute at all. Lu Xiaochuan's sudden appearance made Xiao Yuan happily cling to his neck without letting go, loudly saying, "I didn't cry. I listened to Dad, and didn't cry. If I cry, I wouldn't be cute anymore." Lu Xiaochuan patted Xiao Yuan's head and said to Dad De Yong nearby, "Uncle, you've worked hard these past few days. Sorry for the trouble." Dad De Yong smiled and replied, "It's nothing. With Xiao Yuan here, our house has been full of laughter these days. It's really nice to have a child at home." While they were talking, Lu Deong came in and saw Lu Xiaochuan. He happily said, "Brother Xiaochuan, you're back. Yesterday, we took away 2 trucks of vegetables and fruits. Did you get the money?" Lu Xiaochuan took out his phone, checked, and saw a bank deposit notification. He nodded and said, Thanks, De Yong. The new year is coming soon. I'll send you a bonus. De Yong smiled and said, Don't be so formal, brother Xiao Chuan. Oh, by the way, let's eat here tonight. I caught some fish yesterday. You can cook a boiled fish, and we can have some drinks. Lu Xiaochuan nodded, and Xiao Yuhuan immediately cheered happily in his arms, jumping up and down, saying, Yay! I love Dad's fish the most. We'll have fish tonight. That evening, Lu Xiaochuan showed off his cooking skills again, making boiled fish. The three men ate and drank wine together. Xiao Yuhuan held her chopsticks, grabbing fish and rice from her bowl. Whenever the fish ran out, Lu Xiaochuan carefully picked out a piece, removing all the bones, and then handed it to Xiao Yuhuan. At this moment, Dad De Yong took a sip of wine and asked, Xiao Chuan, have you ever thought about digging a pond and raising fish? Lu Xiaochuan smiled and said, Uncle, you're thinking the same as me. After the new year, while building the house, we can dig a pond. In spring, we can release fish fry, and by autumn, they'll be ready to eat. Lu Xiaochuan didn't mention that he had spiritual spring water, so the fish fry bot should grow to market size in about 2 months. The meal lasted over an hour. Xiao Yuhuan was full and playing happily with Da Hu and Er Hu in the yard. Lu Xiaochuan took Xiao Yuhuan home. Probably because they played too hard, Xiao Yuhuan quickly fell asleep in Lu Xiaochuan's arms. Gently, he laid her in the bedroom, covered her with a blanket, and assigned Da Hu and Er Hu to watch over her. Then, Lu Xiaochuan entered his ring. Inside the ring, Lu Xiaochuan practiced some cultivation techniques. After that, he trained in martial skills, moving swiftly and unpredictably, like a shadow. His speed was so fast that only a blur could be seen. After practicing for a while, Lu Xiaochuan picked up a book to read. Suddenly, a small skill for cultivators appeared in his mind. It was called shrinking the land to inches. Although this skill was quite common among cultivators, its advanced version, called distance as close as a hair's breadth, was very powerful. Lu Xiaochuan began learning, shrinking the land to inches, over and over. Through many attempts, he managed to use the skill. With a tiny step, he could walk like a casual stroll, but his figure would appear more than 10 meters away. This was still early in his practice, so he was not very skilled. Once he became more proficient, he could step out and appear 50 meters away with just one move. The next morning, early, Lu Xiaochuan dressed Xiao Yuhuan and prepared breakfast. After they finished eating, they planned to visit the county town. Before they could leave, Lu Xiaochuan's phone rang. When he answered, Qian Chongqing's voice came through. Hello, Xiaochuan. I hope I didn't disturb you early in the morning. Lu Xiaochuan replied. No, I was already up. I wonder why old Qian is calling so early. Well, Xiaochuan, because of the evil cultivator issue, the Dragon Head sect sent a master to help us. Do you have time to come over? We can meet and discuss the evil cultivator matter. Lu Xiaochuan didn't really want to go, but since Qian Chongqing asked, he had no choice but to visit. He drove with Xiao Yuhuan toward the city. When they arrived, Zhou Bin took Lu Xiaochuan to Qian Chongqing's home. As soon as they entered, Lu Xiaochuan saw a man in his 30s or 40s sitting on the sofa. When he saw Lu Xiaochuan come in, their eyes immediately met. Lu Xiaochuan was a bit surprised because he sensed that this man was at the peak of the Grandmaster realm, one of the most powerful martial practitioners Lu Xiaochuan had ever seen. The man was even more shocked inside. He couldn't tell how strong Lu Xiaochuan was, nor could he sense any energy from him. It was as if Lu Xiaochuan was just an ordinary person. But he knew very well that this man, Lu Xiaochuan, was definitely not ordinary. Qian Chongqing saw Lu Xiaochuan arrive and happily said, Xiaochuan, you're here? Let me introduce you. This is Guangchen, the leader of Group 4 in our dragon team. And this is Lu Xiaochuan, who recently joined our team. Guangchen extended his hand with a smile and said, Lu Xiaochuan, I've heard your name at headquarters. Now that I see you, I realize everyone underestimated you. Lu Xiaochuan also shook his hand and said, should I call you team leader or boss? Guangchen quickly waved his hand and replied, our dragon team doesn't have many rules. Usually we're like brothers. But when we're on a mission, we must follow orders firmly. After everyone sat down, Qian Chongqing said, Xiaochuan, Tell us about this evil cultivator in detail so we can prepare early. Lu Xiaochuan nodded and said, this person is the senior brother of the evil cultivator I killed last time. His cultivation is at the late stage of the Grandmaster level. He was injured a few days ago, and based on the timing, he's likely to appear within the next 3 to 5 days. At this moment, Guangqin suddenly asked, did you injure this evil cultivator? Lu Xiaochuan looked at Guangqin and said, no, someone else did. I can't say who. This shocked not only Guangqin but also Qian Chongsheng and Zhou Bin. They didn't know that someone in Tianhai City could injure a late-stage grandmaster, and they looked uncomfortable. Then Lu Xiaochuan continued, I suggest capturing this evil cultivator alive and then spreading the word to see if we can lure out his master or the forces behind him. Once we know who they are, we can prepare thoroughly and avoid being caught off guard. Guangqin and Qian Chongsheng both nodded in agreement with Lu Xiaochuan's plan, and then Lu Xiaochuan left. In fact, Lu Xiaochuan had his own ideas. He didn't mention Chu Yun, or that the evil cultivator might go to find Chu Yun because he wanted to catch the evil cultivator himself and hand him over to Guangqin and the others. That way, Chu Yun, who preferred to stay hidden, wouldn't be exposed. Lu Xiaochuan drove with Xiao Yuhuan around Tianhai City, buying food, clothes, and daily necessities. He also took Xiao Yuhuan to an amusement park. Xiao Yuhuan was so happy she wanted to play everywhere. She played until noon and didn't want to leave. In the end, Lu Xiaochuan promised to bring her again next time, and she finally agreed. After finishing a meal in the city, Lu Xiaochuan drove to Chu Yun's traditional medicine clinic in the county town. As soon as he entered, he saw Chu Yun treating a patient. Lu Xiaochuan didn't disturb him and quietly waited nearby, holding Xiao Yuan. After a while, Chu Yun finished treating the patient and laughed loudly, saying, Xiaochuan, you're just in time. Come on, let's go to the backyard for a friendly sparring. Lu Xiaochuan smiled and replied, congratulations on your breakthrough, Senior Chu. As for sparring, let's postpone it. I need to go back soon. After I settle the kids, I'll come over. We can compare skills when fighting evil cultivators. Chu Yun nodded and then asked, by the way, do you still have that pill you gave me last time? Lu Xiaochuan initially wanted to say yes, but seeing Chu Yun's eager eyes, he suddenly changed his mind and said, no, I don't have it anymore. Chu Yun looked at Lu Xiaochuan, clearly not believing his words, but he had no other choice and sighed. That pill you made is truly amazing. I wonder what kind of expert could craft such a miraculous medicine. It not only healed my wounds but also helped me break through a long-standing bottleneck. My cultivation reached the Grandmaster level. If I take one more step, I can become a great Grandmaster. That would be a whole new world. Lu Xiaochuan smiled and said, Senior Chu, do you really want to spend your whole life hiding here as a traditional healer? Have you ever thought about finding a place to cultivate yourself, enjoy tea, and go fishing? Chu Yun seemed to remember something and said sadly, when I was in my 30s, I made enemies. My wife and 1-year-old son were killed by them. To avenge my family, I took a drastic step and wiped out their entire clan. No one was left. After that, I lost my desire for martial arts battles and started wandering. Later, I came here and opened this clinic living a simple life. But I didn't expect that settling down would make my cultivation grow faster. Now I see hope of reaching the Grandmaster level, and that has reignited my inner drive. Lu Xiaochuan didn't say anything, only smiled and left with the child. Chu Yun watched Lu Xiaochuan's back and mumbled, if I closed this clinic or handed it over to someone else, studying martial arts with this kid every day would be a wonderful thing. Lu Xiaochuan returned home and asked Xiao Yuan to play with Dahu and Eru. He then entered his ring and started making a talisman. This time, the talisman was different from the previous ones. It was a higher level. After a long time, Lu Xiaochuan finally finished the protective charm. Don't underestimate this small yellow paper. It can withstand a full-force attack from a master at the early stage. After making the talisman, Lu Xiaochuan left his ring, found a red string, and tied the charm to it, then placed it around Xiao Yuan's neck. Yuhuan looked at the object on her neck and asked, Dad, what is this? Why do I have to wear it? Lu Xiaochuan smiled and said, This is a charm I made for you. It can protect your safety.
You must wear it well.
The very smart Zhao Yuan seemed to understand something and said with teary eyes, Dad, are you going to leave me alone? Hearing this, Yuan looked like she was about to cry, which was very heartbreaking. Be good and listen. Dad has to go out for a few days. During this time, you stay at Big Yang's house. Let Dahu and Eru stay with you. Once I finish my work, I'll come back quickly, okay? At first, Yuan refused stubbornly, and in the end, she started crying. There was no other way, so Lu Xiaochuan had to use his last trick. He promised that if she behaved and listened, he would take her to the amusement park when he returned. This finally made Yuan stop crying. After arranging everything for Yuan, he reminded Dahu and Eru to protect her closely. Dahu and Eru were very clever. They wagged their tails at Lu Xiaochuan and sat on either side of Yuan, like guardians. Once everything was settled, Lu Xiaochuan drove to the county seat and stayed at Chu Yun's traditional Chinese medicine clinic. They were waiting for the evil cultivator to appear so they could capture him alive. Lu Xiaochuan had been staying at Chu Yun's clinic for 3 days, but there had been no sign of any movement. Every day, he practiced cultivation, and when he was bored, he helped at the clinic with patients. Unexpectedly, because of his acupuncture, many patients recovered quickly, and he became famous among the locals, who said he was like Hua Tua reincarnated. Every patient who came wanted to see Lu Xiaochuan. Eventually, he had to hide because Chu Yun's gaze on him became a little strange. By around 11 o'clock at night, most people had already gone to rest, and the shops had closed. At this moment, Lu Xiaochuan was drinking tea and chatting with Chu Yun. Suddenly, a sharp sound broke the silence. The two looked at each other briefly, then continued drinking as if nothing had happened. In the yard, a black figure appeared. It was the evil cultivator. He looked at Lu Xiaochuan and Chu Yun and found he couldn't see through their cultivation levels. His face was full of surprise. 10 days ago, this old man in front of him had the same cultivation as himself. How could he not see through him now, after just 10 days? As for the young man beside him, normally, with no special luck, his cultivation wouldn't be higher than the late stage of the foundational realm. Yet he also couldn't see through him. Everything today felt strange. The evil cultivator was very cautious and on alert. At this moment, Chu Yun spoke. Didn't expect you to heal so quickly. Are you here again to seek revenge for that slap last time? The evil cultivator replied in a cold voice. I'm not just here for revenge for that slap. I also want to avenge my junior brother. I've searched all over Tianhai City, but only you have enough strength to kill my junior brother. So, you must die. At this, Lu Xiaochuan chuckled softly. The evil cultivator looked at him with a cold gaze and asked, Why are you laughing, brat? Lu Xiaochuan shook his head and said, You're really mistaken this time. Your junior brother wasn't the one who killed him. But no matter what, you can't go back now. Just come with me quietly. As he finished speaking, Lu Xiaochuan moved swiftly and attacked the evil cultivator. The evil cultivator responded quickly, sending out a palm strike. There was a loud bang. Lu Xiaochuan remained still, but the evil cultivator was knocked back and flew out. Before the evil cultivator could stabilize himself, Lu Xiaochuan was already in front of him again. He pointed his finger at the evil cultivator's acupoint, the Jingmen point. A surge of spiritual energy flowed from his finger into the evil cultivator's body, sealing his meridians. His cultivation suddenly disappeared, and his internal energy was suppressed to his dantian, unable to circulate. This scene shocked Chu Yun, who had been sitting and drinking tea. He stood up in surprise because he knew how powerful this evil cultivator was, especially with his extremely cold internal energy. Even now, after breaking through to the Grandmaster level, it wouldn't be easy to defeat him. But Lu Xiaochuan had only used 2 moves and already made the evil cultivator lose the ability to fight back. This greatly shocked Chu Yun. At this moment, the evil cultivator still looked surprised because he didn't expect the opponent to be so powerful. Most importantly, the opponent was so young. When did such a prodigy appear in the martial world? Originally, they thought there would be a big fight, but it ended before it even started. Lu Xiaochuan wanted to go home early, because the weather was cold, and he was worried about Xiao Yuan. So, Lu Xiaochuan told Chu Yun and then put the evil cultivator into the car. They drove toward the city. At the same time, Guangchen was talking with Qian Chongsheng. Guangchen asked, "Have you found any clues about that evil cultivator?" Qian Chongsheng sighed and said, "No news at all. We don't know where he has gone." Guangchen thought for a moment and said, "Lu Xiaochuan must be hiding something from us. Tell everyone to stop searching. Just watch a few key places." Qian Chongsheng quickly replied, "Lu Xiaochuan would never do anything bad, and he wouldn't hide anything from us on purpose." Guangchen looked at Qian Chongsheng and smiled. "When I say he's hiding something, I don't mean that Lu Xiaochuan is doing something secretive. I mean he might be trying to hide certain facts." Qian Chongsheng looked at Guangchen with doubt. Then suddenly his eyes lit up and he said, "Are you suggesting that Lu Xiaochuan is hiding the expert from Tianhai City, so he doesn't want us to know certain things?" Guangchen nodded and said, "Exactly. The person who injured that evil cultivator must be at least a late-stage master, maybe even higher. But no one in Tianhai City knows about him, which means he's living in hiding here and doesn't want the outside world to know he exists." Qian Chongsheng asked, "Should we investigate secretly?" Guangchen shook his head and said, "No need. Since this person can be with Lu Xiaochuan, he's definitely not a bad person. Since he wants to live in seclusion, we shouldn't bother him." Just then, Qian Chongsheng's phone suddenly rang. After answering, Lu Xiaochuan's voice came through. "Qian Lao, I've caught that evil cultivator. I'm on my way to your place. I'll be there in about an hour." Qian Chongsheng said several good words and hung up. Guangchen tapped on the table and asked, "Do you think Lu Xiaochuan caught the evil cultivator himself, or was it someone else?" Qian Chongsheng looked confused and said, "It must have been someone else. Xiaochuan is powerful, but he definitely doesn't have that high a cultivation level." Guangchen squinted and said, "Don't underestimate Lu Xiaochuan. My intuition tells me he's extremely dangerous. He may not be as powerful as the dragon leader, but he's close." Hearing Guangchen's words, Qian Chongsheng was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. After a long pause, he asked, "Are you sure you're not mistaken? Xiaochuan is only 20 years old. How is that possible?" Guangchen muttered. "Some people can't be judged by normal eyes." An hour later, Lu Xiaochuan arrived at Qian Chongsheng's home. He threw the evil cultivator into the living room. Several people began to question him, but after asking for a long time, the man said nothing, acting like a mute. While they were questioning him, Guangchen suddenly ran over to the evil cultivator, grabbed one of his arms, and rolled up his sleeve. The evil cultivator's arm was tattooed with a bright red bat that looked very realistic. Lu Xiaochuan was confused, not understanding why Guangchen was so interested in a tattoo. But at this moment, Guangchen and Qian Chongsheng's faces changed, because that tattoo represented a powerful faction. In the past, this faction almost overturned the entire martial world. In the end, everyone worked together to destroy it. But now, why has it reappeared? After seeing the tattoo, Guangchen's face turned grim as he asked, "Where's your headquarters? How many people do you have? Quickly tell me." But suddenly, the evil cultivator bit his own tongue. Blood and a piece of his tongue spat out, which startled Lu Xiaochuan. He didn't expect the other to be so ruthless. Quickly, he used a silver needle to stop the bleeding. Thanks to Lu Xiaochuan's treatment, the evil cultivator was saved from certain death. This action shocked Guangchen and Qian Chongsheng again. The old Qian asked in surprise, "Xiaochuan, are you a healer?" Lu Xiaochuan nodded and said, "I know a little. I learned from my master." They found it hard to believe that at only 20 years old, he had such strong cultivation and medical skills. It was almost unbelievable. Then Lu Xiaochuan asked, "I wonder what this tattoo means? You all look pretty bad. What's going on?" After a moment of silence, Guangchen said, "About 30 years ago, when I was still very young, I heard some seniors talk about a big event in the martial world. At that time, a wicked sect called the Crimson Blood sect was causing chaos, destroying many martial clans. It was only when the top experts of the martial world united many clans to fight together that they finally defeated the Crimson Blood sect. The symbol of the Crimson Blood sect was a blood bat tattooed on each disciple's arm. I thought that the sect had disappeared over 30 years ago, but I didn't expect it to reappear today. Lu Xiaochuan listened and felt deeply moved. One sect almost caused the entire martial world to shake, showing how powerful the so-called Crimson Blood sect was at that time. This turmoil lasted until the next morning. Since they couldn't get any more information, Guangchen decided to take this evil cultivator back to the headquarters in the capital. Lu Xiaochuan also needed to go back. Watching Lu Xiaochuan leave, Guangchen said to Qian Chongsheng, "This time, I will tell the dragon leader about the situation here." Lu Xiaochuan's documents should also be updated. Qian Chongsheng knew that Lu Xiaochuan was probably about to join the core of the dragon group. He sincerely felt happy for Lu Xiaochuan. Lu Xiaochuan drove straight home. In fact, he felt uneasy inside. Originally, he just wanted to farm a little land and earn some money to live a simple life as a small farmer. But as something started to happen, his life seemed to become more and more unsettled. When he arrived home, Lu Xiaochuan parked his car and went directly to Lu Daiyong's house. As soon as he entered, De Hu and Erhu saw him and immediately rushed over, surrounding Lu Xiaochuan and showing affection. Perhaps hearing the noise, Daiyong came out of the house. Seeing Lu Xiaochuan, he happily said, "Xiaochuan, you're back. Come inside quickly, it's cold outside." Lu Xiaochuan entered the house and saw Daiyong's father and Xiao Yuhuan eating breakfast. On the table, there was a dish of pickled vegetables, a few boiled eggs, some steamed buns, and bowls of porridge for each of them. When Xiao Yuhuan saw Lu Xiaochuan, she put down her spoon, ran over happily, and wanted Lu Xiaochuan to hold her. Holding Xiao Yuhuan in his arms, Lu Xiaochuan smiled and asked, "Have you been naughty these days?" Xiao Yuhuan, hugging Lu Xiaochuan's neck, said softly, "Dad, I listened to Grandpa Lu. I haven't been naughty." Lu Xiaochuan patted Yuhuan's head and said to Daiyong's father, "Uncle, thank you for your hard work these days." "Little River, why do you keep saying that? We're like a family now. If you say that again, Uncle will be angry." Later, Lu Xiaochuan had a simple breakfast at Daiyong's house. After saying goodbye to Daiyong and his son, he took Xiao Yuhuan home. Since he hadn't seen Xiao Yuhuan for several days, Lu Xiaochuan decided to take her out to play. When Xiao Yuhuan knew Lu Xiaochuan was taking her out, she was very excited and kept asking to go to the amusement park. In the end, Lu Xiaochuan gave in to her persistent requests. Lu Xiaochuan drove with Xiao Yuhuan toward the city amusement park. Meanwhile, in Kyoto, a helicopter was slowly landing on an open space. Once it stopped, Guangchen got out carrying that mysterious cultivator. At this moment, two men quickly approached Guangchen and respectfully said, "Team leader, you're back." Guangchen nodded and replied, "Yes. Take this person back and lock him up first. Remember, no one is allowed to contact him. By the way, is the leader here?" The two men respectfully answered, "Yes, team leader. The leader and the other 3 team leaders are inside." Guangchen nodded and went inside. After passing through several checkpoints, he arrived at an office. He knocked on the door, and a deep voice came from inside. "Come in, Guangchen." Guangchen entered and respectfully addressed the man sitting at the top, who looked to be in his 50s or 60s. "Leader, I have returned." This man was Qi Fengtian, the current leader of the Dragon Group. He was responsible only for Unit 1, and his power was unimaginable. Qi Fengtian nodded and asked, "How did things go this time?" Guangchen replied, "We found 3 major discoveries in Tianhai City." Hearing this, the other 3 group leaders and Qi Fengtian looked at Guangchen with great interest because being called a major discovery by Guangchen meant it was a big deal. Guangchen then directly said to Qi Fengtian, "A while ago, Qian Chongsheng discovered a cultivator in Tianhai City named Lu Xiaochuan. Do you remember?" Qi Fengtian and the other 3 leaders nodded, as few people could join the Dragon Group. Recently, only Lu Xiaochuan had joined. Since Qian Chongsheng often mentioned Lu Xiaochuan in reports, everyone had a deep impression of him. Seeing everyone nodded, Guangchen continued, "I met him in Tianhai City this time. I found that he seems to be very mysterious, and his medical skills seemed to be very impressive. A few people were surprised when Guangchen spoke because their 4 team leaders, although divided into different realms, heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, were all master-level experts at the peak of their skill, with little difference between them. When Guangchen said someone was deeply mysterious, it made others wonder how powerful that person could be. Chief Feng Tian frowned and said, "If I remember correctly, at first, Lu Xiaochuan's record said he was in the early stage of the innate realm. But later, Qian Chongxing said his cultivation was probably in the late or even perfect stage of innate. Now, even Guangchen can't tell how strong he is, and his medical skills are quite good. This Lu Xiaochuan is quite interesting." Then Qi Fengtian asked Guangchen, "What are the other 2 things?" Guangchen replied, "One is that a hidden expert was found in Tianhai City. We think his cultivation is probably in the late or perfect master level." The 4 leaders looked at each other because experts above the master level are very rare now. Finding a hidden master was a big event. When Qi Fengtian heard Guangchen, his eyes lit up. He asked, "Which sect does this person belong to? Could he join the dragon group?" Guangchen shook his head. "I haven't seen this person myself. I only heard about him from Lu Xiaochuan. He once injured that evil cultivator, but Lu Xiaochuan didn't want us to know too much, so I didn't ask further." Qi Fengtian thought for a moment and said, "Then forget it. This person probably keeps to himself to avoid conflicts in the martial world. Since he knows Lu Xiaochuan, he's probably not a bad person. Let's leave him be." Then he asked, "Tell me about the 3rd thing." Guangchen nodded seriously. "This evil cultivator was captured by Lu Xiaochuan. I didn't fight, but I found an important clue. The evil cultivator has a small tattoo that looks very similar to the records of the Crimson Blood sect from over 30 years ago." As soon as Guangchen said this, Chief Fengtian stood up suddenly and looked at him. "Are you sure?" Guangchen nodded. "I am sure." Chief Fengtian muttered, "Could it be that some members of the Crimson Blood sect escaped?" After thinking for a moment, Chief Fengtian turned and said, "Group 4 of the Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow teams, listen up. From now on, assign people to investigate this evil cultivator's background. Find out where he lives, and if there are any missing persons reports across the country, report them immediately." The 4 leaders responded loudly, "Yes." Watching them leave, Chief Fengtian muttered, "The Crimson Blood sect, Lu Xiaochuan. Looks like this old man, have to go see for myself." Lu Xiaochuan played with Xiao Yuhuan for over 3 hours. He felt exhausted, but Xiao Yuhuan was like a robot that didn't know tiredness, full of energy. Lu Xiaochuan couldn't understand where such energy came from in her small body. Finally, Lu Xiaochuan saw dark clouds in the sky and guessed it might snow soon. He ended their play, drove home with Mo Yuan, and arrived. Not even half an hour later, snow started falling. This made Mo Yuan, who had just calmed down, excited again. She ran around the yard with Hu and Hu. Seeing Xiao Yuhuan so happy, Lu Xiaochuan turned to the kitchen because they hadn't eaten yet. Since it was snowing, he made 2 big bowls of pork rib noodles with soup, which kept them warm. Winter nights always come quickly. It was already dark by about 5 o'clock. Lu Xiaochuan looked at Xiao Yuhuan sleeping in his arms, turned off the TV, carried her to bed, covered her with a blanket, and then left the room. He asked Hu and Hu to guard the door, then planned to go back to his room to practice with his ring. Suddenly, he turned his head and looked at the wall of his yard. He saw a figure standing there, which surprised him greatly. Because with his current perfect master level, only a powerful grandmaster could approach him without being noticed. The figure suddenly moved, flying quickly toward the mountains. Lu Xiaochuan also moved swiftly to follow. After a while, they reached an open space. The figure looked at Lu Xiaochuan, who had just landed, and was shocked. He said, "You're so young and already have such skill." "It's incredible," Lu Xiaochuan replied coldly. "Who are you? Why are you here? Are you the master of those 2 evil cultivators?" The man in gray smiled and said, "Don't misunderstand. I came to find you today just to spar with you. I have no other intentions." Lu Xiaochuan frowned and said, "I've never shown myself in the martial world.
How do you know me?
If you can't explain clearly today, don't even think about leaving. As he finished speaking, Lu Xiaochuan rushed toward the gray-clad man. The man was pleased and immediately fought back. They quickly clashed, fighting in the air and on the ground. The fight caused flying dust and stones everywhere, making it impossible to see who was who. They fought for over 50 moves. Lu Xiaochuan was very shocked because he could feel that this person's skill level was definitely that of a mid-level grandmaster. Compared to Lu Xiaochuan's surprise, the gray-clad man was even more shocked. He never expected Lu Xiaochuan to be so powerful, and the internal energy he emitted during the fight was incredibly pure, much better than his own, several levels higher. It was truly unbelievable. At this moment, Lu Xiaochuan no longer cared about anything. He didn't want anyone to disturb his peaceful life. So, he immediately used the fire god palm and struck toward the gray-clad man. Seeing Lu Xiaochuan make a move, the gray-clad man saw a large flame rushing toward him, extremely hot. He shouted loudly and responded with a powerful palm strike. When the two attacks met, their internal energies clashed and canceled each other out, creating a huge wave of energy. There was a loud bang, and Lu Xiaochuan was forced to step back several paces to steady himself. The gray-clad man also retreated more than 10 steps, then stood firm, eyes wide with disbelief. At this moment, Lu Xiaochuan was about to launch another attack to defeat his opponent when the gray-clad man suddenly removed the gray cloth from his face. It was none other than Qi Fengtian, the leader of the dragon group. He said to Lu Xiaochuan, "Enough, stop. If we keep fighting, my old bones will be broken apart." Lu Xiaochuan looked at the man in front of him, who was in his 50s or 60s, and asked, "Who are you? Are you really just here to spar with me?" Qi Fengtian laughed heartily and said, "My name is Qi Fengtian, leader of the dragon group. Today I came to see you, and also to find out how strong your skill really is. I never expected that your skill level is not inferior to mine, and I can't see through you at all." Hearing Qi Fengtian's words, Lu Xiaochuan was surprised and said, "You're the leader of the dragon group? So, you are my superior. I apologize for my earlier disrespect." Qi Fengtian smiled and said, "That's nothing. Today I am glad I came. I didn't expect to see such a talented young person like you in the martial world, with such high skill. Our Chinese cultivation world can now be assured." Lu Xiaochuan asked with doubt, "Why do you say that? Has something gone wrong with the cultivation world in China?" Qi Fengtian sighed and said, "If it were before, we could handle it easily. But now, it's becoming dangerous. There are many things you probably don't know." Lu Xiaochuan remained silent, quietly watching Qi Fengtian, waiting for him to continue. Qi Fengtian Dao, right now, the biggest problem is the evil cultivator you caught because they are involved with a powerful organization. Hearing Qi Fengtian's words, Lu Xiaochuan said, "Is it the Crimson Blood sect?" Qi Fengtian nodded and said, "That's probably what Changqin told you. If it were just the Crimson Blood sect alone, we could handle it. The real issue is that over the years, many foreign forces have tried to wipe out China's cultivation world. Now, with the emergence of the Crimson Blood sect, we face both internal and external threats." Lu Xiaochuan suddenly understood and said, "Ah, I see. There must be many sects and organizations in China. If they unite, they could defeat them one by one." Qi Fengtian nodded and said, "Your way of thinking shows you have a good sense of the big picture. But during China's difficult times, many sects were destroyed or scattered to protect the country. After the catastrophe caused by the Crimson Blood sect over 30 years ago, only a few sects and organizations remained intact. Even the Dragon Group took a lot of resources and time from the country to become what it is today." Hearing this, Lu Xiaochuan asked directly, "Why does the Dragon leader want me to know all this?" Qi Fengtian looked at Lu Xiaochuan and said, "You are very smart. Today, I am testing you to find a leader for the Dragon Group. I am getting old and will leave someday. But the Dragon Group cannot be without a leader, and China cannot be without a dragon leader to keep the bad guys in check. Your cultivation skills and courage are outstanding. Think about it." Lu Xiaochuan smiled wryly and said, "That might disappoint the dragon leader. When I promised Qian Chongsheng to join the Dragon Group, I said I was a simple farmer and didn't want to get involved in endless conflicts. I don't have the ability to be the leader. Seeing Lu Xiaochuan's firm expression, Qifeng Tian sighed and said, I heard from Qian Chongxing that you don't want to get involved in disputes. But I want to tell you, China needs someone to protect it because many forces want to destroy our cultivation world. Can you promise me that if the Dragon Group or China faces danger, you'll help? Your peaceful life won't be affected. Lu Xiaochuan nodded and said, I just don't want to get involved in too many conflicts, but I am still a Chinese. I will use my own abilities to handle these things without you telling me. Chief Fengtian smiled and said, I will arrange a position for you to make things easier in the future. Well, I should go now. As I get older, I need to sleep early. After speaking, Chief Fengtian quickly flew away into the distance and disappeared. Watching Chief Fengtian vanish, Lu Xiaochuan helplessly shook his head and muttered, I thought I would live quietly in Tiana village, just be a small farmer, and then focus on my cultivation. But the higher my cultivation, the more problems there are. I guess I'll take it one step at a time. After Lu Xiaochuan left, the mountain returned to its quiet state. Occasionally, some animals made strange sounds, adding a bit of fear to the mountain. The next day, Chief Fengtian gathered the 4 leaders of the Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow groups. He looked at them seriously and said, The Dragon Group is under my command. You 4 are the middle-ranking generals, and you are the core force that keeps the Dragon Group strong. Now I want to create a new position, the Dragon Group Guardian. What do you think? The 4 leaders were surprised to hear this. They looked at each other. Since the Dragon Group was formed, there had always been a leader and 4 group leaders with many small teams underneath. Suddenly, a new top position was proposed, and they thought the group might be changing. Chief Fengtian saw their reactions and smiled, explaining, I'll tell you about the Guardian's role and responsibilities. His authority will be second only to mine. He will have the power to handle all matters, but he will not be directly involved in managing the Dragon Group because he prefers not to. I will arrange for him to meet everyone in Kyoto soon. The 4 leaders asked suspiciously, Leader, who is this guardian? Chief Fengtian took a stack of documents from a drawer and said, All his information is here. From now on, his details will be encrypted at the highest level. We will reissue his ID and send it to him as soon as possible. Guangchen took the documents and casually looked at them. Suddenly he froze. After a moment, he shouted in surprise, How could it be him? Leader, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? The other 3 leaders quickly looked at the documents. They were all shocked because the name Lu Xiaochuan and his young face were completely unexpected. Especially Guangchen. He looked at the leader and said, Leader, although Lu Xiaochuan's cultivation is quite high, he probably isn't powerful enough to be directly appointed as the second-in-command of the Dragon Group. Plus, he just joined the group recently and hasn't even undergone strict review. Chief Fengtian looked at the 4 team leaders with a deep gaze and said, Yesterday, I met Lu Xiaochuan and even fought him. Guess what the result was? The 4 team leaders looked at each other and said, Since the leader took action in China, there are only a few who can resist him, but Lu Xiaochuan is definitely not one of them. Chief Fengtian smiled and said, You all guessed wrong. I am slightly more powerful in internal strength than him, but his internal energy is pure and refined beyond what I've seen before. Also, I haven't heard of his martial arts before. In the end, I lost to him. Hearing Chief Fengtian's words, Guangchen and the other 3 leaders looked unconvinced because they knew that the leader's martial arts skills were extremely powerful worldwide. Those few who could barely defeat him were all masters or old monsters. Seeing their expressions, Chief Fengtian said calmly, I know you might not believe it, but it's the truth. Lu Xiaochuan is sent by heaven to save China. From now on, you should respect him more. All right, go handle your own affairs. The 4 nodded and turned to leave. Lu Xiaochuan practiced in his ring all night. When he came out in the morning, he looked at the vast white land and felt much more relaxed. At this moment, Lu Daxiong's voice came from outside. Xiaochuan, are you up? I just took 2 more carts of vegetables. Check if the money has arrived. Lu Xiaochuan opened the courtyard door and saw Lu Daxiong wearing a padded coat and a cotton hat at the door. Seeing Lu Xiaochuan open the door, Lu Daxiong happily said, Xiaochuan, I just took away 2 carts of vegetables. By the way, if you're free later, let's go fishing in the river. Lu Xiaochuan turned and walked inside while saying, Has the water in the river frozen? Can people stand on it? Daxiong smiled and said, Don't worry. I just checked the river after harvesting the vegetables. The ice is thick enough, and vehicles can drive on it without any problem. Hearing Daxiong, Lu Xiaochuan said, Go to the kitchen and make some food. I'll go dress Xiao Yuan. We'll eat something first before heading out, or she won't be able to handle it. Daxiong happily went into the kitchen, while Lu Xiaochuan went to wake Xiao Yuan. An hour later, after finishing breakfast, Lu Xiaochuan helped Xiao Yuan put on a thick cotton coat, a hat, and gloves. He carried a water bucket and a fishing net, then headed toward the river. In the deep snow, Da Hu and Air, who happily played around the 3 of them. When they reached the riverbank, Lu Xiaochuan used his spiritual sense to scan the ice, finding it was quite thick, about 10 centimeters. Lu Xiaochuan chose a spot, and Dayong took out his iron shovel. Soon, he broke a large hole in the ice. Xiao Yuan was also fishing on the ice for the first time and looked very excited. She turned left and right, trying to help, looking quite eager. Because the river was frozen in winter, the water lacked oxygen. Once the hole was open, fish started swimming slowly toward it. Lu Xiaochuan used his net, catching fish one after another, and they were all quite big. After a while, Lu Xiaochuan counted about 10 fish. He thought it was enough, so he put them into the bucket and headed home. During midday, they couldn't help but eat fish and drink wine. You wouldn't believe how relaxing this simple life is, even in the cold winter. In the blink of an eye, more than a month passed. The coldest weather arrived, and villagers rarely went outside because there was little work in winter. The whole village became very peaceful. Almost 20 days until the new year, and Lu Shaoqing was about to have a holiday. The county town was gradually becoming lively again. One day, Lu Xiaochuan asked Lu Daong to find the village chief and gather all the villagers. The villagers were curious and discussed why everyone was being called together. Soon, Lu Xiaochuan arrived at the village square with a bag. It was a small open space, just an empty piece of land. Lu Xiaochuan looked at all the villagers and said, Thank you all for your support and help over the past year. The new year is coming soon. To show my gratitude, I will give each family 500 yuan. You can use it to buy New Year goods or new clothes. The villagers cheered happily when they heard this. Seeing their joy, Lu Xiaochuan also smiled. This was the kind of village he wanted, no more fighting or arguing. He cleared his throat and said, Next year, I plan to increase the planting of vegetables and fruits, and I will also build a fish pond. This will create more jobs. I believe our village will get better and better. The villagers were very excited. With jobs, they would have money to earn, and the village was close to home, something they had never dared to dream of before. The old village chief stepped forward and said, I've been the village head for over 20 years. This poor place has nothing much to offer, and people don't want to come here. I haven't been able to help everyone get rich. Luckily, we have Xiao Chuan in our village. He is talented and can help everyone earn money. From now on, everyone should support him. If anyone dares to speak badly or do bad things behind his back, they are enemies of Tianhe village. Seeing the angry villagers below, Lu Xiaochuan admired the old chief. His speech immediately united the hearts of all the men, women, and children in the village. Next, the old village chief arranged for each family to come forward and receive money. Everyone who received money thanked Lu Xiaochuan. After the villagers dispersed, Lu Xiaochuan took out 10,000 yuan and handed it to the old village chief, saying, Grandpa village chief, this year has been possible because of your help. Please take this money to buy some New Year goods and new clothes. The old village chief quickly shook his head and said, Xiaochuan, helping the village develop is what I should do as the village head. Besides, your business is just starting, and next year you plan to expand. You will need a lot of money. I can't accept this. They argued back and forth for a long time. Finally, Lu Xiaochuan said directly, Grandpa village chief, if you don't take this money, I won't farm next year. The village will have no jobs then. Hearing this, the old village chief accepted the money. After saying goodbye to the village chief, Lu Xiaochuan and De Yong returned home. Lu Xiaochuan said to De Yong's father and De Yong, "Uncle, De Yong, this past year was thanks to you. Without your help, our business wouldn't have gone so smoothly. This is your year-end bonus. I hope we can keep working hard next year so that the whole village can become rich." De Yong saw the envelope Lu Xiaochuan handed over. He opened it and immediately handed it back, saying, "Brother Xiaochuan, this money is too much. Our salaries are already quite high. In less than a year, my dad and I have saved 60,000 yuan. I can't accept this." De Yong's father opened his envelope and looked inside, his hand trembling. Each of them had exactly 50,000 yuan. Not even a big city worker could earn this much in a few months. Lu Xiaochuan smiled and said, "Uncle, De Yong, just keep the money. De Yong is getting old enough to get married here in our small mountain village. Next year, you can fix up the house. That way, it will be easier for De Yong to find a wife. Also, you once said we are family, so why be so polite?" Big Brave's father nodded and said, "Okay, then we'll take it. Xiao Chuan, you're really a lucky person for me and Big Brave. It's a blessing that Big Brave can follow you." At this moment, Xiao Yuhan suddenly cheerfully said, "Grandpa Lu is crying. Grandpa Lu is crying." Shy. The previously sad atmosphere was broken by Xiao Yuhan's words. The three of them looked at Xiao Yuhan happily and started to smile. Near noon, Lu Xiaoqing called, "Hey, brother, you must come to pick me up tomorrow." "Don't forget," Lu Xiaochuan replied with a bitter smile. "All right, I got it. You've called several times today. I'll pick you up early tomorrow morning, okay? Brother, remember to bring Yuhan. I miss her a little." At this moment, Xiao Yuhan snatched the phone from Lu Xiaochuan and asked, "Hello, is this Auntie?
I'm Yuhan.
When will you come back?" "Tomorrow, I will be back." "Will you come to pick me up then, Yuhan?" Mo Yuhan, acting like an adult, said, "Don't worry, Auntie. Tomorrow, Dad and I will pick you up, and I will also make you something delicious in the evening." Next to them, Lu Xiaochuan watched Mo Yuhan and Lu Xiaoqing chatting happily, showing a charming smile. Maybe this is the kind of carefree happiness Lu Xiaochuan is pursuing. The next morning, Mo Yuhan got up early and sneaked into Lu Xiaochuan's room. She started pulling his hair and kept saying, "Dad, get up quickly. Today we are going to pick up Andy. Hurry up and get up." Lu Xiaochuan finally got up helplessly, helped Xiao Yuhan put on her clothes, and quickly got ready. He then drove straight to the county town. In less than half an hour, they arrived at the school gate. Lu Xiaoqing had already been waiting there. When she saw the car arrive, she happily carried Xiao Yuhan down from the car. Xiao Yuhan was very excited, giggling happily. Lu Xiaochuan looked at their happy faces and said, "All right, it's so cold outside. Let's get in the car quickly. We need to go home." Just as Lu Xiaochuan finished speaking, two young people got out of a car not far away and headed straight for Lu Xiaochuan's car. Lu Xiaochuan turned around and looked at the two, unsure of what they were planning to do. The two approached Lu Xiaochuan and bowed politely, saying, "Hello, Brother Chuan." Lu Xiaochuan looked at them with suspicion and asked, "Who are you?" One of them quickly said, "Brother Chuan, we were sent by Brother Fei to protect Miss Lu." After hearing this, Lu Xiaochuan suddenly understood and said, "Oh, you've worked hard in this cold weather. Please go back now and also thank De Fei for me." At this moment, one man hesitated to speak, and Lu Xiaochuan's sharp eyes caught his expression. He stopped walking and asked calmly, "Is there something you want to say?" After a moment of hesitation, the man said, "Brother Chuan, recently Brother Fei is in trouble. Since the last time the leader of the giant axe sect was caught and the group disbanded, only Brother Fei and another boss remain in the county. But lately, that boss seems to have gained some support and is aggressively taking over Brother Fei's territory, even threatening to unify the underground forces in the county." Lu Xiaochuan listened and frowned, saying, "I told you before that Brother Fei should not get involved in the underworld or do illegal things. What's going on?" He exuded a faint but intimidating presence, which made the two men in front of him break out in cold sweat. One of them hurriedly said, "Brother Chuan, You misunderstood. Since Brother Fei took control of these 5 streets in the county, the safety there has been the best in the whole area. Brother Fei has never done anything illegal. It's that Chen Scarface who keeps causing trouble. Lu Xiaochuan nodded and said, "All right, I understand. I'll call Brother Fei about this. It's so cold. You should head back now." Then Lu Xiaochuan drove to the county to buy some things, wandered around for a while, and headed home. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoqing in the car asked, "Brother, did something happen to that Brother Fei?" Lu Xiaochuan smiled and replied, "No, it's just a small issue. I'll find time to help him fix it soon." As soon as he got home, Lu Daong happily came in and said loudly, "Xiaochuan, Xiaoqing, hurry up and go. Dinner is ready. How about I treat you to a welcome dinner tonight?" Lu Xiaoqing smiled and said, "What did you cook? If I don't like it, I won't go." She even made a funny face at Daong. Lu Daong chuckled and said, "It's hot pot, of course, and I prepared beef, lamb, tripe, and your favorite, Xiao Yuan." Lu Xiaoqing had not spoken yet when Xiao Yuan loudly shouted, "Uncle Daong is the best. Dad, Aunt, let's go quickly to Uncle Daong's house for hot pot. I'm so hungry." Lu Xiaochuan and Lu Xiaoqing looked at each other and smiled. "Okay, let's go now. Don't let Xiao Yuhan's stomach get too hungry." At Daong's house, a round table held a steaming hot pot, with lots of meat and vegetables nearby. Daong's father and Lu Xiaochuan were drinking white wine and chatting about everyday life. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoqing and Mo Yuan were quietly eating, as if they were in a small eating contest. Daong's father took a sip of wine and said, "Xiaochuan, after the new year, you'll be building a house, right? If you need help, just tell me. I've worked on construction before, so I know how to build houses." Lu Xiaochuan replied, "This won't trouble Uncle. I'll just find a construction team when the time comes. But after the new year, I need Uncle to watch over some other things, like expanding the farm, planting vegetable seedlings, taking care of the peach trees, and digging the fish pond. How deep should it be? These are things you should supervise." Daong's father smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm good at these things. After the new year, you can focus on building your house. The farm work will be left to me and Daong." They ate from noon until after 4 in the afternoon. Lu Xiaoqing and Xiao Yuhan, already full, took Da Hu and Er Hu out to play. Since Lu Xiaoqing was now in the middle stage of recovery, and with Da Hu and Er Hu with her, Lu Xiaochuan was not worried. After leaving Daong's house, Lu Xiaochuan used his spiritual energy, and all the alcohol in his body disappeared completely. Back home, Lu Xiaochuan took out his phone and called Da Fei. When the call connected, Da Fei respectfully said, "Hello, big brother. Is there something you need?" Lu Xiaochuan directly asked, "I heard you've been fighting for land with Chen Scarface from the county town recently?" Da Fei hurriedly replied, "No, it's not that. Recently, I don't know what's going on, but Chen Scarface has been bothering me. He didn't dare do that before. I suspect he has a backing." Lu Xiaochuan calmly asked, "Do you know who his backing is?" "I really don't know. I sent people to investigate, but couldn't find anything. However, I have a suspicion," Da Fei said mysteriously. Lu Xiaochuan's eyes lit up and asked, "Who do you suspect?" "Some time ago, someone saw the county mayor entering and leaving a club with Chen Scarface. I suspect the county mayor is Chen Scarface's backing." After listening to Da Fei, Lu Xiaochuan asked, "What kind of person is Scarface Chen?" "Don't mention him. Scarface Chen will do anything for money. He allows drug dealing in his territory and forces good people into prostitution. I heard he even hurt students at school," Da Fei said. Lu Xiaochuan replied calmly, "Arrange for someone to gather all the evidence of Scarface Chen's crimes. The more, the better. Send it to me. Do you understand?" Da Fei knew that Lu Xiaochuan was planning to take action against Scarface Chen. He was aware of Lu Xiaochuan's power, so he happily said, "Don't worry, big brother. I will find out everything about Scarface Chen and his family." After hanging up, Lu Xiaochuan called Zhenggang. As soon as the call connected, Zhenggang's voice came through. "Lu, my brother, why are you calling me today? Is there something you need?" Lu Xiaochuan smiled and said, I do have something to discuss." "Do you know what kind of person the county mayor is?" Zhenggang quickly replied, "What's going on?" Do you have a conflict with the mayor? Lu Xiaochuan said. No, I just heard he's been close to someone called Scarface Chen. I wanted to ask about that. There was a pause on the line before Zhenggang responded. Lu, is it because of all the trouble Scarface Chen has been causing lately? Lu Xiaochuan didn't hide anything and said directly. Exactly. Recently, Scarface Chen has been acting very arrogantly. It seems he has found a strong backing. I've decided to make this scoundrel disappear completely. Zhenggang felt a chill run down his spine when he heard Lu Xiaochuan's words. He knew Lu Xiaochuan was a powerful person, so he continued. Lu, we've been watching Scarface Chen for a long time. We plan to make our move tonight. I'll arrange the takedown and capture him directly. The main thing isn't just Scarface Chen, Lu Xiaochuan said calmly. It's the people behind him. Do you understand? Zhenggang hesitated and said, We don't have any evidence right now. Taking down a county mayor suddenly isn't a small matter. It could cause a chain reaction. Don't worry, Brother Zheng. I'll take responsibility if anything happens. I don't believe a county mayor has that much power to hide things from everyone. This time, we'll arrest both the mayor and Scarface Chen and expose the people behind them, Lu Xiaochuan said confidently. Zhenggang clenched his teeth and said, All right, Brother Lu, I'll follow your lead this time and go all out. That night, a major earthquake hit Qinghe County in Tianhai City. The county mayor was at home having dinner when police officers stormed in and took him away. Scarface Chen and his gang were at a nightclub and were also taken by police. Some key members under Scarface Chen were even arrested. After hearing about this, County Party Secretary Li Wei quickly called Zhenggang. Hello, Zheng. What's going on? Why did you arrest the county mayor? Do you realize how much trouble it could cause if there's no evidence? You need to release him immediately. Zhenggang had no way out and could only steel himself to reply, Secretary Li, the county mayor must be detained for now and cannot be released. That night, Zhenggang didn't sleep at all. 2 deputy county officials, a deputy mayor from the city, and a director all called to ask about the situation, but Zhenggang firmly refused to tell them anything. Until dawn, Zhenggang's phone rang again. He answered and heard a stern voice. Is this Zhenggang? I am Secretary Wu Guoqing from the Municipal Party Committee. I hear you arrested the county mayor without any evidence. Zhenggang forced himself to answer. Yes, Secretary Wu, I did it last night. A loud roar came from the other end. Zhenggang, are you trying to ignore the police chief of the county? I order you to release the mayor immediately and write a serious report to me. Hearing the beeping tone on the line, Zhenggang wiped the sweat from his forehead and quickly dialed Lu Xiaochuan's number. When the call connected, Zhenggang said anxiously, Brother Lu, I can't take it anymore. I didn't sleep all night. If there's no evidence, I have to let him go, Lu Xiaochuan asked. Since yesterday, who has called you insisting you release the mayor and is very determined? Zhenggang thought for a moment and replied, Many people told me to let him go. Oh, and this morning, Secretary Wu Guoqing called and told me to release him, but he was very rude. After listening, Lu Xiaochuan chuckled and said, The person must not be released. No matter who asks, it's not going to work. Do you understand? Wait for my news. After hanging up, Zhenggang muttered, I hope the forces behind him can really make him act so recklessly, or my future will be over. After Lu Xiaochuan hung up the phone, he directly called Qian Chongsheng. Unlike before, Qian Chongsheng now showed great respect to Lu Xiaochuan because Lu Xiaochuan's protector badge for the Dragon Group was personally handed to him not long ago. The title on the badge had changed from Dragon Group member to Dragon Group protector, and his rank had risen from colonel to major general. This was a huge difference, but the most important thing was that 4 words had been added to the badge. Easy to handle matters. These 4 words meant he had the authority to deal with everything without needing prior approval. It was the highest level of power. Qian Chongsheng knew that only the group leader and 4 team leaders had badges with these 4 words. Now Lu Xiaochuan also had it. Hello, Protector Lu. Do you have any instructions? Qian Chongsheng respectfully asked. Lu Xiaochuan replied, Old Qian, just call me Xiaochuan. It feels strange when you call me that. Qian Chongsheng smiled and said, All right, I'll call you Xiaochuan. Is there any news about the county mayor? Did your investigation go well? Lu Xiaochuan said, Yes, Please look into Wu Guoqing, the secretary of the Tianhai City Committee. I suspect that Scarface Chen and the county mayor are behind him, and I also believe a lot of the money has gone into his pocket. After hanging up, Lu Xiaochuan looked at Lu Xiaoqing and Xiao Yuhan playing in the yard. He said, "Stop playing, you two. Quickly move out all the unnecessary things from the yard and the rooms. Clean everything inside and outside. The new year is coming in just over 10 days. Lu Xiaoqing, who was happily playing, pouted and said, "Why don't you clean up? You just tell us what to do." Before Lu Xiaochuan could speak, Mo Yuan beside her said, "Auntie, we have to listen to Dad. That way, Dad will make us delicious food for the new year. Dad's cooking is really good." As she spoke, a shiny droplet appeared at the corner of her mouth. She had accidentally drooled. Hearing Xiao Yuhan's words, Lu Xiaoqing pretended to be angry and said, "Good for you, Mo Yuan. I've been so nice to you, and you don't help me. I won't play with you anymore." Perhaps Lu Xiaoqing's words made Xiao Yuhan believe she was serious. Tears welled up in her eyes as she said, "I didn't mean not to help you, Annie, but we have to listen to what Dad says." Tears started to flow as she spoke. Lu Xiaochuan stepped forward and hugged Xiao Yuhan, saying, Okay, your aunt was just joking. Yuhan, don't cry." He also shot a quick glare at Lu Xiaoqing. The next noon, the whole Tianhai City and Qinghe County were shrouded in dark clouds. Because of Zheng Gang's actions, everyone held a meeting to consider removing Zheng Gang from his position. Zheng Gang was now like an ant on a hot pan, restless and anxious. Just when everyone thought Zheng Gang was finished, several anti-corruption agents from the province suddenly detained Wu Guoqing, the city committee secretary. This made some sensitive people realize something unusual was happening. They suddenly understood why Zheng Gang could arrest the county head under so much pressure and why no one blamed him afterward. It was because someone was backing him. This caused those who had planned to remove Zheng Gang to fall silent instantly, as if nothing had happened. The county head and Scarface Chen, who thought they would be out soon, collapsed to the ground upon hearing Wu Guoqing was arrested, knowing they were doomed. With Scarface Chen's downfall, De Fei took the opportunity to take control of the most prosperous part of the county, covering 10 blocks. The remaining less busy and remote areas were left to the small gangs. However, De Fei still followed Lu Xiaochuan's instructions and stayed away from any criminal activities. Even the hundreds of people under him had decent jobs. He also recruited some retired soldiers and capable fighters to form a security company. After the events involving the giant axe gate and Scarface Chen, Li Wei and Zheng Gang knew that De Fei, who unified the county's underground forces, was Lu Xiaochuan's man. So, they turned a blind eye. But what they didn't expect was that after De Fei unified the underground forces, the security improved remarkably. The chaos that used to happen at night disappeared completely. With Wu Guoqing removed, Zhou Qiang was promoted from mayor to the secretary of the city committee. Zhou Qiang knew that Lu Xiaochuan played a big role in this, and he wanted to find a chance to get closer to him. Days passed, and Lu Xiaochuan's life became quite peaceful. He spent his days playing with Lu Xiaoqing and Xiao Yuhan, or going to the river with Dayong to catch fish. One day before the new year, there were still many things to buy. Lu Xiaochuan drove with Lu Xiaoqing, Xiao Yuhan, and Lu Dayong to the county town for a big shopping trip. Although there are no relatives at home anymore and there is no need to visit neighbors during the new year, some essential items are still necessary because in the village, good relationships mean you should greet others. After arriving in the city, Lu Xiaochuan completely regretted coming because there were too many people. Unable to do anything, he could only hold Xiao Yuhan in his arms and slowly follow the crowd forward. When he needed to buy things, he just bought them without bothering about the price. On this trip, he bought couplets, chicken, duck, fish, meat, and other New Year essentials. He also bought a few new clothes for Lu Xiaoqing and Xiao Yuhan. Of course, fireworks and firecrackers were a must. After finishing shopping, Lu Xiaochuan and Dayong carried 4 boxes of alcohol until the trunk was full and they couldn't fit anymore. The coldest time of the year is usually during the New Year. The next day, New Year's Eve, snow started falling again. Early in the morning, Lu Xiaoqing and Xiao Yuhan got up and argued about putting up couplets. It's a local custom to put up couplets on New Year's Eve. Reluctantly, Lu Xiaochuan helped them busy himself with putting up the couplets. Afterward, he prepared some food, fruits, and paper money, then drove with Lu Shaoqing and Xiao Yuhuan to a cemetery in the city. During the new year, Lu Xiaochuan had to visit her grandfather's grave with Mo Yuan. Although Mo Yuan no longer remembered the past, it was her grandfather after all. At the grave, Lu Xiaochuan arranged everything and said to Mo Yuan, "Yuan, this is your grandfather. Bow to him quickly." Mo Yuan didn't think much and bowed 3 times in a row. Then Lu Xiaochuan burned some paper money and said, "Yuan is doing very well now. She's obedient. Also, after the new year, she can go to kindergarten. Your grandfather in heaven must be happy to hear that." They stayed at her grandfather's grave for over half an hour, then drove home. They quickly gathered some food and paper money and headed to a hill in the village, where Lu Xiaochuan's grandfather's grave was located. When they arrived at the grave, Lu Shaoqing started crying. Lu Xiaochuan was also feeling emotional, but now he was the one who couldn't cry. By evening, Lu Xiaochuan asked Lu Shaoqing to help pick vegetables with Xiao Yuhuan. He started cooking. The 3 of them didn't make too many dishes, fearing they wouldn't finish eating. They prepared 6 dishes, including chicken, duck, fish, and meat, making a quite hearty meal. The happiest person was Xiao Yuhan. She looked at the table full of dishes, and her mouth started to water, causing saliva to drip down her chin, making Lu Shaoqing laugh uncontrollably nearby. After dinner, the main event of the new year began, setting off firecrackers. By around 8 o'clock, the whole village was filled with the sound of firecrackers. This year, because of Lu Xiaochuan, many villagers earned money, so there were more fireworks than usual. The sky was painted with colorful lights. The next morning, everyone in the village woke up very early. They went outside to greet each other with wishes of prosperity. Lu Xiaochuan also went to wish the villagers a happy new year with Lu Shaoqing and Xiao Yuhan. Soon, Xiao Yuhan received dozens of red envelopes, and she was so happy she couldn't close her mouth. Just after 8 a.m., 2 cars drove into the village and stopped right outside Lu Xiaochuan's house. When the doors opened, 3 people got out: County Party Secretary Li Wei, Zheng Gang, and Wang Fu from Fuminlu. They carried many things. Lu Xiaochuan was surprised to see them. He didn't expect them to come. He welcomed them into the house and poured tea for Lu Shaoqing. Li Wei smiled and said, "Brother Lu, this is my first time visiting you here. It's nice, beautiful scenery and fresh air. I bet it's even better in summer. I really envy you." Lu Xiaochuan laughed and replied, "I'm just a small farmer. There's nothing to envy. If you have time, you should come often. After the new year, I plan to build a new house. When it's done, there will be plenty of rooms for you to stay." Hearing this, the 3 of them said, "Brother Lu, are you building a new house? Congratulations. If you need any help, just ask." Lu Xiaochuan said, "No need to worry the big brothers. Sit down first. I'll prepare some dishes. Later, we'll have a big toast." It's a local custom that when guests arrive, food and drinks are served. Otherwise, it's considered a sign of not welcoming someone. Although Lu Xiaochuan is now a cultivator, after years of habit, he couldn't change this tradition. While Lu Xiaochuan hurried to prepare more dishes, another car stopped in front of his house. Da Hu and Air Hu spoke up, and the people inside the house, including Li Wei, also noticed the new arrival. They looked out the window and were shocked to see Zhou Qiang and Jiang Tianhua getting out of the car. One was the newly appointed municipal party secretary, and the other was the police chief. Li Wei, Zheng Gang, and Wang Fu hurriedly ran outside. Zhou Qiang and Jiang Tianhua saw these 3 people and were momentarily stunned, then smiled and said, "You guys are here too." They all greeted each other. At this moment, Lu Xiaochuan called from the kitchen, "Please go inside and sit. The food will be ready soon." Although they wanted to help, Lu Xiaochuan refused, only asking Wang Fu to pour tea for everyone because Lu Xiaochuan's sister, Shaoqing, had already taken Xiao Yuhan somewhere. About 20 minutes later, Lu Xiaochuan had prepared 6 dishes. To save time, he used 2 pots at once. When the food was served, Zhou Qiang smiled and said, "Brother Lu, your cooking skills are obvious just from the smell. Today, I've really benefited." This seemingly casual remark carried a lot of meaning, especially for Wang Fu, who was still quite shocked. He couldn't imagine that the young man who once sold vegetables on a tricycle could now be so highly regarded by the city's party secretary. It was beyond his imagination. Lu Xiaochuan, while bringing out wine, said, "I just made some simple dishes. There's no fancy wine or food here, but it's enough. Everyone eat freely." Everyone started eating and drinking happily. As they picked up their chopsticks, they couldn't stop praising Lu Xiaochuan's cooking because it was truly delicious. They ate until after 1 p.m. Most of the 5 people had drunk quite a bit. Originally, they wanted to get Lu Xiaochuan drunk, but in the end, Lu Xiaochuan was fine, while the others couldn't hold on anymore. Fortunately, they all came with drivers, or they wouldn't even have a place to stay. After seeing off the guests, Lu Xiaochuan's spiritual energy shifted, causing the alcohol to evaporate instantly. Now, as long as he wished, he could drink any kind of alcohol continuously. The next day, Lu Xiaochuan planned to cook a big meal because the old village chief and Daxiong's father and son were coming to visit. But as he started cooking, news arrived from Dahu and Eru at the door, informing him that people were coming. Lu Xiaochuan stepped out of the yard and saw Song Jiaqian and her father, Song Zhenjiang, getting out of the car. The driver was carrying many bags filled with things. Seeing Lu Xiaochuan come out, Song Zhenjiang smiled and said, "Master Lu, I hope I'm not disturbing you with my visit." Lu Xiaochuan smiled and replied, "No trouble at all. It's an honor that the richest man in Tanhai came to my humble home. Don't call me Master Lu anymore, just call me Xiaochuan from now on." Next to her, Song Jiaqian smiled happily and said, "Brother Lu, are you cooking?" Lu Xiaochuan looked down at his apron and smiled, saying, "Yes, you came at the right time. Come inside and sit. We'll start eating soon." At that moment, Xiao Yuhan ran out from the yard and shouted to Lu Xiaochuan, "Dad, who are they?" Yuhan calling him Dad made Song Zhenjiang look confused, while Song Jiaqian's face turned pale with disbelief. Lu Xiaochuan picked up Xiao Yuhan and said, "Let me introduce you. This is Mo Yuan, my daughter. She's adopted." Then he said to Yuhan, "This is Grandpa Song, and this is Auntie Song." Yuhan, being sensible, called the two of them as Lu Xiaochuan told her. After learning that Mo Yuan was Lu Xiaochuan's adopted daughter, Song Jiaqian's mood improved a lot. She happily took Yuhan from Lu Xiaochuan and played with Lu Shaoqing and the others in the yard. Just then, another car arrived at the door. Qian Chongsheng and Zhou Bin got out, holding many gifts. Lu Xiaochuan introduced them to everyone but didn't reveal their identities. Although Song Zhenjiang knew that some special groups existed in the world, he couldn't casually reveal the identities of the Dragon Group members. They all went inside. Lu Shaoqing and Song Jiaqian helped pour tea. Since Song Jiaqian had stayed at Lu Xiaochuan's house before, she felt very familiar, as if it were her own home. Soon, the village elder and Daxiong's father arrived. Lu Xiaochuan had already prepared the dishes, and everyone started eating. During a break for drinks, Lu Xiaochuan introduced everyone to each other. This surprised Daxiong's father and the village elder. They didn't expect Lu Xiaochuan to know the richest person in Tianhai City and that this person even came to visit him for the new year. Their connection was extraordinary. At this moment, Zhenjiang also said, "Xiaochuan, your place has such beautiful scenery. Have you considered making it a scenic area and a tourist spot? I can invest money to help you." Hearing this, the village elder nearby trembled with his hand holding the wine glass. He had always dreamed of someone investing in the village. But then, Lu Xiaochuan said something that made him realize the truth clearly. Lu Xiaochuan raised his glass and drank with Song Zhenjiang, saying, "Thank you for supporting our poor village, but maybe we shouldn't do it. If this place becomes a tourist spot, I believe in a few years, the surrounding environment and ecology will suffer serious damage. Our village's economy is growing fast, and I believe soon we will no longer be poor and backward." Song Zhenjiang nodded and said, "Xiaochuan, you're right. I envy you all living in such a beautiful place, with clean air and a slow pace of life. That's real life. Oh, by the way, Xiaochuan, I've already arranged a construction team for your house. It's 100 workers, and if it's a villa, it should be ready in about a month. Lu Xiaochuan felt a bit embarrassed and said, Actually, I want to dig a fish pond. Could you arrange a few excavators and loaders to come? I'll cover all the costs. Song Junjung looked serious and said, Xiaochuan, are you looking down on me? I started in real estate myself. These things are all my own. Just tell the team leader what to do. If you start talking about money, I'll get angry. Seeing how serious Song Junjung was, Lu Xiaochuan didn't refuse anymore. He raised his glass, and the others started drinking and competing, having a lively time. Eventually, Song Junjung drank a bit too much, said goodbye to Lu Xiaochuan, and invited him to visit his home in the city when he had time. Then he got in his car and went home. Meanwhile, Song Jiaqian stayed behind mysteriously. Qian Chongsheng and Zhou Bin, both martial artists, could handle a little drinking without issue, so they also said goodbye and left by car. The year quickly passed. Song Jiaqian stayed at Lu Xiaochuan's house for a few days before returning home, as Lu Xiaoqing started school, and she needed to go back too. After sending Lu Xiaoqing to school, Lu Xiaochuan took Xiao Yuan to a kindergarten in the county. After completing the procedures, he registered Mo Yuan, who would start school in a few days. With Lu Xiaoqing starting school and Xiao Yuan attending kindergarten, the house became quiet again. At this moment, Song Junjung called, saying the construction team had arrived. Lu Xiaochuan went out to meet them and found the team was very large, with over 100 workers and dozens of machines. He sighed and shook his head, then led the team to the site. Lu Xiaochuan explained his ideas to the project manager, who then drew up plans. Feeling confident about his design, Lu Xiaochuan approved the plan and started construction. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaochuan brought over a dozen pieces of equipment and workers to a large piece of land near the river. He quickly finalized the plan and began digging. At this critical moment, Lu Xiaochuan received a call from Qi Fengtian, the leader of the company, asking him to go to the capital city. He was instructed to fly from a military helicopter at Tanghai City for an important mission. Lu Xiaochuan agreed and told Daxiong to pick up Mo Yuan in the county seat at 4:30 p.m. the next day. He also asked Daxiong's father and the old village chief to supervise the house construction and fish pond digging. Then he drove toward the military airport in the city. At the airport gate, several soldiers stopped him. One soldier said, "Hello, sir, private entry is not allowed here. Please leave quickly." Lu Xiaochuan showed his ID. The soldier took it, looked at it, and his face changed. He stood straight and saluted, saying, "Hello, leader. Please wait a moment." He ran to the guard post to make a call. Soon after, a man who looked like an officer came out, took Lu Xiaochuan's ID, and looked surprised. He saluted Lu Xiaochuan and asked, "Leader, what is your mission here?" Lu Xiaochuan didn't waste time and said directly, "I need to go to the capital. Arrange a plane for me." The officer saluted again, led Lu Xiaochuan to a helicopter, and arranged for the pilot to contact the Kyoto side. The helicopter then took off toward Kyoto. This was Lu Xiaochuan's first time flying, and it was also his first time to Kyoto. If he were before, he would be very excited. But now, as a cultivator, he felt calm about everything. After flying for over half an hour, the helicopter landed at a military airport in Kyoto. As soon as Lu Xiaochuan got off, two men approached respectfully and said, "You must be Lu Shouhu. We are here to pick you up. Please follow us." Lu Xiaochuan knew these two were from the Dragon Group. Ordinary people couldn't enter this place, and both of them had perfect cultivation levels. He got into the car. After driving for another half hour, they arrived at a tall building. Lu Xiaochuan looked at the building and sighed. No wonder Kyoto is famous. These tall buildings are everywhere. The only thing that annoyed Lu Xiaochuan was the heavy traffic and crowds on the road, making everything look very crowded. Lu Xiaochuan followed two men to a room, and then he realized it was an elevator. Soon the elevator started to go down. After a while, it stopped, and the three of them stepped out. At the door, there were 2 more men standing, and there were cameras and scanners above their heads. After passing through several checkpoints, Lu Xiaochuan arrived at a room. Inside, he saw 6 people sitting. 2 of them he recognized, Qi Fengtian and Guang Chen, the leaders of the group. The others were strangers to him. When Qi Fengtian saw Lu Xiaochuan, he smiled and said, "Lu Guardian, this is your first time at the headquarters of the Dragon Group. Let me introduce you to our top leaders." Qi Fengtian pointed to a big man and said, "This is Tai Chi, our group leader responsible for the northern region. This is Lu Shan, also a group leader, in charge of the western region. This girl is Jian Ping, responsible for the southern region, and she is also a group leader. Guang Chen, I don't need to introduce her. You've met. She mainly handles the eastern region. And this last person is Chon Ziki, who manages information collection and organization for the group. If you need any information in the future, you can ask her." Lu Xiaochuan greeted each person, and they all respectfully called him Lu Guardian. Since Lu Xiaochuan's position in the group was now just below the leader, they might not be happy about it, but they still showed politeness. It's understandable they were unhappy. Lu Xiaochuan was only 20 years old. They couldn't believe someone so young could reach heights most people never would by that age. They thought the leader was overestimating Lu Xiaochuan. Lu Xiaochuan noticed their expressions but didn't care. He wasn't interested in what status he had in the group. At this moment, the leader Qi Fengtian spoke. "Everyone sit down. Lu Guardian is here today, so I'll talk about that matter. A few days ago, Longhu Mountain was attacked. According to intelligence, the attackers included ninja and Yinyang masters from the small Sun country, as well as Jin warriors from the United States. The damage to Longhu Mountain was significant. But that's not the main issue." When he reached this point, Qi Fengtian paused to look at everyone and continued speaking. "Everyone knows that only we in China have many martial arts and special medicine recipes to improve our skills. Even some techniques like ninja skills from Japan were stolen from us. Over the years, foreign forces have never given up trying to take our precious martial arts and medicine recipes. This time, Longhu Mountain lost many martial arts texts, and the formula for Jade Clear Pill was stolen. The people responsible have now fled to Nanyuan. I estimate that at least 2 of them are grandmasters at the peak level. So, I have decided that Lu Shouhu should lead the effort to bring back the items and eliminate the enemies." After finishing, Qi Fengtian looked at Lu Xiaochuan and said, "Lu Shouhu, only you and I are capable of handling this. But I have important matters in the capital that I can't leave, so I must ask for your help." When Lu Xiaochuan first heard about Longhu Mountain, a spark of light flashed in his eyes, but he quickly hid it. He knew there were at least 2 grandmasters at the peak level among the enemies. Sending a few team leaders might not be enough to defeat them. So he nodded and said, "All right, let's set out quickly. The sooner we finish, the sooner I can go back to farming." His last words shocked everyone in the room, almost making them faint from surprise. Seeing that Lu Xiaochuan wanted to leave quickly, Qi Fengtian told Jian Ping, "Jian Ping, this time you take people with Lu Shouhu. Remember, no matter what, you must complete the task. Keep in contact at all times." Jian Ping nodded and promised, "Yes, leader. I guarantee we will complete the task." Then Lu Xiaochuan and Jian Ping boarded a helicopter, accompanied by 4 men, 2 in the middle stage of innate level, 2 in the early stage, making a total of 6 people including Jian Ping and Lu Xiaochuan. The helicopter flew steadily toward Nanyuan. The cabin was quiet. Jian Ping then asked, "Lu Shouhu, do you feel confident about this mission?" Lu Xiaochuan replied calmly, "If the enemies don't have a Grandmaster-level fighter, we should be able to finish quickly. If they do, it might take a bit longer." Everyone on the helicopter, including the Dragon Group members, looked at Lu Xiaochuan with expressions that said, "Don't show off." They thought Lu Xiaochuan was exaggerating. No matter how strong he was, it was unlikely he would ignore grandmasters at the late or peak level. Lu Xiaochuan ignored everyone's gaze and asked Jian Ping, "Can you tell me about Longhu Mountain?" Jian Ping looked at Lu Xiaochuan, nodded, and said, "Longhu Mountain has a long history. Many people believe it was founded by Zhang Tianshi long ago. It has some very magical things like talismans, and legends say it can catch ghosts. The most famous thing is the alchemical pills. Not only ordinary people but also high officials want to get one, but it's very hard. But after a war decades ago, Longhu Mountain sacrificed a lot for the country. Now, many of its traditions are lost. The highest master, Zhang Daozhang, is only at the late stage of Grandmaster level. A few days ago, he was badly injured fighting enemies over Longhu Mountain. Now, the entire sect has only about 30 disciples left. The talent has greatly declined. After hearing Jianping, Lu Xiaochuan was sure that Longhu Mountain used to be a true cultivation sect. But later, for various reasons, they lost their techniques. Because cultivation requires a lot of spiritual energy, modern society makes it hard to succeed in cultivation. Many people turn to easier martial arts, so now few people know what true cultivation is. Lu Xiaochuan decided to find time to visit Longhu Mountain and see what the old cultivation sect looks like. After flying for over an hour, they arrived at Nanyuan and landed at a military airport. As soon as they got off the plane, several members of the dragon group approached. Jianping asked, "What's the situation here? Where is the target?" A man who had reached the perfect stage of the postnatal realm answered, "They are probably in a primitive forest in Nanyuan. It seems they want to go to the neighboring country and then leave by plane." Hearing this, Jianping quickly arranged. "Time is running out. If they escape to the neighboring country, it will be troublesome. We must act quickly." She looked at Lu Xiaochuan, seeming to ask for his opinion. Lu Xiaochuan nodded and said, "Let's hurry and make arrangements. We need to go now." Seeing this scene, the two dragon group members looked at each other in disbelief. They knew Jianping was the leader of the dragon group, second only to the dragon head. Why was she treating this 20-something man like a subordinate? But they didn't have time to think more. Jianping urged them to arrange vehicles and rush to the primitive forest immediately. After half an hour of rapid travel, Lu Xiaochuan and Jianping arrived at the primitive forest with 4 members at the innate level. Looking at the vast forest, Lu Xiaochuan frowned and then said, "This forest is too big, and we don't know the exact location of the other side. It's like searching for a needle in a haystack. Jianping, you and the 4 of them search straight ahead from this direction. I will search from that side. If you find any situation, do not act impulsively. First, call me on my satellite phone. Do you understand?" At this moment, Jianping also understood that this was a critical time. If they couldn't find the other side before crossing the border, the mission would be a complete failure. She nodded cooperatively and led the 4 people to search in the direction Lu Xiaochuan indicated. Lu Xiaochuan quickly moved toward the depths of the forest. He was walking, but each step made his figure appear about 30 to 40 meters away, moving very fast. Since Lu Xiaochuan's cultivation reached the perfect stage of foundation building, his divine sense could cover a radius of 300 meters. So, as he hurried into the forest, he used his divine sense to monitor everything within about 300 meters around him. He traveled dozens of kilometers inside the forest, and more than an hour had passed. Lu Xiaochuan had not seen a single person or any sign of human activity. Finding someone in this primitive forest was like searching for a needle in a haystack. At this point, Lu Xiaochuan suspected he might be heading in the wrong direction. He decisively changed course and angled toward Jianping and the others. After walking at an extremely fast pace for 20 minutes, Lu Xiaochuan suddenly detected a recently dead venomous snake in the grass nearby with his divine sense. The snake had been cut in half by a person. Lu Xiaochuan knew that his current direction was correct. Unlike earlier, when he had circled around, he used his divine sense to scan behind him and found no trace of Jianping and the others. But he couldn't wait any longer. His figure moved instantly forward to pursue. About 10 minutes later, Lu Xiaochuan discovered a group of 12 people. All of them had Asian faces. They were not the Americans mentioned earlier. However, Lu Xiaochuan clearly saw that among them was a master at the perfect stage of cultivation, 2 at the initial stage, and the rest were at the innate level. There were 2 more people who seemed like ordinary individuals. Lu Xiaoqian couldn't sense any cultivation from them, but their positions in the group were very important. This made Lu Xiaoqian very confused. At that moment, one person in the group suddenly shouted something. Although Lu Xiaoqian didn't understand what was said, he clearly knew it was the language of the small Japanese country. Without hesitation, Lu Xiaoqian appeared directly and flew in front of the group. Looking at the small Japanese man who was a master, he said, "Hand over what you stole. You won't be leaving here today." Lu Xiaoqian's appearance also startled the 10 or so people who were rushing along. The man with the master level in front of him waved his hand and shouted loudly, "Get him. He's dead meat." At the command of the small Japanese leader, a man in the early stage of mastery drew his sword. He leapt high into the air, swinging his sword to create a flash of light, and charged straight at Lu Xiaoqian. Seeing that the opponent was using a killing move, Lu Xiaoqian's eyes narrowed. He struck out with a palm, and the man in the air seemed to be hit by something, flying backward along his attack path. Apart from the two untrained men, everyone else looked at the man behind them. He was now breathless, with his chest sunken in, likely shattered by the force. This scene shocked them. The dead man was a very skilled ninja among them at the early mastery stage. Yet, he couldn't even withstand a single attack from Lu Xiaoqian. Even the master-level ninja looked at Lu Xiaoqian with a serious expression. The leader ninja made a few hand signs. Except for the two untrained men and the leader himself, everyone else surrounded Lu Xiaoqian. At the command, 8 people from different directions attacked Lu Xiaoqian's vital points. Immediately, sword lights swirled around him, as if trying to crush him. Lu Xiaoqian moved his feet, leaping into the air. He formed a huge light sphere with spiritual energy. The sword light struck the sphere, making sounds like steel clashing. At the same time, Lu Xiaoqian fought back with fists and kicks, knocking the 8 attackers into the air. This time, he didn't hold back. When they landed, all 8 were dead. The master-level ninja was completely stunned because he knew he couldn't fight the person across from him. He quickly stepped between the 2 untrained men. Lu Xiaochuan saw this and felt strange because the 2 men who had no cultivation looked very odd. Their eyes were like still water, and their expressions hadn't changed since the fight started. This made Lu Xiaochuan very curious. But no matter what, today Lu Xiaochuan was determined not to let these people leave alive. Suddenly, Lu Xiaochuan's figure disappeared and instantly appeared in front of the 3. His hand moved like a shadow and struck at their chests. The middle master-level ninja quickly raised his hands to block Lu Xiaochuan's attack. However, because of the great force, he was pushed back more than 10 meters before he could stand firm. He looked at Lu Xiaochuan in surprise and said, "Who are you? There are no experts like you in the Central Plains martial arts world." Lu Xiaochuan looked at him, but didn't speak. The 2 untrained men were directly knocked away by Lu Xiaochuan, but then something strange happened. They seemed to be completely unharmed and stood up straight again. Lu Xiaochuan was very surprised because he knew how strong his attack was. Even a master-level expert shouldn't be able to take it without any injury. But suddenly, the 2 men rushed toward Lu Xiaochuan at very high speed. Their movements were strange, like animals running. Lu Xiaochuan was sure that no real animal could run that fast. Lu Xiaochuan wanted to find out who these 2 really were, so he charged forward. Although they were very fast, he was still much faster. They fought for a while, but neither touched Lu Xiaochuan's clothes. Lu Xiaochuan threw many punches at them, but they seemed to feel no pain and showed no signs of injury. This made Lu Xiaochuan very frustrated. At this moment, the ninja, perhaps provoked by Lu Xiaochuan, drew his sword and joined the attack on Lu Xiaochuan. Meanwhile, Jianping was leading 4 members of the dragon group quickly forward. Suddenly, she waved her hand to stop everyone and looked carefully around. She pointed and said, "It sounds like there's a fight over there. Let's go and check it out." The 4 of them used their speed to follow Jianping as they rushed ahead. Soon, 5 people arrived at Lu Xiaochuan's battle site. When they saw the scene, they were really shocked. The trees and plants around were all knocked over by the shockwave, and there were 9 bodies on the ground. The group looked at each other with wide eyes, full of fear. At this moment, Lu Xiaochuan was being attacked by 3 people. 2 of them were still alive and fighting. Lu Xiaochuan pretended to attack, then struck one of the ninjas in the chest with his palm. The powerful strike shattered the ninja's chest. Before he hit the ground, he was already dead. Just then, Giant Pain and others who had rushed out to help froze in surprise. A man from the dragon group said, "Leader, the ninja who just died looks like a special ninja. Is that right?" Giant Pain also looked shocked and said, "From the fight just now, that ninja was definitely a special ninja, and one of the best. He was as strong as a master. It seems we underestimated Lu's strength." Now, Giant Pain and the 4 dragon group members looked at Lu Xiaochuan with new respect. Their previous doubts and skepticism had turned into admiration. The 2 enemies' arms had been broken by Lu Xiaochuan, but they still kept attacking him as if they didn't notice. Lu Xiaochuan knocked them away and quickly moved to Giant Pain's side. Giant Pain was startled because she hadn't seen Lu Xiaochuan's movement clearly. Looking at the 2 people about 30 meters away who were trying to stand up, Lu Xiaochuan asked, "Leader Jian, what's going on with these 2? Why are they like this?" Giant Pain replied immediately, "They are genetic warriors from the US. They made these fighters by mixing animal and human genes to create super soldiers. These warriors are almost invincible, very strong, and great fighters. The only problem is they have no free will. They are controlled by a chip in their brains." Lu Xiaochuan was confused and asked, "Why do they look Asian then?" Giant Pain sighed and said, "They captured many people from different countries for experiments, including ours. The success rate is very low. About 100 sacrifices are needed for one successful soldier. Many people are taken by the US every year for these experiments, and we don't know how many have died." After hearing Giant Pain's words, Lu Xiaochuan looked shocked and angry. He couldn't understand why, as humans, they would use such cruel methods to satisfy their inner desires and ambitions. At this moment, when Lu Xiaochuan looked at the 2 rushing towards him, his hostility disappeared, replaced by a bit of sympathy. He knew that these genetic warriors were controlled by a chip in their minds, and he also knew the perfect way to deal with these 2 warriors. Seeing the 2 coming at him, Lu Xiaochuan suddenly raised his hand. 2 bolts of lightning struck directly at their heads. The 2 moving quickly suddenly collapsed to the ground, completely still. It turned out that Lu Xiaochuan used lightning to destroy the chip in their brains, causing these poor test subjects, who had been used in experiments, to leave this world forever. This move by Lu Xiaochuan shocked Giant Pain and the others, leaving them stunned. One man quickly spoke. "Wow, what was that just now? Was that lightning? Damn, that was terrifying." Giant Pain, who had recovered, looked at Lu Xiaochuan with a shocked expression. He could feel that the energy from that attack was enough to turn him into ashes instantly. Lu Xiaochuan looked around and said, "Go check if the items are on them." A quick-thinking man immediately rushed out and carefully searched the bodies of these people. Sure enough, the secret manual and pill recipes from Longhu Mountain were on the ninja leader. The man took the items and handed them to Lu Xiaochuan. Lu Xiaochuan didn't even look at them and directly said, "Give them to your team leader." Giant Pain stored the items and looked at the sky, asking, "It's getting dark. Should we hurry back or stay here for the night?" Lu Xiaochuan looked up at the sky, estimated the distance, and said, "Let's head back quickly. It's not safe to stay out late in such a place." Actually, Lu Xiaochuan was thinking about the 4 members of the dragon group. Although they had reached the innate stage and could release internal energy, they couldn't sustain it for long, so there was still some danger. After tidying up the bodies, everyone started to head back. But after walking about 500 or 600 meters, Lu Xiaochuan suddenly stopped. Giant Pain and the others looked at him with confusion, not knowing what had happened. Lu Xiaochuan paused for a moment and then said to Giant Pain and the others, "Let's stay here for the night. What do you think?" Although they were quite confused, Lu Xiaochuan's impressive performance in battle had completely convinced them, so they nodded without hesitation. Lu Xiaochuan used his spiritual sense to scan the surroundings and found a nearby cliff face that was suitable for camping overnight. He then led the 5 of them to this spot. Seeing the cliff, Giant Pain looked at Lu Xiaochuan with curiosity. Since this place was about 200 to 300 meters from where they had just been, only someone with a master-level skill like Giant Pain could accurately find such a location. Lu Xiaochuan didn't mind their curiosity and said to the group, "Find some dry branches. I'll go catch some game for tonight's meal." As Lu Xiaochuan left, one man asked Giant Pain, "Leader, do you think Lu Xiaochuan suddenly discovered something or had some urgent matter, so he decided to stay here?" Giant Pain nodded and replied, "That's probably it. Hurry up and find some dry wood so we can have a barbecue later." After everyone left, Giant Pain looked around and muttered to herself, what could it be that made him change his mind and stay here for the night? Meanwhile, Lu Xiaochuan quickly reached the edge of a cliff. He looked up at some weeds growing halfway up the cliff and spotted a plant about a meter tall. The plant was bright green, with 9 bright red fruits hanging from it. Lu Xiaochuan was very excited because, upon seeing this plant, a memory of a spiritual root called the Gathering Spirit Fruit appeared in his mind. This fruit was highly sought after by cultivators because it could quickly gather spiritual energy and increase the chances of breakthroughs. He never expected to find such a spiritual root in this primitive forest, especially in an era when cultivation was nearly extinct. It was truly a stroke of great luck. Lu Xiaochuan decided to transplant this Gathering Spirit Fruit tree into his ring, believing it would grow even more vigorously. Just as he was about to do so, a huge eagle, or rather, a giant bird of prey, suddenly swooped toward him. Lu Xiaochuan quickly dodged to avoid the attack. The huge eagle stood next to the spirit-gathering fruit tree, staring intently at Lu Xiaochuan as if it would attack if he moved. The eagle was about 80 to 90 centimeters tall, with wings spread nearly 2.5 meters wide. Its presence was very intimidating, especially its beak, which looked like an iron hook, capable of breaking bones. Lu Xiaochuan knew this was a creature with spiritual power, guarded by some powerful beings nearby. Today, he finally saw one. To take the spirit-gathering fruit tree, he had to defeat this large eagle. Lu Xiaochuan quickly moved and rushed toward the eagle. The eagle spread its wings and clawed at him with sharp talons like golden hooks. Despite its large size and fast speed, it was no match for Lu Xiaochuan. He sidestepped and struck the eagle with his palm. The eagle was knocked down the cliff instantly. In that moment, Lu Xiaochuan waved his hand, and the spirit-gathering fruit tree was stored into his ring. The eagle, halfway down, flapped its wings and flew back up. But it found that the person was gone, and its tree had disappeared. The eagle let out a loud cry, startling the nearby birds and animals into fleeing. Hundreds of meters away, Jian Ping and 4 members of the dragon group were also startled by the loud cry. Jian Ping looked toward the direction of the eagle's call and muttered, "Isn't it the way Lu is heading?" What did he discover? That cry definitely wasn't an ordinary eagle's call. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaochuan was inside his ring, preparing to plant the spirit-gathering fruit tree. Inside his ring, Lu Xiaochuan found a patch of land next to the 10,000-year-old ginseng. He planted the entire tree there, watering it with spiritual spring water. Instantly, the tree became even greener, and the fruit on it looked as if it was about to drip blood. Suddenly, the ginseng plants around the tree started moving on their own, rooting around the spirit-gathering fruit tree. Lu Xiaochuan was shocked because he realized these ginsengs might have gained some spiritual awareness. If given enough spiritual energy and time, they could become legendary ginseng spirits. After observing the tree and the ginsengs for a long time and confirming everything was fine, Lu Xiaochuan stepped out of his ring. But just as he did, he saw the huge eagle spreading its wings and loudly calling out. Lu Xiaochuan's sudden appearance surprised the eagle at first, and then it flew toward him. They started fighting again, but after a few moves, Lu Xiaochuan managed to subdue the eagle. Looking at the injured bird, Lu Xiaochuan said, "If you follow me from now on, I can give you great opportunities. You've achieved what you have now because of that fruit, right? But if you join me, I can make you stronger and give you a longer life. Do you understand what I'm saying?" The eagle wasn't sure if it understood Lu Xiaochuan, but it stopped struggling and quietly watched him. Lu Xiaochuan was also curious, so he took the eagle into his ring. As soon as they entered, the injured eagle stood up quickly and looked around sharply. When it saw the spirit fruit tree, it looked very excited. Then it saw the ginseng, the large amount of spiritual herbs, and the spiritual spring water with aura. It wanted to rush over, but before it could move, Lu Xiaochuan held it down. The golden eagle had never seen so many rare treasures. Since eating the red fruit, its body had grown bigger, its strength increased, and its speed was faster. It had become a dominant creature in the sky, and few animals on the ground could escape its chase. It seemed to have no enemies left. But this human had so many treasures, and was so powerful. The eagle nudged Lu Xiaochuan's arm with its head. Seeing this, Lu Xiaochuan was very happy. He tried to speak to the eagle. "Will you follow me from now on?" To his surprise, the eagle nodded. Lu Xiaochuan was overjoyed and said, "Nothing here can be touched without my permission. Do you understand?" The eagle looked at the treasures and nodded sadly. Seeing this, Lu Xiaochuan took out a pill he had refined and gave it to the eagle. The moment the eagle saw the pill, it seemed to have a fleeting shadow in its mind. In an instant, the pill went straight into its mouth. Maybe because it had eaten the spirit fruit before, and with that lesson learned, the eagle didn't show any discomfort despite the powerful medicine. It sat on the ground, closed its eyes, and looked like it was sleeping. Lu Xiaochuan knew it was refining the medicine's energy, so he didn't disturb it and left the ring on his own. At this moment, over with giant pain, the 4 members of the dragon group had collected a lot of firewood, but Lu Xiaochuan had not returned yet. One man said, "Leader, should we go look for Guard Lu? He hasn't come back for so long. Maybe something's happened." Giant Pain looked at the fire in front of her and said calmly, "Don't worry. If something could overwhelm even Guard Lu, then our numbers wouldn't matter. Let's just wait quietly." After hearing Giant Pain, the 4 men remembered Lu Xiaochuan's strength in the fight earlier today and sighed, sitting down. Suddenly, Lu Xiaochuan appeared in front of them, carrying a few wild rabbits. Seeing him, Giant Pain and the others respectfully called, "Guard Lu, you're back." Lu Xiaochuan waved his hand and said, "No need to be so formal. I'm just a protector of the dragon group, but it's mostly just a title. I told the leader I wouldn't get involved in everyday matters. I'm just a simple farmer. I'll clean the rabbits now, and soon we can have roasted rabbit meat." Hearing this, the others hurriedly took the rabbits from Lu Xiaochuan. He watched them go to prepare the food, then smiled and sat across from Giant Pain. Giant Pain looked at Lu Xiaochuan and asked, "Guard Lu, was that eagle call just now related to you?" Lu Xiaochuan didn't hide anything and replied directly, "Yes, I found some medicinal herbs nearby and happened to meet an eagle." Giant Pain trusted him, and they continued chatting casually. Soon, the 4 returned with cleaned rabbit meat. Lu Xiaochuan pretended to take a box from his pocket, but actually took it from his ring. He opened the box, and inside were salt, pepper, and various seasonings. Giant Pain and the others stared in amazement. They couldn't understand why someone so powerful would carry seasonings with him. Next was Lu Xiaochuan's personal cooking show. Carefully, he roasted the rabbits until they were golden and oozing with oil, looking very tempting. The others couldn't wait to start eating. As soon as they tasted the meat, they looked enchanted. They hadn't expected Lu Xiaochuan to be such a skilled cook. They ate greedily, finishing the large rabbits quickly. Seeing everyone full, Lu Xiaochuan said, "All right, you can rest or meditate now. I'll keep watch." Giant Pain said, "Lu Guardian, let me stay on watch tonight." Lu Xiaochuan waved his hand and replied, "No need. I can meditate and keep watch at the same time. You all should go rest quickly." Hearing this, the others stopped talking and found some flat spots down the cliff to sit and practice. Lu Xiaochuan also found a good spot, then released his spiritual awareness, controlling it to just observe within 2 meters around everyone. Since spreading it too far would drain energy quickly, he kept it small to watch everyone's movements continuously. After locking onto the area with his spiritual sense, Lu Xiaochuan began to meditate and run his cultivation technique. This was the first time he practiced outside his ring, and he immediately felt a big difference. The spiritual energy in the real world was too thin, so progress was very slow. The next morning, Lu Xiaochuan finished his practice, looked at the five still meditating, and walked to a small stream nearby. He washed his face simply and immediately felt much more refreshed. At that moment, Giant Pain and the others also stopped meditating and stood up. But when they looked at the ground around them, their faces changed. They saw dozens of dead poisonous snakes, scorpions, and spiders on the ground about 2 meters away from them. All of these creatures had been killed by stones. They exchanged glances and saw a hint of emotion in each other's eyes. They knew Lu Xiaochuan had killed these poisonous creatures. Although their cultivation levels meant these bugs wouldn't threaten their lives, they were still quite troublesome. This was why ordinary people couldn't venture into such primitive forests. Entering here was a matter of life and death. After a moment, Lu Xiaochuan returned and saw everyone had stopped practicing. He said, "Let's hurry and move on. Longtu is probably waiting for news." The others nodded and quickly followed Lu Xiaochuan back in the direction they came from. More than an hour later, they exited the primitive forest. Giant Pain made a call, and within half an hour, several cars arrived. They got in and headed toward the airport. At the airport, Lu Xiaochuan directly told Giant Pain, "I'm not going to Kyoto. Please tell Longtu, and also report on this mission. Arrange a plane to send me back to Tianhai City." Giant Pain had wanted to persuade Lu Xiaochuan, but seeing his firm expression, she gave up. After flying for about 2 hours, the plane landed at the same airport where Lu Xiaochuan had departed from. The same officer as before came to pick him up. Lu Xiaochuan didn't stay long. After a brief chat, he drove away in his own car. An hour later, Lu Xiaochuan returned home. However, he had nowhere to stay because his house had been demolished. The foundation was already finished, and the work was moving quickly. Feeling helpless, Lu Xiaochuan drove straight to Lu Daiyong's house. Luckily, Lu Daiyong was home. When he saw Lu Xiaochuan, he happily said, "Brother Xiaochuan, you're back. How did everything go? Was it smooth?" Lu Xiaochuan nodded and replied, "Yes, it went well." "Uncle, I didn't see you around." Daiyong smiled and said, "Don't mention it. Ever since they started digging the fish pond, he's been watching it every day. It should be finished in about 10 days. After chatting for a while, Lu Xiaochuan went to check on his house construction. The foreman saw him and respectfully said, "Mr. Lu, look, the main structure of the house has started. It should be finished in a few days. Also, I left a large open space in front of the house. Besides fencing in a yard, there's plenty of room at the gate. You can plant 2 big trees there." Lu Xiaochuan nodded and said, "Thanks everyone for your hard work." Then Lu Xiaochuan went to the fish pond excavation site. He happened to meet Daiyong's father, who looked very excited when he saw Lu Xiaochuan. He said, "Xiaochuan, look, I was thinking about where to dig the fish pond. I think we should expand it over there and leave a strip of land around it. We should also install a fence. What do you think?" Lu Xiaochuan nodded and said, "That sounds good. Making it a bit bigger is better. Later, I'll buy a big boat. When there's free time, I can go boating and fishing inside. It will be quite a different experience." Because the fish pond was quite large, it looked like a small lake from a distance. As the days grew warmer, the land was all prepared, just waiting for the right time to start planting. Since the planting area was expanded, Lu Xiaochuan arranged for Daiyong to find workers in the village early. This made the villagers, who had been idle all winter, very excited. In the afternoon, around 3 p.m., Lu Daiyong and Lu Xiaochuan drove to the county seat. Originally, Lu Xiaochuan was going to pick up Mo Yuan, but Daiyong also said he wanted to buy some meat and wine for a hot pot dinner and some drinks. Mo Yuan finishes school at 4:30. When the two see that it's still early, they head straight to the market. They buy lamb, beef, ribs, and some alcohol. Originally, Lu Daiyong was going to pay, but Lu Xiaochuan quickly refused, making Lu Daiyong carry the meat and hold the alcohol like a disappointed child. After shopping, they wait outside the kindergarten for Mo Yuan to finish school. At 4:30, 2 teachers come out with the neatly dressed children. Kids living in the town are picked up by school buses, while those farther away are picked up by their parents. Lu Xiaochuan spots Yuhuan among the crowd. She has two ponytails and looks around after leaving the school gate. Then Lu Xiaochuan gets out of the car and walks toward Yuhuan. She sees him and happily opens her arms, shouting loudly, "Dad! Dad, you're here to pick me up." Lu Xiaochuan lifts Yuhuan happily and spins her twice. He smiles and asks, "Have you missed Dad these past few days?" Yuhuan hugs his neck and says, "Yes, I missed you. I haven't seen Dad these days, so I haven't enjoyed my meals. Look, I've become thinner." Hearing this, Lu Xiaochuan laughs and says, "All right, tonight we'll have hot pot. Is that okay?" Yuhuan gets excited about hot pot and jumps happily in Lu Xiaochuan's arms, saying, "Hot pot. Dad is the best. We can eat hot pot tonight." Back home, Lu Xiaochuan and Daong start preparing things. Then the four of them sit around the table and enjoy hot pot together. While eating, Daong's father talks with Lu Xiaochuan about the fish pond. Yuhuan occasionally chimes in, making everyone laugh. In the blink of an eye, half a month has passed. The fish pond has been dug, and they are now working on the surroundings, repairing the road and installing fences. Since the pond is deep, fences are necessary for safety. The house has been finished and decorated. Next, they will buy furniture and move in soon. Because they plan to plant trees in front of the villa, and small trees are not very interesting, Lu Xiaochuan bought 2 large, lush trees. Thanks to the spiritual spring water, he's not worried about the trees dying. Recently, the whole village has become busy because it's planting season. Lu Daong leads over 10 villagers to plant vegetable seedlings. The vegetables and fruits in the greenhouse are almost harvested, and after a few rounds of picking, the season will be over. Lu Xiaochuan's house is now finished. The villagers see the grand villa and feel very jealous, but no one is truly envious because they know Lu Xiaochuan worked hard to earn the money. His success has also helped the village develop economically. One day, Lu Xiaochuan drives to the furniture market in the county town to buy furniture. He buys 7 beds because the villa has 4 bedrooms upstairs, along with a large balcony. The first floor has 3 bedrooms, a big living room, a kitchen, a bathroom, and a study. He also buys wardrobes, tables, chairs, and more. Lu Xiaochuan's shopping shocks the entire furniture market. Everyone sees him as a very important guest. Usually, they wouldn't sell so much furniture in a month, but in just one day, Lu Xiaochuan makes as much sales as a whole month. After leaving his contact information with the furniture store, Lu Xiaochuan drives to the appliance market. Without a doubt, he again surprises everyone there. All the customers and salespeople look at him differently. That day, Lu Xiaochuan doesn't do anything else. He's either shopping or on his way to buy things. He spends hundreds of thousands of yuan on bedding, sheets, pots, pans, and miscellaneous items. If Lu Xiaochuan didn't have money now, he would hesitate even over a few thousand yuan. By the afternoon, Lu Xiaochuan picks up Yuhan and returns home. He doesn't even eat and tells De Weiong not to disturb him. He goes into his room, locks the door, and quickly enters his ring. It turns out that Lu Xiaochuan senses the awakening of the big eagle inside the ring. Seeing the eagle rubbing against his arm, Lu Xiaochuan says, "You're all golden and brave. How about I call you Golden King from now on? What do you think?" The eagle seems to understand and lets out a cry. Lu Xiaochuan pets its head and says, "All right, from now on, I'll call you Golden King.
Come on, let's go outside."
Wherever I am, that's your home. After leaving the ring, Lu Xiaochuan jumps out of the window at the back of his room with the eagle and quickly runs to a dense forest on the mountain. He observes the surroundings carefully and then tells Golden King to stay quietly here and not run around. He's worried someone might see him and have bad intentions. After arranging everything, Lu Xiaochuan returns to his villa. Using his spiritual fire and energy, he instantly dries the entire house and removes all odors. Tomorrow, he can set up the furniture and move in directly. Early the next morning, Lu Xiaochuan finished practicing inside his ring when the phone rang. It was the furniture delivery arriving. Soon after, the appliance delivery also arrived, along with various miscellaneous items, all delivered at once. Lu Xiaochuan looked at the 6 cars parked at the door. He called Dayong to help direct the delivery workers to move the furniture and appliances into the designated rooms. At this moment, the old village chief came over and looked at Lu Xiaochuan's villa. He said, "Xiaochuan, I didn't expect you to build such a big and beautiful house after just a year back. You really have talent." Lu Xiaochuan smiled and replied, "Grandpa Village Chief, don't praise me too much. Soon everyone in the village will be able to live in big houses. Oh, by the way, Grandpa Village Chief, I've decided to hold a feast in 3 days. Since I'll be living in a new house, I want everyone in the village to come and celebrate." The old village chief was happy and said, "That's a good idea. I'll find 2 cooks for you then." "No need, Grandpa Village Chief. I can handle it myself. Dayong will help me," Lu Xiaochuan said confidently. The old village chief nodded and said, "That's right. Your cooking skills are much better than those of restaurant chefs. The villagers will definitely be pleased." Just then, the person in charge of construction came over and smiled as he spoke to Lu Xiaochuan. "Mr. Lu, the work here is finished. I need to take my team back now. If there are any problems later, just call me. I'll come and help you." He knew that Mr. Lu had a close connection with his biggest boss. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stopped part of his construction work to come help Mr. Lu build his house. Lu Xiaochuan smiled and said, "Thank you for your hard work. The money in this card is a token of appreciation for your team." The construction manager quickly pushed the card back and said, "Mr. Lu, our boss, Song, will pay us our wages. I can't accept this money from you. You're busy, so I'll leave now." After saying that, the construction manager hurriedly drove away with his team from Tianhe village. By noon, all the furniture and appliances were in place. Looking at his fresh and new home, Lu Xiaochuan felt very satisfied. Although the villa's decoration wasn't overly luxurious, it was simple, fresh, and had a countryside style that made people feel very comfortable. The 2 big trees in front of the villa also grew lush and shady within just a few days because Lu Xiaochuan watered them with spiritual spring water. They provided a large area of shade in front of the house. On the 2nd floor, there is a large terrace. Lu Xiaochuan stands on it, able to see the entire village directly from the path he built. The design is very clever. Lu Xiaochuan chooses a room near the terrace because it offers the best view and allows him to see everything around. He packs his few clothes into the wardrobe and makes the bed. When he goes downstairs, he sees Lu Dayong and his father walking toward him. Lu Dayong happily says, "Brother Xiaochuan, I heard you're having a celebration in 3 days? Should we prepare in advance, like finding 2 cooks or getting ingredients ready?" Lu Xiaochuan smiles and replies, "No need to find cooks. I'll do it myself."
You can help me out then.
Hearing this, Lu Dayong looks worried and says, "Does that mean I can't join the feast?" Before he finishes, his father slaps the back of his head. "You little rascal, always thinking about eating. You won't be allowed to join the feast either.
Just help Xiaochuan.
If you cause any trouble, I'll skin you alive." Lu Dayong touches his head where he was hit and mutters, "I was just saying, why are you hitting me?" Lu Xiaochuan watches this father and son like lively characters and smiles. "Uncle, is there something you need to talk about?" Lu Dayong's father calms down a bit and says, "Xiaochuan, the fish pond has been taken care of. The bottom has been disinfected. Do you think we should start filling it with water tomorrow morning?" Lu Xiaochuan thinks for a moment after hearing Lu Dayong's father and says, "Let's not rush to fill the pond. We'll wait a few days until I arrange the fish fry and finish installing the barriers before filling it." Lu Dayong's father nods in agreement, understanding that he was a bit too eager. That night, Mo Yuan comes home and learns her new house is ready to live in. She pulls Lu Xiaochuan off the car and runs straight upstairs, eager to see her room. After Lu Xiaochuan shows her to her room, Mo Yuan is very excited because the entire room is painted in pink, which girls love, and it's decorated with many cartoon dolls. Next, Mo Yuan doesn't need Lu Xiaochuan's help. She takes Da Hu and Er Hu to Lu Dayong's house to bring back all her clothes and daily necessities. Of course, the real workers are Da Hu and Er Hu. Big Tiger and Second Tiger, curious about the new house they built, sniffed around everywhere. When Lu Xiaochuan finally took them to their new doghouse, they they happily circled around him and even lay down to show affection. That night, Lu Xiaochuan did not practice inside the ring but instead slept peacefully on his bed. It was the most relaxed day he had had in a year. The next morning, Lu Xiaochuan took Mo Yuan to kindergarten, then called Lu Xiaoqing. As soon as the call connected, Lu Xiaoqing's cheerful voice came through. "Brother, you called me. Are you missing me?" Lu Xiaochuan replied. "Yes, I miss you. I want you to come home. Please take 3 days off tomorrow, the day after, and the day after that. I'll come to pick you up." Hearing that she needed to ask for leave, Lu Xiaoqing thought something was wrong at home and quickly asked, "Brother, is something wrong at home?" "No, the house is finished. I plan to hold a celebration the day after tomorrow and tell Grandpa. I want you to come back. It's better for the whole family to be together." Hearing that the house was completed, Lu Xiaoqing was very excited because she no longer had to worry about leaks during the rain. Back home, Lu Xiaochuan set up a simple shelter with De Yong and his father, then prepared 2 stoves for cooking, as they would use them for the celebration. By March, the weather had fully warmed up. In Tianhe village, in front of a beautiful large villa, 2 long tables made from connected tables were filled with villagers. Today was the day Lu Xiaochuan held his celebration. Early in the morning, Lu Xiaochuan, Lu Xiaoqing, and Mo Yuan went to Lu Zheng's grave. After burning paper offerings, Lu Xiaochuan spoke to the tombstone. "Grandpa, I have money now. The old house has been torn down and rebuilt into a big villa. If you're aware of this in heaven, I hope you're happy for us." While talking, Lu Xiaochuan looked at the grave, with Lu Xiaoqing nearby, her eyes red and almost crying. After the funeral, the 3 returned home. Lu Dajuan was already preparing ingredients for cooking. Most villagers, except students and some elderly or disabled people, had come. Lu Xiaochuan operated 2 large pots at once, efficiently and quickly. If he weren't worried about causing a stir, he could handle 10 large pots just as easily. Just then, 2 cars arrived and stopped at Lu Xiaochuan's house. Out of the cars came County Party Secretary Li Wei and County Public Security Bureau Director Zheng Gang. The villagers didn't recognize these 2, but the old village chief and Daoyang's father knew who they were. They quickly went to greet them respectfully. Li Wei and Zheng Gang didn't show any airs because they knew Lu Xiaochuan was a very influential person. Originally, the old village chief wanted to take them inside the villa, but when they heard Lu Xiaochuan was cooking, they insisted on going over to say hello. Lu Xiaochuan, busy cooking, saw them and asked in surprise, "Secretary Li, Director Zheng, what brings you here?" "Grandpa Village Chief, please take them inside the villa, find a table, and greet them." "I'll be done in a moment." Li Wei smiled and said, "We heard today is a housewarming celebration. Since you're having a wedding feast, we came uninvited to join the fun." "Lu, old brother, you wouldn't mind, right?" Lu Xiaochuan smiled and replied, "Of course not. Come in and sit. I'll come out to join you in a little while." Just as they were about to go inside, 2 more cars arrived at the villa gate. When everyone was curious, 3 people got out of the cars. These 3 were Secretary Zhou Qiang of Tianhai City, Director Jiang Tianhua of Tianhai Public Security Bureau, and Dean Han from the city hospital. Li Wei and Zheng Gang hurried over with smiles. "Secretary Zhou, Director Jiang, you're here too?" Zhou Qiang smiled and said, "You're nearby, so your speed is much faster than ours." While they exchanged pleasantries, a few more luxury cars arrived. Out of them came Song Zhenjiang and his beloved daughter, Song Jiaqian. Seeing Song Zhenjiang, Zhou Qiang, and everyone else paused for a moment because they all knew this was Tianhai's richest man. But they didn't expect that Lu Xiaochuan also knew Song Zhenjiang, and their relationship seemed quite close. Song Zhenjiang saw Zhou Qiang and the others and smiled, shaking hands. "Secretary Zhou, Director Jiang, Dean Han, you're here to celebrate Lu Xiaochuan's housewarming too, right?" Zhou Qiang smiled and said, "Exactly. Since it's Lu's housewarming, we came to join the fun. I didn't expect to meet Mr. Song here too." Song Zhenjiang chuckled and said, "You don't know yet? Lu Xiaochuan's villa was built by someone I hired. Do you think I wouldn't come?" Everyone was stunned after hearing this. realizing that the relationship between Song Zhenjiang and Lu Xiaochuan was even better than they thought. At that moment, several more cars arrived one after another, all parked close together. Eventually, there was no space in front of the villa, so they had to stop on the road. The first to get out was Wang Fu, the owner of Fullman Building. He probably knew Lu Xiaochuan the longest and had the best relationship with him. Following him, Qian Changsheng and Zhou Bin stepped out of the next car. The last person to come out of the final car was almost unknown to everyone present, except Zheng Gang, who might recognize him. His name was De Fei, and he is now the influential figure controlling most of Qinghe County. These people gathered at the villa's entrance, sparking curiosity and gossip among the villagers. When they learned that among them were the city's party secretary and the police chief, everyone was shocked. They had thought that Lu Xiaochuan was impressive enough to build such a big villa, but they didn't expect him to know so many high-ranking officials. Now they realized that Lu Xiaochuan was no longer the mischievous boy they remembered from the village. While busy cooking, Lu Xiaochuan heard the old village chief's words and calmly said, "Grandpa Village Chief, please arrange for them to sit in the villa's yard. Find some tables and push them together. I'll come out after I finish cooking." The old village chief shook his head and left. In his view, the arrival of these people was an opportunity for Lu Xiaochuan, and he should go and greet them. Not that he blamed him. If he knew Lu Xiaochuan's status and importance, he wouldn't think that way. The old village chief and Dayong's father found some tables and set up a long table in the villa's yard, enough for over 20 people. After inviting everyone to sit down, only one person looked a bit nervous, De Fei. When he first met Lu Xiaochuan, he thought Lu was just good at martial arts and fighting. After they eliminated the giant axe sect, he felt Lu must know some powerful people. But today, when he saw the group sitting in front of him, he was stunned. He never expected Lu Xiaochuan to have such great influence. At that moment, he felt truly fortunate. After more than half an hour of preparation, Lu Xiaochuan called for the dishes to be served. The food was simple, not as fancy as in restaurants, but it was hearty and fragrant, making everyone drool just by smelling it. Lu Xiaochuan prepared 12 dishes, each with generous portions. When the food was served, everyone eagerly started eating and mumbled happily about how delicious it was. Just as Lu Xiaochuan finished cooking and was about to toast everyone, he frowned and quickly went to the entrance. From afar, he saw two figures walking over. Curious, Lu Xiaochuan muttered, "Why are they together?" The two people were Longhu Chiefing Tian and Chu Yun. When they reached him, Lu Xiaochuan asked with doubt, "Why are you two together? Do you know each other?" Chiefing Tian smiled and said, "Before Chu Yun went into hiding, we met once. Since then, we haven't kept in touch. Today, I came here for a meal and happened to meet him. I guess it's a kind of fate." Lu Xiaochuan didn't expect Chu Yun to know Chiefing Tian. He then smiled and said, "Let's go inside. The food is ready. Today, let's have a good drink." The three entered the villa. Everyone looked at Chiefing Tian and Chu Yun with curiosity because they didn't recognize them. Only Qian Changsheng and Zhou Bin looked very surprised. They quickly stood up, approached Chiefing Tian and bowed. Just as they were about to speak, Chiefing Tian waved his hand to stop Qian Changsheng and said directly, "Everyone sit down. Today, I'm here to congratulate Xiaochuan. No need to worry too much." Although everyone didn't know Chiefing Tian's true identity, they knew who Qian Changsheng was. From Qian Changsheng's respectful attitude, Zhou Qiang, Zhang Tianhua, and others broke out in sweat. Thinking of this, they hurriedly stood up and gave seats to Chiefing Tian and Chu Yun. Chiefing Tian waved his hand and said, "Everyone sit down. We'll stay a little while, and then leave. Do whatever you need to do." Seeing that everyone was a bit tense, Lu Xiaochuan spoke, "Everyone sit down and eat quickly. Otherwise, the food will get cold. Dayong, pour drinks for everyone." As Lu Xiaochuan introduced everyone to each other, they became more familiar, but no one told them Chiefing Tian's identity. After half an hour, Chiefing Tian and Chu Yun handed over 2 red envelopes and said goodbye to Lu Xiaochuan. Their reason was that they hadn't seen each other for many years and wanted to find a good place to chat. Lu Xiaochuan understood. When they left, everyone let out a long breath. Lu Xiaochuan looked puzzled and said, "What's wrong with you all? Come on, everyone, drink up." After everyone had a drink, Zhou Qiang tentatively asked Qian Chongsheng, "Old Qian, do you know who that person was just now?" Old Qian, while eating, replied, "I can't say. It's better if you all don't know. Just enjoy the drinks." Although no one pressed further, the people at the table were sharp. They had already guessed some useful information from Old Qian's attitude. Because Qian Chongsheng holds a high position responsible for handling unusual incidents and local safety in Tianhai City and nearby areas, and given his special status, only powerful people from the capital could treat him with such respect. Thinking of this, everyone looked at Lu Xiaochuan with more respect. They finally understood why even the vice-governor was caught up in the incident at Fuminlu, because the backing behind Lu Xiaochuan was from the capital. At this moment, De Fei raised his glass and said to Lu Xiaochuan, "Brother, congratulations on moving into such a luxurious new home today." Lu Xiaochuan clinked glasses with De Fei and said, "You're now a big shot too, but I still have to tell you, don't do illegal things. Do some honest work with your brothers and take better care of your family." De Fei respectfully replied, "Don't worry, brother. I know what to do. I'll also arrange protection for your sister." Lu Xiaochuan nodded, took a sip of his drink. Dao Yon quickly refilled his glass. With the start, everyone began to toast Lu Xiaochuan, congratulating him on his new home. During the celebration, Lu Xiaochuan went to toast the villagers. Seeing that they were eating well, he felt genuinely happy. The banquet lasted over 3 hours. When everyone who needed to leave had gone, 7 or 8 women from the village stayed behind voluntarily to help clean up. At this point, Lu Xiaochuan was in a dilemma because everyone who came today had given him red envelopes. It was fine with wealthier families, but these villagers weren't well off. Lu Xiaochuan didn't want to refuse their kindness. Another headache was that Song Jiaqian, who saw Lu Xiaochuan's sister Lu Shaoqing taking leave and returning, also stayed behind and even occupied a room, claiming it was now hers because her father built the house. Lu Xiaochuan had no choice but to compromise. There was nothing he could do. That night, Song Jiaqian and Lu Shaoqing played happily with Mo Yuan. With Dahu and Era there, Lu Xiaochuan didn't worry about their safety. So he pretended to go to sleep, but secretly entered the ring. Inside the ring, Lu Xiaochuan first looked at the spirit-gathering fruit tree. Seeing everything was fine, he picked a spirit-gathering fruit to test its power. Holding the fruit, Lu Xiaochuan sat cross-legged in front of a bamboo house and began practicing his cultivation technique. Lu Xiaochuan used his cultivation technique inside the ring to bring himself to his best state. Then he ate the spirit-gathering fruit in one bite. He felt the fruit turn into a clear stream that flowed into his stomach. It was cool, like eating a piece of ice. But soon, the coolness suddenly turned into intense heat, and the spiritual energy in the space ring quickly gathered around Lu Xiaochuan. He hurriedly used his cultivation technique to guide the flow of spiritual energy inside his body. He repeated the practice over and over. Now, the area around Lu Xiaochuan was filled with mist, caused by too much spiritual energy. He looked like a machine, unmoving, but inside, his spiritual energy was racing wildly. Time in the ring was slowly passing. Because he ate the spirit-gathering fruit, Lu Xiaochuan was close to entering a fasting state. Just a little more, and he could reach the fasting realm, the level of a grand master martial artist. Knowing his situation, Lu Xiaochuan pushed himself hard to reach the fasting realm. When he did, his strength would increase greatly, and his skills in alchemy and magic attacks would improve a lot. Finally, Lu Xiaochuan's aura exploded outward with great power, spreading around him. Then suddenly, it all returned to his body, calming down as if nothing had happened. The next morning, Lu Xiaochuan stabilized his realm. After leaving the ring, he felt his strong new power. He was very excited. He thought that if he didn't hold back and fought with all his strength, he could easily defeat Longhu Mountain. Putting aside his excitement, Lu Xiaochuan went downstairs. He found his sister, Song Jiaqian, and Yuhan still hadn't woken up. So, he went into the kitchen to start making breakfast. Lu Xiaochuan's breakfast was simple. He made many egg pancakes, cooked some porridge, and prepared a few side dishes. At that moment, Song Jiaqian appeared, walking downstairs in a revealing sleepwear, looking drowsy. Lu Xiaochuan was just coming out of the kitchen with breakfast when they saw each other instantly, and the atmosphere became very quiet. After a moment, Song Jiaqian screamed loudly and ran straight upstairs. Her scream interrupted Lu Xiaochuan's thoughts. Watching her run into the room, Lu Xiaochuan muttered to himself, "I didn't expect this girl to be quite lively." Because of her scream, the whole villa became lively. Lu Xiaochuan's sister, Lu Xiaoqing, ran down and asked him, "Brother, I heard Jiaqian screaming just now. What happened? Did you bully her?" Lu Xiaochuan quickly replied, "Don't talk nonsense. I didn't do anything. I was just making breakfast." Maybe she bumped into something. Lu Xiaoqing looked at him skeptically and then ran upstairs. At that moment, Mo Yuan was standing upstairs and called out, "Dad, I'm awake now. I want to brush my teeth and wash my face. Can you help me?" Lu Xiaochuan looked up and said to Mo Yuan, "You're now a student, so you should learn to dress yourself and wash your face. Do you understand? Hurry up. Breakfast is ready, and you can eat after you wash your face." A moment later, Song Jiaqian and Lu Xiaoqing came downstairs together. Song Jiaqian's face was red, and she dared not look at Lu Xiaochuan, deliberately avoiding his gaze. Lu Xiaoqing looked at Lu Xiaochuan strangely, making him feel a chill down his back even with his high cultivation. Just then, Mo Yuan ran down as well. To hide his embarrassment, Lu Xiaochuan said to everyone, "Come on, let's eat breakfast quickly." The two girls didn't say anything. Only Mo Yuan happily jumped and said, "I love Dad's cooking the most. Today, I want to eat a lot." After breakfast, Lu Xiaoqing and Song Jiaqian took Mo Yuan out to play, followed by Dahu and Eru. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaochuan went to the newly dug fish pond. To his surprise, Daxiong's father was there, tidying up the path by the pond. Lu Xiaochuan approached and asked, "Uncle, what are you doing here alone? Where's Daxiong?" Seeing Lu Xiaochuan arrive, Daxiong's father smiled and said, "Daxiong drank a bit too much yesterday. Today, let him sleep a little longer. I can't sleep either, so I came to tidy up the surroundings. Next, we'll install the fence around the pond and prepare the water. Then we can start releasing the fish fry early." Lu Xiaochuan nodded and replied, "All right, uncle. You find a few people in the village to order the fences from the town and have them delivered directly. We'll start installing the fences today and aim to finish within 3 days." Watching Daxiong's father happily call people from the village, Lu Xiaochuan went to the place where Jin Gang was kept. When Jin Gang saw Lu Xiaochuan, it spread its wings and called out a few times, seeming happy, or perhaps annoyed that Lu Xiaochuan left it here alone. Lu Xiaochuan patted Jin Gang's head and said, "Jin Gang, do you see those 2 big trees over there? From now on, that will be your home. Do you understand?" Jin Gang, the big eagle, seemed to understand Lu Xiaochuan's words. It looked at the 2 large trees in the village below, which Lu Xiaochuan had recently planted at the villa entrance. Because they were watered with spiritual spring water, the trees grew lush and full of leaves. Jin Gang let out a cry, spread its wings, and soared into the sky. After circling once, it lowered its height. Lu Xiaochuan smiled, knowing Jin Gang wanted to take him home. He jumped up and grabbed one of Jin Gang's claws. Jin Gang flapped its wings and quickly reached the village sky, circling above Lu Xiaochuan's house. Lu Xiaochuan loosened his grip, and Jin Gang flew down directly, landing in front of the villa. Jin Gang also swooped down and landed beside Lu Xiaochuan. Looking at the large figure of Jin Gang, Lu Xiaochuan went to the back of the villa, chose a spot, and built a big nest out of wood. Jin Gang seemed to understand that this was now its place, flapping its wings and circling around. That afternoon, Daxiong's father came to Lu Xiaochuan's house. Seeing him, Lu Xiaochuan said happily, "Xiao, the fences will be delivered gradually this afternoon. Tomorrow, we can arrange for people to install them. How do you want to plan it?" Lu Xiaochuan smiled and replied, Uncle, you take charge of this. There are 200,000 yuan in this card. Just deduct the cost of the fences from it. Also, make sure to tell everyone tomorrow about the installation. No matter how fast or slow, the quality must be guaranteed. Watching Da Xiong's father hurriedly leave, Lu Xiaochuan felt he needed to go to the county town quickly to order the fish fry. Once the fish pond water was ready, they could release the fish fry. In the afternoon, Lu Xiaochuan drove to the county town. Also in the car were Lu Xiaoqing, Song Jiaqian, and Mo Yuan. Because Lu Xiaoqing was about to start school, once she left, Song Jiaqian felt embarrassed to stay alone with Lu Xiaochuan. So, when they arrived in the county town, her family's driver came to pick her up. Later, Lu Xiaochuan ordered fish fry to be delivered in 3 days. After handling everything, he returned home with Yuan. That night, after Mo Yuan fell asleep, Lu Xiaochuan entered his ring and began practicing cultivation, while also training his alchemy and medical skills. Right now, Lu Xiaochuan was technically just a beginner cultivator. Since he had reached the realm of skipping meals, he had surpassed many warriors' understanding. His medical skills were also top-notch in this world, because with cultivation methods, there were very few illnesses he couldn't cure. The next morning, Lu Xiaochuan took Mo Yuan to kindergarten. Just as he was about to go home, his phone suddenly rang. When he answered, Da Fei's anxious voice came through. "Big brother, something's wrong. Your sister fainted last night, and the doctors are at a loss. You need to come quickly." Hearing Da Fei's words, a strong aura burst out of Lu Xiaochuan. Even people passing by his car felt a wave of unease and difficulty breathing. Lu Xiaochuan asked coldly, "Which hospital?" "Big brother, it's County People's Hospital. I'm waiting for you at the entrance," Da Fei replied carefully. After hanging up, Lu Xiaochuan stepped on the gas pedal to the floor, running through several red lights, and arrived at County People's Hospital. At the hospital entrance, Da Fei saw Lu Xiaochuan's car approaching and hurried over. "Big brother, your sister is on the 3rd floor. The hospital specialists are currently consulting her." Lu Xiaochuan waved dismissively and said coldly, "Show me the way." Feeling the intense aura emanating from Lu Xiaochuan, Da Fei dared not breathe heavily and quickly led him toward Lu Xiaoqing's ward. When they arrived, they saw over 10 guards at the door of the ward. These were all personnel from Da Fei's newly established security company, including several retired soldiers. Seeing Da Fei, they all greeted him. "Boss." Some of them, knowing Lu Xiaochuan, hurriedly called out, "Big brother." Lu Xiaochuan nodded to them and then pushed open the door to the ward and went inside. 6 doctors were gathered around Lu Xiaoqing's hospital bed, studying her condition. When Lu Xiaoqing's brother, Lu Xiaochuan, entered, one of the senior doctors angrily shouted, "Who are you? Who allowed you in? Get out now." "This is an intensive care unit, not a place for visitors." Lu Xiaochuan ignored the doctor and walked straight to Lu Xiaoqing's bedside. He only looked at her briefly, but his brow furrowed tightly. He immediately saw that Lu Xiaoqing wasn't truly sick. Instead, she was invaded by a ghostly presence and had temporarily lost her will. Seeing that Lu Xiaochuan ignored him, the doctor became even angrier and shouted loudly, "I'll say it again. Leave this place. If you don't, I'll call security to throw you out." Lu Xiaochuan looked coldly at the doctor and said, "Everyone out." Although his voice was quiet, it made all the doctors in the room feel a jolt, as if his words had directly reached their minds. At that moment, Da Fei entered with more than 10 people, and they immediately moved the doctors out of the room. During this, a younger doctor said to Da Fei, "This is a hospital. Your actions are illegal. Be careful, or I will call the police." But instead of listening, Da Fei responded with a slap, which instantly silenced the doctors. All the doctors were pushed out, and Lu Xiaochuan told Da Fei to leave and close the door. Then he made a hand seal, pointing 2 fingers at Lu Xiaoqing. A golden light shot into her forehead and entered her body. As the golden energy entered her, a gray-black mist appeared around Lu Xiaoqing, quickly forming into a skull that lunged toward Lu Xiaochuan. Lu Xiaochuan smiled slightly, reached out with one hand, and caught the skull. Then he summoned a flame, burning the ghostly skull into particles that dispersed into the air. The ghostly energy inside Lu Xiaoqing was removed, and she quickly woke up. Seeing her brother in front of her, she burst into tears and said, "Brother, I'm so scared." Lu Xiaochuan hugged her and said, "Don't be afraid. Brother is here with you. No one can hurt you. Now tell me, what exactly happened?" Lu Xiaoqing wiped her tears and said, "Last night, I bought some things at the school supermarket and was about to go back to my dorm. Suddenly, I saw a figure in the woods fall down. I wanted to go see what was happening, but when I entered the woods, I saw a female classmate lying there. I was about to go closer to check on her when suddenly a gray-brown figure appeared in front of me, reaching out to grab me. Maybe the amulet you gave me worked. Before his hand touched me, a golden energy shield blocked him, but the amulet you gave me also turned into ashes suddenly. I thought of the charms you gave me. I used a charm to scare him away, but I fainted after just a few steps." Lu Xiaochuan patted Lu Xiaoqing's head and said, "You should practice more regularly. You don't train, and you think you're so great. Now you see how big the world is. Later, I will make you a new amulet. When you go home, I will find a way to improve your cultivation." Lu Xiaoqing happily said, "Brother, you're so kind. But what about the person at school?" Lu Xiaochuan smiled and said, "You don't need to worry about that. Focus on studying at school. I will handle the rest." At that moment, a quarrel outside the ward could be heard. Lu Xiaochuan and Lu Xiaoqing stepped out and saw De Fei with more than 10 people blocking 7 or 8 security guards and over 10 doctors, not letting them come in. Seeing Lu Xiaochuan and Lu Xiaoqing come out, everyone quieted down, especially the doctors who had been staring at Lu Xiaoqing in shock. They had tried everything, machines, methods, but couldn't figure out why Lu Xiaoqing had fainted. They had no clues at all. Yet now, this man went in less than 10 minutes, and the woman woke up without any issues. Ignoring others' gazes, Lu Xiaochuan walked over to De Fei and asked, "What is going on?" De Fei replied, "Boss, they say we deliberately caused trouble in the hospital and even hit people. They want to control us until the police arrive." At this moment, an elderly man with white hair approached Lu Xiaochuan and said, "Hello, my surname is Ho. I am the director of this people's hospital. I want to hear your side of the story about what just happened, as we have already called the police." Lu Xiaochuan looked at the old man and said, "I know your hospital tries hard for the patients, but you don't know anything about my sister's illness. That's why I am treating her myself." "What's wrong with that?" Director Ho replied, "Violence is not right either. You'll have to explain yourself eventually." At this moment, Dave loudly said, "I was the one who hit him." "So what?" "If you disrespect my boss again, I will hit you too." Just then, a voice came from the corridor. "Who's causing trouble in the hospital?" Everyone turned around and saw 6 police officers approaching. The doctor who had been hit hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Officers, I am a doctor at the People's Hospital. Today, I was attacked by a group of troublemakers here. Please don't let them get away with this." The lead officer listened to the doctor and frowned, walking straight into the crowd. When he saw Lu Xiaochuan, he shivered because he knew this young man was not someone to mess with. He then respectfully asked Lu Xiaochuan, "Mr. Lu, what are you doing here?" Lu Xiaochuan replied calmly, "I'm here to pick up my sister after her discharge." But now there's trouble. Seeing how respectful the police captain was to Lu Xiaochuan, Director Ho realized Lu's identity was not simple. He also understood that the doctor, who was beaten, wouldn't get justice today. So he said to Lu Xiaochuan, "Mr. Lu, is that right? Let's leave it at that. Our hospital also has some shortcomings. I will criticize those doctors later. I think everyone should go now. There are many patients still waiting for treatment." Lu Xiaochuan had initially planned to deal with the doctor properly, but after hearing the director's last words, he gave up the idea. He left the hospital with Lu Xiaoqing, Dave, and more than 10 others. As Lu Xiaochuan left, Director Ho turned to the police captain and asked, "Captain Wang, who is this Mr. Lu?" Hearing the director's question, everyone perked up their ears because they were curious about Lu Xiaochuan's identity. Captain Wang replied calmly, "He's someone you can't afford to offend. Don't just think about him. His companion nearby is also someone you shouldn't mess with. Today you got lucky." The matter is settled, and we're leaving now. At this moment, the doctor, hearing Wang's words, was so frightened he started trembling, with sweat breaking out on his forehead. Lu Xiaochuan and the others left the hospital. He told Dafei to take people back first. Lu Xiaochuan then drove with Lu Xiaoqing to the school. After dropping Lu Xiaoqing off, he found a place to park and entered his ring directly. He planned to craft a higher-level protective charm for Lu Xiaoqing. He stayed inside the ring until evening. Not only did he make the protective charm, but he also created a higher-grade talisman. These were all prepared for Lu Xiaoqing. He didn't want her to face any more trouble. At the school gate, Lu Xiaochuan called Lu Xiaoqing. Soon after, she arrived, happily saying, "Brother, you weren't home. I thought you had already left." Lu Xiaochuan smiled and replied, "I'll be home soon. Here, this is a new protective charm I made for you. Always keep it with you. And these talismans, use them like before. Be careful and keep practicing hard." Lu Xiaoqing impatiently said, "All right, brother. You've been so naggy lately, just like Grandma." Hearing this, Lu Xiaochuan almost spat out blood. He quickly hid his hurt expression and said fiercely, "You little girl, it looks like I have to teach you a lesson." He then made a move as if he was going to scold her. Scared, Lu Xiaoqing turned and ran into the school, laughing as she said, "Okay, brother. I got it. I'm going back to my dorm now. Drive safely home." Lu Xiaochuan looked at the mischievous Lu Xiaoqing and smiled, then turned and left. Actually, Lu Xiaochuan circled around to the back of the school and leapt into it. He looked at a nearby forest and released his spiritual sense to scan the area. Since breaking through to the qi refining stage, Lu Xiaochuan's spiritual sense could cover a radius of 800 meters. Anything within this range, even an ant, couldn't escape his detection. When his spiritual sense reached the center of the forest, he suddenly frowned. He found a nearly decayed, white skeleton buried about 2 meters underground. It looked at least 20 or 30 years old. On top of the skeleton, a gray-black misty humanoid figure was attached. Lu Xiaochuan was sure this was the same person his sister had seen. No, it wasn't a person at all. It was a ghost, a malevolent ghost. After locating the target, Lu Xiaochuan moved swiftly into the forest center. He released a powerful aura and charged directly at the evil ghost. The evil spirit sensed the powerful aura and floated out from underground, staring directly at Lu Xiaochuan. If Lu Xiaochuan didn't have strong cultivation, he might have been scared to death by this evil spirit, because its eyes seemed capable of freezing people and its face was fierce and terrifying. Seeing the other side, Lu Xiaochuan thought to himself, this evil spirit was probably murdered in its past life. It couldn't let go of its anger after death, gathering at its throat. Plus, this place is full of Yin energy, which is why this evil spirit appeared. But no matter what, Lu Xiaochuan had to eliminate this evil spirit today. Humans and spirits are different paths, and spirits have their own places. Staying too long among humans goes against the natural order. Looking at this chilling evil spirit, Lu Xiaochuan moved quickly, appearing right in front of it. He struck with a palm, but the evil spirit reacted fast, floating into the air to dodge the attack. This was expected by Lu Xiaochuan because evil spirits have many strange tricks, so he wasn't surprised. The evil spirit sensed that this person was not easy to deal with and tried to escape, but encountering Lu Xiaochuan, it was doomed to fail. Seeing the evil spirit try to run, Lu Xiaochuan smiled slightly, waved a hand, and a bolt of lightning struck instantly, turning the evil spirit into ashes. Spirits fear lightning the most, so with this strike, the evil spirit was reduced to nothing but dust. The evil spirit was destroyed by Lu Xiaochuan's lightning and disappeared into the world. With its death, the temperature in the forest instantly rose several degrees, no longer feeling so cold and gloomy. Then Lu Xiaochuan made a few hand signs to dispel the gathering Yin energy nearby, turned around, and left the school. Lu Xiaochuan drove home, where Da Hu and Air, who happily ran around him. Jin Gang barked a few times behind the villa. Because Jin Gang was too large, Lu Xiaochuan was afraid it might scare others, so he usually didn't let it come to the front of the villa. It could only play in the mountains behind the villa or nearby. Just like usual, Lu Xiaochuan entered his ring to practice. This had become a habit for him. Unless there was a special reason, he wouldn't stay outside overnight. The next morning, Lu Xiaochuan took Da Hu and Hu to the fish pond. He saw De Yong's father helping 6 villagers install the fence, more than half of it already done. It was estimated they could finish everything today. Later, Lu Xiaochuan went to his peach orchard. He saw peaches as big as walnuts on the trees. Lu Xiaochuan felt very happy. This year, not only did the vegetable harvest increase and the planting area expand, but with fish and peaches, Lu Xiaochuan's income will grow a lot. Breaking 100 million is no longer a dream. As he walked, Lu Xiaochuan saw De Yong with 5 or 6 women weeding in the vegetable field. Seeing this scene, Lu Xiaochuan felt very pleased because now everyone in the village was starting to earn income, and it was not a small amount. All this was thanks to Lu Xiaochuan. Another day passed. The fence around the fish pond was fully installed in a week. Although the project was large, with De Yong's father's effort, it was finished in just 2.5 days. That night, De Yong's father opened the sluice gates of the river and directed water into the pond. There were 2 sluice gates on the river, but only one was opened at night. The water flowed in until the next morning, when the fish pond reached the desired water level. At noon, the fish fry supplier Lu Xiaochuan had arranged arrived with the fish fry. After De Yong's father checked, he confirmed the fish fry were fine and the species were correct. Then, the fish fry were directly released into the pond. The small fish fry seemed a bit dizzy from the car ride and floated around confusedly. Once all the fish fry were in the pond, they unloaded the feed and Lu Xiaochuan paid the supplier. After everything was done, Lu Xiaochuan called Wang Fu. When Wang Fu answered, he chuckled and said, "Brother Lu, why did you call me? It's been so long since we met. You haven't visited me either." Lu Xiaochuan smiled and replied, "It's busy at home. I'll visit when I have time. I mainly called today to ask if you know anyone who sells boats. I want to buy a few." Wang Fu was surprised and asked, "Why do you want to buy boats, brother?" "Well, I recently set up a big fish pond at home to raise fish. I want to buy 2 boats to make feeding and catching fish easier," Lu Xiaochuan said casually. But Wang Fu was very excited after hearing this and loudly said, "Brother, you're raising fish now? You should have told me earlier. I'll buy your fish. You can't sell them to others. I'll take care of the boats. I'll have them delivered to your door within 10 days. Li Xiaochuan smiled and shook his head, saying, "All right, no problem. As long as you can eat it, I'll give you everything. Oh, and this year there are peaches too. Are you interested?" Wang Fu shouted loudly. "Yes, I'm definitely interested. Save all the things for me. They all belong to me." After hanging up, Li Xiaochuan chuckled softly and muttered, "That's pretty good. No need to find others to talk to. Soon, I need to feed the fish fry some spiritual spring water. If they die, it will be a big loss." Looking around to make sure no one was nearby, Li Xiaochuan took some spiritual spring water from his ring and poured it directly onto the feed. Then, he used a large shovel to spread the feed into the fish pond. The attraction of the spiritual spring water was so strong that the small, sleepy fish fry suddenly became lively. Thousands of fish fry gathered in one spot, creating a spectacular scene. After feeding the fish, Li Xiaochuan put the remaining feed into a storage shed built beside the pond. Once everything was done, he headed home. Every day, Li Xiaochuan wandered around the vegetable garden and fed the fish in the pond. 10 days passed quickly. One day, as Li Xiaochuan stepped out of his villa, he saw Wang Fu's car approaching his house. Wang Fu got out of the car and, smiling, said, "Brother, I brought your boat. Come, I'll take you to see it." Li Xiaochuan was very happy to hear that the boat had arrived. He followed Wang Fu to the village entrance, where he saw 3 large trucks parked. Each truck carried a boat. Following Li Xiaochuan's lead, the trucks drove to the edge of the fish pond. Then, De Yong's father went to the village to find 10 men. They, along with the boat drivers, unloaded the boats together. Two of the boats were for fishing, and one was a small yacht, perfect for fishing and leisure on the water. Li Xiaochuan looked at the three boats, feeling very happy. At that moment, a middle-aged man said to him, "Mr. Li, send 2 people with me on the boat. I'll teach you how to operate it. If the boat has any problems in the future or needs repairs, you can come to me directly." Li Xiaochuan looked around and asked a Yong and his father to go with him. He also found 2 relatively young men from the village. They all boarded the boat to learn how to operate it. Of course, Li Xiaochuan also paid close attention, because in the future, whether for fishing or just having fun, he didn't want to rely on others to drive the boat. After more than half an hour, under the careful explanation and demonstration by the middle-aged man, everyone mostly learned the method and skills. Of course, Lu Xiaochuan learned the best because he is a cultivator. His body reactions and brain movements are not like ordinary people. Once everything was done, the boat convoy left. Wang Fu said to Lu Xiaochuan, who came down from the boat, "Brother, your fish pond is quite big. Almost like a small lake. The scenery is nice too. I really envy your life." Lu Xiaochuan smiled and replied, "This poor rural place isn't that great. Nowadays, no one wants to stay in the countryside. Oh, by the way, how much do these 3 boats cost? I'll transfer the money to you later." Wang Fu waved his hand and said, "They're not much. I got these boats from a friend. Just use them. The paperwork is in my car, and I'll give it to you later." Hearing Wang Fu's words, Lu Xiaochuan quickly declined. "Brother Wang, that's not right. These 3 boats aren't cheap if you buy them at market price. Even if you bought them from a friend, it's still a good amount of money. I must pay you." Wang Fu smiled and said, "Don't insist. I definitely won't take the money. Besides, this year, if it weren't for your vegetables and fruits, there wouldn't be Fumanla today. Not to mention these 3 boats. If I had 3 more, they still wouldn't compare to my income this year. So, just take them happily." After arguing for a while, Lu Xiaochuan finally accepted the 3 boats. He then arranged for someone to lock the fish pond's protective fence because he was worried that curious village children might run around and fall into the pond, which would be bad. Lu Xiaochuan took Wang Fu to his house. This was Wang Fu's second time visiting the villa, but he still couldn't help but marvel. This paradise really makes people reluctant to leave. If I could have a place like this to stay when I grow old, it would truly be a life of enjoyment. Lu Xiaochuan smiled silently, poured a cup of tea for Wang Fu, and the two sat on the sofa chatting. During the conversation, Wang Fu asked, "Brother, can your fish and peaches reach the same quality as your vegetables and watermelons?" Lu Xiaochuan sipped his tea and replied, "Don't worry about that. It's definitely no problem." Wang Fu happily said, "All right, then I'll buy your fish at 30 per jean and peaches at 15 per jean. How does that sound?" Lu Xiaochuan said, "The fish are fine and peaches are 1 yuan 10 per jean. Consider it a discount for the 3 boats you sent me. How about that?" Hearing Lu Xiaochuan's words, Wang Fu looked at him, and suddenly they both burst into laughter. Everything at home was running smoothly. Vegetables were starting to ripen, and the peaches were growing bigger and turning redder, looking very tempting. Lu Xiaochuan arranged everything at home with De Yong's father and asked De Yong to pick up Mo Yuan from school on time. Then he took a bus from the county town heading to Shigu City. Yes, this time Lu Xiaochuan planned to visit Longhu Mountain. He wanted to see if the tradition of cultivation was still passed down there or how much knowledge of cultivation remained. The bus was almost full. Lu Xiaochuan sat at the very back. Although it was a bit bumpy, it was no problem for him. It takes about 5 hours by bus from Tianhai City to Shigu City. Bored, Lu Xiaochuan leaned back in his seat and prepared to meditate for a while. The bus traveled for over 3 hours when suddenly, in a remote place with no village or shop nearby, the bus suddenly braked sharply. Everyone on board was thrown forward involuntarily, many hitting their heads. Lu Xiaochuan was also thrown forward by the sudden stop but quickly regained his seat. Once seated firmly, he used his spiritual awareness to scan the surroundings. His brow furrowed slightly because a fallen tree was blocking the road ahead of the bus. It was obvious someone had deliberately placed the tree there. Indeed, as Lu Xiaochuan suspected, at that moment, 6 men emerged from the woods by the roadside, holding knives and looking fierce and threatening. The driver reacted quickly, starting to reverse the bus to leave the area, trying to take another route. But then, two more men appeared behind the bus and scattered a large patch of nails on the road, blocking the bus's retreat. Everyone on the bus was now terrified. They shouted loudly. Some told the driver, "Driver, you absolutely can't open the door. If you do, we're all finished. Hurry up and call the police. Call the police now." The noise inside the bus grew louder. Suddenly, the bus door swung open. Everyone was startled and looked at the driver. Seeing this, the whole bus fell silent and took a few steps back. At that moment, a knife was held to the driver's neck, and the person with the knife was a former passenger from the bus. No one expected things to turn out like this. Then, 3 more people came up from below, including a thin man who spoke in a hoarse voice. "We're just here to take money. We don't want to hurt anyone. Please stay calm. It's better for everyone. Otherwise, don't blame me if the knife doesn't listen. Everyone sit down and hand over your valuables." Everyone, scared, sat back in their seats and looked at the armed men with fear. Lu Xiaochuan clearly saw that 2 young men among the passengers wanted to resist, but they gave up because there were many of the robbers and they had knives. Resisting would have been very dangerous. To save their lives, people started handing over their money and valuables. The leader of the robbers shouted loudly, "What are you hiding? Show it to me." He stepped forward and directly pressed the knife against an old man's neck, saying fiercely, "Show me what you hid earlier." The old man sadly said, "Please be kind and don't take my money. It's for my wife's medical treatment." Next to the old man, an elderly woman coughed twice and said, "Old man, just give them the money. My illness can't be cured, and it doesn't matter if I have the money or not." But the old man stubbornly replied, "No, as long as there's hope, I won't give up. I won't give them the money." Hearing this, the robber became angry and suddenly raised his knife to stab the old man's chest. If he had done so, the old man would have been finished. Just 1 centimeter from the old man's chest, the robber suddenly stopped. His face turned red, as if he had used all his strength, but the knife was stuck and wouldn't move an inch. It turned out that at the last moment, Lu Xiaochuan quickly moved to the robber's side and grabbed his wrist. The entire bus instantly fell silent. The robbers glared fiercely at Lu Xiaochuan, while the passengers looked at him in disbelief. Some even showed expressions of shock or regret. In their eyes, the person who took the lead would likely face a terrible end, so they saw Lu Xiaochuan as both a hero and a doomed man. At this moment, a voice came from the quiet car. "I didn't want to get involved in this, but I can't stand by while you forcibly take the old person's life-saving money. None of you are leaving today." The robbers heard Lu Xiaochuan's words and showed a sneering smile. Then they rushed toward him with knives. Lu Xiaochuan released the wrist of the leader, gently tapped his head, and the man immediately collapsed. The other attacker was kicked away by Lu Xiaochuan, knocking out the other 2 people in the car. All of this happened in an instant. Some passengers hadn't even reacted before realizing the robbers had all fainted. Everyone looked at Lu Xiaochuan in shock, unable to believe how powerful he was. Then Lu Xiaochuan spoke to the 2 men who had tried to resist. "Find some ropes and tie them all up. Then call the police. I'll get out of the car and handle the rest." After speaking, Lu Xiaochuan got out of the car. The remaining 5 robbers outside sensed trouble, especially when they saw Lu Xiaochuan step out. They knew something was wrong. The 5 approached him with knives in hand. One of them cursed loudly. "Kid, what are you planning to do? Where are the people in the car?" Lu Xiaochuan smiled faintly and replied calmly, "I'm here to deal with you. The people in the car are sleeping now. When the police arrive, they'll wake up." Hearing this, their faces changed. They swung their knives at Lu Xiaochuan. It was clear these men were reckless, willing to kill if necessary. Lu Xiaochuan's expression turned cold. In a flash, he moved his hands, and all 5 robbers' knives were broken. The knives clattered to the ground, and the men let out heart-wrenching screams. At this moment, 2 young men from the car came down. Seeing the 5 robbers on the ground with broken arms, they looked at Lu Xiaochuan with a mix of admiration and fear. Seeing the two young men, Lu Xiaochuan said calmly, "Bind these 5 as well. When the police arrive, they can take them away. It's better than them escaping." Then Lu Xiaochuan got back in the car, threw out the 4 robbers inside, and moved the large tree blocking the front of the vehicle. He spoke to the bus driver. "Let's go now. We should reach Shigu City quickly." Everyone only regained a bit of awareness after hearing Lu Xiaochuan's words. The driver nodded repeatedly and said, Okay, let's keep going." Everyone sat quietly, and the driver prepared to drive away. At this moment, Lu Xiaochuan extended his hand out the window and made a few gestures towards the 8 robbers. The robbers, who had been struggling, instantly became quiet and lay motionless on the ground. It turned out Lu Xiaochuan was afraid they might escape, so he used a special method to make them unable to move. They would only regain control of their bodies after half an hour. The car started moving at full speed toward Shigu City. Then Lu Xiaochuan approached the 2 elderly people and said, "Old man, if you trust me, I can help cure your wife's illness." When Lu Xiaochuan said this, not only the old man but everyone on the car looked at him in shock. They were already impressed by Lu Xiaochuan's quick and powerful skills. But now this young man, who was so skilled, suddenly claimed he could cure many illnesses that hospitals couldn't treat. This was very surprising and shocking. The old man was grateful that Lu Xiaochuan had saved him. He was very excited and said, "Really? Are you telling the truth? If you can cure my wife's illness, I will give you all this money." Lu Xiaochuan smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Sir, I think we are destined to meet. You don't need to pay. After I finish, you can use this money to buy some things to help your wife recover." After saying this, Lu Xiaochuan took out a silver needle and began to insert it into the old lady. She had several illnesses that affected each other, which was why hospitals couldn't treat her. In less than 5 minutes, with Lu Xiaochuan channeling spiritual energy into the silver needle to stimulate her vitality, the treatment was quickly finished. The old man and the passengers nearby went from shock to suspicion, unable to believe that just a few needles could cure illnesses that many hospitals couldn't. But then, what happened next completely shocked everyone. Suddenly, the old lady stood up, moved her body slightly, and said happily, "Husband, I feel like I've recovered. The pain in those places is gone, and the heavy feeling in my chest is also gone." Her husband looked at her happily and asked, "Old lady, are you telling the truth? Are you really better?" The old lady nodded. After the 2 of them had a moment of happiness, the old man looked back and saw Lu Xiaochuan sitting in his seat. He walked a few steps forward and said, "Good person, you are truly kind to us. Please accept this money as medical expenses." He then handed over more than 10,000 yuan to Lu Xiaochuan. Lu Xiaochuan refused politely and said, "Old man, I told you I won't take money. Besides, Grandma is still very weak. You should buy her some good things to help her recover. If she falls ill again, it will be trouble." The old man saw that Lu Xiaochuan was firm about not accepting the money, so he gave up. Actually, Lu Xiaochuan was just pretending to be strict. His treatment had made Grandma's illness unlikely to come back. This was just to make the old man stop offering money. This was just a small event. After another hour of driving, they entered Shigu City. Lu Xiaochuan asked a man in the front seat, "Hey, do you know about Longhu Mountain in Shigu City?" The man in front was happy to answer, "Yes, I'm from Shigu City." He pointed outside the window and said, "See that mountain in the distance? That's Longhu Mountain. I heard that gods once lived there, but no one has seen them with their own eyes." Later, the mountain was sealed off, and people aren't allowed to go up easily. Hearing this, Lu Xiaochuan looked out the window at a misty, large mountain, which was indeed Longhu Mountain, their destination. He nodded in thanks and quickly went to the driver. "Driver, stop here. I want to get off." The driver saw it was Lu Xiaochuan and immediately pressed the brakes, knowing how capable Lu Xiaochuan was and not daring to refuse. When the car stopped and the door opened, Lu Xiaochuan got out and went straight into the nearby woods, heading toward Longhu Mountain. The driver wanted to warn him that it was dangerous for one person to go into the forest, but he held back, remembering Lu Xiaochuan's impressive skills. After entering the woods, Lu Xiaochuan used his spiritual awareness to scan around. No one was nearby, so he disappeared into the trees with a few quick moves. He ran swiftly and reached Longhu Mountain in about 10 minutes. Then he slowed down, walking up the mountain while using his spiritual sense to find the location of the temple on Longhu Mountain. As Lu Xiaochuan continued his journey upward, the scenery on the mountain became more beautiful. Just as he was about to reach the top, a faint smile appeared on his face because he sensed the presence of a building nearby. He quickly approached the structure he had detected. In front of him, he saw a Taoist temple, confirming that this was definitely the residence of the Longhu sect. At that moment, two young men dressed in ancient clothes appeared at the temple gate, holding long swords. They looked at Lu Xiaochuan cautiously and said, "Who are you? Why are you here? Don't you know that Mount Longhu is a restricted area?" Lu Xiaochuan understood that the mountain had recently been attacked, so the area was very guarded. The two young men had cultivation levels at the late stage of qi gathering, which is quite strong for ordinary people, but in the eyes of cultivators, it was just beginner level. He smiled slightly and said, "Please inform your sect leader that I, a wandering cultivator named Lu Xiaochuan, am here to pay my respects." Hearing this, the two young men looked at each other. One of them ran into the temple likely to report. After a short while, the young man returned with a middle-aged man. Lu Xiaochuan glanced at him and saw that he was at the early stage of the Grandmaster realm, a true expert. He clasped his fists and said, "Master, I am Lu Xiaochuan. I have come to Longhu sect with some matters to discuss with your sect leader. I hope you can help facilitate this." The middle-aged master looked at Lu Xiaochuan with shock. To him, Lu Xiaochuan seemed as vast as an ocean, impossible to judge his true strength. Since Lu Xiaochuan was unlikely to be an ordinary person, the only explanation was that this seemingly 20-year-old man was much more powerful than him. Thinking of this, the middle-aged master clasped his fists and said, "I am King Lingzi. Please, you may go inside and have some tea. However, the sect leader is currently in seclusion, so you'll need to report to see him." Lu Xiaochuan also clasped his fists and replied, "Thank you, master. There's no rush to see the sect leader. You can go ahead and report, and I will wait." Lu Xiaochuan followed King Lingzi into the temple. Inside, he found a different world, spacious and grand, clearly just the outer courtyard. They passed through a gate into an even larger courtyard, where a grand hall stood. Inside the hall, a portrait of an immortal-like figure was displayed, likely the founding ancestor of the Longhu sect. This courtyard has a side yard on each side. Lu Xiaochuan was taken to the right small courtyard. After they sat down, King Lingzi asked a disciple to report to the head teacher. Soon, a young disciple brought tea. Lu Xiaochuan took a sip and immediately felt a faint amount of spiritual energy in the tea. Although there was little spiritual energy, it was a rare treasure that even wealthy people couldn't buy for ordinary folks or low-level cultivators. After drinking a few sips, Lu Xiaochuan put down his cup and said, "I didn't expect to find such good tea at Longhu Mountain. What kind of tea is this?" King Lingzi smiled and replied, "You have good taste. This tea was planted by our ancestors at Longhu Mountain. Only 3 tea trees remain now, producing about 3 jin of tea each year. This tea helps warriors gather internal energy and sense their qi. Ordinary people who drink it often can live longer and healthier. No wonder. It's planted by the ancestors of Longhu Mountain. I feel very lucky today," Lu Xiaochuan said with admiration. At that moment, Lu Xiaochuan sensed an old man walking toward the hall. The man was quite skilled, at the late stage of a master level, but Lu Xiaochuan could clearly feel he was injured. Lu Xiaochuan knew that this graceful old man was probably the head teacher of the Longhu sect. When the old man entered the room, King Lingzi quickly stood up and said, "Greetings, senior brother head teacher. This is Lu Xiaochuan. He has something to ask you about." "Lu Xiaochuan, this is my senior brother King Chenzi," the old man introduced. Lu Xiaochuan offered a respectful bow and said, "I am Lu Xiaochuan, a simple farmer, and I respectfully meet the head teacher of Longhu Mountain, King Chenzi." King Chenzi was very surprised inside because he couldn't tell Lu Xiaochuan's cultivation level, but he could clearly feel that Lu Xiaochuan was a cultivator. He quickly suppressed his shock and bowed. Greetings, Lu Xiaochuan. After exchanging polite words, they all sat down. King Chenzi looked at Lu Xiaochuan and asked, I see that Lu Xiaochuan has a noble appearance. You are not an ordinary person. May I ask where you cultivate? King Chenzi's question was mainly to learn about Lu Xiaochuan's background. Lu Xiaochuan understood this and replied calmly, I don't have a special cultivation place like a heaven and earth blessed land. I am just a farmer living in the countryside. Recently, I heard about the history of Longhu Mountain from a friend, which raised some questions in my mind. So, I came here to ask for your guidance. Upon hearing Lu Xiaochuan's answer, Qing Chenzi appeared somewhat skeptical, but he didn't mind, as everyone has their own privacy, especially when it comes to secret family traditions. Qing Chenzi smiled and said, If Master Lu has any questions, just ask. If I know the answer, I will tell you. Lu Xiaochuan directly spoke after hearing Qing Lingzi, Master Dao, I'll be straightforward. I've always been curious about the cultivation world, especially Mount Longhu. Could you tell me more about it? Qing Chenzi smiled and replied, I didn't expect Master Lu to be so skilled yet unaware of the cultivation world. That's the way of wise people. Alright, I will explain it to you today. The current cultivation world was formed after a war several decades ago. Many sects and families disappeared during that war. Today, the most famous forces in China are Shaolin Temple, Wudong sect, and the Han family in Beijing. These three are the strongest sects and families in China now. Besides them, there are about a dozen second-tier forces like Mount Longhu and some third-tier sects and martial arts schools in the secular world. At this moment, Qing Lingzi suddenly said, If it weren't for our ancestors from Mount Longhu descending the mountain to save the people from danger, many of our predecessors would never have returned. Now, Mount Longhu is definitely one of the top forces in China. Hearing Qing Lingzi's words, Qing Chenzi shouted angrily, Qing Lingzi, don't talk nonsense. The common people suffered greatly back then. Although our ancestors from Mount Longhu did their part, at least our legacy is still alive, unlike those sects that were wiped out. The peace and prosperity of the people today were paid for with the blood of countless predecessors. Remember that. Qing Lingzi bowed and said, Yes, senior brother. I will remember. Then Qing Chenzi turned to Lu Xiaochuan and said, Sorry to bother you, Master Lu. Please forgive me for making you laugh. I will continue. Lu Xiaochuan smiled and said, Your words just now taught me a lot. Your broad mind is truly admirable and I feel ashamed, but what you just said isn't what I wanted to hear. Qing Chenzi responded within, Oh, and looked at Lu Xiaochuan with curiosity, asking, Master Lu, you wanted to hear about the cultivation world, but now you say that's not what you want. I am slow-witted. Please clarify. Li Xiaochuan smiled and said, I want to know if the tradition of cultivation still exists at Longhu Mountain. His words immediately changed the expressions of Qing Chenzi and Qing Lingzi nearby. They both clenched their fists, ready to act at any moment, and stared intently at Li Xiaochuan. Qing Chenzi spoke with a slightly unnatural tone. I'm not sure where you heard what you just said, sir. Why are you here at Longhu Mountain today? Li Xiaochuan smiled and replied, There's no need for the master to be so cautious. If you don't believe me, then you should recognize this. He took out his Dragon Group ID card and held it out in front of Qing Chenzi. When Li Xiaochuan revealed his ID, Qing Chenzi and Qing Lingzi were both startled. It's easy to send such a small badge over with internal energy, but it must be done quickly. However, just now Li Xiaochuan's badge floated slowly toward Qing Chenzi and even stopped in midair. Qing Chenzi knew he couldn't do that at his peak strength. Calming his surprise, Qing Chenzi opened a small red notebook. His face changed when he saw the contents inside. Qing Lingzi beside him looked equally shocked. After closing the notebook, Qing Chenzi bowed and said, So you're a guardian of the Dragon Group. I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Please don't take it amiss. Oh, by the way, last time Longhu Mountain's secret manuals and pill formulas were stolen. I heard from the sword master of the Dragon Group that it was probably your help that saved us. Thank you very much. Li Xiaochuan waved his hand and said, There's no need to thank me, master. As fellow Chinese, it's our duty to help each other in times like this. Besides, I am part of the dragon group. After exchanging polite words, Qing Chenzi asked, "May I ask where you learned about the matter Li Xiaochuan just inquired about?" Li Xiaochuan smiled and extended his right hand. He released a palm-sized thunderbolt, and with a crack, the entire house trembled slightly. It was just a casual move, not even at full strength. Despite this, Qing Chenzi and Qing Lingzi both opened their mouths wide in disbelief. After a moment, Qing Chenzi regained his composure and bowed to Li Xiaochuan. "That must have been a palm-sized thunderbolt you just released. I never thought anyone in this world could perform such a technique. It truly opened my eyes. This shows that the cultivation lineage still exists in this world, which is wonderful news. Since you, the Taoist priest, know my identity and also know that I am not currently a martial cultivator in the martial world, could you tell me about the current state of the cultivation sects?" Qing Chenzi sighed and said, "Now that I know Lu Guardian is a successor of the cultivation sect, I no longer need to hide it. Actually, the cultivation sects in this world are almost extinct. Lu Guardian probably also knows that the spiritual energy on Earth has greatly diminished. Cultivation is a challenge against nature, so progress is slow. Martial arts cultivation is much faster in comparison. So many people prefer martial arts over true cultivation. Plus, with the loss and breakage of cultivation manuals, there are no real cultivators left in China anymore. Even our Longhu Mountain only has some incomplete cultivation manuals, which are useless for training." Lu Xiaochuan had always thought that even if the true cultivation sects were no longer as powerful, some traditions would still remain. But he never expected that there were no cultivators left at all, and even a once great sect like Longhu Mountain had become a martial arts school. Lu Xiaochuan pondered and said, "Would it be possible to borrow your incomplete manuals for a look?" Hearing this, Qing Chenzi replied, "Those manuals can't be used for training now. Giving them to Lu Guardian for a look is fine." "Qing Lingzi, go and fetch the manuals," Qing Lingzi hurriedly said. "Senior brother, that might not be appropriate. Those are the biggest secrets of Longhu Mountain, and they are not meant to be shared." Qing Chenzi sighed and said, "Those manuals themselves can't be used for training anymore. Keeping them won't change the fact that they might be lost or damaged. It's better to let Lu Guardian see them. After all, he is the only remaining heir of our Chinese cultivation tradition. We can't be so selfish as to let the efforts of our ancestors be lost just for the rules of the sect." Qing Lingzi nodded and turned to leave. Lu Xiaochuan sighed. "I didn't expect the Taoists to agree so quickly. It really surprises me. Rest assured, I want to see the manuals mainly to confirm my training path. I've been exploring and practicing based on the manuals since the beginning, and I also hope to help restore them so that the ancient Chinese cultivation tradition can continue." Qing Chenzi looked at Lu Xiaochuan in surprise and asked, "You say you're practicing on your own? You don't have a master?" Lu Xiaochuan nodded and said, "Yes, I was just lucky to find a cultivation manual. I have been studying it myself and practicing according to what is written." Qing Chenzi said, "Venerable Wuliang Tianzuan Protector Lu is truly talented. Just with one manual and no guidance, he can reach such a level. That is truly fortunate." At this moment, Qing Lingzi had already brought back the manuals. Qing Chenzi carefully took a few from Qing Lingzi and handed them to Lu Xiaochuan. After receiving the manuals, Lu Xiaochuan briefly looked through them, then turned to Qing Chenzi and said, "I need a quiet room, preferably without anyone disturbing me. I wonder if Chang can arrange that." Qing Lingzi looked anxiously at Qing Chenzi and said, "Senior brother, this." Qing Chenzi waved his hand and said to Lu Xiaochuan, "Protector Lu, please come with me. Recently, there have been many things to do, plus daily visits to the hospital, so my updates have been slow, and sometimes I even miss updates. I want to thank those friends who have supported me all along." Lu Xiaochuan followed Qing Chenzi to a small courtyard behind the Taoist temple on the mountain. The courtyard was very well decorated, with several finely made rooms. Qing Chenzi pointed to a room in the middle and said, "Protector Lu, this is where I usually live and practice. You can stay here to study the manual. I promise no one will bother you." Lu Xiaochuan cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, Taoist." Seeing Lu Xiaochuan enter the room, Qing Lingzi asked Qing Chenzi, "Senior brother, Are you really giving the manual to an outsider and letting him study it carefully? Could something go wrong? Qing Chenzi looked determined and said, Junior brother, I am gambling. If I win, maybe Mount Longhu can regain some of its former glory. If I lose, Mount Longhu is still Mount Longhu. There's no need to worry too much. After Lu Xiaochuan entered the room, he clearly overheard Qing Chenzi and Qing Lingzi's conversation. He smiled slightly and muttered, I hope I can really help restore the manual and bring the true cultivation line back into the world. Then, Lu Xiaochuan took the manual and entered his ring. Inside the ring, he looked at the spirit-gathering fruit tree, the ginseng spiritual herbs, and other treasures, then sat by the bamboo house to begin studying the Mount Longhu manual. It took more than half an hour, but Lu Xiaochuan finished reading the damaged secret manual. Although the manual was incomplete, he could still infer some parts from the descriptions in the text and his own knowledge of cultivation. He roughly figured out how the sections should connect. Lu Xiaochuan then focused on studying a few remaining incomplete manuals about Longhu Mountain inside his ring. As he gradually completed these manuals, he also absorbed a lot of cultivation knowledge from them. The outside world had passed a whole night. Early the next morning, Qing Lingzi came to Qing Chenzi's room and said, Senior brother, Lu has been silent all night. I feel like he's not even in his room. Qing Chenzi replied calmly, You know that Lu is a cultivator. From what I observe, his cultivation level is at the Grand Master stage of martial arts, which means he has reached the stage of cultivation fasting. It's normal that you can't sense him, and even I can't feel his presence. Qing Lingzi was shocked after hearing this, because he never expected Lu Xiaochuan's cultivation to be so high, reaching the Grand Master level. The most incredible part was that he was still a cultivator. By noon, the door of the house where Lu Xiaochuan was suddenly opened, and he came out. Lu Xiaochuan had a bright smile on his face. During the nearly 2 months inside his ring, he not only completed the damaged manuals about Longhu Mountain but also tested them and found no issues. What made Lu Xiaochuan even happier wasn't just that. In these 2 months, he had directly advanced from the beginning stage of cultivation fasting to the mid-stage. Don't underestimate this small breakthrough. It's very significant. With his current cultivation at the mid-stage of fasting, he could easily defeat even a martial artist at the perfect Grand Master level. In a way, Lu Xiaochuan had truly reached the peak of this world, unless there were some rare, ancient monsters out there. But even if they existed, they would be very rare. At this moment, Qing Chenzi and Qing Lingzi just entered the small courtyard. Seeing Lu Xiaochuan, their eyes lit up, and they quickly walked over. Qing Chenzi looked at Lu Xiaochuan, suppressing his excitement, and asked, Lu, have you gained anything from studying our Longhu Mountain manuals this time? Lu Xiaochuan knew that Qing Chenzi wanted to know if they had repaired the manuals, as this would directly affect the future development of Longhu Mountain. Lu Xiaochuan smiled and took out a secret manual, then said to Qing Chenzi, I have completed the missing parts of the manual. It should be okay now. Take a look. Qing Chenzi and Qing Lingzi excitedly took the manual and flipped through it page by page. After about 10 minutes, they both knelt before Lu Xiaochuan. Qing Chenzi said, Our Mount Longhu has gone through many hardships and changes over the years. Today, it has become a school for martial cultivation. I never thought I would see a complete cultivation manual in my lifetime. As the head of Mount Longhu, I thank the senior for your kindness. This surprised Lu Xiaochuan greatly. When he recovered, he quickly helped them up and said, Please don't bow so deeply, two fellow cultivators. I did this just a little thing for our Chinese cultivation tradition. I can't accept you calling me senior. That's not right, Qing Chenzi said seriously. Senior may not know that in our cultivation tradition, apart from close family, there are no ranks. The most important thing is your level of cultivation, which is what ordinary people call being advanced. So, please accept this title of senior. Hearing this, Lu Xiaochuan no longer insisted and said, All right, it's just a title. Do as you wish. Also, you must keep this secret and not tell anyone. When you take on disciples in the future, be sure to test them carefully, so no one with bad intentions learns such powerful techniques. Qing Chenzi and Qing Lingzi bowed and said, Respectfully follow the senior's instructions. We will do as you say. Lu Xiaochuan nodded and then said, Good. I've finished my purpose here today. It's time to go back. From now on, you two should focus on practicing seriously. Your martial foundation is solid, so your cultivation will progress quickly. But remember, don't rush.
Take it step by step.
Oh, and by the way, can you give me a branch from your tea trees? I want to try planting it and see if it can grow. Hearing this, Qing Chenzi immediately said, Senior, please follow me. Soon, the three arrived at the back mountain. They saw several tea trees growing on the hillside. The lush green leaves emitted a faint tea fragrance. Lu Xiaochuan looked at the tea trees and thought to himself, Indeed, this is spiritual tea. If the spiritual energy of heaven and earth weren't so thin, the effects of this tea would be much greater, probably doubled. Lu Xiaochuan looked at several tea trees, then reached out and broke a small branch from one of them. He put it into his pocket, but in fact, it was already hidden inside his ring. At this moment, Qing Chenzi said, Senior, why not break a few more branches? What if they don't grow well back home? Lu Xiaochuan smiled and waved his hand, saying, Don't worry, I have my ways. All right, I need to go now. Take care, everyone. Suddenly, Qing Lingzi asked, May I ask where you live, Senior? Maybe one day we can visit you? Lu Xiaochuan turned back and said, I live in Tianhai City, in a place called Tianhe Village. If you have any problems, you can come find me there. As he finished speaking, Lu Xiaochuan's figure flickered and disappeared. Lu Xiaochuan walked along the old road, stopping cars along the way. Luckily, a vehicle heading to Tianhai City stopped and picked him up. This car was much faster than a bus. When they arrived in Tianhai City, Lu Xiaochuan gave the driver 200 yuan, then slipped into the crowd and vanished from sight. The driver looked for a long time but couldn't see him, so he accepted the money and went on with his own business. Lu Xiaochuan then found a taxi and rode straight home. As soon as he entered, Da Hu and Heir, who happily rushed over, excitedly circling him. At that moment, De Yong and Mo Yuan came out of the house. Seeing Lu Xiaochuan, Mo Yuan happily ran over and threw herself into his arms. Lu Xiaochuan hugged Yuan and asked, Have you been good these past 2 days? Did you do anything naughty? Yuan hugged his neck and said, Dad, I've been good at home. I even helped Uncle De Yong pick vegetables. Am I good, Dad? Lu Xiaochuan stroked her head and said, Yes, very good. Our Yuan is the best. One day, I'll buy you a gift, okay? Yuan happily kissed his face repeatedly and mumbled, Okay, I want a gift. At this moment, De Yong smiled and said, Brother Xiaochuan, you're back. Was your trip smooth this time? Lu Xiaochuan smiled and replied, Quite smooth. How has the family been these past few days? Nothing unusual, right? Nothing much happened. The vegetables have started to be harvested, but the watermelons and melons are not ready yet. It will probably take about half a month. Also, Brother Xiaochuan, do you know? The fish in your pond are growing very fast, which surprised everyone in the village. No one knows why. Dayong said, with confusion. Lu Xiaochuan smiled and said, Is it bad that they grow fast? That way, they can be sold quickly. The two of them chatted happily, ate a little food, and then Dayong went home, because it was already dark. Early the next morning, Lu Xiaochuan took Mo Yuan to kindergarten, then delivered some freshly picked peaches to Lu Xiaoqing. Seeing her smiling eyes like crescent moons, Lu Xiaochuan felt very happy. He drove back to the village, but what he saw there made him very confused. From the car window, he saw over 10 men and women at the village entrance, some carrying cameras on their shoulders. It turned out they were reporters. Last year, the vegetables and watermelons from Fuminlo became very popular. The reporters wanted to know who grew these things, but because the farm kept everything secret, they couldn't find out. As time passed, and with the opening of a Fuminlo branch in Tianhai City, the story gradually faded away. But just a few days ago, Fuminlo not only had delicious vegetables, but also launched a new type of longevity peach. These peaches are large, red, and emit a fresh fragrance. They are incredibly tasty, making customers at Fuminlo go crazy for them. As this news spread, Lo caught the media's attention again. This time, the media was determined to find out who the suppliers behind Lo were. At this moment, the old village chief saw Lu Xiaochuan's car and pointed his finger, saying, "The person you're looking for is here. He's the owner who supplies vegetables and fruits to Lo." All the reporters turned to look at Lu Xiaochuan's car and immediately gathered around, starting to chatter loudly. Lu Xiaochuan smiled bitterly and muttered, "Old village chief, you've sold me out." Feeling helpless, Lu Xiaochuan had no choice but to get out of the car. He saw a young man about 20 years old step out. The reporters were stunned for a moment, then started talking loudly again. Lu Xiaochuan sighed and said calmly, "Stop arguing. If you have questions, ask them one by one." Although his words were casual, when they reached the reporters' ears, it sounded like a thunderclap. Instantly, everyone was shocked, and the air grew silent. After a moment, all the reporters recovered and looked at Lu Xiaochuan with some fear. At that moment, one reporter asked, "Hello, may I ask your name? Are you from this village or just here to farm? Are you the one supplying the vegetables and fruits to Lu? Why are your vegetables and fruits different from others? Did you use some special ingredients?" A long string of questions was asked, and Lu Xiaochuan smiled and said, "First, my name is Lu Xiaochuan. I grew up in this village. As for the vegetables and fruits at Lu, if you mean the one in Tianhai City, then yes, that's correct. About the special ingredients I might have used, I can only tell you that it's probably because the soil here is good, the air is fresh, the water is clean, and the environment is excellent. Plus, the villagers take good care of the crops. It's hard for the quality of vegetables and fruits to be anything but good." Just after answering one reporter's question, another reporter nearby started firing questions rapidly. Lu Xiaochuan couldn't take it anymore, but the reporters kept surrounding his car tightly, and he couldn't escape or fight back. At this moment, a police car arrived behind Lu Xiaochuan's vehicle. A female police officer got out. It was Tanya, the woman who had been pestering Lu Xiaochuan to learn martial arts. Tanya walked over to Lu Xiaochuan, looked at the reporters around, and asked, "Master, what's going on here?" Lu Xiaochuan didn't have time to worry about Tanya calling him master. He simply said, "Officer Tang, you're just in time. These people are seriously affecting my life. How do you think we should handle this?" Hearing Lu Xiaochuan's words, Tanya was pleased because she saw an opportunity. Maybe if she handled this well, Lu Xiaochuan would accept her as a disciple and teach her his profound martial arts skills. Thinking of this, Tanya told the more than 10 reporters nearby, "Everyone leave now. Stop disturbing others' lives." Just after she finished speaking, a female reporter loudly said, "We are reporters. We have the right to interview anyone and report on current social issues." Seeing that these reporters didn't listen, Tanya's face turned cold. She warned the reporter who had just spoken, "As a police officer, I warn you that you are breaking the law. You are seriously disturbing others' privacy and freedom to move. If you don't leave, I will take necessary action." She took out a pair of handcuffs. This scene surprised more than 10 reporters. They didn't expect this female police officer to be so assertive. After a long standoff, the reporters looked at each other and all left the village of Tianhe in disappointment. Seeing all the reporters leave, Lu Xiaochuan heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, the old village chief came over and said, "Xiaochuan, why did you chase the reporters away? With their publicity, our Tianhe village could develop faster." Lu Xiaochuan shook his head and replied, "Grandpa village chief, now our vegetables and fruits sell well, and we don't want to turn Tianhe village into a tourist spot. If that's the case, why do we need reporters to promote us?" Hearing this, the old village chief thought for a moment and nodded, agreeing that Lu Xiaochuan's words made sense. Then he looked at Tanya, who was standing nearby, and said to Lu Xiaochuan, "Xiaochuan, you two chat. We're leaving now." Seeing the old village chief and the remaining villagers leave, Lu Xiaochuan got into his car and headed home. Tanya watched Lu Xiaochuan drive away and quickly got into her own car, following behind. When they reached Lu Xiaochuan's villa, Tanya was stunned by the luxurious house.
She took a moment to react.
Seeing Lu Xiaochuan walking inside, Tanya hurried to catch up and said, "Master, When did you build this villa? How much did it cost? It's so beautiful. Lu Xiaochuan glanced at Tangya and said, Stop it. I never agreed to be your master. You'd better focus on being a police officer and stop causing trouble here. Hearing this, a trace of sadness flashed in Tangya's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. She then quickly adjusted her attitude and said, Master, teach me internal skills. I've been practicing external skills passed down from my family since I was young. I'm very good at it. My foundation is solid. Believe me, I'll show you a demonstration. Without waiting for Lu Xiaochuan to speak, she took a few steps back and started practicing in the villa's yard. Tangya moved swiftly, sometimes punching, sometimes kicking, looking quite powerful. Although Lu Xiaochuan didn't watch her directly, his spiritual awareness clearly saw everything. From the start of her performance, Lu Xiaochuan's eyes lit up because he could tell from her martial arts that she had a very solid basic skill. After performing, Tangya saw Lu Xiaochuan didn't look at her and felt very sad. She stood there, unsure of what to do next. Just then, Lu Xiaochuan spoke. I'm not going to accept you as my disciple right now. Here is the first level of the internal energy technique. If within a month you can develop a little internal power or sense energy, I will agree to take you as my student. Hearing this, Tangya, who was very disappointed, suddenly became happy. She jumped up and took a piece of paper from Lu Xiaochuan. It had hundreds of words, which was the first level of the internal energy technique. She carefully folded the paper, put it in her pocket, and pressed it gently, afraid of losing it. Seeing her actions, Lu Xiaochuan smiled and said, All right, go back quickly. If after a month you reach the standard I mentioned, come find me. If not, there's no need to come. It means you're not suitable for practicing internal energy. Tangya nodded with a smile and said, Yes, master. I will definitely meet your standards. Watching Tangya drive away, Lu Xiaochuan returned to his room and entered his ring. This time, he didn't go there to practice, but to improve his alchemy skills. He stayed inside until 4 p.m. and managed to make a special pill called Huyangdan, which was used before the foundation establishment stage. For martial artists below the master level, taking this pill could help break through 1 or 2 small levels. Lu Xiaochuan left the ring and drove to the county town because Xiao Yuhan was about to finish school. Just as he picked up Mo Yuan, his phone rang. When he answered, De Yong's voice came through. Xiaochuan, are you picking up Yuhan? Lu Xiaochuan replied, Yes, I just picked her up and was about to head home. What's the matter? Is there something? No, just wanted to tell you, don't eat dinner tonight. Come to my house. I plan to have a barbecue, De Yong said happily. Lu Xiaochuan smiled and said, Okay, I'll bring Yuhan over tonight. You don't need to prepare alcohol. I'll buy 2 boxes of beer. After hanging up, Xiao Yuhan looked at Lu Xiaochuan and asked, Dad, who was on the phone? It was Uncle De Yong. He said he's taking you to his house for barbecue tonight. Do you want to go? Lu Xiaochuan said with a smile. Mo Yuan heard Lu Xiaochuan's words, and her eyes lit up. She eagerly said, Yes, I want to go. Hurry up, or Uncle Deong will finish all the barbecue before we get there. As soon as Mo Yuan spoke, Lu Xiaochuan smiled and started the car, heading home. When they arrived, Lu Xiaochuan just parked the car. Mo Yuan jumped out quickly, bringing Da Hu and Er Hu, running toward Uncle Daiyong's house. Seeing this, Lu Xiaochuan smiled wryly and shook his head, then carried 2 boxes of beer toward Uncle Daiyong's house. Once inside the yard, he saw Uncle Daiyong had already lit the charcoal and was skewering lamb meat. Nearby, there were some prepared vegetables and dozens of lamb skewers ready. At this moment, Mo Yuan was holding a fan, fanning the barbecue grill. Da Hu and Er Hu stood on either side, guarding her. When Lu Xiaochuan entered, Uncle Daiyong happily said, Xiaochuan, sit over there for a while. I'll be ready soon. Lu Xiaochuan put the beer aside, picked up a skewer of meat, and started grilling. Soon, the lamb skewers sizzled with oil, looking very tempting. Mo Yuan's eyes never left the lamb skewers in Lu Xiaochuan's hand. At this time, Uncle Daiyong's father came into the yard. Seeing Lu Xiaochuan, he smiled and said, Xiaochuan is here. You can rest over there for now. Let Uncle Daiyong do the grilling later. Lu Xiaochuan smiled and said, "No need, uncle. It's faster this way. The skewers are almost ready. Let's eat." After finishing the skewers, Uncle Deong washed his hands, opened a few bottles of beer, and everyone enjoyed grilling and drinking together, feeling very relaxed. They ate until after 9 o'clock at night. The happiest was Mo Yuan. Lu Xiaochuan was sure that once Mo Yuan grew up, she would definitely be a foodie. After putting Mo Yuan to sleep at home, Lu Xiaochuan went to the balcony. He looked at the village, which was dark and silent without any lights. Rural people go to bed early. Just as Lu Xiaochuan was about to return to his room, he suddenly frowned. Because just now, he used his spiritual sense to detect 3 sneaky men moving toward the peach grove near his house. Lu Xiaochuan frowned and thought for a moment. He reached only one conclusion. These 3 people probably knew that Tianhe village was the vegetable and fruit supply base for Fuminlu, and they came here to steal peaches. Lu Xiaochuan went downstairs and looked at Yuhan. Seeing that she was sleeping peacefully, he asked Dahu and Eru to guard at her door. Then he left the villa and headed toward the 3 people. At this moment, the 3 people secretly moved to a place about 50 meters from the peach orchard. One of them spoke. "Are these peaches really the kind from Fuminlu?" Another replied, "Don't worry. A friend's wife works in the media. He told me himself, so it must be true."
Right.
Today, we plan to steal a few carts of peaches and sell them to other hotels at a slightly lower price than Fuminlu. This year's expenses will be covered. Then the original man asked again, "Are you sure no one is watching such valuable peaches? What's wrong? Are you scared? If you are, go back. The 2 of us will go." "No, I'm not scared. I just feel something's wrong." As soon as he finished speaking, a voice came from nearby. "Your feeling is right. Something's off. I've already recorded your conversation. Just wait here for the police." The speaker was Lu Xiaochuan. The 3 men were startled and turned around. They saw a young man standing very close behind them. Seeing Lu Xiaochuan behind them, they all shivered because they had no idea when he appeared there silently. One of the bravest men asked him, "Who are you? Why are you here so late at night?" Hearing this, Lu Xiaochuan chuckled. The man saw him smile and felt insulted. He angrily said, "What are you laughing at? Keep laughing, and I'll be rude to you." Lu Xiaochuan stopped laughing and his face turned cold. He said calmly, "This is my peach orchard. I want to ask what you are doing here so late at night." The 3 men's faces changed when they heard him. They looked at each other and suddenly turned to run away. But Lu Xiaochuan bent down, picked up 3 small dirt clumps, snapped his fingers 3 times, and in less than 5 meters, the 3 men fell to the ground. They didn't know why, but felt their bodies could move. Their eyes were full of fear because they had never experienced anything like this before. Later, Lu Xiaochuan called Zheng Gang to explain the situation. Zheng Gang quickly said he would bring people to the scene. About 40 minutes later, 3 police cars with sirens arrived at Tianhe village. The peaceful night was suddenly loud with sirens, waking all the villagers who came out to see what was happening. Although the 3 men couldn't move, they still sensed what was going on outside. When they heard the sirens, their faces turned pale. When the police cars reached the front, Zheng Gang got out, followed by 7 or 8 officers. They quickly approached Lu Xiaochuan. Zheng Gang looked at the 3 men on the ground and said to Lu Xiaochuan, "Brother, are these the 3 trying to steal your peaches?" Lu Xiaochuan nodded and then sent a recording to Zheng Gang's phone. Zheng Gang played the recording, which was the sound of the 3 men talking. After listening, Zheng Gang told the police nearby, "Take these 3 men back with you." At this moment, villagers also gathered nearby. The old village chief approached Lu Xiaochuan, greeted Zheng Gang, and then asked Lu Xiaochuan, "Xiaochuan, what's going on?" Lu Xiaochuan replied, "No problem. These 3 little thieves tried to steal my peaches and I caught them." Hearing this, the villagers' emotions flared. Some stepped forward to confront the 3 thieves. Since Lu Xiaochuan's businesses are key to the village's prosperity, they saw anyone who damaged them as opposing the whole village. Seeing dozens of villagers angry and excited, the 3 men shouted loudly, "Police officers, you have to protect us. Hearing this, Zheng Gang slapped his forehead and said, "If you knew it would come to this, why didn't you think of a way to earn money honestly instead of thinking about illegal ways? Now you're scared?" After scolding the three men, Zheng Gang turned to the villagers and said, "Everyone, stay calm. Don't worry. I will enforce the law fairly. Please don't be impulsive." But after Zheng Gang spoke, the villagers didn't quiet down. Instead, they shouted, "You can't take these three away. Leave them here. We, Tiana Village, will handle it ourselves." As they spoke, the villagers started to surround the three men, and the 7 or 8 police officers seemed unable to stop them. At this moment, Lu Xiaochuan said, "All right, let the police take them away. We'll deal with everything tomorrow." When Lu Xiaochuan spoke, all the villagers quieted down and made way for the police. Zheng Gang looked at Lu Xiaochuan with admiration and then said, "Brother Lu, I'm leaving now. If similar things happen again, just call me directly." After saying goodbye to Lu Xiaochuan, 3 police cars left Tiana village. Lu Xiaochuan watched the departing cars and turned to the villagers, saying, "All right, everyone go back to sleep." At this moment, Dayong's father suddenly stepped forward and said, "Xiaochuan, we need to take this seriously.
It's not just about theft.
What if someone poisons us and frames Tiana village?" Other villagers nodded in agreement with Dayong's father. Seeing this, Lu Xiaochuan spoke up. "Here's the plan. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, we'll hold a meeting at the village committee to discuss what to do. For now, everyone go home and rest." Hearing Lu Xiaochuan's words, all the villagers went back to their homes. The village returned to its peaceful state, with only the sounds of animals calling in the distance. Early the next morning, Lu Xiaochuan took Mo Yuan to the kindergarten. Afterward, he went straight to the village committee, which was the large earthen platform in the village. All the villagers had already gathered there. When they saw Lu Xiaochuan's car arriving, everyone looked at him. Now Lu Xiaochuan was their leader, guiding them toward prosperity. Lu Xiaochuan got out of the car, approached the old village chief, and said, "Grandpa village chief, please tell everyone about the current problems and see if anyone has suggestions." The old village chief spoke with the villagers for a while, then asked, "Now, everyone, share your thoughts." The villagers whispered among themselves for a while, but didn't come up with any specific ideas. After waiting a bit, Lu Xiaochuan stepped forward and said, "Here's an idea. The peach orchard is hard to guard because of its location. I've decided to build a wall around it. I will assign a person in charge, and those willing to work can sign up with him." Originally, Lu Xiaochuan thought that with his spiritual awareness, these measures weren't necessary. However, after entering his ring, he could only sense outside conditions through the ring and couldn't use his spiritual sense freely. So, he decided to do this, and his proposal was strongly supported by the villagers. Just then, Lu Xiaochuan frowned because he sensed that the group of reporters from yesterday had driven a few more cars into Tiana village. The old village chief nearby saw Lu Xiaochuan frowning and asked curiously, "Xiaochuan, what's wrong? Did something happen?" Lu Xiaochuan shook his head and said, "It's those reporters from yesterday again. They're really annoying." Then Lu Xiaochuan asked the old village chief to bring people to stop the reporters, while he took out his phone and made a call. When the call connected, Lu Xiaochuan said, "Secretary Zhou, I need your help with something." On the other end, Zhou Qiang immediately replied, "Brother Lu, is there something difficult you're facing?" "It's not exactly that. Recently, reporters have been coming to Tiana village every day, which is affecting my life and the safety of my products. I hope Secretary Zhou can help handle this." Hearing this, Zhou Qiang quickly said, "It's a small matter. Although reporters have the right to interview, disturbing others' lives isn't okay. I'll take care of it. Don't worry, Brother Lu." After hanging up, Lu Xiaochuan headed straight home. At the same time, all the media managers in Tianhai City received phone calls. No one knew what was said in those calls, but the more than 10 reporters in Tianhe village, after receiving instructions from their leaders, turned around and left the village. Seeing all the reporters leave, Lu Xiaochuan finally relaxed, knowing that if the media wrote anything inappropriate, it could cause serious problems. In the following days, Lu Xiaochuan's life returned to normal, but the village was lively. Because the peach orchard was building a wall, many villagers went there, making it a busy scene every day. As the weather gradually warmed, the scenery of Tianhe village became even more beautiful. Lu Xiaochuan's daily routine was either visiting the peach orchard or feeding fish in the large pond from his yacht, living very comfortably. One day, after feeding the fish, Wang Fu's phone rang. He answered, and Wang Fu's voice reached Lu Xiaochuan's ears. "Ha ha ha, brother Lu, tomorrow my Fuminla's new hotel will open. It starts at 10 a.m., so be sure to arrive on time." Lu Xiaochuan smiled and replied, "Big brother Wang, congratulations. I will definitely be there on time. Rest assured. Oh, by the way, brother Lu, at 6 a.m. tomorrow I've arranged 3 trucks to pick up goods from your place. Since the new store is opening, we might need a lot of vegetables and fruits. Please arrange for someone to harvest early," Wang Fu said carefully. Luo Xiaochuan said, "Don't worry about that. I will arrange for people to pick the vegetables early tomorrow morning. I won't delay your work." After hanging up, Luo Xiaochuan parked the yacht by the water, left the fish pond, and directly went to find Daong. Seeing Luo Xiaochuan, Daong asked, "Brother Xiao, is there something you need to see me about?" Luo Xiaochuan replied, "Tomorrow around 6, 3 trucks will come to pick up vegetables and fruits. You should arrange for people to start early, at 5 o'clock, to harvest the vegetables and pick some ripe fruits." Hearing this, Daong was very happy. Then Luo Xiaochuan added, "Since tomorrow is so early, give everyone a little extra pay." "Got it, brother Xiao," Daong responded. The next morning, at 5 o'clock, Daong took 6 villagers to start harvesting vegetables. At the same time, Luo Xiaochuan arrived at the field and began helping with the harvest. Seeing Luo Xiaochuan, Daong walked over and asked, "Brother Xiao, why are you here?" Luo Xiaochuan smiled and said, "Why not? I own this land, so I can come whenever I want. Do you think I'm just someone who sleeps in all day?" Daong awkwardly smiled and said, "Of course not. You're the big boss now. Who would dare say you're lazy? I just wasn't used to it." He then chuckled at Luo Xiaochuan. Luo Xiaochuan playfully tapped Daong's head and asked, "Are you used to it now?" Daong touched his head where he was hit and laughed. "Yes, I'm used to it now, really used to it." This scene made the villagers harvesting in the field burst into laughter. Even Daong felt a little embarrassed. Daong puffed out his chest and loudly said, "Why are you laughing? Hurry up and work, or I'll deduct your wages today." Although he acted stern, everyone knew Daong was joking, so the laughter continued. Seeing that his bluff didn't scare the villagers, Daong awkwardly rubbed his head and turned to continue harvesting vegetables. An hour later, all the vegetables and fruits were packed into baskets. Then Daong took people to the peach orchard and picked 5 baskets of peaches. Soon, 3 trucks arrived at the site. The drivers had been delivering goods to Fuminlu for over a year, and they were very familiar with Hehe village. The team began weighing, recording, and loading the trucks, completing everything in just 20 minutes. After the truck left Tianhe village, Lu Xiaochuan also prepared to go. He took Mo Yuan to attend the grand opening of Fuminlu. Originally, Lu Xiaochuan did not plan to bring Mo Yuan because in such events, it can be dangerous for a child to run around, and it might cause some inconvenience. But in the end, all of this was overridden by Mo Yuan's tears that almost fell. Around 8 o'clock, Lu Xiaochuan drove with Mo Yuan toward Tianhe City. He followed Wang Fu's address and parked the car at the entrance. Just as he stopped, a sports car arrived, and a woman's head stuck out of the window, saying, "Hey, bumpkin, move your car. I want to park here." Lu Xiaochuan looked at her, but didn't respond. Without waiting, he held Mo Yuan's hand and headed toward the hotel entrance. The woman in the sports car was very angry that Lu Xiaochuan ignored her. At that moment, a man in the car said, "All right, it seems they are also here for the grand opening of Fuminlu. No need to argue about the car. Let's find another place." The woman scoffed and said mockingly, "That guy? Driving a cheap car worth about 20,000. No way he knows Boss Wang. He's probably just here to eat and drink for free." Lu Xiaochuan and Mo Yuan arrived at the hotel entrance. The security guard stopped him and asked, "Hello, our hotel hasn't officially opened yet. Please come back tomorrow." Lu Xiaochuan replied calmly, I'm here for the grand opening. The guard looked at him awkwardly and said, Sir, sorry, may I see your invitation? Lu Xiaochuan said, I don't have an invitation. The owner personally called me to attend the event. Just then, the woman from the sports car, holding onto a middle-aged man's arm, approached. Seeing Lu Xiaochuan at the entrance, she smiled and said, Oh, isn't this Bumpkin? What's wrong? Can't get in without an invitation? How sad. Lu Xiaochuan didn't even look at her. Instead, he took out his phone to call Wang Fu. Seeing that Lu Xiaochuan ignored her and feeling bored, the woman showed her invitation and walked into the hotel. Less than 2 minutes after the call, Wang Fu, a chubby man, appeared at the hotel entrance. Seeing Lu Xiaochuan, he happily said, Brother Lu, I didn't expect you to come so early. Sorry about that. Then he turned around and sternly said to the security guard at the entrance, You dare to stop my brother? You can go settle your wages now. The guards' faces changed when they heard Wang Fu's words because this job was hard to find, paid well, and had good benefits. Now, after only a few days on the job, they might be fired. At this moment, Lu Xiaochuan said, All right, Brother Wang, they didn't do anything wrong. Don't punish them. Let's go inside quickly. Hearing this, Wang Fu didn't mind anymore and led Lu Xiaochuan inside. The security guards at the door finally relaxed and looked at Lu Xiaochuan's back with feelings of gratitude, respect, and envy. Inside the hall, as Lu Xiaochuan was heading to the second-floor hall, he said to Wang Fu, Brother Wang, you go do your own thing. Don't stay with me. If you do, many people will find out I supply vegetables and fruits to your hotel, and that will cause me trouble. Wang Fu knew Lu Xiaochuan liked to stay low-key and enjoy a peaceful life, so he nodded and said, All right, little brother Lu, go find a place to sit and have something to drink. The big event will start soon. Lu Xiaochuan nodded, took Mo Yuan, and went to the second-floor hall. The second floor was huge, with various drinks and beverages on both sides. Further ahead, there were more than 10 tables, probably for dining later. The hall was already crowded with many well-dressed people. Among them, Lu Xiaochuan looked a bit out of place. Although he was dressed cleanly and neatly compared to these people, he still seemed a little behind. He ignored others and led Mo Yuan to a corner sofa, handed her a drink, and they sat quietly. About 10 minutes later, more distinguished-looking people arrived, some of whom he recognized. Among them were Tianhai City Party Secretary Zhou Qiang, Tianhai's richest man Song Zhenjiang, and Director Han from the city hospital. Lu Xiaochuan was very familiar with these people, but he didn't go to say hello because as soon as they appeared, a crowd gathered around them. Suddenly, the hall's sound system turned on and Wang Fu's voice came through. Hello everyone, I am Wang Fu. I am very happy that you all came to celebrate the grand opening of my Fuminlu branch. We will cut the ribbon at 10 o'clock, and there will also be some performances prepared for you. Of course, when you come to Fuminlu, how can you not try our signature dishes? Now, let's first go to the hotel entrance to cut the ribbon. Everyone begins walking toward the hotel entrance. At this moment, Wang Fu approaches Lu Xiaochuan and says, Brother Lu, how about you go on stage later and help cut the ribbon? Let me enjoy some of your good luck. Lu Xiaochuan quickly shakes his head and says, Big Brother Wang, I can't do that. You know my personality. It's better for Secretary Zhou and the others to do it. Wang Fu sees Lu Xiaochuan declining and doesn't mind, because they no longer need to speak politely. They understand each other well enough, without words. At the hotel entrance, Lu Xiaochuan sees dozens of people gathered, reporters from major media with cameras ready, always looking for good news. The ribbon cutting takes about 10 minutes. Afterward, reporters interview Wang Fu, Zhou Qiang, and some well-known people in Tanghai City. One reporter asks Zhou Qiang, Secretary Zhou, why are you here to attend a private hotel's opening ceremony? Zhou Qiang smiles and replies, You all should know that Fuminlu in Tanghai City is now a famous hotel. Since last year, its reputation has grown and many tourists come to Tanghai City just to try Fuminlu's signature dishes. So, we must support such businesses and help develop our city's economy. After the interviews, Lu Xiaochuan and Mo Yuan turn around and go back into the hotel, heading directly to the second-floor lobby. The interview process lasts about half an hour. Once finished, everyone returns to the second-floor lobby. At this moment, the woman who previously called Lu Xiaochuan a country bumpkin sees him sitting in a corner. She, along with a few women, approaches Lu Xiaochuan. She looks at him and says, "Hey, isn't that the country bumpkin who was stopped at the door by security?" What? Sneaking in now, Lu Xiaochuan finds this very amusing. He didn't expect this woman to be like a fly, always around everywhere. Suddenly, Mo Yuan, who is drinking nearby, says, "Dad, I don't like her. Can you ask her to leave?" Lu Xiaochuan pats Mo Yuan's head and says, "It's okay. Just pretend she's not here. Don't mind her. Come on, have some juice." Hearing their conversation, the woman angrily says, "How dare you call me a country bumpkin? Do you know who I am?" The woman was angry for a long time, but Lu Xiaochuan didn't even look at her. The scene was extremely awkward. The awkward atmosphere made the woman feel even more frustrated, so she shouted loudly, "Security! Security! Someone here is sneaking in to eat and drink for free. Hurry up and throw him out." Her voice was loud, attracting many people's attention to her location. The security guards in the hall heard her shout and came over. In no time, dozens of people surrounded Lu Xiaochuan. Seeing the guards approach, the woman pointed at Lu Xiaochuan and said to them, "How are your security measures? How can someone just walk in like this? Quickly, get him out." The guards chosen by Wang Fu to guard the hall during the opening ceremony were very clever. They knew that anyone who entered the hall was either a friend of their boss or a well-known person in Tianhai City, so they didn't immediately scold Lu Xiaochuan. The lead guard stepped between the two and said, "Calm down, both of you. Is there some misunderstanding? Let's not ruin the peace." As soon as the guard spoke, Lu Xiaochuan looked up in surprise because his way of handling things exceeded his expectations. Just then, a middle-aged man who came with the woman pushed through the crowd and approached her, asking, "What's going on? Did something happen?" Seeing her man arrive, the woman immediately acted coquettishly. "Honey, I was bullied." "Look, it's him," she said, pointing at Lu Xiaochuan. The man looked at Lu Xiaochuan, a flash of anger in his eyes, but he held it back well. He smiled and said, "Sir, I don't think I've seen you before. You seem unfamiliar." Lu Xiaochuan sipped his drink and replied, "I'm just a small farmer. I'm not like you big bosses who talk about tens of millions or hundreds of millions every day. So, of course, I look unfamiliar." Most people around looked at Lu Xiaochuan with contempt after hearing his words, and some even believed the woman's story, thinking Lu Xiaochuan was sneaking in to eat and drink for free. After Lu Xiaochuan finished speaking, the middle-aged man said, "Today, you've repeatedly caused trouble for my woman, and now you're bullying her again. I think you're just looking for trouble." After speaking, he turned to the security guard and said, "You all heard that. He's just a farmer. Now you know what to do." Several guards also heard Lu Xiaochuan say he was a farmer. Since the situation needed a solution, the guards finally asked Lu Xiaochuan, "Sir, may I see your invitation card?" Lu Xiaochuan replied directly, "I don't have an invitation." Everyone around, hearing Lu Xiaochuan's words, immediately confirmed that he had sneaked in secretly. The woman looked at Lu Xiaochuan with pride and said, "Rube, you better behave and take that little troublemaker out of here, so you don't get thrown out later." As soon as she finished speaking, there was a loud slap, and the surrounding area instantly fell silent. It turned out that her calling Lu Xiaochuan a troublemaker had angered him, and he slapped her. Because only Lu Xiaochuan's sister, Lu Shaoqing, and Mo Yuan were his weak points, he wouldn't allow anyone to hurt his family. The woman touched her face where she was slapped, shocked, and said to Lu Xiaochuan, "Ah, you Rube, how dare you hit me? I won't let you go today." At this moment, a voice came. "What's going on? Did something happen?" Everyone turned around to look behind them. They saw Wang Fu, Zhou Qiang, Song Zhenjiang, Dean Han, and others approaching. The people here today were either wealthy or important, all well-known in Tianhai City, so everyone recognized these individuals. Seeing them come over, everyone made way. At this moment, Song Zhenjiang's eyes lit up. He quickly walked to Lu Xiaochuan and said happily, "Ah, Brother Lu, when did you arrive? I didn't see you earlier. This action caught Zhou Qiang and Dean Han's attention, and they immediately gathered around Lu Xiaochuan to chat. Their casual conversation made the people around feel uneasy, and they started asking each other, "Who is this person? Why do even officials like Secretary and Song Junjiang seem to be trying to please him?" Questions about Lu Xiaochuan kept coming up, but no one knew his background or identity. Meanwhile, two people looked so frightened their faces turned pale, and their hands even trembled slightly. At this moment, Wang Fu's voice rang out again. What exactly happened just now? The security guard approached Wang Fu and briefly explained what had happened. After hearing this, Wang Fu angrily looked at the middle-aged man and the woman beside him. Wang Fu told the security guards, "Throw both of them out. Don't dirty my place." At that moment, Lu Xiaochuan suddenly said, "Wait a minute. This woman just insulted my daughter. She must apologize or she can't leave today." Hearing Lu Xiaochuan's words, the woman's fear was replaced by anger. She shouted at him, "You want me to apologize? No way. I won't apologize today. I refuse." As soon as she finished speaking, the man next to her loudly yelled at her, "Apologize now. Hurry up, or don't follow me anymore." The woman was shocked to hear this. She didn't expect the man who usually loved her so much to suddenly act this way. Then the man said to Lu Xiaochuan, "Sorry, it's my fault today. I hope you can forgive me." Lu Xiaochuan pointed at the woman on the ground and calmly said, "I want her to apologize, not you." Hearing this, the man turned around and looked at the woman with a fierce expression, shouting, "Did you hear that? Apologize." The woman was now completely scared. All her confidence came from this man, and now that he needed to apologize, she was utterly overwhelmed. She turned to Lu Xiaochuan and said, "Sorry. I shouldn't have insulted you today. Please forgive me." Lu Xiaochuan replied, "You need to apologize to my daughter, not to me." Then the woman also apologized to Mo Yuan. "Sorry, Auntie. I just insulted you."
I'm sorry.
At this moment, Mo Yuan sat in Lu Xiaochuan's arms, turning her head and burying her face in his chest. Seeing this, Lu Xiaochuan waved his hand and said, "All right, let's go. I hope you'll treat others with more respect in the future." Hearing Lu Xiaochuan's words, the two hurriedly left Fuminlu Hotel. The time they spent there felt painfully long, a real ordeal. Lu Xiaochuan ignored the two disheveled figures and continued chatting with Zhou Qiang and Wang Fu. About 10 minutes later, Wang Fu loudly announced, "Everyone, please take your seats. Today, we're celebrating the grand opening of Fuminlu with a tasting of our signature dishes." Everyone sat down, but the front table was reserved for a sense of dignity. No one dared to sit there. After Wang Fu finished speaking, he invited Lu Xiaochuan, Zhou Qiang, Dean Han, and others to sit at the first table. Besides these people, there was also a middle-aged man with glasses at the table. Wang Fu pointed to the man and said, "Brother Lu, let me introduce you. This is Wu Dachun, the director of the Health Bureau of Tianhai City." Then he pointed to Lu Xiaochuan and said, "Director Wu, this is my good friend Lu Xiaochuan." Lu Xiaochuan shook hands with Wu Dachun and exchanged a few words. During this time, Wu Dachun appeared very polite to Lu Xiaochuan. This wasn't because Wu Dachun was a kind and easygoing person, but because he saw everything that had just happened. He knew that someone who could make Zhou Qiang and Dean Han treat him so respectfully was definitely not an ordinary person. People in such high positions weren't fools, so he was very courteous to Lu Xiaochuan. Within a few minutes, the dishes were served, and the entire hall was filled with a delicious aroma that made everyone's mouth water. Although the guests today were all wealthy or important, Fuminlu was the only one in the city. This was the second branch, so they didn't get to enjoy the restaurant's signature dishes every day. Once everyone started eating, they couldn't stop because the food was truly delicious. The vegetarian dishes, in particular, were quickly finished. Lu Xiaochuan took a few bites and thought the food was pretty good. The chef was quite skilled. However, as a cultivator, Lu Xiaochuan knew that controlling the cooking temperature and seasoning was something only a master could do well. So, the cooking didn't impress him much. It was just okay in his eyes. During the meal, Music played in the hall, and some performers began to put on a show. The grand opening lasted until 2 in the afternoon. By then, most guests had left. Some people left feeling a bit disappointed because they wanted to find a chance to get to know Lu Xiaochuan and make a good impression, but they never got the opportunity. They saw this as their biggest loss of the day. After most people had gone, Wang Fu pulled Lu Xiaochuan to sit on a sofa nearby and said, "Brother, I have another hotel that's about to open soon. Including this one and 2 others plus one in the county, that makes 4 in total. When you go back, you should expand your planting. Especially in winter, or my hotel won't be able to operate." Lu Xiaochuan smiled and replied, "Don't worry, I'll make arrangements when I get back. I won't delay your plans." Meanwhile, on a border in China, a group of pirates was plotting something. One of the master warriors calmly said, "Sir, do you think our plan will succeed this time? Will those Americans try to trick us?" The man dressed in a black robe, called "Sir," replied, "Don't worry. If everything goes as planned, there should be no problem. As for the Americans, they are just a group of mindless machines. No need to fear them." At a secret coastline, a white-skinned American man disembarked with 2 Asian-looking men. Strangely, those 2 Asian men looked like robots, with no sign of life or movement. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaochuan left Wang Fu and drove home. When he arrived, he spoke to Daiyong's father. "Uncle, once the peach orchard's wall is repaired in a few days, you should organize people to build greenhouses." "We'll build 3 at once," Yong's father asked. "Xiaochuan, are you planning to expand the farm?" Lu Xiaochuan nodded with a smile. "Yes, since there are more hotels now, I worry we won't have enough supplies in winter. We should plan ahead." Later, Lu Xiaochuan talked to the village chief. After explaining the situation, the village chief immediately agreed and handed over the land around the existing greenhouses to Lu Xiaochuan. The landowners also agreed quickly, because farming wasn't very profitable anymore. Over the past year, Lu Xiaochuan had done a lot of work for the family, and their life had improved a lot. They even saved some money. So, whenever villagers heard it was Lu Xiaochuan's matter, they agreed without hesitation. In a village near the border, surrounded by mountains and dense forests, villagers were busy with their daily tasks. Children happily played around adults, and sometimes they heard adults scolding children. Suddenly, more than 10 men dressed in pirate-like clothes entered the peaceful village. The villagers looked at these people with confusion. One man stepped forward and asked, "What are you doing? Why are you here?" But before he finished speaking, a sword pierced through his chest. The man died instantly without even struggling. This scene frightened the villagers, who immediately screamed and called for help, filling the peaceful village with noise. In no time, all the men in the village gathered with hoes, knives, and sticks. The pirate leader saw how brave and united the villagers were, and his eyes flashed with a cold light. The pirate leader waved his hand, and the 2 pirates in front drew their long swords, rushing into the crowd of villagers. Chaos erupted instantly, with flashes of blades and screams filling the air. Within 3 minutes, over 40 villagers who had gathered to fight the pirates all lay in pools of blood. Meanwhile, women and children in the distance were stunned with fear, but the pirates did not stop. They charged directly at the women and children. One woman shouted loudly, "Everyone run! Get out of here!" Her words snapped the frightened women and children out of their shock. They pushed the children toward the woods and used their bodies to block the pirates' path. The children's crying mixed together, creating a scene of utter chaos. After a few minutes, the village was silent again. One of the pirates said to the leader, "Sir, 1 adult and 1 child escaped. Should we chase them?" The pirate leader waved his hand and replied, "No need to chase. We don't want her to escape. Who will deliver the news if she gets away? Without the message, how can we carry out our plan?" After speaking, all the pirates burst into loud laughter, their voices echoing over the dozens of bodies and pools of blood, creating a chilling scene. 1 kilometer from the border, at a border patrol station, more than 10 soldiers were doing their daily training. Suddenly, a whistle sounded. Everyone quickly grabbed their gear and rushed out of the station's gate. Outside, they saw a badly injured woman stumbling toward the station, dragging a child behind her. The station sergeant waved for everyone to stand still and then approached the woman, asking, "Hello, who are you? Do you need help?" The woman burst into tears and sobbed, "They're all dead. Everyone in our village was killed." Hearing this, the sergeant was shocked. He quickly asked, "Can you tell me more? What do you mean everyone in the village is dead?" The woman looked at him and said, "Today, a group of pirates dressed in pirate clothes came to our village. They started killing people as soon as they arrived. Almost everyone, over 80 people, were killed, except me and the child. I don't know if anyone else managed to escape." The sergeant was stunned by her words, but quickly recovered. He signaled to a few soldiers to bring the woman and the child inside the station. After calming the woman, the team leader ordered everyone to stay alert and then began making calls to report the situation to higher authorities. As the reports layered, the incident eventually caught the attention of Kyoto. After analysis, it was determined that this was not an ordinary event. Chief Feng Tian received a direct order from the top and sent people to the scene of the incident. Upon learning about this, Chief Feng Tian suspected that the event might be revenge for the previous incident at Longhu Mountain. He was very cautious and decided to send 2 team leaders. Guang Chun and Jian Ping went to Chief Feng Tian's office. Chief Feng Tian looked at them and said, "Yesterday, dozens of people in a village near the western border of Sichuan province were killed. Reports say it was done by a group of Japanese pirates. I suspect this might be revenge for the Longhu Mountain incident. Be very careful when you go. Contact me immediately if there are any problems." They nodded and then gathered 15 members of the Dragon team. They took a helicopter to the western border of Sichuan province. A few hours later, Guang Chun and Jian Ping arrived at the border station with their team and met the woman and the child. Jian Ping looked at the woman and asked, "Did you see those Japanese pirates? Do you know how many there were?" The woman thought for a moment and replied, "There were about 17 or 18 of them. I didn't count exactly, but they were very strong and some could even fly." After asking many questions, Jian Ping noticed the woman was close to breaking down mentally and stopped. He told the soldiers to take good care of them, then he and Guang Chun led more than 10 people toward the village where the incident happened. Half an hour later, Guang Chun, Jian Ping, and their team reached near the village. After careful observation, Jian Ping said, "It looks like the Japanese pirates are still here. Their goal might be our dragon team. Everyone be careful. If anything feels wrong, we retreat immediately." Everyone nodded and followed Jian Ping and Guang Chun into the village. As soon as they entered, they saw bodies scattered on the ground and dark red bloodstains. Their hearts filled with intense anger. Just then, Jian Ping and Guang Chun shouted simultaneously, "Everyone, be careful. Quickly hide." The team responded quickly. Since they were all elite members of the Dragon team, they swiftly moved to the side. Just as they dodged, they heard a series of thudding sounds. It turned out that dozens of flying darts had been embedded in the ground where they had just stood, glowing with blue light, indicating they were highly toxic. Guang Chun glanced at the darts and warned, "Everyone be careful. These darts are poisonous. Do not touch them." As Guang Chun finished speaking, more than 10 bandits appeared nearby. On a roof not far away, there was a bandit dressed in white robes. This person looked like the Yin-Yang master that Lu Xiaochuan had previously killed. Seeing these bandits, Guang Chun and Jian Ping didn't waste time. They directly told the members behind them, "Kill them all. Leave no one alive." Everyone immediately engaged in battle. After a short while, Guang Chun and Jian Ping sensed something was wrong. The bandits this time were very strong, especially the 2 fighting Guang Chun and Jian Ping. Their strength was incredible, and Guang Chun and Jian Ping couldn't gain the upper hand at all. After fighting for a while, a member of the dragon group was accidentally cut on the arm by a bandit's long sword. It was a minor wound and shouldn't have affected the fight. However, suddenly, the member's face turned black, and he started foaming at the mouth. He tried to use his energy to stop the poison from spreading, but it was too late. Everyone in the dragon group was shocked. They had seen many poisons that could block the throat and cause death, but they had never seen a poison that could instantly kill a warrior. With casualties happening and people becoming distracted, the dragon group members began to fall one after another. Seeing the situation was getting worse, Jian Pain and Guangchen forced the two ninjas back with all their strength. They turned to the others and said, "Everyone, retreat quickly." Just as everyone was about to leave, the white-robed bandit on the roof moved his hands. A dark red energy shot toward Jian Pain, who was fighting on the battlefield. Guangchen, who was trying to stop the bandits and help everyone retreat, suddenly turned his head. His eyes turned bright red as he flew toward Jian Pain's direction. But he was still a step too late. The energy hit Jian Pain's back directly. Jian Pain's body flew forward, and she spat out blood as if her life depended on it. Guangchen caught Jian Pain and saw she had fainted. He quickly handed her to a nearby dragon group member and said, "Take her away quickly." At this moment, all the dragon group members fought to block the bandits and protected the member carrying Jian Pain away. However, with Jian Pain injured and unconscious, she was no longer a match for the bandits. Many members were killed in an instant. Now, only 2 people remained around Guangchen. This scene made Guangchen furious. He clenched his fists, and a whirl of energy erupted around him. The leaves nearby floated up, turning into flying darts that rained down toward the bandits. Seeing this, the bandits quickly retreated to avoid the attack. The number of leaves was overwhelming, and they emitted a sharp, dangerous aura. After Guangchen made this move, he collapsed straight down. 2 members of the dragon group quickly embraced Guangchen and ran into the woods, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Some ninjas tried to chase after them, but at this moment, the man in the white robe, a Japanese pirate, calmly spoke. "Don't chase anymore. Let's wait for the Americans to arrive and catch the real big fish. This time, I want to weaken the dragon group so they won't be able to stop us in the future." The dragon group's operation was a complete failure. Besides Jianping and Guangchen, who were injured and unconscious, only 3 other members remained. The other 12 were all killed. At the border station, a dragon group member rushed in holding Jianping, who was unconscious. The soldiers saw the blood-covered man and Jianping, who was still out cold, and all gathered around. The man laid Jianping on a bed in a room, then immediately used a satellite phone to call a number. When the call was answered, the man said only one sentence. "Operation failed. Leader Jianping is unconscious. Leader Guangchen's life and death are unknown." The rest of the team suffered heavy losses. After hanging up, the man turned and told the soldiers outside, "From now on, this place is on lockdown. Any suspicious person approaching can be shot on sight." All the soldiers saluted and took high positions, controlling the entire border station. More than 10 minutes later, the lookout sounded the alarm, notifying everyone that someone was approaching the border station. The dragon group members heard the signal and quickly moved to the station's guard post. Looking down, they saw 2 people moving rapidly toward the station, one behind the other. The man in front was carrying someone on his back. Seeing this, he leapt down and directly approached the 2 men. When they met, the first words were, "Where is Leader Jianping? What happened to Leader Guangchen? Let's not talk now. Quickly contact the dragon leader." Leader Guangchen used a powerful move beyond his limits and is now unconscious. He might have hurt his meridians, which could affect his cultivation. The 3 entered the border station, settled Guangchen, and immediately reported the latest situation to their superiors. Meanwhile, in Kyoto, in Chief Fengtian's office, Chief Fengtian slapped the solid wood desk in front of him, breaking it and angrily said, "Arrange a plane immediately. I want to see Jianping and Guangchen as soon as possible. Also, Tai Chi and Lu Shan, you 2 come with me." The Japanese pirates might be prepared this time. Their goal is probably more than just revenge for the last incident. Chief Fengtian became angry, and all the offices of the dragon group started to act as if they were facing a great danger, especially the office in Shiguan province. The person in charge and all members had already arrived at the border station, ready to fight at any moment. At this moment, in Tianhe village, Lu Xiaochuan was walking through the fields with Da Hu and Er Hu, like a landlord inspecting his land. Suddenly, Lu Xiaochuan's phone rang. When he answered, Qian Chongqing's anxious voice came through. Lu Guardian, something's wrong. The dragon group has had an incident. Lu Xiaochuan asked suspiciously. Old Qian, the dragon group is very strong. How could something happen? Qian Chongqing hurriedly replied, I'm not lying. Yesterday, the dragon group received news that a village on the border of Xiguan province was attacked by pirates who killed dozens of people. The leader of the dragon group thought it was revenge for the last Longhu Mountain incident, so he sent Captain Jianping and Captain Guangchen to eliminate the pirates in Xiguan province. But over an hour ago, we received news that Captain Jianping and Captain Guangchen failed in their mission. They are both unconscious now, and only 3 of the 15 accompanying members returned. Now, the leader is heading to Xiguan province with Tai Chi and Lu Shan. Lu Guardian, I feel like this isn't so simple. What do you think? Lu Xiaochuan frowned and thought for a moment before saying, the last Longhu Mountain incident was carried out by pirates and Americans together. If it was revenge, it wouldn't be only pirates coming. Knowing American character, they definitely wouldn't just let this go. And Jianping and Guangchen are unconscious. If the pirates had that strength, why wouldn't they kill them? Both of them are no match for the pirates, and other members of the dragon group wouldn't be able to resist either. Unless... Hearing Lu Xiaochuan's words, Qian Chongqing asked anxiously, unless what? Lu Guardian, are you guessing something? Lu Xiaochuan said seriously, unless their real target isn't to revenge us at all. They don't even see the leaders of the dragon group as important. They are after bigger prey. Qian Chongqing gasped and then said, then I'll quickly call the leader and warn him to be careful. Lu Xiaochuan stopped him. No need. The leader will definitely fight desperately for Jianping and Guangchen. So, you quickly arrange a plane for me. It must be fast. I'm going to support the leader. At this moment, Longtu Chiefing Tian was sitting on a helicopter flying to Xiguan province. Suddenly, Lu Shan, sitting beside him, said, Old man, this time things are not as simple as they seem. I think the Woka pirates might be after you. We need to be careful. Chiefing Tian's eyes flashed with a cold light and replied, I've already thought about that. But this time, I must eliminate these pirates for you Jianping and Guangchen. For the dozens of Chinese civilians who died in that village, I cannot let these pirates go. Since these pirates are running wild on our land, I cannot forgive them. Today, no matter what, I won't let them leave. I want to keep them here forever. A few hours later, Chiefing Tian, along with Tiechi, Lu Shan, and 4 members of the dragon group at the innate realm, arrived at the border station. When he saw Jianping and Guangchen, his face instantly turned cold. He clearly sensed that Jianping's meridians were completely broken. Even if Jianping woke up, he might only be an ordinary person now, possibly even weaker than an average person. Guangchen was slightly better, but Chiefing Tian frowned because he sensed that Guangchen had forcibly used a powerful move, damaging his dantian. Even if he recovered, his strength would drop by 2 or 3 small levels. Chiefing Tian was very angry. Jianping and Guangchen were core members of the dragon group, cultivated by him over decades. Seeing them like this made him very upset. At this moment, Chiefing Tian calmed his emotions, stood up, and said, Tiechi, Lu Shan, take some people and come with me to see how strong these pirates are.